Chapter 1: The Retainer. An exhilarating tale, where intellect may be left at the door. Theathoris an abstract individual, yet the narrative shall not be over esoteric. Most importantly, thistolice not setting on tongue. Vice has become the laughingstock of aristocracy. Ever since descended from the battlefield, has been engulfed in profound anxiety. At the tender age of 18, have boasts may not resplendent golden hair, with a few stray strands cascading over his brow, concealing a captivating beauty mark, yet the handsome face ceased contorted in distress. Cowardly and frail, despite having reached adulthood, he remained woefully inexperienced in swordsmanship. During his inaugural engagement, he was besieged by orcs and unseated from his mount thade it not being for his retainer's desperate intervention, he would have been reduced to fodder for the beasts. Currently, he's recuperating in his encampment duetto Abrokinleg. In the year 3524 of the Divine Light calendar, the millennium-old Golden Empire is undergoing a shift in power, while it nightly orders in the north, tasked with repelling a million-strong horde of orcs, also require a chaver. This crystalline Edfin line, fortified by its unique geographical position, has successfully held back the orc menace for 5 centuries. They must not be permitted to cross. This is the unanimous decree of the Golden Empire. Weiss is among the latest batch of nobles, forcibly conscripted. Having never anticipated the day he would find himself on the battlefield, has made a grand fool of himself. Thoth-breaking galages sa trivial price compared to perishing combat. Weiss, bearing a silver lineage, still feels an overwhelming sense of disgrace. Crash. A precious porcelain pea-shooters, startling is lumbering retainer. With long, darker cascading over his shoulders, the brownie edge retainer, labeled a mongrel, open she's is light lion gazy noble. Weiss, watchable sia? The retainer, named Quinn, has been vice companion since secondhood, always the fierce to Carginto Abral. Over thepist warriors, he has grown remarkably, able to grapple with bulls without any formal training. The injuries Quinn bears Sarathir sold Toffee's earlier efforts to rescue the noble. Faye said with his long time Maritainer, Weiss, raised with nobilitiquette, finds it impossible to express his sire, his voice a murmur. Nothing. Patting Quinn's shoulder, he forsay semblancy of comfort. Focus on your recovery, it shall handle matters in the battlefield. The man rises, revealing Gaphaziki of Senwy muscle. Unlike Athenable, his body is sculpted like Hegranite, hisking listening with a bronze away, bandages wrapped around his chest and thighs, towering at over 6 feet 3 inches, exuding an imposing presence. This body possesses astonishing endurance and explosive power, especially as the battlefield Thaphisismro Yakerner, with the orcs consisting mostly of rudimentary pig-headed variety wielding wooden club sandstone axes. The next mission is about to commence as 12. With hat parting remark, their tainer exits thetant. Acklewind sweeps across his skyne as Quinn retrieves she's weapon and helmet, draping the family crest, a symbol of his identity, over his holders, proceeding simply towards Therinx. None I twould equip a retiner with her moraju itoff pura stila fin demand smunso fin confromon entire fief. Moreover, Quint's stature fair exceeds the norm, making custom are more prohibitively expensive. Navigating through the military camp, Quint stands suit among the throng of knights and retainers, positioning himself at the forefront of the formation, feeling through a tough scrutinizing gaze above. The Nookamare is clad in heavy armor, striding with conviction, his shock-like gaze sweeping over the retinue of knights and retainers below, up and noticing Thedatoring Quinn, Hellingers momentarily before proceeding to assign tasks. Each word and action Neiman attest formidable presents, Eve namer a glance see can send shivers down hespiness of ordinary folk. This is the backbone of empire, a forcio fin house and standing against that tide of a million orcs. Knights. With a single punch, they can obliterate pig-headed creature school Americans and Akarjan contour flying. Invulnerable to blades and arrows, they transcend the limits of a man's strength, moving through the battlefield like the wind, aliving me at grinder. Within this 5,000 strong encampment, there are over 50 such knights. Onoft hiki prerequisite testo, acquired power of facnitis noble blood. Themeriustrius the lineage, Theosiorites stoten theek knightly prowess. Thus, theek knight's indifference towards Quinn becomes clear. With hairndye soft deep brown, coupled with bronze skin and a naturally predatory stance, itis evident thato nave aspirants must be a pure-blood barbarian. The extraordinary strength of the barbarian stems from their lineage, devoid of fana potential for self-awakening hence, Quinismer larger de sauce full retainer in thigh soft tonights. Theek knight deuce not linger long, observing the jostling retainers, his brows furrowing slight beneath the helmetash loudly proclaims. This bunco filterites hall servina their purpose. Bait. Main among the Marie farmers wahavalos thernabla patrons, along with those see unfortunate souls, sforciblitus speched bethir lord sto augment thyron merits. Quinn, who volunteer redicome, is the first offiskand. Yet he athirst remain oblivious. Theosum athathanable, having sustained abrokinleg, is merely venting his frustrations bisending firth such a loyal servant aren't the spoil so for. This is a common occurrence. Numerous nobles, pampered in their fiefs, are unaccustomed to esidin shift from superiority to quality on the crystalline front thironly outlet for frustration is to counly shy to panther. Retainers are not considered people. Merila living tools. Evrinable brings retainers minornables may havio nortuo, while majornables make a man nearly 20. Upon hearing Theek Knight's task assignment, dozen saw free to ener sex change glances, with only a select few discerning that they are destined for will feel descendable pawns. In Thinarovally, that will factions converge ordinary humans could never hope to out, trunt the orcs in a short span of time. Eventhiudum intra pig-headed creatures possess an explosive a force a thay trival sagaloping steed. As the corpulent figure swing their club sand charge, the sonite liarteners will live alive. Subsequently, the pig-headed horde, lured entire lion Totha Valley, will find themselves as besieged from all sides, gradual devoured by the elite heavy infantry, rendering this 3,000-strong vanguard off pig-headed beasts a shell plus asphyshina barrel. 6 die commoner sex changed for 3,000 door kills. It is an undeniable profit. The leading night cast sawest full glance off the towering retainer. The pig-headed creatures possess keen senses who'd themain foresee approach to closely, there is premature detection. Therefore, Thefrontoft heavily is men be heavy infantry, while if there employs cavalry, swiftly encircling contain. Desperate hebbies will fight to fellest. When the pig-heady Darmai realizes they are surrounded, they will unleash their fierce assault. This batch of retainers represents their meal. Loyal barbaric mongrels are likely to find Thyrendin the belly a soft huppy-headed horde. What a trajectile. Theek Knight surveys Themingral with a smile, he's is betraying gun tof admiration. Sensing the gaze upon him Marie, Quinlo worships elids, fouling in tossilence. Heater estostaponto thebidal field, for he possess she sown minso fasurance. Chapter 2 The Explosive Marksman System. The Explosive Marksman System is at your service. Name Quinn. Age 18. Skill Beastly Mike. 95 Tonex Skill Extraction. Quinn awakened his spas life immemorious 2 years prior at that time. He was a frail little boy, gradually growing stronger after acquiring the skill. Aside from the initial free extraction opportunity, Heke nearn progress points belaying creatures with combat prowess surpassing that of an ordinary adult melee. Once at progress points sarfully accumulated, Heke can randomly draw bowman ability equipment from the myriad realm. The fierce skill he extracted was beastly might be bestowed be a preeminent thunter. Legends is peak of fast strength sufficient to strangle lions, capable of intimidating beast sandmonsters. Itinances physical prowess on to increase estimate deal to magical beasts. The town where Quinn resides named Bordeaux, renowned for its fine wines, yielding considerable annual tax revenue. From Aongage, he educate in the duty of protecting the chestnut family of Bordeaux. Piney and current terra the cornerstone as soft nobilities rice, Anquin's ancestor shall the see credit preserving theorem of wine methods, earning them knight who daunt serving Thursday through generations. As future revisal sandry sipients off loyalty, the forebears natural encourage their children angle. The closest companions synths regard were Weiss and Quinn. Thought an obli Pierce Rother handsome, memory is off their child who rivalry over Hakudun it farther reveal that Quinn has come to conclusion. Thiefity off southern Lyankananly lead Toth northern dynasty. Having grown new plistening totally soft knights battling dragons, the noble dreamy doth achieve great deeds in the front lines, yet reality struck him like a thunderclap. Own limaments after charging goot with the cavalry, he was soon horsed be the frenzied pig-headed creatures, saved on libeth fact that Thyrax a sand club scood noten flictimigen, his platir marina short span of time otherwise, he'ld have perished. Quinn, on the other hand, feels sating eof exhilaration. For the first skill hedrew, Thebe's soft a forest dared to approach him, yet he could not become a mindless killer. After spending 2 years amidst his slaughterhouse, Heffinally reached 91 on the progresper, and to his surprise, a single battle in the battlefield against twig-headed creatures Bashidito 95. Thought Tisserker system azim summy what sinister, Relying on the skill renders those pig-headed creature sutterly defenseless against them. Parting the dense thicket, Queen gazed in the depth soft desolate heavily. Unlike the anxious retainers at horrific sate on the path before them, his eyes roamed the surrounding woods, his expression dark and foreboding. Noticing Quin's troubled demeanor, Onoft Hertners drew closer and inquired softly, "Brother, have you discerned anything?" He was among the few who sensed that some is. Although he lacked understanding of strategy and terrain, he grasped the fundamental principle of seeking refuge in the battlefield. The bitter essence of the herbal lingered from his tongue to his throat, invigorating his spirit considerably. After all, the sea creatures would not survive a the Theruis no need to wonderward. Quin prefer excellence, yet the reader inner was quiteth the conversationalist. You must have been a turbo for a thought wind flower true liar freshest themed, but this is the first time I've seen some under at a contematra. Must deceit for medicinal purposes. I am also hunter these brutes rare remarkably vigorous, theretener bore the insignia of Tyre Eagle clan, a burgeoning noble force of Thatmerjed from the Lestregem Exchange, akin to the unfortunate Stonemore family. Their territorious were renowned for producing exquisite heifers, and ability thought thrived on the prowess of hunters. Thus, ha comprehended the formidable strength Quin could wield amongst the pig-headed ranks, Cladin Hizer and Platermer. The frenzied charge off the pig-headed warriors surged forth like relentless tide, whileth his retainer navigateth through Tim like he stirred a vessel braving Thwavs. No pig-headed creature could topple his majestic warship. With a dismissive espeting goft he willed flowerum nance at the ground, Quin unhurriedly followed the procession. An unusual, acrid scent wafted through twoods, and he quietly sensed an unsettling presence lurking in the valley. Having once hunted in these forests, he was well acquainted with pheasant left by large beasts, a testament to their dominion over this territory. The hunter attainable to detect Theodore, instinctively avoiding paths frequented by such creatures to preserve their abided. These was the instinct of every seasoned hunter. Yet, he overlooked a critical point. This valley had been designed as a battleground be the orcs and the empire and ordinary beasts sought to roam here. The large creatures permitted were the livestock tamed be the orcs. Theshy fedi dorks would drear enormous eograms, thetog-heady dines would train hounds for tracking, and feeble-heady dorks would raise a sturdy black oxen for hologoods. The big-headed dorks, in turn, domesticate da species known scientifically as long-haired pigs. The orcs regarded Hirdamid Levesta Kaskan Andrely engaged in self-sustaining practices. Their recent the pig-heady dorks could become the predominant military force and their ability to out the long-haired pigs, transforming them into cavalry. Why the acliterilding 7 to 8 offspring, these sea creatures could give birth within 5 months, react mature be 4 years, and boast an average life span of 9 years. In a tribe of 3,000, every individual over Theogoth 4 could serve as a soldier, with cavalry numbers soaring to 500. Even if the tribe were to beer ducid to fewer than 100, it could regain its former strength with an aidkid. Thus, even if long-haired pigs lacked endurance, even if they could not be trained to follow the disciplined ranks of regular cavalry, and even if they required in diverse periods they remained in cavalry, a vast the stove cavalry. Moreover, the long-haired pig abided remarkable adaptability, traversing mountains, dense forests, plains, and hills with ease, providing the pig-heady dorks with greater tactical versatility than conventional human cavalry. Thought he orcs themselves were not, particularly tactical in their approach, one could not disregard the possibility of unforeseen maneuvers from the enemy. According to conventional wisdom, the number of wild-born knights in this contingent should be around 500, safeguarded the Hartofta formation, gradually entering the Freyas the battalion sud. These ways information impartedo him be visive terdindanga military meeting. While several details about the pig-heady dorks were accurate, one crucial aspect seemed to have been overlooked: the pig-heady dorks would not deploy wild-born knight suskus. Such simple tasks were typically reserved for the weakest among them, while a few ill-born knights who'd be poised at the center of team main force, ready for action. Rustle. A faint sound of rustling leaves Scott Quint's attention, and high instinctive-like considerate implications. Whether it way sod liberatimize information from thick knights or and thyr intelligence, one thing Quinn called as certain was the number of wild-born knights was not as anticipated. Rustle. Thud. A stone adhesive fable collided with the face of owner retainer in the formation. Blood spraying for Tasha fell to the ground without a sound. Run. Pig-headed for spotted. Help me. Rustle. 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 A relentless barrage of stones rained down like a pest. Chapter 3. Despicable. This intelligence is absolutely incorrect. Quinn forcefully shoved aside the hunter's retainer, surrounded by 20 wild boar knights gradually encircling the retainer troop. The unfortunate hunter, used as a human shield, had his front crushed by stones, his mouth still mumbling incoherently, though it seemed he was exhaling more than inhaling. Only 20 wild boar knights had managed to ensnare 60 retainer knights. Each of these boar-headed warriors stood approximately 1.6 meters tall, their stout and muscular physiques perfectly suited for navigating through the forest. Coupled with their tusked mounts, equipped with slingshots and stone axes, they were more than capable of devouring this band of human retainers. Squish, squish, the hooves of the wild boars squelched in the muck, expelling the air trapped within. This seemingly ludicrous scene instilled a profound sense of terror in the 59 retainer knights. Their skin, pressed together by layers of fat, showcased razor-sharp tusks, honed to a deadly edge, and their bodies were clad not in modest leather, but in primitive bone armor fashioned from shattered skulls. The wild boar knight captain exhibited a calmness distinct from his comrades as he directed his subordinates to capture their prey from several dozen meters away. You, humans, I shall block. In the mythos of creation, the first elven emperor who unified the continent obliterated the linguistic talents of other races at the soul level, ensuring that even a goblin born merely 3 days prior spoke the common tongue of the continent. Their limited intellect often confined them to understanding only a few simple words throughout their lives. The wild boar knight captain's words were straightforward. The tallest among them was Quinn, while the others were to swiftly deal with the remaining retainer knights. 20 versus 60. However, this disparity of numbers offered the opportunity for individual valor to shine. Every wild boar knight had bested at least 2 of their kin and was capable of hunting beasts 3 times their own size. Food, food, food. Repeating this single word, 19 wild boar knights brandished their weapons. In stark contrast, the retainers were in disarray, frantically discarding their steel forks and sickles in a desperate bid to escape the pursuit of the wild boar knights. We only need to reach the military camp. Do not panic. There are only 20 of these beasts. Run. In the wilderness, when faced with large carnivorous creatures, the goal was merely to outrun one's companions. Yet, this was a battlefield. The orcs would slay all humans. Most retainers had only seen battle once in their lives, lacking any training, and were of little use beyond assisting their noble masters in collecting spoils. Ignoring the fate already determined for the retainers, Quinn turned his attention to the wild boar knight captain. The captain, mounted on a tusked pig, stood at a height comparable to Quinn, adorned in bone armor, wielding a bone axe and supported by a bone blade. Yet, facing this human armed with only a hand axe, the wild boar knight captain still felt a sense of threat. Before the captain could act, Quinn stepped forward. Observing the tusked pig trembling under the influence of his skill yet refusing to retreat, he could not help but offer praise. "Heh, you've raised it well. His name is Deoya. My dearest, younger brother," squealed the captain. The grotesque visage of the boar revealed a serious expression, displaying the respect due to Quinn. The oppressive presence conveyed by his massive frame was effective not only against humans but also resonated with the orcs. The larger the creature, the stronger it appeared. The wild boar knight captain recognized Quinn's threat, prompting the squad to first subdue the retainers. Cruel and powerful, capable of using their kin as shields, it dared to believe that this towering human would do anything to survive. If they did not eliminate the retainers first, their squad would likely be unable to consume this troop. However, it appeared that the human had no intention of treating those useless retainers as allies. This was advantageous. Arrogance would be the critical weakness of this prey. Drawing a leather strip from the side pouch of the tusked pig, the wild boar knight captain bound his bone axe and wrist tightly together, intending to restrain this human. He was not a knight endowed with extraordinary strength, thus the possibility of victory remained. Should he succeed in severing the human's head, he would offer it as a grand tribute to the god of war. Lowering his body to minimize the impact of the forest terrain, the wild boar knight captain noticed the human also bent down, adopting a hunting stance. He understood that the life-and-death confrontation was about to commence. His hand stealthily brushed against the back of the tusked pig, years of training allowing the creature to comprehend its master's intent. With taut limbs, it surged forward like a small war chariot, charging through the dim woods at full speed. In the blink of an eye, the short distance was traversed, and the bone axe sliced through the air at an almost imperceptible angle, thrusting directly towards Quinn. Thud! The wild boar knight captain's bone axe pierced flesh deeply, blood spilling onto the earth. The soft texture of the innards did not ease the captain's expression but rather contorted it into one of greater discomfort. Despicable Quinn had only bent down to seize the unfortunate soul crushed by a stone, using him as a shield. The captain's bone axe had indeed struck the body of this hapless individual. Becoming lodged within, unable to be withdrawn, with only one hand free, Quinn grasped the captain with ease, like catching a chick. Using the dead as a shield was an act only the most despicable of goblins would dare to commit. I care not for that. Quinn seized the wild boar knight captain by the throat, lifting him from the shaggy pig and, observing the captain's stubby, muscular arms attempting to draw the bone blade beneath him, exerted a slight force. Crack. The captain's cervical vertebrae snapped, extinguishing his life entirely. Explosive killshot system at your service. 100 until next skill extraction. Skill extraction in progress. Wongi style. Gleaned from a once mighty gunner. Mastered through rigorous training, honed in the crucible of battle, this ultimate combat skill allows for simultaneous control of 3 weapons in free combat, employing a technique that defies gravity to summon the thunder. Mastery of the crossbow. Mastery of the one-handed sword. Increased draw speed. Skill distribution in progress. Please wait. Chapter 4. Report. This is how one wields a blade. An unexpected muscle memory compelled Quinn to draw the bone blade. This weapon, measuring a full 1.3 meters, appeared no different from a one-handed sword in his grasp. Yet for the wild boar knight captain, it was the preferred weapon for charging into battle, due to the forest's constraints. The advantages of larger weaponry could not be utilized, prompting the choice of the bone axe for offense. Now, it benefited Quinn. Targeting the tusked pig's throat, the bone blade plunged in. The soft flesh initially caved in before yielding to the blade's sharpness. Splitting open into 2 rows, effortlessly creating a massive gash, blood gushed forth. The significant wound resembled a pot of thick soup left untended, oozing copious amounts of viscous crimson pig's blood. The fallen tusked pig twitched from excessive blood loss until it finally ceased all movement. Merely seconds later, a most gratifying sensation. Mastering this art of slaughter took but an instant, yet the most primal pleasure enveloped him, intoxicating him thoroughly. As previously mentioned, Quinn was not a mere newcomer to this realm. To progress in his skills, he had traversed forests, waded through swamps, hunted down bandits, and nearly lost a leg to a bandit's trap, ultimately landing in the slaughterhouse. He had taken many lives, both human and animal, yet had never experienced such a feeling before. Shaking the warm blood from the bone blade, Quinn turned to face the approaching wild boar knights. Upon witnessing their captain's demise, they had forgotten their prior commands. Their eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance, as if intent on devouring Quinn alive. Revenge. The only word clinging to the lips of all the orcs, was not that they possessed profound emotions, but rather the innate trait of communal beings, uniting against a common foe in the face of danger. Rustle. Crushing the brittle leaves, the enraged tusked pigs advanced with their master, raising their weapons high. Their timing was impeccable, a clear indication of elite cavalry seasoned in battle atop their swine mounts, adept at controlling their steed's pace to maximize their attack's potency. This is fortuitous, as if having experienced countless ambushes. Quinn, despite his towering stature, merely sidestepped, evading the full-force strike descending from above. In the clash, Quinn perceived the surprise in his opponent's eyes, as if questioning how he could evade such an attack, drawing a stark contrast between himself and those hapless retainers, whom the wild boar knight captain had deemed on the same level. From below, the bone blade in Quinn's grasp became a flash of light barely discernible to the naked eye, a swift pull. And, slash, veins were severed, blood sprang forth in a vivid arc that traced along the roots of an ancient tree, the tusked pig and its master collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. 3. Until next skill acquisition, 2 tusked pigs, 1 boar-headed warrior, experience diminished. Yet, this was only to be expected. Otherwise, merely slaying these boar-headed warriors would render him invincible. The experience gained from different boar-headed warriors varied. For instance, the captain provided more than double the progress of a common boar-headed warrior. Thus, dispatching more formidable creatures was indeed the shortcut to becoming stronger. However, these hapless creatures that had delivered themselves to him should not be wasted. Turning slightly, he cast a sidelong glance at the remaining 18 wild boar knights, With both hands gripping the bone blade, he raised it to eye level, taking a deep breath as his eyes sparkled with fierce determination. It was time to strike. Emerging from a pool of blood, each step left behind dark crimson footprints. Behind Quinn, the corpses of wild-boar men had piled up like a small hill, wiping the dulled bone blade. He casually severed the hind leg of a long-toothed pig, preparing to augment his meal. The earlier retinue had been decimated, with many dead and others fled, leaving but a scant few behind. The numbers of the wild-boar knights were inconsistent. If the pig-headed men adhered to their traditional practice of sending out a lean contingent as scouts, then the knights he had just slain must have been the weakest of their ranks. No wonder they were so inept. Yet, even these ineffectual wild-boar knights remained an unstoppable force against ordinary men. Should anyone dare to resist, they would coordinate with their long-toothed pigs to launch a joint assault. Essentially, a soldier facing a wild-boar knight contended with two sources of harm: the weapons of the pig-headed men and the teeth of the long-toothed pigs. The body of a retainer, pierced through, illustrated that even leather armor, with slightly diminished defenses, could not withstand the dagger-like tusks. Unlike the others, he had wielded his steel fork as a weapon of defense, but to little avail. The long-toothed pigs were not mere automatons. They instinctively evaded threatening attacks, easily dodging the fork's thrusts with the assistance of their pig-headed commanders. The death of this retainer marked the final psychological barrier in their resistance. Thereafter, no retainer dared to raise their weapon. He took the steel fork from the fallen retainer and slung it over his shoulder. Although it was not a crossbow, the fork would suffice. Regrettably, the weapons of the deceased retainers were mostly crude knives and steel forks. And even the leather armor seemed a size too small. Had he followed his previous inclinations, he might have stripped them of their coin pouches, but having acquired a second skill, he deemed such riches trivial. Greater wealth awaited him on the vast lands ahead. The crystalline defense line stretched long, with 20 fortresses standing resolutely upon this natural barrier. Centuries of construction had enabled the engineers of the Golden Empire to forge a demarcation of civilization upon the earth. The orcs halted outside this line, while the Empire yielded not an inch within it. This was only right. The fortresses, as impregnable as a fortress could be, formed an almost continuous line, regardless of which fortress was attacked. At least 3 nearby could mobilize soldiers within a day. Simultaneously, the treacherous terrain prevented the orcs from deploying large forces for simultaneous assaults. The tide of beasts would ultimately reduce to but a trickle. Thus, even if the Orc Empire doubled the number of soldiers on the border, the outcome would remain largely unchanged. Unless they could circumvent the habitats of the higher magical beasts, an impossible feat. Mortal strength could never hope to contend with such legendary calamities. Even the vast Orc Empire dared not confront the higher magical beings head-on, for to do so would risk their own annihilation. Despite the prospect of ambushing the Golden Empire's rear by traversing the beast's territory post-mortem, if they could achieve this, they would not have remained locked in a stalemate with the Golden Empire at the crystalline defense line for centuries. The geographical positioning of the spiked lance fortress placed it prominently, making it one of the most besieged by orcs. That barbaric mongrel seemed to have met his demise. Reporting false military intelligence was a capital offense. As compensation, pausing slightly, the knight's gaze shifted elsewhere. The next wave of the beast tide would see you as the vanguard. These were the retainers of the nobles, mere pawns in the power struggle. Cast aside on the battlefield. Instantly, the expressions of the nobles turned frantic. Having fled the battlefield, they understood all too well what fate awaited those at the forefront. Venomous curses erupted from their lips, condemning the commoners for their lies in a desperate bid for survival. The knight found amusement in the nobles' brutish behavior, watching with a smirk as they grew increasingly agitated. At that moment, a personal guard rushed to his side. Whispering urgently, before the knight could fret over the guard's lack of decorum, he noticed the astonishment on the guard's face, as if something significant had transpired. No, Lord Polybo, he is somewhat different. What could possibly be different? Chapter 5. The doctor and the good brother tell me. Where did you find that knife? The knight stood before Quinn, gazing up at the towering figure, immediately categorizing Quinn's actions. Despite the man being smeared in blood, with 2 pig legs slung over his shoulder, the knight remained resolute in his desire to use this barbarian as fodder. These nobles were merely unfortunate souls cast to the border, expendable. their lives now serving only to shine upon the battlefield. This insignificant retainer was even easier. He could concoct any excuse to eliminate him. Quinn scratched his head, instantly discerning that the knight was deliberately seeking to provoke him. Unperturbed, he simply sheathed the bone blade at his waist. A faint smile gracing his dusty face as he spoke. I discovered a whole squadron of pig-headed cavalry in the woods, about 5 kilometers north of the fortress. They seem to be a scouting party tasked with clearing the forest. I wonder if you are aware of this news, or perhaps not. Initially, the knight had no intention of listening closely, but as Quinn's words concluded, the eyes beneath the armor flickered with interest. Soon, Polybo abandoned his conversation with Quinn, issuing commands to the knights beside him. Assemble the troops, summon the remaining knights. That damned reconnaissance team is likely terrified and only gathered a vague impression. Hastily concluding it was a single tribe. If the pig-headed cavalry had encircled all the long-toothed pigs, they would barely be able to see the ranks of pigs. This deployment should consist solely of cavalry, numbering no more than 2,000, with the inclusion of long-toothed pigs, appearing to total around 3,000. To command such a force, the leading officer must undoubtedly be a formidable figure, drawing upon his extensive combat experience. The knight quickly deduced the rough numbers of the pig-headed army: 2,500 infantry, 500 cavalry, and 2,000 mounted warriors. Especially when considering the harmonious coordination of the orc cavalry, who had lived alongside their mounts their entire lives. In outdoor combat, if they failed to swiftly overcome this force, they risked being outflanked as the enemy summoned reinforcements. The most daunting aspect was that the commander capable of overseeing such a contingent was undoubtedly a renowned warrior forged in the crucible of battle. There was no time to waste. They must immediately leave the fortress to support the knights at the forefront. Otherwise, even if the knight commander could fight his way out, his forces would sustain significant losses. As anxiety surged within him, Knight Polybo caught sight of the trembling retainers nearby and erupted in anger. And you? When you meet the commander next time, use respectful language. The latter remark was directed at Quinn. Polybo had never entertained the thought that Quinn might be lying. This mongrel wielded a weapon only the captain of a pig-headed cavalry squad could possess, along with those 2 robust long-toothed pig legs. Far larger than their counterparts, coupled with the earlier testimonies of the retainers, his assumptions were undoubtedly well-founded. Tension escalated again, and the knight shouted, "Cavalry! Assemble my cavalry within 30 minutes, observing the knights hurriedly mobilizing." Quinn maintained his smile. Nobles and knights enjoyed special privileges. A single room was the bare minimum. As for the retainers, they could either choose to reside together or be arranged with the fortress soldiers. Naturally, Quinn shared quarters with his noble master. Upon opening the door, Quinn discovered a woman leaning beside his good brother, playfully pinching his cheek. Her striking features bore an expression of desperate sorrow, golden hair tousled, and her delicate countenance exuded an air of fragile beauty. Damn, my brother should have pursued a career in the South Liang. The sudden unveiling of the tent startled the noble youth, who, upon seeing Quinn, eagerly introduced, "Quinn, this is Miss Heezer, a remarkable individual, an extraordinary level doctor. Well, perhaps akin to a knight among physicians. Miss Heezer, this is Quinn, my retainer. It was he who rescued me from the battlefield. Don't be fooled by his current robust stature. He was once quite slender." The woman turned to present her full visage to Quinn. Her clean-cut silver hair framed a white coat, and her face bore an air of cold aloofness, hands tucked into her pockets. Resembling a snow lotus upon a lofty mountain, not easily approached, a beautiful woman, though not as captivating as my brother. Upon seeing Quinn enter, the doctor rose, adjusting Vis's blanket. "Your injuries have healed sufficiently. You may move freely." Even her voice carried a chilling indifference. The doctor showed no concealment of her disdain for Quinn. Perhaps it was the sight of the 2 bloody pig legs he bore that repulsed her. With a whiff of medicinal fragrance, she swiftly departed from Quinn's side, brushing away the hem of her attire that had inadvertently brushed against him. After watching her leave, Quinn placed the bone blade in a corner. "Don't mind her. Miss Heezer prefers cleanliness." The previously pallid Vis, now with color returning to his cheeks, sat up in bed and took a swig from the nearby water jug. The blanket slipped from his shoulders, revealing his somewhat slender form. Due to the absence of injuries on his upper body, only a thin shirt clung to his skin from the heat of perspiration. I find it rather inconsequential. The peculiar thoughts of you nobles are always rather strange, and possessing a slight obsession with cleanliness is quite normal. Oddly enough, I can't shake the feeling that you have a bit of a fatty chest. Look here. It appears there's a touch of excess flesh, suggesting you haven't exerted yourself physically at all. Originally, Quinn had intended to play a tune, but upon noticing the bloodstains still adorning his fingers, he felt too embarrassed to jest with his comrades. "You're utterly revolting parish." With a thunderous shout, Weiss abruptly flung aside the covers and kicked at Quinn's chin. However, a body unaccustomed to exercise seemed incapable of enduring such emotion. His leg buckled, and his head tilted backward. Quick as a flash, Quinn extended one hand, grasping Weiss's body as it teetered dangerously close to the ground. With a single hand, he seized Weiss's smooth ankle, the flesh of his calf still quivering, lifting him effortlessly into the air, where Weiss flailed in vain. His long legs pressed tightly together, now exhibiting a hint of muscle, and their pallor nearly blinded Quinn's eyes, as the squirming movements resembled that of a writhing white serpent. "Put me down! No, you vile servant! Truly useless, master! My leg is going to break! Oh no! Ha! You've fallen for it! Taste my kick! Do you genuinely believe those spindly arms and legs can best me? Vile servant, I command you not to resist! I can't hear you! Then take another kick! No, 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 it's really going to break." Herschel, who had not strayed far, halted in her tracks, as a transcendent being. Her physical attributes far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Naturally, she heard the ruckus emanating from the noble dormitory. Thus, she paused, looking quizzically at the room from whence the sounds came. Nobles and commoners, however, if it were him, he should possess the qualifications. Herschel touched her neck, her fingertips brushing against a bead of cold sweat. Just moments ago, when she had displayed her disdain, the man wielding the bone blade had instantly harbored an impulse to slaughter her. Yet, it was well concealed. Had it not been for her unique insights as a special transcendent, she might not have even perceived it. Faced with such a person, she dared not express her anger, for he would genuinely act upon it. He would wield that bone blade and pierce her throat with the same ease as one would slay a pig. Chapter 6. A farcical retreat on the distant battlefield. A hulking boar-headed figure loomed over the open plains, bellowing at the knights encircled by him. "Where are the strongest of the enemy? I am Hetrelu, the second warrior of the Bristlefong tribe. Slayer of giants, in the presence of the war god, I extend a challenge for a duel." The massive boar-headed creature did not appear cumbersome. Each inch of its skin was adorned with grotesque, bizarre patterns reflecting a profound sheen as if its muscle were forged from steel, imbued with an inexhaustible strength. Unlike other boar-headed beings, it wielded a pair of black tusks, gripped firmly in its hands like twin blades. The terrifying shockwaves of its voice spread incrementally, causing even the nearby weak boarmen to faint at the sound. Only its kin could withstand the thunderous roar. 50 of its kind, slightly shorter than Hetrelu, were covered in the same bizarre patterns, and the long-tusked boars beneath them were astonishingly large, their tusks having evolved from daggers into swords. 50 extraordinary boar-headed warriors, coupled with 50 extraordinary long-tusked boars, stood alongside 5,000 boar knights poised for battle, with over 20,000 boar infantry steadily approaching from behind. Opposing them stood 2,000 dismounted human heavy infantry. Even in their formation, the human side felt a wave of panic when faced with such a dark, overwhelming enemy. "Captain, do not be provoked by its taunts. Hold our ground. We can retreat while fighting a knight," urged the towering heavy-armored warrior at the center, only to be halted by the latter's massive hand. The pure steel armor gleamed magnificently under the sun, its fierce and terrifying design standing out among the knights. Upon hearing the knight's words, two beams of golden light flickered from beneath the helmet. "Only I can contend with it, and only it can contend with me." A deep, authoritative voice resonated from the heart of the formation, quelling the emotions of those present. A powerful transcendent being is akin to a butcher when faced with ordinary creatures. Yet, should their numbers swell and their stamina wane, even they may be consumed by the tide. The knight restrained the captain's thoughts, continuing to advise. "Hetrelu is a once-in-a-millennium hero among the boar-headed. Once, he ventured alone into the snowfields to hunt the cloud summit giants, leading 2,000 cavalry on a relentless 3-day, three-night raid on 2 cities of the Holy See 8 years prior. 3 years ago, he single-handedly challenged and vanquished the abyssal demon lord, the Nightmarish Knight. Achieving miracles unattainable by mortals, this immensely powerful orc hero, while having only accomplished 3 legendary feats, has proven that no knight commander of the 20 fortresses along the Crystal Line can defeat him in a one-on-one duel. Only the legion commander of the 100,000 troops of the Crystal Line, the most outstanding student of the Golden Empire's first hero, who has slain a dragon and been sung about by bards, stands any chance of defeating him. If the knight commander were to face him one-on-one, certain death would await within 100 exchanges. Now, the knight commander stood steadfast, his gaze beneath the helmet equally turbulent. Of course, he was aware he was no match for the enemy. Yet, at this moment, retreat was not an option. If I halt, the majority of this troop may very well perish due to my command. After murmuring to himself, he patted the knight's head. In the final moments, a mounted messenger raised the military flag, summoning all his strength to shout. The boar-headed hero, itching for a fight, gripped his tusks and halted his subordinates before they could charge. Even from hundreds of meters away, he could clearly hear the messenger's words, one-on-one. Victory is assured. However, in a one-on-4, he held no certainty of triumph. Should he be ensnared, the losses among his kin would escalate continuously. The boar-headed and human physiques are comparable, yet the disparity between heavy armor and no armor is not easily bridged. Even Hetralu's bone armor, lacking the enhancement of transcendent power, pales in comparison to the simplest piece of chainmail worn by human soldiers. Therefore, attempting to force a charge would result in unacceptable casualties. Engaging the powerful in frontline duels, weakening the enemy's morale before utilizing transcendent forces to bolster the army, is the only way to maximize one's effectiveness in warfare. Shall we simply let them go? Do not act rashly. Once the prophecy unfolds, we will have ample opportunities to confront them. Retreat. 1 hour later at the Bladed Spear Fortress in the captain's quarters, the reinforcements were a ruse? You merely deceived them? Yes. Has the senior already learned of my unauthorized deployment? Yes, I am to be punished, forbidden from stepping beyond the fortress for 2 months. Yes, a large and a small armored figure sat within the tent, exchanging glances in hopes of unearthing something from one another's eyes. Alas, the 2 knights discerned nothing. Finally, the knight commander slammed his hand upon the table, vocally expressing his dissatisfaction. I, the Imperial's ferocious tiger, cannot even launch a single offensive? Absolutely not. We, both knights and soldiers, excel in defense but falter in attack. This vanguard of boar-headed men is merely bait, and coupled with the scout's erroneous intelligence, had the enemy not feared the other commanders. Being spooked by false reports, our safe withdrawal would have been in jeopardy. Is that truly so? Did you not witness it? Our heavy armor is specifically designed for positional warfare, and the immense weight reduction around the fortress is a miracle born from its construction. As long as we hold our ground, even 100,000 beastmen cannot breach it. Polybo rubbed his forehead, realizing he could not wipe away the sweat due to his armor. Being in the presence of the knight commander was indeed tormenting. The knight genuinely feared that a moment of unreasonableness would lead to a fistfight. Polybo, while you did indeed save me, you understand, right? If I cannot vent my energy, I will unleash it upon you. This is beyond my control. After all, you are the only one who can withstand my blows. Gazing at the massive gauntlet that was nearly the size of his forehead, Polybo hastily waved his hands. As a punching bag, he had already endured a beating from the commander over a dozen times this month. I found a commoner. He will surely amuse you. Upon hearing this, the knight commander's brow arched beneath his helmet. Piqued with interest. A commoner? Do not deceive me. If he is dull, you must be entertaining. Chapter 7. The path of the transcendent. As nightfall descended, the Bladed Spear Fortress was not particularly large, housing around 20,000 inhabitants, 15,000 in logistics, and 5,000 combat soldiers. Each time a new noble was summoned, they were arranged in the open space south of the fortress. As previously mentioned, these nobles had been the vanquished in the power struggles, and their fates were reduced to 2 outcomes: to become cannon fodder on the battlefield or to train in the military to become knights, preserving their titles while their distant families clung to existence. The training of nobles in the military adopted a herding-style approach. Once the method is disseminated, whether one can master it entirely hinges upon innate talent. This approach is extraordinarily arduous, requiring a minimum of 2 hours of grueling practice daily to the point of exhaustion, followed by 4 hours of meditation, and persistence for no less than 3 months to have any chance of success. Given that Quinn lacks noble blood, the likelihood of him becoming a knight through this means is less than 1 in 10,000. However, he possesses an advantage. For dinner, I have prepared my special heartfelt pig's trotters soup. How disgusting! Why must you give such a revolting name to cooking? If it disgusts you, then don't eat it. No, seated on the bed, the young nobleman disregarded all etiquette and reached directly into the soup to grab a pig's trotter. The rations in the barracks are hardly commendable, yet that is not entirely accurate. It should be said that the provisions provided to these nobles in the barracks are subpar. 2 hard pieces of bread, a thick soup replete with peculiar wild vegetables and the remains of insects, coupled with nearly rotten fruit, constitute the daily meals of all nobles. Quinn, as a mere retainer, has even worse provisions. He is not entitled to fruit or thick soup. Initially, many nobles protested against this fare, asserting that the commander of the knightly order was insulting them. Even captives should not be subjected to such wretched meals. Yet, a week has passed, and the number of these nobles has dwindled to a mere third of the original count. Each one now quietly consuming their meals, with no protests to be heard. Once was finished his dinner, Quinn tidied up the utensils and intended to attend to his own hunger in the morning. He had taken down 2 hind legs of a long-toothed pig, exchanging one for a brief use of the kitchen, while the other leg he had simmered in a large iron pot for 4 hours. His good friend has a small appetite and could only manage to eat a small portion, leaving a hefty half of a trotter languishing in the pot. The longer it stews, the more flavorful the trotter becomes. Before Quinn could reach the kitchen, shouts from soldiers echoed in the distance. "Hey, you! Don't look away! I'm talking to you!" I mean no offense, but the commander wishes to see you." Typically, the soldiers at the fortress exhibit an arrogant demeanor towards the knightly retainers. However, upon approaching, Quinn felt the palpable pressure emanating from this robust figure. Standing before Quinn, the light from the room was entirely obscured, casting him in shadow. Even the most courageous would speak softly when consulting with Quinn. Concealed beneath loose garments, the man bore a grim expression, as though he could exude water from his countenance. "Lead the way," he guided Quinn to the front of a modest bungalow, glancing briefly inside before urging. "The commander is right in there. You may enter on your own." In comparison to Quinn, the soldier appeared to be even more intimidated by the commander of the knightly order. The current commander of the Thorn Spear Fortress gained notoriety by slaying a dragon-toothed beast with his bare hands. Ascending to the position of commander of the knightly order at Thorn Spear Fortress, the dragon-toothed beast was the mate of the chieftain of the Sword Fang clan of the Tigerhead tribe, who was also dispatched by this commander with a broken tooth piercing his throat. Following this battle, the then-deputy commander was directly promoted to commander. Stepping into the courtyard, Quinn observed the area strewn with uneven remnants, as if plowed by some force. Within the courtyard, 2 knights, one large and one small, clad in heavy armor, sat together. Even from Quinn's current stature, the large knight's height towered over him, approaching 2.5 meters, while the smaller knight was the same Polly he had encountered earlier in the day. Both knights suppressed their inherent presence, yet the instinctual pressure they radiated could not be contained. At this moment, their gazes were akin to those of 2 felines, one large and one small, delighting in a new-found plaything, regarding Quinn with a teasing glimmer. The smaller knight spoke first. "Commander, this low-born wretch likely possesses the blood of barbarians, and has managed to slay an entire squad of pig-headed cavalry without having yet received any extraordinary power. If nurtured properly, he could certainly become enough." The slightly excited, raspy voice interrupted Polly's subsequent words. The smaller knight glanced at the larger knight, and without needing to see beneath the visor, Polly comprehended. The commander was quite pleased with this newfound toy. The large knight leaned forward slightly, the moonlight cascading upon his heavy armor, exuding an air of tranquility. "Quinn, is that your name? Regarding today's events, I suppose I owe you my gratitude. Had you not alerted Polly, I would have incurred significant costs to escape from that pig-headed foe. You may be unaware of the situation, but I fell victim to a ruse orchestrated by one of those pig-headed creatures. Who would expect 3,000 pigs marching brazenly down the road without taking action? My plan was to encircle them, and given our forces, annihilating them was merely a matter of time. However, I did not anticipate they had already set an ambush, nearly costing me my troops. Polly wiped non-existent sweat from his armor. Only this commander could so effortlessly recount the folly of overreaching ambition and empty strategizing. The younger knight understood that the commander was far from a novice. However, the recent power fluctuations in the capital had even reached the borders. Should the commander fail to achieve any merits, his fate would be held in the hands of others. Coupled with the commander's tendency to prioritize his own interests, this recent narrow escape could serve as a lesson. May the commander learn from this misstep. Excellent. Clap. The commander brought his armored hands together, producing a crisp sound. The reason I summoned you here is twofold. Firstly, to introduce ourselves, and secondly, to ascertain whether you possess the qualifications to become a knight or a warrior. With that, the large knight rose from the ground. Boom! A silent wave of force erupted, as the commander, towering over 2.5 meters, fully revealed his imposing presence before Quinn. It was akin to an old bear standing upright or a fierce tiger unleashed. The most primal, untamed essence brushed against Quinn's face, causing goosebumps to rise upon his arms. Regrettably, you lack noble lineage, nor do you possess the blood of barbarians. You are merely an unusually tall commoner. Yet, I have a solution that I ask you. Do you wish to become a warrior? Without hesitation, Quinn nodded. I do. Chapter 8. Hope. Extraordinary power exists in varying degrees. Elite, legendary, epic, mythical. Elite is the most rudimentary form of extraordinary power. Yet it can effortlessly obliterate an entire squad of wild-born knights. By utilizing the knightly training methods of the Golden Empire, soldiers who attain the elite level immediately enjoy the same status and treatment as nobles. Along with greater opportunities for promotion within the army, legendary, although merely the second tier of power, has already severed ties with ordinary humanity, often yielding tales of slaying thousands single-handedly. The commander of the knightly order exists within this tier. Across the Golden Empire, there are 500,000 standing troops and 7 military legions. The commander of the 3rd Legion stationed at the Northern Crystal Line, the commander of the 4th Legion in the Eastern Abyssal Prison, the commander of the 6th Legion in the Southern Azure Ancient Forest, and the commander of the 2nd Legion along the Western Lus Highway, along with the commander of the 1st Legion stationed in the Royal City. Only 5 individuals possess epic-level combat prowess. They are the ones who can be etched into history. Ordinary soldiers' mass tactics cease to be effective against such formidable beings, capable of altering the tide of battle single-handedly. As for mythical-level warriors, there are only 2 within the entire Golden Empire, the Golden Emperor and the Grand Marshal. The sole requirement to become the heir of the Golden Empire is to, by any means necessary, be the first among siblings to attain mythical-level strength. Similarly, the stringent prerequisite for becoming the Grand Marshal of the Golden Empire's 500,000 troops is to possess mythical-level prowess. This is the power capable of obliterating an entire nation, and has been the foundation of the Golden Empire for millennia. For commoners seeking extraordinary power, the simplest method is through knightly training. Yet this approach places immense emphasis on lineage. For ordinary farmers like Quinn, who lack knightly blood, obtaining power necessitates the use of extreme methods. The flower sacrifice is a final recourse prepared by barbarians for those warriors devoid of talent. According to legend, the goddess of hunting is an extraordinarily beautiful deity, her allure surpassing that of all earthly flowers by a factor of 10,000. Her followers offer the finest game they encounter as a token of their devotion. Barbarians are among them. Once the flower sacrifice is initiated, one must slay a creature worthy of the goddess's satisfaction within the span of an hour. Success yields results that require no further elaboration, while failure results in becoming the living sacrifice to the goddess of hunting. However, this is not entirely adverse. One would merely lose their sanity and devolve into a beast, eternally accompanying her in her divine realm. Pursuing prey, perhaps even becoming a priest. Despite the commander's light-hearted manner of speaking, Polly could sense the weight behind the words. A creature worthy of the goddess's satisfaction is assuredly not about the creature itself, but rather a spectacle of a hunt grand enough to please the divine. What constitutes an extraordinary hunt? Naturally, it must be the most primal and savage struggle, where either side possesses the capacity to kill the other. Only through such an equitable confrontation can a hunt be deemed extraordinary. What if I were to slay an elite creature? Would that guarantee my status as a warrior? The deep, resonant voice of the man suddenly resounded in the ears of both knights. leaving them momentarily stunned. Ha 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 ha. The commander erupted into a thunderous laugh, the light glinting from beneath his visor, as he slapped the smaller knight on the head. Polly Polly, this fellow is genuinely amusing. Remember, young man, every creature you slay serves as a tribute to the goddess, and tributes, of course, should be as bounteous as possible. The goddess has a fondness for formidable warriors. Thud. With a heavy thump, the Grand Knight plopped down onto the ground. Casting a glance at Quinn in the distance and waving his hand dismissively now, you can be on your way. 5 minutes later, with one hand clutching a hunk of meat and the other grasping a pancake. The commander devoured his meal with gusto, while inquiring of Polypo, Polypo, do you believe you can intercept all the elite pig-headed foes on the battlefield? With a piece of bone still lodged in his mouth. Polypo responded quizzically, eh? Weren't you sending him to his doom? The young knight had always thought the commander merely saw Quinn as an amusing target, intending to use him for entertainment, but it appeared he genuinely wished to cultivate him. With a resounding slap, the greasy palm struck the back of Polypo's head as the commander brandished a massive pig's trotter, chastising him. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you take me for a fool? I have but one remaining sacred artifact to communicate with the goddess. I genuinely see potential in him and intend to provide him with that opportunity. Don't mistake my intentions for jest. By the way, can you handle it or not? Polypo silently lifted his large bowl, sipping the pig trotter soup in small gulps. Apologies, Commander, but I am powerless. He bit down on the soft cartilage of the trotter, chewing with a crunch as the commander continued to grumble. All right, I shall call upon Melis. However, I fear she may become so frenzied in battle that she forgets her protective duties. Lily is more reliable in such matters. Isn't she? She too is an order knight, and you could stand to learn from her. After all, she could easily knock you down with a single blow. Order knights are a unique, extraordinary system exclusive to the Golden Empire. Renowned for their formidable defensive capabilities, as for their offensive prowess that requires diligent training. The Lily the commander spoke of, gifted and persistent, had honed her combat abilities to perfection, seldom finding an equal among elite opponents. And was indeed the strongest warrior in the commander's retinue. At this moment, she was likely still honing her skills in the training grounds, rather than chatting idly with the commander like Polypo. With a look of exasperation at his unfocused superior, Polypo shot him a deadpan stare. Commander, I am a knight of command. If you wish for me to engage the elite, pig-headed warriors one-on, I might consider switching my training to defensive techniques, but you would lose the only knight capable of orchestrating 5,000 troops. Haha, I was merely jesting. Come now, eat more meat, grow a bit taller, and become tougher. Then I shall refrain from growing. Fine, this pig trotter is rather delicious today, so hand it over to me. Chapter 9. War the prophecy is about to commence. Are you prepared? Hetrelu tore into a charred leg. Stuffing it into his mouth point, one could vaguely discern that the original owner of this limb was some form of humanoid creature. The orc tribes are exceedingly numerous, one reason being their reproductive capacity. To ensure the survival of their tribe, they must plunder the resources of others: population, land, and food. Among these, population and food are interchangeable. Thus, what the pig-headed hero chewed upon was the remains of other races or corpses. Upon hearing Hetrelu's proclamation, the surrounding tribesmen paused their feasting, their eyes resolute, radiating confidence. 20 years ago, the high priest of the Bristly Fong tribe paid with his life to obtain 3 prophecies from the goddess. First, the Bristly Fong tribe would consume all nearby smaller tribes. Second, they would traverse the habitat of the mythical beast, the divine blood blacknet, and breach the central hub of the crystal defense. Third, on the battlefield, among the pig-headed, a legendary hero, blessed by the god of war and invincible, would arise. The first prophecy has already come to pass. They have thoroughly devoured the surrounding weaker tribes, leaving only a few alien orcs as slaves. The second prophecy is on the verge of fulfillment. The pig-headed have discovered the divine relics left in the world, and evading the mythical beast is not a concern. The third prophecy remains uncertain, yet it significantly stirs the bloodlust of the pig-headed. As long as one becomes elite, anyone could be the next hero of the pig-headed tribe. On that day, only 1/3 of the elite from Hetrelu's tribe would accompany him into battle. For this prophecy, they would mobilize their entire force, swallowing the leg along with its hide. Hetrelu raised his tusks and proclaimed to his kin, "The Black Blood tribe, the Blade Tooth tribe, and the Steel Claw tribe have all agreed to join us in battle, each boasting over 50,000 warriors. The Tigermen, Serpentmen, and Crowmen, the three esteemed tribes, are also willing to lend us their aid. Together, we shall have over 20 legendary heroes and 400,000 orcs, along with my elder brother, the only one to have returned with 7 great achievements. The Bristly Fang King Blood, the epic hero who defeated Titans. We shall surely breach the crystal defense within a month and charge into the lush lands beyond. It will be the Bristly Fang tribe that accomplishes what the Empire has not achieved in centuries. Our name shall be etched upon the palace of the god of war. In the name of war." It is uncertain who shouted this first, but the fervent pig-headed warriors brandished their weapons, collectively roaring in unison, "I in the name of war, in the name of war, in the name of war." The thunderous echoes rolled across the plains, each pig-headed warrior's eyes shimmering with the flame of hope. To break free from the fate of dwelling in the frigid regions for generations, they had prepared for this moment for 20 years. Dark clouds loomed ominously, threatening to crush the fortress, lingering above for far too long. Inexperienced newcomers mistook this for merely harsh border weather, while seasoned veterans, having lived in this stronghold for over 5 years, understood that a fierce battle lay ahead. The clouds above were not mere weather. They signified the orcs' unique extraordinary system, the Priest, which would unleash a massive enhancement of the ordinary orc strength. As long as they remained under the shroud of the clouds, the physical capabilities of these orcs would experience a tremendous leap. It's time to head to the battlefield. I suffer from a malady that guarantees my demise upon entering the fray. If this affliction also affects the commanding knights, then I have no objections." Reluctantly donning his armor, mounted his steed, guided by Quinn, and arrived at the gathering place of the nobles. This time, they need not serve as the vanguard. The surviving nobles may not be particularly capable, but they would certainly be obedient. The remnants of the nobility, having emerged from a sea of expendables, understood certain battle strategies and were literate, making them excellent candidates for officers. Thus, they must not be allowed to march to their deaths without purpose. At the very least, their demise should carry some significance. Once the commander assigned the battle tasks, a cacophony of protests erupted among the nobles. "You want us to charge out on horseback at the most perilous moment to disrupt the enemy's formation? Impossible! Absolutely not! I refuse! I refuse! I would rather perish outright than be devoured by the pig-headed." A particularly unfortunate noble who voiced his fears was seized by the commander, dragged down from his horse before the assembly, and had his helmet removed, revealing a handsome face framed by silver hair. It must be said, there are few unattractive nobles. Yet, the sight of him, utterly terrified, did not quite correspond with his looks. This was the visage of a prince destined for fairy tales, not one suited for the battlefield. The immense power of a knight forced the steel-forged armor to contort, while the noble gradually fell silent under this oppressive pressure. Brutality is an admirable quality in a commander. Polypo embodied this trait well. "You, commoner, come here. This horse is yours. Charge to the front for me." The knight stepped on the noble's shoulder, pointing at Quinn, as the commander. Instilling the most genuine fear in these timid nobles was of utmost importance. "I refuse." "Huh? Are you too afraid to lead the charge? I don't want the horse. I want that sword. My sword is too dull." With a swift kick, Polypo sent the silver-haired noble's long sword tumbling to Quinn's side. "The sword is yours as well. Should you dare fall to the second rank, I shall twist your neck like squeezing a grape." Hearing such a threat, Quinn did not respond with anger, but rather laughed. His cheerful demeanor suggesting that they were not about to enter battle, but rather embarking on a pleasant excursion. With Quinn acting so shamelessly, "I cannot help but feel disdain," Polypo scoffed, shaking off his sleeves. "That is splendid. I am quite delighted you accepted this invitation." Strapping the noble's long sword to his waist, Quinn beamed at Polypo, only to suddenly feel a gentle nudge at his side. Turning, he discovered lightly tapping him with his foot. Quinn, why do I sense that you are quite angry?" "Not at all. Whatever gave you that idea?" "I'm perfectly fine. I merely wish to remove the tongue of a certain insolent fellow, then shatter his limbs, leaving him bedridden, praying to the gods day and night, lest he ever provoke me again." Boom, boom, boom. The drums of war echoed in their ears, the battle cries incessantly assaulting the orcs' eardrums. Countless pig-headed warriors brandished their weapons. Poised upon the distant hills, ready to charge at the command of their hero, willing to sacrifice their lives to carve a path for their kin. The pig-headed in the center was not the renowned hero Hetrelu, but a female pig-headed named Shirky. Similarly towering in stature, her 3 pairs of fatty protrusions were exposed to the air, her body adorned with crimson markings, wielding a massive shoulder-length axe. Compared to other Orcish races, the boar-headed folk are a rather feeble lineage. The tiger people, serpent folk, centaurs, bull-headed warriors, and elephantine beings. Each of these superior races consistently boasts more than 2 epic champions and over 10 legendary heroes throughout the years. In stark contrast, the boar-headed tribe has not produced more than 10 legendary warriors in a century. However, under the promise of the Orc Emperor, should they breach the Crystal Line, the verdant lands beyond would become a haven for the boar-headed kin. Provided that resources are plentiful, the fecundity of the boar-headed folk could propel them to greatness. At that time, bolstered by their numbers, even the boar-headed could amass the resources necessary to forge an epic champion. Mother, the priest has completed the divine incantation. Mother, the children are prepared. Mother, when shall we strike? As Shirky raised his sturdy paw, the fervent boar-headed crowd gradually quieted. His deep voice resonated with undeniable confidence. I shall confront the commander of the fortress at the front lines. With a swift motion, the long-toothed boar ambled forward, carrying its master to the fortress's forefront, where 10 crossbows were aimed at him, snorting impatiently. With a grin, the female boar-headed warrior pointed her massive axe toward the largest suit of armor atop the fortress. Her intent unmistakable. The hot-tempered commander could scarcely tolerate such provocation and leaped down from the 20-meter-high fortress. The weight of his armor struck the ground with a thud, causing even the soldiers stationed atop the fortress to feel the tremor. Yet, the commander strode forth unperturbed, chest out, and with a commanding presence towards the female boar-headed warrior. Unarmed, the commander required no weapon. Under the influence of legendary power, his fists would not pale in comparison to her axe. I am Shirky, the 4th warrior of the Bristlefong tribe. I have heard tales of your cowardice, that you fled from Hetrelu. This time, you shall not escape, leaping from the back of the long-toothed boar. Shirky locked eyes with the commander at this moment. The female boar-headed warrior was astonished to discover that the commander of the spiked lance fortress was nearly her equal in height. It seems you are not merely a coward, but a mongrel. You are but a beast. The pre-battle banter, though lacking substance, only intensified the tension between them. Shirky angled the blade of his axe toward the commander, gradually bringing it down, while the commander caught the blade with his hand. Slowly raising it, veins bulged on the female boar-headed warrior's body, blood-red patterns glowing faintly, reminiscent of some creature's veins, coursing with legendary power. The commander, too, exerted all his strength, his armor humming as steam billowed from the seams. Akin to an overloaded engine, this was a contest of strength. Both were champions of the battlefield, embodying the brute force of legendary warriors. The martial skills of mere mortals would only serve to deplete their focus. Only the purest, most primal violence could compel the other to submit, achieving the effect of demoralizing the foe. With a resounding clash, winds swirled around them, and as their powers collided, the reverberations echoed like the roars of wild beasts, tearing the plains asunder with deep gashes. Any adversary who had yet to step into the realm of legends would stand no chance against such might. The contest lasted mere seconds before both warriors instinctively separated. The female boar-headed warrior wiped her axe against her chest, grinning wickedly. To think you could contend with me on the strength of a single legendary power. You are indeed a fierce tiger. I see now that the tales of your heroism in slaying tiger folk are not mere fabrications. The elite extraordinary power within the Golden Empire's army is known as knights, while the elite extraordinary power among the barbarian tribes is termed warriors. And the elite extraordinary power of the orc tribes is called champions. 2 legendary powers, after all, are not so formidable. The commander's words dripped with challenge. Yet, he understood well that should he engage in a life-or-death struggle with her, his chances of victory were but 30% at best. 1 legendary power represents a hidden card. The female boar-headed warrior, having already attained 2 legendary powers, could unleash a force capable of annihilating him at any moment. The only reason she refrained from a deadly confrontation was due to the formidable crossbows atop the fortress, which would threaten her should she dare to unleash her full might. The crossbows were no ordinary weaponry. They were miraculous devices capable of posing a threat to extraordinary beings. Should she unleash her power, she would find herself riddled with bolts in the next heartbeat. Shirky licked his filthy lips with his thick, slippery tongue, grinning at the commander. Keep flapping your gums. Once I capture you alive, we'll see just how formidable your words truly are. The southern barbarians, reputed to be a brutally savage race, had yet to be tested by him. He chuckled. The thunderous beat of drums rang in his ears as the soldiers within the fortress poured out in formation. Though only 1,000 strong, they could occupy the entire expanse before the fortress. Fight to the death. Any who disobey shall be executed. The war's supervisor issued this command, resonating in the ears of the seasoned veterans. For these battle-hardened troops, those 8 words sufficed. The glint of steel shone in the cold light, and all stood in silence, ready to engage in close combat. Even enhanced, the average boar-headed warriors could not breach the defense of chainmail, inflicting only negligible damage upon the soldiers of the Golden Empire. After all, the forces of the Golden Empire possessed their own miraculous powers. As long as their feet were planted on the ground, within 2 kilometers of the fortress, the Earth's miracles would continuously bolster the strength and endurance of the soldiers. Raise shields, thrust spears. The soldiers merely needed to repeat this action, seemingly simple yet possessing a remarkably high efficiency for slaughter. The relentless tide crashed against the phalanx, unable to advance an inch further. It was akin to fresh pork meeting a newly minted meat grinder. Chapter 10. Facing the enemy in just 2 short hours, the boar-headed folk suffered casualties exceeding 1,000, while Shirky stood unblinking in the rear. The plan for explosive troops was to commence after breaching the crystal line. For now, they aimed to press the assault on the fortress as much as possible. If they could open a breach with these weaker, more numerous ordinary boar-headed warriors, it would be a tremendous gain. Even if they failed, they would deplete the enemy's stamina, and as their strength waned, Hewer, it is your turn. Yes, mother. Drawing the bone blade from his waist, the captain of the wild boar cavalry let out a long cry, urging his steed forward into the charge. One of the tribe's warriors, his mount, the long-toothed boar, was also a formidable creature. Galloping forth like 1,000 horses, raising a cloud of dust, he himself led the charge at the forefront. Upon witnessing the rapidly approaching cavalry, the war supervisor directed the soldiers to retreat while clearing a path. Then waved his hand. You vermin, charge! Despite lingering fears, none of the nobles faltered under Balibo's pressure. All frantically urged their steeds forward, streaming from within the fortress. Balibo felt satisfied with their compliance, then summoned a cloaked shadow to relay a task. Melisai. The target is that fat swine. You understand, a lithe figure leapt from the fortress, her silhouette revealing a slender woman cloaked and wielding a standard-issue military sword. Once all the noble cavalry had surged out, she concealed herself among them, blending into the shadows. The cavalry were all clad in armor, and their mounts were exceptional hybrid warhorses, with the combined weight of man and beast exceeding 500 kilograms. Once they charged, there were only 2 outcomes. Either they would pierce through the enemy's formation or be entirely engulfed by the foe. Among the nobles leading the charge was none other than Weiss and his steed. Quinn galloped alongside his noble master, arms spread wide, joyfully shouting, Charge! Charge! Weiss, don't fall behind. Don't rush. Don't rush. Slow down. I don't have armor. You must shield me from the boar-headed stones. What? Don't worry, you've got armor. Aside from that elite boar-headed warrior, no one else can breach your defense. No. Can it break my defense? Stop. Stop. I don't want to die. Ha ha ha. The rain of stones is coming. Clang, clang, clang. Countless stones rained upon Weiss's armor, producing a crisp sound. Being at the forefront, only a few stones struck his steed, causing minimal impact. However, the nobles behind him fared poorly. After the onslaught of stones, half of the noble steeds were felled, and their riders were thrown violently. Ha ha ha. Only we remain at the forefront. Less than 10 seconds after the storm of stones, the 2 sides had crossed hundreds of meters on the battlefield, on the verge of collision. The orc warrior capable of cleaving both man and mount in a single blow was nearly within reach. Quinn felt something land heavily on his shoulder, only to see a radiant arc shoot forth, accompanied by a woman's commanding shout. Rainbow blade. The head of the wild boar cavalry captain flew from its body, tumbling to the ground along with its steed. Upon closer inspection, the long-toothed boar beneath him bore a new fatal wound as well. The enormous boar's head, just before plummeting to the ground, retained a fervent expression, as if the moment to conquer this fortress had finally arrived. Vis, dismount, don't become a target. Oh, oh, oh! Clang! The instant Vis's feet touched the earth, a stone struck his head, leaving him dazed and disoriented, unsure of what to do, only perceiving blood gushing within his limited field of vision. The sharp long sword sliced through soft veins, neither too deep nor too shallow, perfectly executed, akin to a seasoned killer with countless slaughters under his belt. Displaying no flaws, as the pressured blood vessels formed a curtain of crimson before his eyes, Vis could only think, "What are you doing, Vis?" "Never mind. Standing still is good enough." With a stomp, a surge of energy, and a direct thrust, Quinn's long sword had already pierced through the throat of the foremost boarman without encountering any resistance. Before this colossal figure could fall, 3 wild boar knights lunged towards him simultaneously. In response, Quinn merely yanked Vis forward. "Come here." "Oh, oh!" In a haze, Vis found himself face to face with 3 boarmen, flailing his spear aimlessly. Not to mention spear training, he had hardly even touched a long sword, having merely played knightly games with servants in his childhood. A glimmer of mockery flashed in the eyes of the boarmen. One seized the spear, another launched a sling stone, while the third aimed a bone blade at the gaps in his armor. "Now, step back. Oh, oh!" After a brief gasp, Quinn's towering figure emerged from behind Vis, swinging one hand, a silver flash darting towards the throats of the 3 boarmen. Only one boarman managed to emit a wretched scream, clutching his severed trachea as he rolled on the ground, struggling, ultimately succumbing to the fate of asphyxiation. 53 until next skill extraction. Including the previous kills, the progress bar remained barely half full. "Ha ha ha!" Quinn erupted into a hearty laugh, wielding his long sword as if it were an extension of his very being. Agile and deft, seasoned and ruthless. Each swing of his blade was accompanied by a fierce gust. Imbued with boundless killing intent and strength, blood splattered, the wild boar knights could scarcely discern Quinn's movements, only witnessing their companions falling one after another as the imposing human appeared like a finely tuned killing machine. Unleashing a massacre with a standard-issue one-handed sword from the Golden Empire. Trash, more trash. You are all trash, delightful, truly delightful. Bring it on, bring it on, bring it on, bring it on, bring it on. You beasts, why do you hesitate to advance? With arms wide open, his entire body now cloaked in a layer of dark red blood crust, Quinn stood firm beneath the ominous clouds, as if he were the very embodiment of the battlefield. Yasuhara flow, completely mastered, footwork, swordsmanship, awareness. These 3 aspects united, be it muscle or mind. He had thoroughly familiarized himself with this mode of slaughter on the battlefield, honed through the trials of blood and fire. Perfectly suited for this moment, especially since the average height of these boarmen barely exceeded 1.60 meters, slaying them was effortless. Common wild boars could hardly inflict even the slightest scratch upon him. Ha 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 ha! Standing atop the mound of boarmen corpses, Quinn's already imposing stature appeared even more regal, gripping his long sword with one hand, pointing at the wild boar knights before him. "You insignificant trash, are you not brave enough to advance?" 100 until next skill extraction. Not far away, over 40 order knights were also watching the battlefield. "What on earth is that guy doing? He's too fierce. Is he truly unafraid of death? Doesn't he realize the old sow is right over that hill?" Even if Shirky refrains from intervening, if a single elite boarman approaches, he is undoubtedly doomed. Ha ha ha, the black-haired boarman is about to make his entrance. Let's see if he can still slaughter like a chicken. What miraculous item has he employed? How could a mere mortal possess such strength? Fool, the destruction he wreaks relies solely on his martial skills, which take a minimum of 20 years of refinement to acquire. Just that skill alone is sufficient to place him on par with us. What good is that? He still cannot breach the elite boarmen's defenses. A single sword strike would merely scratch the surface. Eyes, mouth, armpits, anus. If he strikes at those few areas, given his strength, Perhaps he could manage it. Captain, what do you think? Upon being posed this question, the knight commander perked up. After feigning to scrutinize Quinn for a few seconds, he slapped Polypo on the head. I believe he poses no threat. Since his swordsmanship is so formidable, Polypo, instruct them to send an elite boarman to test him. If he dies, no, I have bestowed upon him the God-blessed tulip. It would be a waste if he perished. Always monitoring the battlefield situation, Polypo waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "No worries, I had Lily hide among the nobles to escape. There won't be any issues." Hey, didn't we just send Melis out? A fist struck the fortress wall, revealing the cunning glint concealed beneath Polypo's armor. Order knights were exceedingly precious for the fortress, just as elite boarmen were rare for the Boarmen clan. Among a 200,000-strong boar army, there were fewer than 1,000 elites. Losing one meant one less. Polypo continued to explain. Even if she realizes she has been deceived, she won't be able to catch Lily. After all, she is one of the only 2 knights capable of defeating elite boar cavalry in one-on-one combat. She will undoubtedly hold out until Captain can provide support. Losing a single elite might not concern Shirky, but consecutive losses of 2 elites in a short span would certainly cause her considerable distress. On the Boarmen's side, Cole has been slain. Who will take his place? I will. A male boarman, equal in height to the female boar hero, stepped forward. He was exceptionally larger than the long-tusked boar he had raised. Yet none of his kin dared to underestimate him. He had seized resources meant for the long-tusked boars, allowing him to grow so tall. Concentrating the resources of both, he aimed to ascend to the legendary realm, then use his legendary power to nurture the long-tusked boars, a risky endeavor, yet it yielded remarkable results. His robust physique was the best testament. Just one step away, he would ascend to legend alongside his long-tusked boar. Thus, he would not forsake the opportunity to become the prophesied champion. Take good care of my brother. No problem, Pudgy. Entrusting his mount to a tribal younger brother, he readied his bone dual blades, preparing to charge forth when Shirky halted him. Humans are cunning. Let's have 2 more. Without hesitation, each elite boarman aspired to become the prophesied hero, and 2 more stepped forward. Their confident demeanor indicated that they held no regard for the human side's elites, even the assassin who had just slain one of their kin. As long as they were prepared, their bone hammers could easily crush that little fellow. Don't underestimate them. Although humans are weak, the Golden Empire has withstood us for centuries for a reason. We are fighting beneath the fortress, inherently at a disadvantage. While stroking the heads of her 3 sons, Shirky cautioned them not to be careless. No problem, mother. We brothers are Pudgy. Unless 5 or more elites come from the opposing side, Pudgy. Otherwise, we will tear through their lines, Pudgy, if 5 or more elites arrive. Or if they possess an elite of sufficient importance to the Golden Empire, Pudgy. Then you can manifest legendary power, Pudgy. This is strategy, Pudgy. As the words fell, the massive boarman charged forth, flanked by a rider on each side, forming a wedge formation as they barreled towards Quinn. On the battlefield, aside from the stark disparity in hard power, morale was equally crucial. If Quinn continued his rampage unchecked, it would significantly demoralize the boarmen, and few soldiers would dare to charge recklessly. These beasts are approaching rather inconveniently. Quinn wiped his sword clean, his eyes narrowing slightly. The explosive kill shooter system is at your service. 100 until next skill extraction. Skill extraction in progress. Riding EX, a skill from a certain Santa Claus archer, increases riding bonuses for special breeds of mounts, while reducing bonuses for non-special breeds. Attack power in mounted state significantly enhanced. Skill is being released. Please wait. Stop dawdling. The noble young master was still acclimating to the battlefield when he heard Quinn calling for him to retreat. Yo-yo. I can't beat those 3 idiots. Grasping the saddle, Quinn skillfully mounted his horse, raising his shield in front of him. Fortunately, this warhorse was of good breed, able to gallop swiftly even with 2 riders. However, compared to the elite boarmen, the warhorse's speed seemed exceedingly lacking. The dual-blade boarman suddenly accelerated, his form almost becoming a shadow as he broke away from his 2 companions, pursuing Quinn, trying to escape. In a moment of silent cursing, Quinn yanked the reins, bringing the steed beneath him to a sudden halt. He swiftly seized the now useless shield and leapt from the horse's back in the next instant. The noble steed was cleaved into 3 pieces, its blood splattering across the battlefield. Emerging from the crimson mist, the dual-wielding boar-headed warrior appeared like an unstoppable beast from myth, unmatched by any mortal. With a powerful thrust of his feet against the ground, he surged forward, his twin blades slicing through the air in pursuit of Quin's neck. At that critical moment, a massive iron hammer flew from the distance, intercepting the blades with a deafening clash that sent sparks flying. Quin could simultaneously catch the scent of blood and the metallic aroma of steel, setting his treasured shield, nay, his beloved brother, upon the ground. He patted his waist and exclaimed, What's the matter?" Just as the relief of surviving began to wash over him, Vis noticed Quin striding away from the fortress. As he walked, Quin retrieved a delicate flower from his waist. The elegant pale yellow petals swayed gently on the battlefield, captivating the eyes of nearby soldiers, including the elite boar-headed warriors not far off. No one could definitively declare which flower was the most beautiful in the world. Yet in that moment, all who beheld it found their answer. The sacrificial flower for the divine. Only such a title was worthy of it. "Excuse me, young lad," Quin said, pushing aside a small knight who stood before him, positioning himself not far from the dual-wielding boar-headed warrior. Instinctively stepping back, the warrior felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Was it too extravagant to use a miraculous item to eliminate such a minor foe? Surely, only a legendary hero could wield such artifacts, each capable of threatening even the mightiest of legends, and in skilled hands, could slay in an instant. Yet, instead of witnessing flames or thunder, or the splatter of blood and bone, he saw the man lost in contemplation. How does one recite the prayer again? Let me see. Fishing out a hastily scrawled note from his pocket, Quin began to recite, "In the name of the divine, I extend an invitation for a one-on-one duel, offering this body in tribute to the most exquisite goddess of the divine realm." Speed reading, that it. The tulip, caught by the wind, dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, the gaze of the dual-wielding boar-headed warrior shifted, growing increasingly perilous. The speed of Quin's recitation left him unable to decipher the words, but in that instant, he grasped that he had been chosen as the goddess's sacrifice. No, both were to be included in the sacrificial lot. The goddess would bestow her power upon their toes. Only the victor could savor this honeyed reward. Ha ha, ha ha ha. A mere human, lesser than a knight, has the audacity to challenge a warrior of the Mane-Tooth tribe. The dual-wielding boar-headed warrior cackled, raising his twin bone blades above his head. To be able to kiss the toes of the hunting god was the pride of the entire Mane-Tooth tribe. The duties of the hunting god and the war god did not conflict. It was not unheard of to wield the powers of both. Some rare orc tribes worshipped the hunting god exclusively. Quin, receiving the goddess's message, displayed an entirely different expression. How revolting, this goddess. Can't she use a different adjective? I shall not lick someone else's stinking feet, unless they wear silk stockings. Standing tall upon the corpse of a noble, sword in hand, Quin fixed his gaze firmly on the dual-wielding boar-headed warrior. "Fat pig, this is my first time slaying a creature of the extraordinary level. Do not disappoint me. The first time, you say? Then allow me to demonstrate the might of the Mane-Tooth tribe." Without needing special mention, soldiers of the Golden Empire and their boar-headed counterparts instinctively cleared a space for the two combatants. On one hand, it was out of respect for the divine. On the other, it was due to the undeniable reality of divine retribution in this world. The deity revered by the Golden Empire was known as the God of Order. This god is one of absolute neutrality, neither easily attacked by other deities nor quick to offend them. Soon, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of both boar-headed soldiers and human nobles alike. There was no time to ponder further. Clang! The heavy bone blades clashed with the standard-issue sword of the Empire, the dual-wielding boar-headed warrior feeling the force behind the blow, a manic grin spreading across his face as his arms surged with power. Thrusting Quin's sword aside, step by step, Quin found himself at a disadvantage for the first time due to his extraordinary strength. Yet, he could sense that the gap between them was not insurmountable. It was not as terrifying as a legendary adult facing a mere child. Under the influence of the beastly might, if the opponent was indeed an adult man, he himself could be likened to a 14-year-old boy. Before he could catch his breath, the dual-wielding boar-headed warrior lunged forward in a single step, his fierce expression unmistakable, crossing his twin blades in an X shape as they descended upon Quinn. Fixing his gaze, Quinn did not retreat but advanced, raising his sword to shoulder height, thrusting with all his might towards the warrior's throat. To attack in place of defense was to seek even a sliver of hope in dire straits. Sizzle! The blades met, igniting a fiery spark. The two massive bone blades were forced apart, yet the relentless thrust of Quinn's sword reached the dual-wielding boar-headed warrior, too slow. The warrior merely tilted his head, and the sword sailed past his vital point. What should have pierced his throat, at the very least, should have severed an artery, left only a crimson streak. Quinn leapt backward, escaping the range of attack. Following this exchange, he gained a better understanding of their disparity, which, if quantified, could be summarized as boar-headed elite. Attack 10, defense 10, speed 7, skill 7. Himself. Attack 6, defense 2, speed 5, skill 50. Let us see how this strength can play out. Chapter 12. Victory. It matters not if the eyes cannot see, nor if the body lags behind, nor if strength falls short. Clang. The sword blade clashed with the bone blade once more, their faces mere centimeters apart. And Quinn could clearly see the panic reflected in his opponent's pupils. As long as my sword can keep up, that is enough. Clang, 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 clang. The crisp sounds echoed like the ringing of a blacksmith's hammer, resonating through the astonished gazes of countless soldiers from the Empire and boar-headed warriors alike, not daring to reveal even the slightest flaw, not allowing a moment's relaxation, not diminishing their strength in the least. A moment's carelessness, and the attack from the Imperial sword would pierce the boar-headed warrior's vital points. He could only compensate for his lack of skill with two weapons and nearly double the strength of his opponent, preventing that seasoned sword from finding its way to his critical areas. What's wrong, Piglet? You seem a bit tense. A mere mortal. Boom. A tremendous aura erupted from within him, the patterns upon his chest glowing black. The dual-wielding boar-headed warrior no longer wishing to hold back, channeling his bloodlust into his arms. His already robust arms swelled even further, veins bulging, muscles coiling, thicker than Quinn's thighs. This was a power that most strong orcs could wield. Frenzy danced. Through the strength of the war god, they ascended to become elite orcs, a primal instinct etched into their very bones. It could temporarily enhance physical attributes, and the more individuals that invoked it simultaneously, the greater the augmentation. The Order Knights of the Golden Empire possessed the ability known as Order Barrier. It could enhance physical strength and endurance during its use, while forming a thin film on the surface of their equipment to absorb shock. The more people who utilized it, the stronger the defense, especially when they maintained a synchronized formation. This was the greatest distinction between the extraordinary and the ordinary. Being forced to unleash one's utmost power by mere mortals would become an indelible shame upon its life. But now, it mattered not. Just a mere mortal, with a throat-shredding roar, the dual-wielding boar-headed warrior swung his bone blade in a savage arc, swift, ferocious. Quinn had no doubt that even a heavily armored knight would be shattered beneath this strike. Are you angry? Not forgetting to taunt, Quinn crouched as the warrior's shoulder moved. Seemingly foreseeing and evading the strike that could have claimed his life with ease, he thrust the imperial sword straight into the chest of the dual-wielding boar-headed warrior. The sensation felt wrong. It was as if he had pierced through at least 3 layers of leather armor. The blade sank only a couple of centimeters before getting lodged in the warrior's solid muscle. While the other bone blade came at an awkward angle towards Quinn's arm, a sinister grin spread across the dual-wielding boar-headed warrior's face. An exchange of injury for death. He gambled that Quinn's strike would not penetrate his skin. Quinn's strength exceeded that of ordinary men, yet it still could not breach the defenses granted by his ability. The next step was to force the opponent to relinquish his weapon. The dual-wielding boar-headed warrior wore a look of vindication. Knowing that defeating a mere mortal through extraordinary means would become a permanent stain on his life. Thus, he sought swift victory. Quinn attempted to withdraw the bone blade, yet it resisted, resulting in the imperial sword being knocked from his grasp. Clang! No longer was it the heavy clash of metal, but the light, crisp sound of weapons being deflected. Whoosh! The sword spun through the air, its blade reflecting sunlight in circles upon the face of the dual-wielding boar-headed warrior. He had already seen victory etched upon his expression in the reflection of the blade. He envisioned himself receiving divine power from the goddess of hunting, And there was also the ever-enlarging tip of a spear. The chilling gleam of the cold light, as it spun rapidly, resembled a dragon trapped in the sea, and before the prey could even react, it had already pierced the soft eyeball, stabbing into the fragile brain. This abruptly ended the dual-blade boar man's fantasies. With a heavy heart, Quinn withdrew the great gun and gazed at the dual-blade boar man, mumbling to himself. As previously mentioned, this place is a chaotic battlefield. Littered with corpses, in the fleeting moment when the opponent was distracted, Quinn seized the spear and plunged it into the brain through the eye socket, twisting it, and thus the elite boar man breathed his last. The wind carried omens and flowers sang songs of triumph. The power of the goddess had indeed arrived. Is this all there is? I feel rather underwhelmed. It doesn't seem very dangerous, the gentle breeze whispered, conveying messages belonging to the divine. The trial from the huntress goddess had now concluded. The dual-blade boar man unleashed his abilities. The dual-blade boar man grew ever more valiant. The dual-blade boar man was invincible. The dual-blade boar man lay dead. Only the knights within the fortress and the elite boar men witnessed the brief duel that transpired in those fleeting 2 seconds. It transcended the martial prowess of mere mortals. Even among the knights present, some considered themselves unworthy opponents. Where did this fellow acquire such skills? No, he has been on the battlefield for at least 5 years. Thankfully, his attack power is still insufficient to pierce our armor. By the way, esteemed commander, which deity bestowed upon him his miracles? With a hearty slap, the commander laughed boisterously, standing tall and proud, revealing his towering frame of 2 meters and 5 centimeters to the knights. I am a warrior, and the power bestowed upon him is but a warrior's miracle. The hunting god, who is also the god of beasts, grants miracles that enhance qualities more comprehensively than those of the Order Knights, albeit at a significant cost to defensive capabilities, allowing the use of the miracle known as Caged Beast. You have seen me employ it, have you not? The knights fell silent. It was on the day the commander ascended from elite to legendary. At the moment he tore apart the Tiger Man hero, that the miracle of the Caged Beast turned against the hunter. Amidst the shock, a keen-eyed knight noticed in the distance that the boar man hero Shirky had raised his slingshot, beginning to charge it in circles. Commander, wait, look, that old sow is up to something. Stop her, crossbow, step back a bit. Just as Quinn was reveling in the goddess's power, a feminine voice reached his ears. Puzzled, he turned to see the source of the voice was the small knight who had previously shielded him from the dual-blade boar man. Clad in thick armor, it was impossible to discern whether the figure was male or female, though the voice suggested she was merely around 15 years old, a child. Taking a step back, Quinn curiously inquired, "What is it?" Shirky is about to unleash his legend. You are someone the commander values, so I will help you block this one. Transitioning from elite to legend is simple yet complex. One must accomplish a great feat recognized by the deity to attain legendary status. Shirky's 2 feats include leading children to repel an invading dragon horde. Adult dragons are equivalent to a legendary hero's power, while the elite among them possess 2 legendary powers. The dragon leader is akin to a hero with 3 legendary powers. Yet Shirky managed to knock it down from a height of 100 meters with a slingshot. Although that was under the enhancement of 100 elite boar men employing frenzied dance. It did not prevent the birth of his first legend. Legend unleashed, dragon blood falls. The tribe stood at dusk, the moment we must rise. The bipedal pseudo-dragon should not soar above the grasslands. As the legendary deeds were sung, the boar man hero wielded an additional slingshot. Its brilliance concealed, the miracle's power was imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet the surrounding elite boar men understood that it was a highly concentrated compression of miraculous power. Upon impact, even Hetralu would be obliterated. The slingshot spun in furious circles, creating a violent gale. Those of the same clan nearby felt as if their faces would be torn apart by the wind, their expressions shifting. Their mother was about to unleash her full might boom. A series of sonic booms erupted from the slingshot, imbued with unparalleled momentum as the boar man hero's gaze sharpened, and he bellowed, "Dragon blood falls." Despite being over 3 kilometers away, the slingshot's trajectory remained unyielding, like a meteor streaking across the sky, trailing dozens of meters of flame towards the grounded Quinn. Order's barrier. Unexpectedly, the petite knight merely activated her ability, positioning her oversized iron hammer horizontally before her. Though she stood at less than 1.60 meters, an aura akin to that of a fortress radiated from her, rooted to the earth, attempting to halt the fleeting meteor. Quinn asked with concern, "Will you die?" "No." The petite knight replied confidently, tapping her hammer once more. "We stand here as the bastion of the Empire." The earth seemed to lament, waves of air crashing down like a tsunami. As a fireball with a diameter of nearly 5 meters, an unimaginable force to mortals, approached. Just as the fiery meteor was 100 meters from its target, it appeared to collide with an invisible curtain. Its momentum reduced by 90%. This was one of the miracles of the fortress. Any flying projectiles from the outside would have their power significantly diminished unless the object achieved epic status. Watch closely. This is your first lesson. The powers of miracles become ineffective before higher-tier miracles boom. The petite knight was struck directly, hurtling backward like a cannonball, knocking down a multitude of ordinary soldiers. "Really, little sister? You spoke so confidently. I thought you could handle it." Quinn calculated the distance she flew and considered his own defensive strength. If he were to take that blow, he would likely be left in pieces. Compared to the petite knight, who had only been thrown a few meters, he felt fortunate. Soon, the petite knight rose from the ground, vigorously shaking her body to dislodge the dust from her armor. Clang, clang, clang. Quinn tapped the petite knight's helmet, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Though her palms were shaken by the impact, she would lose her combat effectiveness for the remainder of the day. Nonetheless, it was all worth it. The dark clouds brought by the orc shaman could not compare to the divine. The oppressive black clouds parted to reveal a golden miracle that illuminated the man's upright form. Originally standing just over 1.90 meters, he now towered over 2 meters after receiving the power. Poking Quinn's lower back, the petite knight caught his puzzled gaze. She gestured for him to lean down, preparing to whisper something that must not be overheard by others. Can the power of the hunting god make one taller?" "I'm not talking about myself. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm asking for a friend who has that need." Chapter 13. Sparring Retreat. Retreat. Leaving behind a battlefield strewn with corpses, the Boer men withdrew like a receding tide. After half a day of battle, the Boer men suffered losses exceeding 1,000, while the humans barely lost 30. However, this casualty ratio had become customary for both sides. Had it not been for the miracle power of the Thorn Spear Fortress, which only activated when one stood firmly on the ground, the sacrifices would have been even fewer. To Quinn's eyes, the soldiers of the Golden Empire represented the pinnacle of heavy infantry from the Cold Weapon era. The 5,000 men of the Thorn Spear Fortress, not to mention that each wore at least chainmail, were products of an assembly line. While this might compromise their defensive capabilities and comfort, it ensured high output. The artisan families living on the border could adequately supply the fortress's chainmail demands. In contrast, the Boer men represented a civilization from the Stone Age. Stone spears, stone javelins, stone axes, stone hammers. Only the strongest Boer men in the tribe would wield bone weapons. These bones were all enhanced by extraordinary power. Held only by the squad leaders among the wild Boer knights, capable of breaching the chainmail defenses of ordinary soldiers. Successfully repelling the Boer men on the first day, the atmosphere within the fortress became much lighter. Many recruits had tasted blood and could be deemed elite warriors elsewhere. The knights did not engage. They merely stood atop the fortress, observing Shirky's ranged firepower was too formidable. Among the elite of the Thorn Spear Fortress, only one Order Knight could independently withstand such an attack. Should they activate Order's barrier and advance, they would become like an iron turtle, losing the speed advantage of elite units, allowing the opposing elite units to swiftly eliminate their own. In summary, it had been a day of unremarkable defense. As night fell. In the commander's courtyard, a woman stood to the left, while 3 knights, from largest to smallest, stood on the right, with Quinn positioned in the center. With a resounding slap, the commander's hand came down heavily on Balibo's shoulder, causing the medium-sized knight to stagger. The small knight, Lily, snickered at Balibo's misfortune. Standing at less than 1.60 meters, she found the commander's 2.5 meters frame overwhelming. Thus, Balibo frequently bore the brunt of his playful slaps. Maris was of similar height to Balibo, but her lighter build led her to maintain a distance from the commander. At this moment, the swordswoman leaned against the wall. Observing Quinn from a distance, the commanding officer's booming voice, as uncontrollable as his strength, surged forth as he reached out with his large hand towards Quinn. Grasping his head, he forcefully slammed it against his armor twice, promising, "Listen here, young man. Although I am unaware of the origins of your martial prowess, my personal guard never inquires about one's background. Regardless of your past misdeeds, even if the Grand Judge of the Imperial Tribunal were to arrive, he could not imprison you. In a world brimming with miraculous powers, names hold significant weight. Thus, the commanders of the Crystal Defensive Line's knightly orders must shroud their identities, apart from a select few renowned warriors prior to their enlistment. The majority present themselves in the guise of armored figures. Lily, I recall there is a set of armor I used to wear in the warehouse. Bring it out and make some adjustments. As for the warhorses, choose any that are unclaimed within the fortress. No issues there," he continued. "You shall move in next to me. No, with Lily and Melis around, you can take the room opposite mine. And your rations will be doubled, for our warriors require ample sustenance. Every aspect of your living arrangements will be accounted for. This is the privilege bestowed upon the elite. Each order knight within the fortress enjoys such entitlements. One could assert that upon entering the realm of the extraordinary, as long as one does not commit any treasonous acts against the Empire, ordinary acts of pillage and slaughter are met with leniency. Albeit such occurrences are rare, the Order Knights of the Golden Empire adhere not only to the discipline of the battlefield. Their every action in life is influenced by divine power, subconsciously adhering to established rules. These elite, extraordinary beings serve as the bedrock of the Empire. The cost of nurturing a single elite surpasses that of 100 soldiers. To become an Order Knight, daily training is imperative. The significance of perseverance lies not only in physical strength, but in the rhythmic consistency favored by the divine. It is this very essence that grants one the right to partake in the trials of the God of Order. The tasks of the trial are not as arduous as those set by the God of Hunting, yet they are far from simple, and one is afforded but a single opportunity in a lifetime. Failure renders the quest for the God of Order's recognition as daunting as scaling a mountain. In contrast, the trials of the God of Hunting are limitless in number, for the defeated can always seek the favor of the goddess. Thus, the man seized the moment to voice his demands. "Commander, I have 2 requests. Speak freely." The commander of the knightly order was remarkably generous. As long as Quinn's requests were not excessive, he would gladly oblige. No, even if they were slightly unreasonable, he would not refuse. Among the army of 100,000, Quinn was the sole warrior bestowed with the powers of the goddess of hunting, and now that another had emerged, he was determined to cherish and protect him. In contrast to the Order Knights, the melee tank profession under the God of Hunting is known as the Feral Beast Warrior, an unparalleled choice for charging into battle. "The first request is to allow my master to reside with me. We need not be assigned separate quarters, for I have no issue sharing a room, and our meals can conform to the standard of ordinary soldiers." Upon hearing this, the commander waved his hand nonchalantly. "Not an issue. I recall you are his retainer, correct? Your current status is no longer one that can be compared to that of a mere criminal. Even if I were to whip him, I assure you his family would not dare retaliate." Quinn shook his head, rejecting the proposal. "He has treated me well in the past. I cannot allow him to suffer now." The commander nodded, his gaze towards Quinn increasingly approving. "Loyalty is indeed a commendable trait. Very well, there is no need for you to share a room. Allow him to choose a courtyard nearby, and in the future, your rations will align with those of knights. What is your second request?" At this, the man's expression darkened ominously. The aura bestowed by the Feral Beast Warrior began to focus menacingly on Polipo, who stood beside the commander. Pointing at the mid-tier knight, Quinn articulated his second demand. "I wish to engage that fellow in a duel between knights, with no restrictions on the rules, until one of us concedes." With a resounding thud, the commander plopped down onto the ground, promptly pushing Polipo away. "Your second request is granted." The large knight commander, mid-tier knight Polipo, small-tier knight Lily, and the cloaked Melis, none of them found Quinn's request peculiar. Testing one's strength after acquiring power is a common practice. Especially since Polipo exhibited the weakest strength within the group, it was only natural for him to become Quinn's target. Stretching his limbs, the mid-tier knight's eyes glimmered with silver beneath his helmet. "Ah, newcomer. I recall you sought me out for a sparring match." Among the dozens of Order Knights at Thorn Spear Fortress, over half of the top 5 in one-on-one combat resided within the commander's personal guard, including this supervising officer. Drawing his standard longsword, He thrust it into the ground and raised his sword sheath, his eyes, concealed by armor, sparkling with anticipation. How about I use just the sword sheath against you? According to the commander's stance, this warrior, endowed with the powers of the goddess of hunting, will surely be enlisted into the personal guard. From that moment on, he shall no longer be the weakest combatant among them. Now, he must leverage the experience of seasoned elites to firmly establish his position as the second weakest in combat power. In the face of Polypo's eager demeanor, Quinn's tone remained casual, even kindly reminding him that he could wield his weapon at any time. Are you certain you wish to use only the sword sheath? The sword is right there. You may take it whenever you wish. Waving his hand dismissively, Polypo's lips curled into a delighted smile as he strode towards Quinn. Meanwhile, the knight spread his arms wide, unabashedly exposing his vulnerabilities, a playful smile gracing his face as he declared, I needn't take this seriously to deal with you, newcomer. Come at me. Let me see your strength. Yet before he could finish, Quinn's palm, as large as a fan, struck Polypo's face, interrupting his words. The Order Knight felt the world spin, as if a heavy object had struck his head, sending him reeling backward in a daze. Before he could experience the sensation of weightlessness, Quinn seized his neck, lifting his 1.75-meter frame into the air. A colossal hand, akin to a tiger's claw, firmly gripped his throat. Do you concede? Or shall I suggest you retrieve your weapon? Quinn, with a smile, encouraged him to arm himself, casually tossing the supervising officer onto the longsword that had been driven into the ground moments ago. Upon accepting the goddess's power, he felt little more than a vague sense of enhancement. It was as if he could see further, leap higher, run faster, and possess greater strength. Upon regaining his senses, he realized he had become an extraordinary being. Perhaps due to his presence in this Western fantasy world. He lacked the epiphany often depicted in novels, yet Quinn gained a deeper understanding of his abilities. Feral Might and I Name Flow are similar in nature. To simplify, these two skills could previously yield only 20 of their potential in his hands. Now, however, he could wield them at 100 strength. This implies that, upon becoming elite, my power exceeds that of before by more than 5-fold. Polypo, noble knight, should you wish to concede, now would be the time. 5-fold, 5-fold. The commander and Melis exchanged astonished glances. Their shock evident. It is worth noting that prior to entering the extraordinary realm, Quinn could already spar with elite, pig-headed warriors. A 5-fold increase on that foundation translates to a humanoid beast of ferocity for the Order Knights. Noble knight, do you wish to concede? Commander, the noble knight has yet to concede. Grasping Polypo's greaves, Quinn began to drag him across the ground, a rush of heat surging through his nostrils. This was the blood within him boiling, his body operating at high speed. The reason for this was that he had not yet fully mastered the powers granted by the goddess, rendering him somewhat unaccustomed to their use. Nevertheless, there would be ample time ahead for him to adapt. As he towed the heavily armored knight, Quinn faintly heard Polypo's voice. Mere commoner? You filthy mongrel. The Order Knight bellowed in a frenzy, directing his sword sheath toward Quinn's abdomen, exerting all his strength to thrust it downward. However, the sword sheath remained immobile. With minimal effort, Quinn grasped the sword sheath. A slight increase in pressure caused the finely forged steel to deform dramatically. Do you wish to concede? Filthy mongrel, with a vigorous kick. Polypo exerted all his might to escape Quinn's grasp, his gaze now venomous. He was determined to make the other pay. He would sever his limbs. Even with extraordinary doctors within the fortress, this lowly wretch would languish in the infirmary for no less than half a year. Grabbing the long sword that had been lodged in the ground, he assumed an aggressive stance, presenting a facade of seriousness. In contrast, Quinn leisurely retrieved his weapon from his waist, gesturing toward the noble knight. Then tossed it far away. This was a provocation, a taunt directed at Polypo for discarding his weapon earlier. Witnessing this, mid-tier knight Polypo abandoned all rational thought, resembling a frenzied beast as he charged at Quinn with all his might. In the Golden Empire, there exist 4 classes of individuals: the golden-haired royals, the silver-haired nobility, the mixed-haired gentry, and the common folk. The golden and silver hues are predominantly seen among the nobility, with many golden-haired nobles having inherited royal blood without the accompanying rights. Thus relegated to second-tier status, A prime example being Quinn's good friend, Vis. Conversely, individuals like Quinn, who possess black hair as commoners, despite attaining noble status through military merit, hold little political value. The reason why the golden and silver-haired individuals are able to ascend to a higher status lies in the compatibility of the royal and founding noble families with the divine power of the God of Order, enabling them to harness the legendary realm's orderly divine strength. In contrast, nobles with other hair colors find that becoming Order Knights is the pinnacle of their achievements. To attain powers beyond that of an Order Knight, one must accomplish what seems impossible and ascend to the legendary level. Despite the crystal defense boasting nearly 20 legends, it represents a mere fraction, 1/6, of the entire legendary power within the Golden Empire, which is a vast nation of 2 million inhabitants. Among them, there are only a little over 100 human beings of legendary caliber. Thus, nobles with golden and silver hair possess an inherent superiority over those with other hues. Take Polybo, for instance. This Order Knight harbors a deep-seated disdain for nobles and commoners with mixed hair colors. However, in a one-on-one duel, such contempt offers no tangible advantage. With a resounding clap, he seizes the blade, snapping it in two, and delivers a flying kick. Boom! The Order Knight, who had caught the blade barehanded, is thrust against the wall, creating a substantial dent. Thankfully, the wall of the commander's courtyard is a solid half-meter thick stone. Otherwise, that blow would have brought it crashing down. Quinn strides forward, squatting beside the mid-ranking knight's head, flicking the steel helmet with his fingers, his tone dripping with mockery. Do you concede, knight? Chapter 14. A moonlit encounter? Mixed breed lowborn, mixed breed lowborn, mixed breed lowborn. A reluctant growl emanates from beneath the armor, and Quinn can even hear the gritting of teeth. Yet, he kindly inquires again. Do you concede, knight? If your strength were as formidable as your words, I would be sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Alas, your words seem less than solid. At best, perhaps a tenth, no, a mere 1% of that. His jovial tone ignites the Order Knight's anger, but Polybo, face down on the ground, can only feel the mounting pressure bearing down on him, entirely pinned. Polybo Knight, might I request that you address me as Lord Quinn? Should you do so, I shall consider this duel a draw. How does that sound? Or perhaps a couple of bows, and I shall let you rise. Silence envelopes the small courtyard. Neither the commander, who sits with arms crossed watching the spectacle, nor Melis, who leans against the wall, nor Lily, who munches on snacks from a small stool, show any intention of aiding their comrade. Defeated and silent, Polybo opts to remain sprawled on the ground. Quinn discerns Polybo's intention. He merely wishes to rely on the defense granted by the Order barrier and prolong the confrontation without conceding. Why the silence? Have you gone mute? Surely you do not think I am powerless against a turtle like you. The long sword that had just been broken lies in Quinn's grasp, the remaining 30-centimeter blade still appearing sharp. However, the other three present fail to comprehend this, for such sharpness cannot breach the Order barrier. The strength derived from the God of Order is comparable to that of the God of Hunting. Each with its strengths and weaknesses, the feral beast warrior leans towards a comprehensive enhancement of attack, while the Order Knight focuses on bolstering defense, expressed numerically for clarity, not corresponding to previous values. Class change: feral beast warrior, attack, 10 defense, 5 speed. 7 class change: Order Knight attack, 5 defense, 12 speed, 3 moreover. The Order Knight's Order barrier can further augment defense by an additional 12 points, while the feral beast warrior's trapped beast equally distributes a 5 enhancement across all attributes. Thus, Quinn must employ his skills. The waning flow is now fully at his disposal. The moonlight cascades like water over the broken sword, imbuing every motion with a transcendent grace, as if it were a natural phenomenon. His spirit converges upon the sword's edge. The distinction between moonlight and reflection blurs, and the others see Quinn sweep the shattered blade towards the Order Knight on the ground. Ah! A cry of agony resonates through the courtyard as Polybo, akin to a writhing worm, struggles on the ground. The armor on his back has sustained a visible gash, revealing the opulent fabric beneath. Before Quinn can act further, a large hand halts his intention to strike again. The commander, whose physique resembles that of a grizzly bear, has appeared behind him, an unseen pressure enveloping the area as he bellows, "This ends now. I concede on behalf of Polybo." casting a glance at Polybo, who was making a scene over merely having his armor slashed. The commander gestures for Lily to escort him away, sparing him further humiliation. Observing the wailing Polybo being dragged off, Quinn shrugs and chuckles. Though I hadn't quite finished my fun, if you insist, so be it. What did Polybo do to you? Do you harbor a grudge? The reason he refrains from breaking Polybo's limbs as initially imagined is due to the commander. To him, the opportunity to become extraordinary may seem a chance to help Quinn turn his life around. Yet, Quinn perceives it merely as a means to expedite his early struggles. He possesses a system, and thus, he is destined to become powerful. Therefore, the opportunity provided by the commander holds little significance. What he truly lacks are time and corpses. Quinn believes what truly matters is that the commander has dispatched someone to protect him. He does not think that someone as formidable as Lily would risk serious injury to save him, who has yet to reveal any extraordinary power. The only plausible explanation is a command from the commander. Lily's role as a bodyguard only solidifies this notion. Today marks his third time on the battlefield. In the first, he was preoccupied with fleeing. In the second, he was merely slaughtering weaklings. In the third, he encountered an insurmountable threat. Had Lily not leapt from the ranks, the 5 elite opponents might have truly rampaged through the Golden Empire's forces, likely resulting in his demise. All in all, the commander is quite decent. After receiving so many benefits from the other side, it would be embarrassing to injure or incapacitate a knight in front of him. You are quite, how shall I say it, overly cautious, the commander. 2. Finds this individual perplexing. To be recognized by the god of hunting indicates that Quinn is indeed aligned with his path. Yet this temperament, it certainly requires adjustment. By the way, Quinn, how on earth did you accomplish that during the day? I saw that pig-headed fellow go down in just a few strokes. You're incredible. I've never seen you practice swordsmanship before. The noble youth dances about in the room, excitedly plotting his future. His bright eyes reflect the flickering candlelight, filled with hope as he gazes at Quinn. After several weeks at the Crystal Defense, this is the first piece of good news he has heard. The Golden Empire treats each Order Knight with utmost importance. They are no longer mere soldiers, but enjoy the same status as mid-ranking officers. Even those from families that previously lost in political struggles are not significantly affected. Merely extending their service duration is already a severe punishment. Quinn, you should become the guardian knight of the Sonley family. Don't you adore slaughterhouses? I'll hand over all the slaughterhouses in the territory to you. I no longer require a slaughterhouse. Primarily, he seeks a set of plate armor. The rest comprises merely simple garments and a few scattered weapons. After engaging in battle, slaughterhouses no longer hold any allure for him. With his startup funds secured, Quinn can more efficiently hunt down bandit groups or seek out monster lairs than work in a slaughterhouse. Vis, not comprehending this, curiously asks, then what do you desire? Pray. Vis leaps onto the bed, waving his hand in a self-important manner. All right, I shall grant you the entirety of the mountainous region in our territory. Too small. Vis waves his other hand. Then I shall grant you the entire mountainous region of the province. But our family only has 3 small towns. With both hands crossed above his head, he strikes a pose, proudly declaring, once you achieve military merit, I shall be a great noble. Surely, there will be even more fiefs. That is still insufficient. With hands making circular gestures over his chest, he adopts the demeanor of an imperial noble. Then I shall grant you the entirety of the Golden Empire. No, 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 even so, I could never achieve military merit for the entire empire. Let me think, is that not allowed? Then continue dreaming and shift your behind. I need to take the blanket. Wow, ha ha ha, I shall be a great noble. Do not pull on my leg. As they prepare to move, Quinn is asked to assist in tidying up. After the relocation concludes, Quinn, now with his own independent room, receives an unexpected visitor. I recall your name to be beautiful. What was it? Melis, a pleasure to meet you. The unexpected guest is none other than the cloaked figure who had been observing the duel, one of the few extraordinary beings in the entire Spiny Lance Fortress who is not an Order Knight. It is immediately apparent. The woman does not don the iconic armor of an Order Knight. Her entire form, including her face, is concealed beneath a loose cloak, revealing no skin unless she makes a significant movement. Despite lacking armor, Quinn discerns 2 special patterned bracers on her exposed wrists. These are miraculous artifacts, crafted only by those of at least legendary caliber. The miraculous phenomenon accompanying the aforementioned is akin to the power possessed by Quinn, and it is evidently the creation of the esteemed commander. Subsequently, Quinn grasped that delicate little hand, the exquisite and warm touch eliciting a raised eyebrow from the man. The other party held onto his palm for an extended duration. Melis expressed joy rather than anger, reciprocating by clasping Quinn's hand. "Let us converse outside. I know of a tranquil spot to go. It is the first time a girl has invited me out. I consider myself quite fortunate." Chapter 15. A duel under the moonlight? The night enveloped the fortress in an extraordinary stillness. Bathed in moonlight, the towering walls and spires cast deep shadows, whispering tales of historical sediment and serene passage of time. This fortress, having withstood centuries of warfare, now lay silently beneath the night sky, awaiting the arrival of foes come dawn. The cold stone walls constituted the sole structure within the fortress, where the only sounds were those of ironclad boots clashing against the ground. It was the nocturnal patrol team. They recognized Melis and cast curious glances at Quinn, who stood beside her. Quinn's renown was not widely circulated among the common soldiers, yet they were familiar with the loyal guard who had served alongside the commander for several years. Although she often concealed herself beneath her cloak, as the third strongest in the Thorn Spear Fortress, she had saved countless soldiers on the battlefield, a fact not lost on the onlookers. Only those with extraordinary power could contend against the elite. The cloaked woman belonged to that very echelon of exceptional individuals. Thus, the presence of a tall man following her garnered much speculation. To be on duty at such an hour, the commander's guard truly endures great hardships. "I thought we were the unfortunate ones, enduring a month of night shifts. Do not speak so. At least we are spared from participating in the daytime city defense. I would rather be on city defense." Even though the few conversing spoke softly, the extraordinary hearing of the awakened could discern every word with clarity. Melis and Quinn merely exchanged smiles, paying no heed to the soldiers' chatter. The fortress spanned a considerable area. However, the location Melis mentioned was not far from there. After a brief walk of less than half an hour, they arrived at a small cottage. It appeared akin to an ordinary inn, yet there were no signs of life in the surrounding houses. The thick walls, constructed from piled rocks, rivaled the walls of the commander's courtyard, devoid of light, containing only a bed and 3 wooden safes. After leading Quinn inside, Melis instructed him to close the door. Thus, the room was left with only the moonlight filtering through the small window. Melis removed her cloak, folding it into a square and placing it at the bedside. With the faint light, Quinn discerned that the woman's figure was slender, her tailored leather armor accentuating her tall curves, especially her arms, graceful and nimble, appeared to flourish in the room, as if conjuring enchanting illusions that captivated the heart. She then reached out to close the window. Moonlight cascaded upon her face, revealing her exquisite profile. Her brows arched like a bow, subtly lifting, a hint of mirth concealed within her gaze, with a straight nose slightly raised, embodying a quintessential Eastern visage that radiated an air of elegance and poise. Her skin was delicate, her pale lips hinting at fragility, a strand of deep purple hair clinging to her neck, and her gem-like eyes glanced at Quinn, exposing a flaw upon her visage. A brand marked her right cheek, a slave's mark, seared into her skin with a hot iron. Once the window was shut, the room was engulfed in darkness. This was a confinement chamber. As long as no one was imprisoned by the commander, no one would approach within 100 meters, and the room possessed miraculous soundproofing, ensuring that any commotion within would remain unheard. How intriguing! When shall we commence? Now? Now? Clang! The blades of 2 swords clashed, sparks igniting in the darkness, illuminating the nearly identical exhilarated expressions of the two. With a swift separation, both retreated to opposite corners of the room. Melis crouched, one hand gripping her long sword, the other bracing against the ground, resembling a 3-legged beast. Grinning fiercely as she exclaimed, "Quinn, you are indeed called Quinn, are you not? I was right about you. You truly are a swordsman. How could that useless Polypo possibly defeat you? Heh, just now, out of respect for the commander, I refrained from slaying Polypo. My hand still itches." Quinn was not the least surprised. During their handshake, he had already sensed her condition, the calluses of one who had wielded a sword for years. The woman's reaction to Quinn was equally unsurprising. She immediately brandished her long sword and leaped forward once more. Like a fleeting phantom, even the current Quinn found it difficult to perceive her trajectory, only managing to cross his sword before him. Melis, unable to discern Quinn's movements in the dark, relied on her countless experiences in deadly combat. As soon as Quinn raised his hand, she instinctively knew his intentions. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a flurry of swordplay, nearly impossible to identify in the darkness. Like a venomous serpent striking, the sharp tip of her sword aimed directly at the man's throat. Boom! A shockwave erupted, her entire body surging with force akin to a whip, unleashing a sudden acceleration that shattered her swordplay, cleaving toward the woman's shoulder. A diagonal slash. This was not a special technique, merely a slashing method aimed at the enemy at an angle. Yet in Quinn's hands, it was potent enough to bisect a woman, spilling her innards upon the ground. Ha, ha! With her offensive disrupted, Melis could only retreat while hastily regaining her breath. Naturally, Quinn's attack landed in empty space. His speed was insufficient. You beast! That strength of yours is truly reminiscent of the commander. Is the god of hunting a giant among gods? To blaspheme the divine is a grave offense. Lady Melis, it may be difficult for you to ascend to legend thereafter. Deities do exist. They continuously observe the mortal realm. Should there be any disrespect, divine retribution shall descend. Melis shrugged, nonchalant. I did not acquire my strength through the gods. Such miracles would never choose bastards like us, oh, but you are the exception. A country bumpkin passing the divine trial is a miracle in itself. Have you read fairy tales? In the ancient lands of the Far East, warriors speak through their swords. That is a widely circulated tale, chronicling an ancient nation in the East. The men are robust, with red hair and red eyes. The women are enchanting, with blue hair and blue eyes. Both men and women are unparalleled warriors, believing not in deities, but in strength, forging bonds through their swordsmanship. Recalling the woman's cascading purple waves that flowed to her waist, Quinn inquired curiously, "Have you mutated?" A pulse throbbed in her temple as Melis, slightly irked, retorted, "You are quite rude." Though that statement holds some truth. Go be frank, despite the commander's immense trust in you, that man treats all his subordinates alike. I find it hard to believe that a mere country lad could pass the divine trial. However, your swordsmanship does not lie. Years of arduous training cannot be feigned. I merely require your honed skills. As a swordsman, I aspire to become legendary, and there is but one path to achieve this: to elevate my sword skills to a level that rivals the legendary. Quinn, though this may sound contradictory, you do not harbor disdain for me, do you? Stroking his chin, Quinn shook his head. He held a favorable impression of several guards aside from Polipo. Then, I implore you to lend me your strength. Allow me to step upon your swordsmanship and ascend to heights unseen. Ultimately, this is merely an invitation for a duel, is it not? Wait, you can fight too. As Quinn spoke halfway, he noticed the glint of a sword illuminating the darkness, reminiscent of the capability he had just exhibited in slicing through Polipo's armor. He never anticipated that this woman would possess such a skill. Melis twirled her sword, promising Quinn in a tone reminiscent of cunning, "If you can assist me in achieving legend, I shall exhaust all my power to craft a miracle for you." Scratching his head, the man was indifferent to her mention of miracle, but he unabashedly expressed sweet words that would send shivers down the woman's spine. Whether it is a miracle or not is of little consequence to me. What matters is that I might truly slay you. With their conversation concluded, both once again charged toward one another. Ruthless and vicious, every strike aimed for the enemy's vital points, each prepared to trade wounds for life, striving to compress their opponent's position within the confined space. Yet Quinn was no less formidable. The combat memories from decades of the Wisteria flow had long since been fused into his being, and his battle-honed swordsmanship, forged in the crucible of war, even surpassed that of his opponent. Had he been prepared for injury, Melis would have likely found herself pressed under his might. Shadows intertwined, the cold gleam of steel flashed like lightning. Both were swift and aggressive swordsmen, transforming into mere specters in the dark, navigating the confines of the confinement chamber, where sparks flew as blades collided. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows no fewer than 10 times. In the next moment, the naked eye could no longer capture the traces of their blades, as the surging sword intent scattered like raindrops, leaving tiny pinholes in the walls. Melis's eyes sparkled with fervor. Infused with obsession and enthusiasm, murmuring to herself, Such swordsmanship, such swordsmanship. Since I first grasped a sword, I have never encountered anything like this. I must slay you. I must slay you. Wonderful, truly marvelous. A self-taught rogue like you can actually engage me. Please, do lend me your head. Assist me in this endeavor. Quinn, too, was exuberant. The stronger the foe within his capacity to handle, the better. The last time he had slain that two-bladed pig-headed creature, he had gained 13 points on his progress bar. This woman was evidently several times stronger than that beast. With a thunderous clash, two sonic booms collided once more, igniting sparks in the darkness. With a single decisive strike, Melis sought to pursue further. But she beheld Quinn retreat abruptly, sheathing his sword at his waist. An inexplicable chill coursed through her, a premonition that sent her reeling backward. Yet, the confines of the chamber were so narrow that even retreating to a corner left her barely 4 meters away from him. The sense of impending danger still palpable in her heart. He intends to cleave me in two. Quinn had unleashed his murderous intent, a resolve that could not be halted, determined to sever his foe in twain. This is not a skill that can be evaded. Her breath was ensnared, the range of a swordsman's attack entirely encompassing her, as if this strike could transcend the limits of ordinary swordsmen, reaching that legendary realm. My assessment was indeed correct. A prismatic aura illuminated the entire chamber. Emanating from the blade, Melis, clad in leather armor, had sustained considerable damage amidst the flurry of sword energy, revealing wounds marred with blood. Yet, her expression remained resolute, facing the lethal strike that could surely end her life. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed her trump card, the rainbow sword. The chilling radiance hidden beneath the spectrum cleaved through the air, the force penetrating the blade, aimed directly at Quinn's heart. The slender sword energy measured barely 2 inches. Yet it unerringly targeted the vital point. Clang! Melis witnessed her sword's brilliance collide with a mere afterimage, akin to an inconsequential insect swept aside by a chariot, and then, from several meters away, the man swung down his long sword, a flash of cold light. Crimson blood flowed in a line across the woman's form. With a swift motion, he sheathed his sword. Hiss! Blood erupted. Chapter 16. Miss Heisel. The military Dr. Heisel served as the army's physician. As a doctor within the ranks, particularly one of extraordinary caliber, her status was undeniably elevated. Certain decisions even required the commander to heed her counsel, especially concerning matters of expertise. Yet, one point that many failed to grasp was, "Oh, you are also the commander's personal guard. With such spindly arms and legs, can you truly fight?" Placing the gravely injured Melis upon the sickbed, Quinn curiously inquired of Heisel. The silver-haired female doctor held a rather unfavorable first impression of Quinn. However, this did not impede the swiftness of her treatment. Melis, pallid as parchment, lay upon the bed, a gaping wound spanning from her shoulder to her abdomen. Muscles severed, blood vessels ruptured, and blood loss significant. At this juncture, the swordswoman's breath was faint, her consciousness hazy. Were it not for her formidable constitution as an extraordinary being, she would likely have succumbed by now. It was not as simple as a mere flash of holy light bringing an end. Without the need to disrobe, as her extraordinary power surged, fine threads swiftly traversed Melis's wound, constricting blood vessels to staunch the bleeding while suturing the injury. Each stitch impeccably placed, in a previous life. Such skill would have been the realm of physicians aged 50 or more. A mere 10 minutes had elapsed, and the wound was nearly stitched closed. Yet Heisel continued to channel her extraordinary power. The sword wound that extended from shoulder to abdomen vanished at a visible pace, leaving only a faint pink hue, and even that slight scar began to fade. Although the injury had affected internal organs and bones, due to the prompt medical attention, the wound remained smooth, without loss of flesh, and combined with her robust physique, the healing of muscles and bones was remarkably effective. By resting for a night, she would be right as rain. Having completed the treatment, Heisel exhaled a long sigh, yet her brow remained furrowed. Melis was indeed the third strongest of the spiked gun fortress, aside from the commander and Lily. No one else could defeat her in single combat. An extraordinary elite capable of injuring her would certainly pose a significant threat to the fortress. Kings against kings, generals against generals. Should the commander be called to face this elite? The opposing legendary powerhouse would not remain idle, especially one like the female orc Shulky, possessing formidable long-range support capabilities, who could intercept the commander simply by unleashing her legend. Moreover, the wound was remarkably smooth. This detail astonished Heisel the most. Among the Orcish combat techniques, no race could achieve such a wound. If this unprecedented skill could turn the tide of battle, overcoming the odds, it might bear the potential to ascend to legendary status. The pressure the spiked gun fortress would face would then double. This was a dilemma. If matters went awry, they might have to seek aid from other fortresses. You, come here. Ignoring your injuries may lead to subsequent ailments. After a moment of contemplation, Heisel directed white light upon Quinn. Despite her unfavorable impression of the man, she would not let such trivial matters prevent the spiked gun fortress from missing out on such a crucial combat asset. The white light enveloped the wound, and Quinn felt a slight itch, the blood crusting at the sight. His injury was not severe. He had merely been splattered during the clash of sword energies. The deepest wound barely penetrating 2 centimeters. Thus, compared to him, Melis's condition was far more critical. Leaving her be, aren't you concerned about inflammation or infection? Quinn began, only to suddenly recall that the concepts of inflammation and infection did not exist in this world. For ordinary doctors, managing external injuries by staunching the bleeding was already commendable. Thereafter, it was merely a matter of leaving it to fate. Surviving was a sign of good fortune, while failing to do so meant a direct burial. This was akin to divine intervention in the eyes of mortals. This was also why Heisel held such an important position at the spiked gun fortress. In essence, the medical terms she had never heard of were surely the jargon of incompetent healers. As for the notion of rotting wounds, that was even more improbable. Her powers differed from those of the neighboring Holy See, not directly healing but rather employing miraculous forces to replace the treatment and bandaging process, thereby directly achieving wound closure. Do you comprehend? Quinn nodded, beginning to understand. It was akin to a one-click sweep function. The goddess of abundance uploaded a save file. Heisel accessed it, consuming miraculous power for a one-click sweep, thus obtaining the rewards of restoration. How convenient! Did the god of hunting possess such capabilities? Heisel shook her head, uncertain. You might inquire with the commander. That individual understands. The silver-white hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders. The white lab coat draped casually over her form, her physique well-proportioned, lines flowing smoothly. It seemed she had been awakened abruptly at night, as her exquisite features still bore traces of drowsiness, black-framed glasses resting upon her face, reflecting the light to obscure her inner thoughts. Adjusting her glasses, the silver-haired doctor seated herself, pouring a glass of water for herself, scribbling something while casually asking Quinn, "Now, tell me the orc race that injured you." "I will craft specialized tools." Still immersed in the marvels of extraordinary medicine, Quinn instinctively queried, "What orc race?" The doctor frowned slightly. She simply disliked individuals like Quinn, who were so unkempt. Not only was he dirty, but he also lacked even the most basic of manners. Even the commander would listen attentively when she spoke, occasionally distracted, but he was the commander. Nonetheless, she patiently explained, "Did you not undertake the commander's mission, leading to your injuries?" Yet, what she did not anticipate was the man's subsequent words. "No, we merely engaged in some sparring. Alas, how unfortunate, I exerted too much force at the last moment, causing my sword to snap. Otherwise, she would have been cleaved in two by now." Simultaneously, as Heisel's mind momentarily stalled, he produced his broken sword, perfectly matching Melis's injuries. Chapter 17. Aftermath. Upon regaining consciousness, the first sight that met Melis's eyes was Heisel. And her initial reaction was not one of gratitude or concern for her injuries, but rather, she clutched the arm of the female doctor, pleading earnestly, "Heisel, please don't tell the commander. Otherwise, I shall be confined in the isolation chamber for several days. Now you realize your mistake. I should have inferred that it was your instigation when I heard him mention sparring. I ought to have slain you, saving the effort of treating you here every day." The relationship between Melis and Heisel was evidently more intimate. This was quite apparent. Before the other two personal guards, Melis stood silent as a corpse, uttering not a word, only responding when the commander addressed her. Otherwise, she would be lost in thought. Yet before Heisel, she resembled a mischievous younger sister caught by her stern elder sibling, begging not to inform their parents. Of course, The female doctor feigned anger, yet in truth, she was somewhat exasperated. After all, the swordswoman had a history of mischief. Hearing Heisel's scolding, Melis not only did not retract but instead leaned closer, whispering, "Moreover, let me tell you, although Quinn appears to be a foolish giant, he is, in fact, a good person." This was a person who, simply because she glanced at him, harbored intentions of slaying her. How could such an individual be deemed a good person? Heisel remained skeptical of this assertion. Lifting her gaze to the side, she observed Quinn, who waved amicably at her, his eyes briefly scanning her body. Though it was but a fleeting moment, as a being of extraordinary nature, Heisel detected the lingering focus of his gaze upon her. Neck, heart, abdomen, legs. It seemed he was contemplating how to dismember her or, alternatively, incapacitate her without causing fatal harm. Such a person was undoubtedly a bona fide maniac. Heisel delivered her final verdict on Quinn. Avoid associating with such an undisciplined individual. Quinn, utterly perplexed, merely noted that he had gazed upon a beautiful woman, instinctively glancing from her legs to her neck. But why did it feel as though the female doctor had discerned his gaze? This was problematic. Her perception was far too keen. Even the most subtle glance would be detected. Quinn, she continued, a moment of distraction. The man received a bag of gold coins tossed to him by the female swordsman. He weighed it in his hand, upon hearing the sound within, concluded that it must indeed contain gold coins. He decided to consider this as his reward for the time being, as it represented all the savings he had amassed. Although he intended to assert that he was not the type of person to accept such a gift, the sound indicated to Quinn that there were nearly 50 gold coins inside, an amount substantial enough to purchase several butcher shops. This world operates on a classic monetary system of gold, silver, and copper, with a ratio of 1 to 100, where a single copper coin can procure the most inferior black bread. 50 gold coins in his previous life would equate to 500,000. Oh, how Quinn's fist pumped with excitement. I am now a man of wealth. My father only allocates a few silver coins for my pocket money each month. This bag of gold surpasses a decade's worth of my allowances. Now, when I call this swordsman sir, there is no trace of sarcasm. It is a sincere respect for this master of the blade. Once Quinn was dispatched, only Melis and Hessel remained in the sick room. The silver-haired doctor gave a sharp flick to the swordsman's forehead, admonishing, "We are on the brink of war. Should anything go awry, the captain will surely hold you accountable. Even if I do not report it, you won't escape unscathed." Melis dismissed this with disdain. The Orc Empire boasts 6 legendary heroes, yet simultaneously borders the 3 great human factions, the Holy See of the West, the Golden Empire of the South, and the United Federations of the East. Each faction possesses no more than 3 legendary heroes, but should the Orc Empire truly concentrate its strength, the 3 human factions would unite in an instant. The principle of mutual destruction is not lost on the powers that be. Thus, there have been no legendary Orc heroes launching attacks against the crystal-lined AS for the epic-level Orc heroes. They would naturally be countered by epic-level Imperial commanders. With the miraculous enhancements from the defenses, a single epic-level hero from the Golden Empire can withstand 10 Orc epic heroes without difficulty. Initially, they could only fend off 3, but as the fortifications grew stronger and the miracles of the stronghold were sung of far and wide, the divine strength surged forth, rendering the defenses increasingly formidable. Culminating in an impregnable bastion today, there are orcs like the pig-headed ones, possessing some combat prowess and rudimentary husbandry skills. However, many resemble the diminutive ratfolk, lacking significant combat capability and whose farming skills are of little use. They merely waste food and have no territory within the Orc Empire, forced to dwell perpetually in the dark underground, where they either become playthings or food when discovered by other orcs. Such information is well known among the knightly class. Hence, the assault of orcs is regarded as a routine occurrence, perhaps with a slight increase in their numbers this time, bolstered by the miracles of the priests. The miraculous powers not only enhance the orcs' combat abilities, but also instill in them a reckless disregard for death, temporarily forgetting that they are but cannon fodder. Within a month, once their numbers dwindle by more than half, they will retreat voluntarily. Melis spoke with conviction, yet was met with another flick from the doctor. You cannot act recklessly. If either of you were to perish, the consequences would be dire. We won't die. We know our limits. A.S. Hessel prepared to flick again, The female swordsman instinctively covered her head. Unexpectedly, the doctor pointed at her arm, leaving her with a sensation of tingling and pain, akin to ants crawling and biting. But fleeting, lingering only as a strong phantom pain it was evident that Hessel's physical abilities were inadequate, only able to bully the slow-moving Order Knights, but would stand no chance against the quicker Quinn. Thus, she felt the impending sense of crisis when facing Quinn, as if she could be decapitated in a single stroke. The doctor gently stroked the girl's long hair and embraced her. Speaking earnestly, "Melis, I am speaking to you with utmost seriousness. That fellow could really kill you. Keep your distance. I am not jesting. You are my only friend, and I do not wish for any misfortune to befall you." "I mean it." The following day, sunlight streamed through the gnarled old trees, casting its rays upon the cold stone walls. Quinn, clutching the gold coins in his sleep, was roused by the incessant murmuring from next door. After becoming an extraordinary being, his hearing had sharpened significantly. He could discern the hushed conversation next door with clarity. The stone walls of the fortress possessed a degree of soundproofing, yet the two conversing had overlooked the extraordinary vocation of the beast warrior, residing adjacent to them. Compared to the more comprehensive enhancements of the Order Knights, which included all 5 senses, the soundproofing was of little use to Quinn as long as he was not too far away. "Miss Hessel, do you truly know my father?" Although he was the illegitimate son of one of his uncle's many affairs, he had at least met him once. The voices he heard belonged to the female doctor and his good friend Vis. He recalled how surprised he was when the doctor had sought out Vis, only to discover they were related. However, silver-haired and golden-haired individuals were typically of royal lineage or the original noble bloodlines. Tracing back these two hair colors often led to a common ancestry. The nobleman crushed under Polly's foot was likely also related to the female doctor. Why would she seek out Vis alone? "Then why do you come to me?" Vis was equally perplexed. Logically, there should be plenty of nobles within the fortress related to the female doctor. After all, he was merely a lowly noble who had barely survived the battlefield and should not expect any special treatment. "Your hair color is golden, a trait exclusive to royalty. Even if your parents both have silver hair, it cannot conceal your potential. In the last 700 years, every golden-haired individual born from 2 silver-haired parents has been capable of achieving legendary feats." "Is that true?" Quinn could hear Vis's voice, tinged with sharp surprise and excitement. It seemed this was the first time an elder had acknowledged Vis's potential. Throughout his life, he had never showcased any talent, often falling short even compared to ordinary individuals, possessing only a gentle demeanor that offered smiles to everyone, a trait that could be described as weak. Every golden-haired royal possessed extraordinary gifts, among the dozens of captains along the front line. Only 3 were silver-haired, the rest being golden-blooded royals, indicating that Vis inherently possessed exceptional talent. Even without seeing Vis's face, Quinn could imagine the joy radiating from his best friend. He continued to eavesdrop. "Are you here to guide me? What must I do? To become an Order Knight, you must train day after day until you earn the favor of the God of Order. That is when you will reveal your true potential." "Huh?" Vis's confusion was palpable, and Quinn understood it well. It was akin to someone in his past life proclaiming, "You will surely become a high-ranking official," only to respond, "Just study hard and pass the civil service examination." Essentially, it was empty boasting. Yet, from her tone, it seemed the female doctor was not joking. She genuinely believed Vis could accomplish something extraordinary. "Furthermore, your retinue has now gained the captain's recognition. If you cannot rein him in, when the day comes that he turns against you, you will not be able to withstand it." "You mean Quinn? We grew up together. I have seen too many such cases. Before acquiring power, he will not reveal his claws. Now, a single misstep could lead you right into his grasp. In a way, Quinn is truly a good person. My best friend trusts me. That female doctor only spreads slander about him. I must find an opportunity to set her straight." Quinn resolved. He then turned over and resumed his slumber in a daze. He heard snippets of a conversation between a man and a woman, speculating about undiscovered peculiarities from their childhood. In a wonder, he thought. However, in his half-dream state, he could not discern the details, merely assuming it was some embarrassing secret about his best friend, perhaps concerning bedwetting at the age of 7 or 8, and dismissed it, drifting back into a deep sleep, until his best friend kicked him with a small foot clad in a cotton white sock. "Quinn, wake up. The knights are having an early meeting. If it weren't for Miss Hessel coming to tell me. You would have been late? Huh? Can I request to skip the early meeting? You two were chattering away next door and woke me up. Quinn, still bleary-eyed, threw off the covers and casually wrapped himself in some cloth before sitting up. This was his usual way, prioritizing ventilation and freedom of movement. Furthermore, with the blessing of beastly might, he need not worry about mosquito bites. You? What did you hear? Vis's face betrayed visible panic, his voice trembling. To his surprise, Quinn grasped his neck and shook him playfully. You should train hard. Stop lazing around in your room. In the few weeks since arriving at the Spear Fort, Vis had not trained properly even once. His physique was too weak, unable to endure more than 2 hours, yet the minimum requirement to become an order knight was 3 hours of mechanical exercise each day. With a slap, Quinn placed his hand on his best friend's underdeveloped arm. You devoured those pig trotters so greedily. You ought to build some muscle instead of just accumulating fat. Vis retaliated with a punch to Quinn's face, shouting, You're the one who is all fat. Chapter 18. Golden-blooded royalty. The light illuminated the solemn atmosphere in the conference room, where 20 armored knights gathered around a long table, the sound of their heavy armor creating a backdrop of subtle metallic clinks. The other knights were each preoccupied with their respective duties. On the table lay a sand model depicting the terrain surrounding the Thorn Fortress, which transformed every minute in a mesmerizing display. This extraordinary creation, born from the marvels of the Crystal Line, provided real-time feedback on the quantity of nearby troops and the topography. The armor of the knights was largely uniform, differing only in the heraldry emblazoned upon it. At this moment, every gaze from beneath the helmets was fixed upon the imposing knight at the head of the long table. The commander sat at the forefront, with Lily and Polypo to his left, and Melis and Hester to his right. The diminutive knight Lily occupied a specially crafted chair reminiscent of a child's seat in a restaurant, enhanced with a cushion to elevate her to eye level with the others. Upon catching a glimpse of Quinn, she merely nodded solemnly before redirecting her focus ahead, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. Polypo shot a fierce glare at Quinn, his eyes capable of devouring, before returning his attention to the task at hand. Dutifully presenting the documents to the commander, much like the other knights, remaining focused as they awaited the meeting's start. Melis remained shrouded in her grand cloak, her face obscured from view, betraying no hint of expression. However, when Quinn's gaze swept across her, she subtly clenched her fist. Hester and Quinn exchanged glances, neither unfamiliar nor overly familiar, offering each other a nod. With all present, the commander began. Today's meeting will cover 3 points. First, as reserve knights, you possess commendable strength, yet lack experience. I am not concerned about your potential for retreat. I urge you to prioritize your safety. Should the need arise, abandon your mission and fall back to the fortress. Each knight is a valuable asset to the Empire. Second, we have recently acquired another extraordinary elite, one named Quinn, that tall individual. Assessments indicate his strength is equivalent to 2 Polypos. He shall henceforth be the 5th member of my personal guard, and he will join Melis in executing ambushes against the formidable Orc elite on the battlefield. You are to coordinate effectively with them. Third, we will bolster patrols within the fortress, doubling the number of protective units established at its core. The specific personnel assignments will be designated by Knight Polypo. If there are matters to report, speak now. If not, the meeting is adjourned. The knights remained silent, and after a 10-second pause, they rose in unison, bowing in a synchronized salute to the commander before vacating the conference room. Quinn, attending his first meeting, was astounded by the commander's efficiency. He had expected a lengthy discourse, perhaps a tiresome 3-hour monologue, yet it concluded so swiftly. Once the knights departed, the commander, seated nearby, discerned the man's confusion and chuckled. Explaining, Such is the nature of the Golden Empire. I initially thought it would drag on, but we are not pretentious old nobles, after all. We accomplish such trivial matters in the shortest time possible. He then gestured towards the female doctor beside him. Allow me to introduce our military physician, Hester. Though small in stature, she possesses remarkable skills when dealing with the Order Knights. The silver-haired physician sighed with a wry smile. Why did these two fellows describe her the same way? They were both extraordinary. Physical size should be the least significant attribute, right? Though she mentally grumbled, she merely recounted to the commander and Quinn how they had met. We crossed paths before. Her master is a blonde noble. Upon hearing blonde noble, the commander perked up. Oh, a blonde noble? Quite rare indeed. What of it? Can they become an order knight? Have you forgotten? Every blonde possesses unique talents. As do you and Lily. Perched upon her elevated chair, the petite knight turned her head curiously, as if someone had called her name. The commander, struck by inspiration, exclaimed, "Indeed, my physique and Lily's strength must be a result of royal blood. I am the strongest in the fortress, and Lily is the second strongest. How enlightening! You are unaware of such basics. Was this not taught to you? My mentor was a barbarian warrior. He only taught me how to fight." "Ha ha ha!" The commander, proud and robust, erupted into a thunderous laugh that echoed throughout the meeting room. After the laughter subsided, the commander continued, "What of that blonde noble's talents? Greater strength than Lily, or swifter than Melis? Perhaps a genius in logistics, or a remarkable physician, or a prodigious alchemist. Surely not an artist of no practical use. I do not require artists. They should sing on the battlefield instead. Wait, I see a peculiar look in your eyes. You cannot possibly be an artist, can you? For now, no significant talent has been displayed. Then does that not make them useless? One could indeed say so. Then why mention it to me?" With a resounding slap, Hester found herself on the receiving end of the commander's hand, which struck the table with a thud. In dealing with her petite frame, the commander had clearly tempered his strength. She appeared somewhat disheveled. Yet the next moment, Hester retaliated by slapping the commander's thigh with a hand glowing with white light. Ah, ah! The massive knight collapsed to the floor, rolling about, utterly devoid of any semblance of a commander. Meanwhile, the silver-haired physician stood atop the commander's breastplate, imparting a lesson from her elevated position. "You two are blonde. You ought to comprehend the significance of being blonde. 5 years. Only 5 years remain until the next Golden Empire succession. If you do not cultivate a sense of urgency, you shall be dispatched to suppress the demon race." In the face of Hester's admonition, the commander opted for defiance. He sprawled on the meeting room floor, arms outstretched, exclaiming, "What else am I to do if not suppress the demon race? Am I to vie for the throne against my 230-year-old epic cousin? Do you know he could crush an ancient dragon with a single punch? And my 16-year-old cousin, blessed by gold since birth, single-handedly held off 7 epic demons at the age of 13. I have yet to even attain the second tier of legend. What purpose do I serve if not to suppress the demon race? The title of Golden Emperor can only be claimed after achieving epic status. The Blonde King, regardless of how many generations of bloodlines separate him, is entitled to inherit this title as long as he is an epic hero. The last survivor of the royal bloodshed shall obtain the authority of the second Golden Emperor, growing even stronger upon the foundation of mythic heroes. Such matters hold little significance for the commander. Yet the crux of the issue lay here. The female military physician warned sternly, "I understand your reluctance to align with any faction is for our sake. Once you enter the royal selection contest, we, as elite individuals, will merely become pawns manipulated at will point 8 candidates for kingship, each with the potential to become the Golden Emperor. The ferocity of their competition has surpassed imperial law. Even heroes endowed with the power of 6 legends have perished among them. This is precisely why the commander is averse to joining any faction. Yet this is undoubtedly a case of drinking poison to quench thirst. Should one faction emerge victorious, they shall revel in triumph, while the vanquished will inevitably perish, leaving the neutrals to fulfill their final purpose. Ultimately, those who remain will only become targets for the victors to pursue, unless you possess a power they deem worthy." Upon hearing Hester's warning, the commander nonchalantly rose from the floor, continuing to don a cheerful smile that masked the potentially grim fate that awaited. "Hee hee. Have I amused you, Hester? You're quite amiable, though a bit chatty. The royal selection contest. Such matters are hardly worth discussing. We shall merely aim to combat the demon race in the future." Quinn was oblivious to the demon race's nature in this world. He had only heard of demons existing in fairy tales, those tired tales of heroes battling demon lords, ultimately winning the princess's hand in marriage. From the commander's tone, it appeared the threat was not as formidable as one might think. Dismissing such trivial discussions, the commander turned to Quinn. "Your armor was altered overnight. Try it on and see if it fits. If all is well, you shall join me on the battlefield today with that." For soldiers promptly entered the conference room, carrying a set of large armor. It bore a resemblance to the commander's, equally fierce and exuding an aura of chilling profundity. Weighing just over 100 pounds, It would be suffocating for an ordinary person, but it was perfectly suitable for an elite extraordinary. With the assistance of the soldiers, Quinn donned the steel armor for the first time, only to be promptly kicked out of the conference room by the commander. Today, that old sow is absent. Go forth and unleash your potential on the battlefield. Should you fail to honor this armor, I shall send you flying with a single punch. Chapter 19. Return to the battlefield. The resounding beat of drums shook the earth as the horde of orcs surged forth like a tide. Shield bearers in the front, spearmen behind. A simple combination of shield and spear warriors, the pig-headed orcs could not hope to breach their defenses. Soon, after suffering losses among their ranks, the orc elite made their entrance. Not only the pig-headed orcs, but also the extraordinary elites of today's orc tribe included rat-men and dog-headed creatures. These two types of beasts were considered lesser races, the dog-headed ones. Possessing skills in gathering and training hounds, could produce extraordinary orcs given sufficient resources. However, the rat-men relied solely on sheer numbers to achieve their exceptional status. With an average of hundreds of thousands of rat-men, only one might emerge as an elite warrior, and these creatures seemed to spring forth from the depths of the earth like mushrooms after rain. I must sample the flavors of these humans. My grandfather told me that the taste of humans surpasses even the most delectable lamb. Woof. I wish to taste them too. The intellect of the rat folk surpasses that of the goblin folk to some extent. Yet this comes at the cost of their frail physiques. Standing at merely half a meter tall, hunched over, they resemble children. Their strength is significantly inferior to that of the elite beastmen, allowing them only to bully ordinary humans. Meanwhile, the commanding knight within the fortress, upon witnessing the entry of the elite beastmen, immediately called upon the order knights, directing the regular soldiers to gradually retreat. Thud, thud, thud. Radiant beams of golden light pierced through the dark clouds, cascading over the battlefield as the formation of order knights marched forward in unison. Their armor, crafted from heavy metal plates and chainmail, reflected the morning light with a cold shimmer. The family crest at their backs fluttered gently in the breeze. As they marched with synchronized steps, each stride proclaiming their strength and resolve. Their long swords and shields merged seamlessly with the sunlight, transforming the entire battalion into a formidable fortress advancing steadily. At the forefront stood a particularly robust knight, half a body length ahead of his comrades, clad in armor 30 larger than that of his peers, with his family emblem standing out prominently no matter how many times they had witnessed it. The attacking beastmen were invariably intimidated by this moving tower of iron. The weakest of the ratfolk elite even felt their legs turn to jelly, attempting to flee the battlefield. Yet, under the watchful eye of the overseer and bolstered by their unique state, the ratfolk widened their blood-red eyes and charged forth, brandishing their weapons. Charge, do not fear, slay them. Before the diminutive ratfolk could engage in close combat with the order knights, they beheld a humanoid fortress erupting from the ranks of their adversaries. To their perspective, the giant armor, towering a head above the usual, traversed dozens of meters and crashed to the ground like a cannonball. Boom. Dust billowed as, before the elite beastmen could react, a massive hand emerged from the smoke. Seizing the head of the foremost goblin, in a flash of cold light, the goblin's head was severed from its body. 29 To acquire the next skill. The hardness of the elite's head was significantly greater than that of ordinary beastmen. The intention had been to crush it outright. This self-muttering was barely audible, yet the dozen or so beastmen present were all keenly attuned to sound. At that moment, every one of them bristled with alarm. What manner of beast is this? Hiss! The long sword sliced through the smoke, the plain yet formidable sword energy appearing to the elite beastmen as a scythe from the depths of hell. Undoubtedly, they had no means of defense against it. Scatter! A ratfolk shouted, and in an instant, the beastmen reacted. This was a power-specialized elite transcendent, not a defensively enhanced order knight. If they could evade his attack and leverage their speed advantage, they might just encircle him. While they could not breach the defense of the order knights, this transcendent was another matter entirely. The warrior discerned the intentions of the beastmen, a smirk appearing beneath his visor. Surround? Let us see you try. Quinn exerted force beneath his feet, unleashing a ferocious might that locked onto the nearest beastman, crashing down upon his target. The unmatched momentum surged forth like a wild beast, a heavy scent of blood wafting through the air. His long sword did not falter, slicing through the air towards the terrified ratfolk elite. The cleaving strike. His honed skill no longer restrained, the Ratfolk elite was cleaved from shoulder to abdomen by this terror-inducing blow. Innards spilling onto the ground, intestines, blood, flesh, bones. The surrounding beastmen could clearly see their comrades still clinging to life, pleading for aid thanks to the elite's tenacious vitality. Yet on their faces, fear of this frenzied beast was predominant. Enough of this noise. With a single thrust, Quinn pierced the throat of a beastman. Surveying the surrounding elite, he spread his arms wide, the exhilaration of slaughter coursing through him, his armor now splattered with blood and bits of entrails. Bursting forth in a joyous laughter. 37 to acquire the next skill. Come on, more. Ha 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 ha. His laughter shattered the last of the beastmen's psychological defenses, causing them to scatter like frightened birds, terrified of the long sword that might fall upon them. Run? Only the pig-headed. No, only the tiger-headed elite can contend with such a foe. He is certainly not an order knight. Woof woof woof. In the rear, the pig-headed overseer, witnessing the chaos, paid no mind to the fleeing soldiers but instead summoned 2 of his kin. You 2 deal with him. If I am not mistaken, he should be the frenzied beast warrior Poochie, much like the commander of the Fortress Knights. As long as we land the first strike, victory will be ours, Poochie. The 2 pig-headed elites exchanged glances and retreated into the ranks. Subsequently, 10 wild-boar knights mounted on long-haired pigs drove the previously retreating weak beastmen forward, joining forces with several other races of beastmen, charging at the barricade formed by the Order Knights. Once one becomes transcendent, the disparity between heavy and light armor diminishes significantly. However, this does not imply that the power gap among transcendent elites is negligible. On the contrary, the divide between them is one that countless lives could scarcely hope to bridge in their lifetimes. Sheep, dogs, pigs, rats, horses. Quinn observed the approaching horde of monstrous beings, muttering complaints from a past life. Just a few more, and we'll have the complete zodiac. Though that sheep does look quite adorable. Among the bipedal beastmen, a peculiar gray sheep with large horns stood out. Amidst a throng of 2-legged beastmen, the sight of a 4-legged sheep was indeed peculiar. Most notably, it was not as if a beastman sat atop a tusked pig. Rather, it was charging forth all alone. Enough of that, so many experience packets coming my way. I must hasten my leveling up. He had slain a dual-dagger pig-headed the previous day, bringing his progress to 21. Just now, he dispatched a ratfolk and a goblin, advancing to 37. Just in time, 2 pigs mounted on long-tusked boars charged towards him, their speed far surpassing that of their comrades. Just as he was about to doze off, a pillow was delivered right to him. Focusing his mind, he directed his full attention to the long sword in his hand. Before sheathing the blade, Quinn slightly bent forward, squinting his eyes, his senses dulling until only the 2 long-tusked pigs racing towards him remained in his auditory and visual fields, though the outside observer. His presence seemed like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Yet within, his vitality surged like a volcano on the brink of eruption, the energy coiling from his feet to his fingertips, twisting into a single spring, uniting his will and intent through the blade, triggering the volcanic explosion. He neither dodged nor evaded, striking head-on. The unadorned yet potent attack was Quinn's full exertion. That astonishing strike went unrecognized by the beastman cavalry. The sword's momentum surging like waves, unavoidable. In that instant, the 2 wild-boar knights, unable to employ any method of evasion, collided headlong into the oncoming sword energy as if they were drawn to it. Offering no resistance, swoosh, the sword energy pierced through, man and beast alike were shattered, gurgle gurgle, the mangled bodies tumbled to the ground, rolling several times. 52 to acquire the next skill, 66 to acquire the next skill, 84 to acquire the next skill, 100 to acquire the next skill. Chapter 20. Just turned 18. The explosive killshot shooter system is at your service. 100 to the next skill draw. Skill is being drawn. Charismatic leadership A, from a certain resplendent archer. A rare talent, capable of commanding a large army in battle. Even kings known for their tactical acumen possess only AB rank. Skill is being distributed. Please wait, a fine prize indeed. Yet of little aid to Quinn in his current state. He was exhausted. He felt he could not continue. Quickly, kill this human. The surrounding elite beastmen, witnessing Quinn suddenly sit down and close his eyes to recuperate, were invigorated. Certainly, Quinn's ability to slay 4 beastmen elite, including the long-tusked pig, was fearsome, but surely after such a move, even a legendary hero would need a moment to catch their breath, right? Precisely. Now is the time. Those who retreat shall perish. All cowards shall be executed. Kill him. I shall spare your kin. Not only that, but I also promise that I will not strike against your kin in the future. Under such threats and temptations, the ratfolk, goblins, and centaurs all brightened their eyes. From several dozen meters away, Quinn's keen hearing naturally picked up their commands, sprawled out on the ground as he regained his strength. Although the elite beastmen did not possess the same level of fortitude as the Order Knights, their defenses far surpassed that of common leather armor. Each one required considerable effort to slay. After all, he was no ordinary man, but an elite transcendent, and his opponents would undoubtedly guard their vital points with utmost vigilance. In a one-on-one duel, there would be time to seek out weaknesses, but in a multifaceted confrontation, Quinn could not afford to dally with any single foe. He must carve a path to escape before they closed in. He had exerted every ounce of his strength in that last skill, naturally depleting his stamina. While he could no longer slay enemies, he remained unperturbed at the sight of the oncoming beastmen. Feebly calling out, "Brothers, time for a change of personnel? Who is your brother?" If it were not for the commander saying you could act freely, your reckless ambition alone would land you in the confinement chamber for 3 days. Though he longed to dismember Quinn, Polypo would not allow infighting at this moment. When he fought me, he had yet to unleash his full power. This man is a beast of the same caliber as the commander. Shaking his head, he cast aside any extraneous thoughts, fixing his gaze ahead, sword in hand, and advancing steadily. His advantage did not lie here. With me as the spearhead, let us close our wings for the Empire. Quinn did not glance back at the carnage behind him. The orcs on the front line had never managed to gain the upper hand against the Golden Empire. Should they falter, the archers at the rear would unleash arrows imbued with miraculous power to safeguard the retreat of the Order Knights. It is said that the orc elite, below the legends, cannot withstand the arrow's assault, while those above the legends are naturally attended by massive crossbows. The reason for withholding the arrows at the onset was to inflict greater casualties upon the orc ranks. Otherwise, the moment the arrows were loosed, the enemy would flee from the range of attack. Upon shedding his armor, soldiers would naturally assist him in cleaning it. His muscles ached, a consequence of relentlessly wielding sword energy to slay foes, a considerable burden indeed. "Hey, Polypo, how did the battle fare?" "No need to report to you." The leading knight cast a glance at Quinn and hastened into the fortress. As Quinn prepared to pursue, an Order Knight beside him seized his arm and cautioned, "Newcomer, do not provoke Polypo. Be wary lest you find yourself as the vanguard next time." "What's wrong?" "We did not slay a single orc earlier. If they were so easy to kill, we would have launched a counterattack long ago." "Well, the Order Knights are simply too lackluster in offense compared to you lot. It's not that we cannot fight, but whenever we approach, they flee." "Hey, newcomer, don't run off." Quinn quickly caught up with Polypo and playfully tapped his forehead. "Don't be disheartened. This time, no spoils are fine. Next time, I'll lead you to victory, and we shall wreak havoc." He believed that since they both served under the same leader, it was essential to foster good relations among colleagues. Having previously exchanged blows, there was no lingering animosity between them. At least from his perspective, Polypo appeared far more agreeable, particularly in that pitiful state, sprawled on the ground and howling. However, Polypo was not inclined to accept Quinn's goodwill. Instead, he reached for the imperial standard longsword at his waist, glaring at the towering man before him. "You filthy plebeian, remove your dirty hands." Sensing the intent to fight emanating from Polypo, Quinn narrowed his eyes. "What? You think I'm easy prey just because I offered a few kind words? In the name of the guardian knight of the Sonley family, I challenge you to a knightly duel." You, Polypo ground his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury, akin to a teddy bear confined in a cage. "I ask you, will you accept the knightly duel?" "I accept, in the name of the guardian knight of the Golden family." Boom! An iron canister embedded itself in the stone wall, its lifeless eyes seemingly pondering the meaning of existence. "Damn it, you refuse a toast only to drink a penalty. Do you wish to fight?" Not even weighing his own capabilities? Less than 5 minutes later, in the captain's conference room, the captain slapped Quinn's forehead. "Have you gone and picked a fight with Polypo again? Did Polypo report you?" Do not bully Polibo. I asked him kindly if he needed assistance, and he wanted to brawl, so I had no choice but to challenge him to a knightly duel. Clang. The captain's gauntlet hand struck Quinn's forehead as a form of reprimand. Yet, Quinn's gaze once again fixed upon Polibo, who stood behind the captain, raising his fist to inquire, "In the name of the guardian knight of the Songley family, I challenge you to a knightly duel. Will you accept? You. Despite understanding that Quinn merely sought to pummel him, Polibo still crossed his arms defiantly. I accept this duel in the name of the guardian knight of the Golden family. Upon witnessing this, Quinn immediately raised his hand to report to the captain, "Captain, did you see? We are merely engaging in a fair knightly duel." And then, boom, Polibo was once again embedded in the stone wall. Dusting off the residue from his knuckles, Quinn wore a look of disdain. "Still daring to report me? Are you a child?" The captain could only helplessly steady his head. Of course, it was Quinn's head he was stabilizing. Preventing him from making any further moves, he then advised, "Polibo is only 19. There are some experiences he has yet to encounter. Be mindful and do not always bully him." The formidable Quinn, with a face full of muscle, a fearsome visage, arms over 55 centimeters in circumference, towering over 2 meters in height, resembling a bull, stood there like an iron tower under the astonished gaze of the captain, truthfully revealing his age. "I have just turned 18. Chapter 21. The plague. After 2 consecutive days of failing to gain an advantage at the Thorn Spear Fortress, the orcs lowered their banners and settled nearby. Occasionally dispatching reconnaissance teams, in response, Thorn Spear Fortress would deploy the highly mobile Quinn to eliminate these squads. What others perceived as a daunting task was, in Quinn's eyes, one of the rare opportunities to garner experience points. Over the course of a week, including the Orc Elite, he barely managed to cultivate a skill. Summer Splash A, acquired from a certain archer in a swimsuit. A subform of magical energy, it possesses a wide range of applications. The most common being the creation of the refreshing sensation longed for in the summer. However, for Quinn at present, it bore little utility. He had attempted to employ this skill, only to find the description indicated it consumed magical power. Yet in reality, it drained his stamina. A full release would merely subject others to an ice bucket challenge. Perhaps it would prove significantly useful in the future. In the courtyard, after much contemplation, Quinn finally discerned his issue. Was the first 2 times merely a novice protection period? Was it only after the 3rd attempt that my normal card drawing ability would manifest? What card drawing? Lily, munching on a watermelon, looked up, her twin tails bobbing with curiosity as she inquired of Quinn. In the courtyard, Lily, having shed her armor, was but an 18-year-old girl, standing under 1.6 meters, with slightly curled golden hair and wide, sparkling eyes. Her clean and lovely oval face bore traces of juice. Dressed in a floral dress that revealed her delicate ankles, her plump toes were snugly wrapped in white cotton socks, with a bunny slipper dangling from her toe. Even if the barracks were transformed into a castle, she would seem entirely at ease. At this moment, the little one was fervently gnawing on a piece of watermelon larger than her face. Having spent her early years under the captain's care, she had limited opportunities for interaction with outsiders, rendering her immensely curious about all things unknown. Yet, the captain, much like a protective father, shielded her from any malice, except when she was thrust into battle. Over the week, Lily had become the best companion among the captain's guard. Partly due to Quinn's strength, allowing them to evenly match in arm wrestling games, and partly because Quinn often brought forth strange snacks, such as today's chilled watermelon. Indeed, watermelons existed in this other world. Not just watermelons, but also grapes, lychees, apples, lemons, cherries. The reason for this abundance was Hessel, a practitioner of the goddess of abundance. She possessed the ability to heal and mend, but her capabilities extended far beyond that. From cultivating land to weaving and smithing, she could bypass 80% of the cumbersome processes associated with logistics, arriving directly at the outcomes. Seeds, once sown, would yield fruit. Wool, once placed on the table, would transform into garments. She single-handedly bore the production capacity of half a fortress. A statement that was by no means exaggerated. However, Thorn Spear Fortress lay on the front lines, frequently witnessing elite extraordinary beings injured in battles against the Orc Elite, which rendered medicine her primary profession. No worries, enjoy your watermelon. Next time, I'll treat you to something even better. Crunch, crunch, Crunch! In a matter of moments, Lily finished the piece of watermelon larger than her face, promptly discarding the rind into the trash can in the corner. Wiping her mouth, she turned to Quinn and asked, "Aren't you going to clear out the reconnaissance teams today?" In Lily's recollection, Quinn usually visited her in the evenings, so it was rare for him to come so early in the morning. Yesterday yielded little reward. I see no point in wasting time today, especially since the orcs are not attacking. Isn't that good? I'm so bored. Come over. Quinn beckoned, and Lily leaned her little head closer. He picked up a tissue to wipe the red juice from her mouth, patted the little knight's head, and sent her off to play. Although every day had been quite fulfilling, today felt oddly unaccustomed without hunting orc squads. He pondered what else remained to be done. Perhaps to thrash Polybo again? He had already done so this morning, and it was the same. Merely initiating a nightly duel sufficed. Moreover, it seemed lately that Polybo had grown accustomed to being beaten, willingly approaching for a thrashing before resuming his own affairs. Should he seek a spar with Maris? That seemed troublesome. She had been increasingly erratic, even pawning her room, though he had no need for such things. She insisted, "Spar with me. It's not about what you want, but rather what I possess." Refusing is tantamount to rejecting a warrior's goodwill. Supervising his comrade's training? That was unnecessary as well. His comrade had recently been inseparable from Hessel. The two spending their days together, even training within Hessel's office, leaving Quinn with no opportunity to intervene. As he contemplated further, it indeed felt rather idle. Perhaps he should consult the captain about any external missions available. Aiming to acquire another skill, without hesitation, Quinn sprang from his seat, eagerly heading toward the captain's office. Upon noticing the courtyard unoccupied, Lily waved her hand in boredom, raising her oversized pink hammer and, donning her bunny slippers, began her training with a huff. "Captain, what a coincidence, you're all here." As soon as he entered the conference room, Quinn beheld the captain, Hessel, and Polypo huddled together, seemingly engrossed in a discussion of great import. Upon noticing Quinn, Polypo averted his gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. Hessel let out a weary sigh, fully aware that Quinn's arrival heralded some impending mischief. The captain, in a manner akin to shooing away a small dog, exclaimed, "Away with you! Attend to your own matters. We are convening here, so be gone. Captain, do not be so heartless. Is there no external mission? I crave the opportunity to slay." The sight of the towering figure throwing a tantrum was enough to unsettle even the legendary captain of the knightly order, who clenched his fists, bracing himself to deliver a sound thrashing to Quinn. Hessel shook his head in resignation, affirming his prior thoughts. With a fatigued expression, he began to gather the documents on his desk, preparing to depart. Meanwhile, the captain had already seized Quinn by the collar, his fist poised for a rather intimate encounter with Quinn's visage. Polypo, reveling in the spectacle, sat aside, sipping juice through a straw, each time he witnessed Quinn's thrashing. A unique pleasure washed over him. The plague demon at work? Is there a pestilence within the fortress? Quinn's sudden inquiry left the other three momentarily speechless, causing the captain to halt his fist mid-air. As if seeing Quinn for the first time, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "How do you know?" "I had Polypo seal the information." "Just a guess," Quinn replied. "The plague demon's dominion encompasses pestilence and natural disasters. If the fortress were to be afflicted by natural calamities, it would have perished long ago. Thus, it must be pestilence." Yet, Quinn found little desire to elucidate further. His persona was that of a dim-witted brute, relying more on brawn than intellect, a characterization he rather enjoyed. When others reasoned with him, he countered with physical prowess. Although he may appear to lack intelligence, consumed by thoughts of violence, it did not imply he had forgotten all the knowledge from his previous life, merely that he had lacked the opportunity to apply it. The captain placed Quinn back onto a chair, patting his head as he inquired, "Do you have any solutions?" "That depends on the severity," Quinn replied. If the plague was indeed imbued with extraordinary powers, his prior knowledge might prove futile. "Hey, Hessel, he's your responsibility now. I don't know if he'll be of any use, but even if he's not, he can still serve as a laborer to move corpses. If he proves disobedient, send him to me." "Understood," Hessel acknowledged, albeit without much hope for Quinn's utility. Yet, perhaps he might indeed prove beneficial. Chapter 22. The solution to the plague. The civilization of humanity in this other world is scarcely 2,000 years old. From primitive foraging to the establishment of city-states, only a few centuries have passed. Its medieval civilization level is a testament to the high productivity afforded by extraordinary beings. However, this productivity is far from equitable. While merchants don exquisite silks and utilize rare porcelain, they may just as easily succumb to a common cold. The Golden Empire lacks healing professions. When doctors cannot cure an ailment, one must simply endure. Or perhaps try their bloodletting methods. This plague is undoubtedly a product of the Orcish onslaught. Symptoms include fever, chills, coughing up blood, headaches, and difficulty breathing. It is highly contagious. Mere proximity could result in infection, rendering it exceedingly perilous. I can treat a maximum of 20 individuals each day, yet we see a minimum increase of 100 new cases daily. Today marks the 4th day, Hessel lamented. Throughout these days, the orcs refrained from besieging the fortress. And Polypo had issued strict orders prohibiting soldiers from moving about, yet cases continued to emerge. The most terrifying aspect of this plague is that it harbors no extraordinary powers, rendering the fortress's miracles ineffective. While its contagiousness is alarmingly high, with a lengthy incubation period and a mortality rate of 100%, you need not fear. Both savage beast warriors and order knights possess resistances to the plague. This ordinary pestilence poses no threat to you, and the orcs intend only to harm the common soldiers. The residential areas remain unaffected. In stark contrast to her usual reticent demeanor, Hessel spoke at length today. Rather than a mere explanation, it felt more like a catharsis. She held no expectation that Quinn would comprehend, merely using him as an outlet for the pressure she had accumulated over the past few days. Witnessing lives slip away before her eyes is the most agonizing ordeal for a healer. In a mere 3 to 4 days, the number of soldiers who had perished surpassed that of the previous year. Quinn closed the report, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "So, what do you believe we should do next?" Leaning against the wall, her silver hair slightly disheveled, Hessel replied casually, "The most pressing matter is to identify the source of the plague." For the past several days, she had scarcely slept. Whenever her miraculous powers were restored, she would commence treatment on the soldiers. Yet, even so, her efforts felt like a drop in the ocean. "Then, what do you surmise the source might be?" "I do not know. If I did, I wouldn't have needed to drag you into this." With a sigh, the female medic assumed this endeavor would yield no results. Yet, Quinn's calm voice broke through the silence. "Animals, plants, food, water sources, air, and the human body. These are the primary sources of the plague. However, since the troops and fortress residents share a single water source, we can rule out water and air. You mentioned Polypo's strict orders against soldiers moving. So we can also eliminate humans and plants. As for food, you have been responsible for that as well, hence it can be excluded too. That leaves us with animals. Think carefully. Have you noticed an increase in the number of insects, birds, or rodents within the fortress recently?" Hessel felt her mind clouding. She prided herself on being a healer, with knowledge gleaned from the goddess of abundance. The methods to combat the plague were contained within the goddess's database. This time, she had indeed found answers, but the miraculous energy required for treatment far exceeded that needed for ordinary ailments. As for Quinn's theoretical notions, she had never encountered such concepts before, yet it was evident he possessed a comprehensive understanding. "Most plague transmissions occur through physical contact and droplet spread. I need you to create masks from cotton cloth that adequately cover the mouth and nose without hindering breathing. Furthermore, ensure that ordinary doctors wear gloves when interacting with patients. This is a fundamental precaution in hospitals." Clearing his throat, Quinn continued, "Isolating the soldiers is prudent, but it is imperative to allow for ventilation and maintain cleanliness within the rooms, to prevent an environment conducive to the plague's growth. Waste should be disposed of promptly, regardless of its nature. Do not allow it to linger, as it could attract insects that may serve as vectors for the disease. Deceased bodies must be incinerated without delay to prevent the emergence of new plagues and to avert the spread by insects. Lastly, drink only boiled water, as the plague cannot survive in boiling water." Quinn meticulously pinned down all the methods he could conceive, blowing gently on the ink to hasten its drying before the ink could set. Hessel snatched the paper from his grasp, her eyes darting across the text as she compared Quinn's notes with the knowledge she had received from the goddess of abundance. Unfortunately, she could not find these detailed descriptions within the goddess's repository. No, she had indeed discovered some information, but it lacked the depth Quinn provided. "This pertains to the handling of patients. Do you have anything further to add?" As her words fell, Hessel stared in disbelief. The towering figure before her, fingers interlaced, exuded a confidence and wisdom that was markedly different from his usual demeanor. It was not the arrogance of a combatant, but rather the sage advice of one who had traversed life's trials. Nobody understands epidemic prevention better than I do. The years Quinn spent prior to his transmigration had become deeply etched into his memory. The reason he could articulate the plague's source so decisively was due to the similarities between Hessel's described symptoms and those of the medieval bubonic plague. And no, that is all. Racking her brain for further insights proved futile. Hessel could only stare blankly at the paper in her hands. His handwriting was surprisingly elegant, leaving no hint of the rugged nature of the man who penned it. Observing her transfixed gaze on the paper, Quinn offered a slight smile, aware of her thoughts in the past. When his close friends had been punished with writing assignments, he would often take half of their work and mimic their handwriting. To the point that even the original authors could not discern whose was whose. Noting Hessel's bewildered expression, he extended a finger and stated, "One final point. I may not be able to assist much in treatment. The rest is up to you." Hessel remained silent, motionless. The two critical aspects of epidemic prevention, the source and transmission routes, had been addressed. The treatment itself was merely a simple process of employing miraculous powers. "May you succeed in resolving this plague." He extended his palm in a gesture of camaraderie. Hessel gazed at his outstretched hand, perplexed, unsure whether to shake it or not. "I nearly forgot about your aversion to germs. I hope you can speak a few kind words on my behalf to the captain, so he might assign me some killing tasks. Otherwise, being cooped up in the fortress will truly drive me to madness." Once again adopting his usual carefree demeanor, Quinn stifled a yawn. Upon opening his eyes, he found the female medic standing before him, her fair hand extended. Seated in his chair, Quinn had to tilt his head slightly to meet her gaze, resulting in Hessel looking down upon him, issuing her cold command. "Shake hands. Am I a dog? You expect me to shake hands just because you say so? I am commanding you to do so. Otherwise, it's the captain who instructed you to shake hands. It's merely a handshake. It won't cost you anything." Quinn swiftly adjusted his mindset. For the first time, a woman took the initiative to extend her hand to him, and he did not find himself at a disadvantage. The man's palm, rough and calloused from years of wielding swords, met her soft, fair hand. She discreetly pinched it, discovering it to be surprisingly supple and smooth. However, upon noticing his subtle movement, the female medic's face grew cold. It was time to release her grip. "No," she protested. "You asked for a handshake, and now you wish to withdraw. What will others think of me?" "Ah!" The man let out a strange cry, his hand retracting as if shocked. With a disdainful huff, seeing the flicker of apprehension in his eyes, Hessel's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Despite knowing that Quinn was merely feigning, she stated, "You may leave now. I must coordinate with Belibo for the upcoming tasks, and I will speak on your behalf to the commander." Just as she turned to exit, Hessel heard the man's voice once more. In the end, she paused to hear what he had to say. "How will you treat those soldiers already afflicted with the plague?" The female medic furrowed her brow. She had previously mentioned her capability to treat the plague. "Some of them may die by tomorrow. Indeed, some soldiers would perish by the morrow, and her quota of 20 patients per day was far from sufficient. Yet, what could she do? She longed to save those men. If only time permitted, she could save them all. I have a somewhat immature idea that requires your execution a minute later, in the commander's conference room." Belibo had yet to depart, engaged in discussions with the commander regarding the armament readiness of the spike gun fortress in the event of an orc attack. Bang. The door swung open, and Hessel strode in. Seizing Belibo's helmet, "Commander, I require Belibo's assistance. Are there any leads?" "Yes, time is of the essence. Any delay may result in more people contracting the plague." The commander waved his hand dismissively, indicating that they should resolve it on their own. The authority within the spike gun fortress lay predominantly outside the hands of the Knight Commander. As a legendary hero, he need not concern himself with such trivial matters. His only responsibility was to keep an eye on the orc side's legendary hero. Did that fellow possess some medical knowledge? Perhaps he should be assigned additional duties. Hessel seemed quite busy, and someone ought to help alleviate her burdens. The commander slapped the table, declaring, "It's settled. Let go. Let go. I can walk myself. Don't let anyone else see this." Belibo, the weakest in combat among the guard, generally held little authority. Neither Hessel nor Melis paid much attention to this order knight. However, as the second-in-command of the spike gun fortress, Bilibo's prestige was on par with the commander throughout the fortress. Thanks to Bilibo's leadership, the casualty rate in the spike gun fortress remained remarkably low. Furthermore, this order knight was not without his combat prowess. Standing taller than the average order knight, Bilibo had honed his skills under the commander's tutelage, making it rare for any ordinary order knight to withstand 50 moves in a one-on-one encounter. Even when employing their skills, occasionally, certain expendable noblemen became order knights, seeking to flout rules with brute force. Only with exceptional strength could Bilibo assume the role of a supervisor to suppress them. Since these expendable nobles had all faced Bilibo's reprimands, they undoubtedly harbored disdain for him. Thus, while Bilibo was not weak, the disparity between individuals could sometimes be more pronounced than that between man and beast. Lily, as a golden-haired royal, possessed strength rivaling that of the commander, as evidenced by her ability to arm-wrestle Quinn, easily pinning Bilibo down with a single hand. Melis, a mysterious warrior from the east, surpassed the commander in combat skills. Wielding a miraculous longsword that rendered the order barrier ineffective against her, Hessel, on the other hand, specialized in countering order knights. Within her range of attack, all defenses became meaningless. Even the commander could only neutralize the female medic's abilities with his legendary power. Unable to completely shield himself from her, among the three, Lily was the most endearing, occasionally tending to her own emotions, while Hessel and Melis, these two little vixens, flaunted their formidable strength, treating others with disdain. For instance, at this moment, they showed no regard for Bilibo in front of their subordinates. With Bilibo in tow, Hessel issued commands before the gathered order knights. Time is of the essence. Investigate any animal activity within the fortress and report any abnormalities immediately. Notify everyone that anyone entering the plague zone, for any reason, must wear my specially crafted masks and gloves to prevent contamination, and cold water is strictly prohibited in the plague area. Hessel essentially reiterated Quinn's instructions. After finishing, she lifted Bilibo to assert her authority. This was the sole purpose of bringing him along. Normally in charge of logistics, her sudden command over the order knights would have been difficult to enforce without Bilibo's endorsement. Understood. Only after Bilibo shouted did the knights disperse to carry out their tasks, so, that fellow truly provided a solution? After the others departed, Bilibo turned to Hessel with a question. The female medic brushed back a strand of hair. Though her face bore signs of fatigue, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Choosing to ignore the latter part of his statement, Bilibo nodded, aligning himself with her perspective. He is indeed a scoundrel. Yet, the fortress still required his strength. Bilibo, try to avoid provoking him in the future. What do you mean? I provoked him. He approached me first. Regardless, you were the one who got beaten up. It's essentially the same. Recalling the method Quinn had imparted to her, Hessel felt her earlier excitement wane. Her gaze grew cold once more. Ultimately, he was a monster far more suited to the role of berserker. Then the commander it was akin to a beast with a human intellect. Even when attacked, as long as it wasn't too severe, he would not become enraged. Yet, in trivial matters, even the slightest provocation could trigger his response. To this day, Hessel could not forget the murderous intent she sensed upon first meeting Quinn. Ignited merely by a glance. Chapter 23. Treatment. Previously, assisting Hessel to handle the plague promptly will allow you to resume your activities sooner. This was the commander's sentiment. Rubbing his head, Quinn explained to the female medic. Anticipating this, Hessel sighed. She truly could not fathom Quinn's utility. While he possessed considerable knowledge about the plague, what use was he in organizing manpower? Was he merely there to create chaos? Then you may as well help with boiling water and moving supplies. All right, after sending Quinn off, Hessel donned a white robe, covering herself thoroughly. She was a high-ranking talent. Aside from a few key individuals who were injured, it was challenging for ordinary soldiers to receive her direct assistance. The common approach was to impart the healing techniques of the goddess of abundance to others, allowing the medical team to tend to the wounded. Simultaneously, she needed to take full protective measures before entering the infirmary. Previously, an extraordinary-level doctor in another fortress had neglected his protection and was cursed by an orc's extraordinary sorcery, nearly leading to the fortress's downfall. Since then, all extraordinary-level doctors along the front line donned full armor when treating the wounded. If not for the necessity of Hessel treating the plague directly, she would likely be seated in her office, delegating her healing methods to her subordinates, Before she even entered the room, countless whispers reached Hessel's ears. Cough, cough, mother, I feel so unwell to be unable to offer my order to you. What a betrayal, oh, deities, please forgive my transgressions. The mildly ill soldiers, witnessing the severe patients, trembled in dread at the prospect of becoming like them by tomorrow. Meanwhile, the critically ill were mostly delirious, their heads spinning. Even if a couple were coherent, their prayers were not for salvation, but for Hessel to save them. First point, two subordinates lifted a critically ill patient, whom Hessel had casually selected, and carried him outside. The soldier, deprived of sunlight for days, sensed warmth and, in a daze, seemed to glimpse the goddess's radiance enveloping him. A piercing scream erupted from the soldier's mouth. As though he were not undergoing treatment but enduring torture. The two subordinates frowned, wishing to inquire but hesitating to disturb Hessel's treatment. Is something wrong? Or is this patient's condition particularly dire? With such questions and absolute trust in Hessel, they could only watch as the soldier, having lost consciousness, broke out in a fine sheen of cold sweat. In a mere half-minute, the critically ill soldier fell silent, while Hessel's face, obscured by the white cloth, remained cold and expressionless, her gaze resolute. The two subordinates hurriedly inquired, Captain Hessel, what just happened? You need not understand. It is. 2. The miraculous power of the goddess of abundance can heal any plague not infused with extraordinary power. Its principle lies in simulating the church's holy light, effective in dispelling diseases. However, simulating holy light requires vast quantities of miraculous power. Even if only for a brief moment, one could only perform it about 20 times a day. Thus, Quinn proposed a suggestion. Patients with terminal illnesses are destined to perish. Rather than employing the holy light for their healing, it would be more prudent to utilize their bodies for pharmaceutical experiments. Each symptom exhibited by the patients could be addressed with different medications, focusing on 4 primary objectives: reducing swelling, alleviating fever, clearing phlegm, and detoxifying. The power of the goddess of abundance enables ordinary soldiers to bypass the healing process, achieving the effects of medication within a single day of consumption. If the treatment can delay the progression of the illness, it would affirm the validity of this approach. Conversely, if it proves ineffective, a new combination of drugs may be pursued. Though Quinn speaks with a nonchalant demeanor, Hessel understands the gravity of the situation. This is human experimentation, a desecration of the goddess's power, a manipulation of the lives of gravely ill soldiers. Whether in battle or punishment, the goddess remains indifferent. As her devotee, one should bestow upon seekers the strength for self-defense. However, human experimentation is a different matter entirely. It stands in opposition to the goddess of abundance, even if the outcome aims to save more lives. When Quinn conveyed this to her, he evidently was unaware of the dreadful demands of faith and the horrific consequences of forsaking it, especially when predicated upon the suffering of these soldiers. Taking a deep breath, Hessel, enveloped in layers of white cloth, remains resolute, with no intention of halting her course. Identifying the source of infection will require at least a day. Eradicating it will take a minimum of 5 days. The number of soldiers in the incubation period of the plague continues to rise, ATA rate of 20 infected soldiers per day. The death toll could easily surpass 1,000. Should the casualties escalate, the commander of the spiked gun fortress would face punishment from the commander of the Crystal Defense Legion. Even though both commanders share golden hair, the stringent order of the Golden Empire prioritizes rewards and penalties above all else. Thus, she must swiftly discover a combination of medications capable of curing the plague. Forgive me, she silently prays. Subsequently, Hessel extends her hand toward the next unconscious victim. Chapter 24. Luncheon. The scorching sun of June blazes fiercely, its searing heat akin to a ferocious beast that breaks through the clouds, unreservedly showering the earth below. Even the wind, typically regarded as a harbinger of coolness, is now ensnared by the high temperatures, rendering it sweltering. As it gently brushes against people's faces, it fails to deliver the expected refreshing sensation. Instead, it feels like a sudden wave of heat has crashed upon them, leaving them in unbearable discomfort, as if trapped within a colossal steamer, with no escape in sight. Only within the stone-walled chambers does a gentle breeze occasionally sweep through. This is the children's meal for today. Make sure to finish it all. How disgusting. Don't eat it if you find it repulsive. No, I meant your outfit is utterly revolting. The temperature in the summer kitchen is indistinguishable from that of a steamer. Thus, Quinn removes his shirt, revealing muscles as solid as granite, and dons an apron around his neck. He presses his arms tightly together, his bulging chest glistening with sweat. The meal consists of braised beans, grilled meat sandwiches, and mung bean soup. It is not that Vis lacks appreciation, but Quinn's culinary skills seem to transcend the boundaries of this realm. Even the simplest ingredients transform into gourmet delights under his hands. The mashed beans spread onto the bread, perfectly crisped and harmonizing with the sweet aroma of the beans, accompanied by the mouth-watering scent of grilled meat. Munch, munch. Vis, engrossed in his meal, pays no mind to him. Remember to rest well, but do not neglect your training. You should work on shedding that fatty chest of yours. After exercising, dress properly. Do not catch a chill. Once Vis finishes eating, Quinn advises him as he carries his plate away. This is not their residence, but rather Hessel's meeting room. It must be said that the female medic treats her good friend rather well. Coincidentally, as Quinn exits, he encounters Hessel, who is weary with her hands in her pockets. "Good afternoon, Lady Hessel. Have you eaten? Are you a pervert?" The smaller apron fails to restrain his wild muscles. Beads of sweat trickle down, reflecting a captivating hue in the sunlight. Well-defined muscles attract the opposite sex, while excessive muscles attract the same sex. The strength that all soldiers praise appears to Hessel as merely a foolish giant ruled by his physique, particularly when clad in such attire, coupled with the summer's scent of perspiration. Hessel, with her remarkable senses, circumvents Quinn by a 2-meter distance. "Lady Hessel, your words truly sadden me. Get lost. Do not come near me, otherwise I shall kick you. What are the benefits and the drawbacks? You are truly a pervert." Under the dual threat of Hessel's petty complaints and her miraculous powers, Quinn ultimately maintains a distance of over 2 meters from her. The female medic helplessly rubs her forehead, continuing her path toward her meeting room. She is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse, her steps growing heavier as she advances into the unknown ahead. Chapter 25. Confinement. Perhaps resolving the plague is of paramount importance to Hessel. But for Quinn, it bears little significance. He merely offered a few suggestions. Whether Hessel heeds them is of no concern to him. However, he senses that the number of individuals in the plague zone dwindles daily, no longer increasing by 100 or 200 as it had in previous days. Simultaneously, a thorough disinfection has been conducted within the spiked gun fortress, ultimately revealing that the source of the plague lies within a certain avian species, spread through their infectious droppings. Fortunately, on the 3rd day after receiving Quinn's advice, Hessel announced that she had concocted a remedy capable of curing the plague. These common medications can be found in the fortress's warehouse, significantly alleviating her stress. Now, even soldiers afflicted by the plague need not fear for their lives. Thus, the plague incident has passed, and Quinn has received orders to venture outside. Finally liberated from the confines of the fortress, he stretches his legs and encounters any orc along the way with a swift strike, pursuing them almost to their stronghold before halting. One might say he was fortunate. The female ogre hero, Shirky, seems to have left the camp for some matter. Otherwise, he would not only face death but also suffer grievous wounds. Upon hearing Quinn's report, the commander delivers a punch, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Is there not a single reliable person under my command?" With the commander's words, Quinn finds himself bestowed with a 3-day confinement package. "Thus, you voluntarily entered confinement, while I was imprisoned by the commander. There is a distinct difference, do you not understand?" Unmoved by Quinn's remarks, Hessel kneels on the ground, silently praying to the goddess. At this moment, she has long lost her usual air of coolness. Bathed in moonlight, her exquisite visage resembles a finely crafted painting, every detail honed to perfection by a master artist, exuding an aura of piety and dignity. "Have you had your fill of gazing?" "Not yet." Quinn chuckles boisterously, lounging on the bed within the confinement room. He finds himself utterly bored. The confinement room is quite novel on the first visit, but returning for several days becomes rather tedious. Faced with Quinn's light-hearted demeanor, Hessel shakes her head in exasperation. She would not allow herself to be angered by such trivial matters concerning a beast. If one were to regard Quinn as an animal, then regardless of how intently he stared at her, it would be just that. Yet Quinn evidently would not miss the opportunity for amusement. "By the way, earlier I mentioned that I was forced to enter, while you came willingly. Thus, if I wish to leave, it will be far simpler for me than for you. Crossing his legs, Quinn makes a seemingly nonsensical statement. After all, he is the one being punished and confined, while Hessel voluntarily repents within the confinement room. Yet, from his lips, their situations appear entirely reversed. Hessel scoffs. Has the commander knocked some sense into you? I can leave immediately if I desire, yet you must remain here for 3 days. But you do not wish to. Quinn's words catch Hessel off guard, her bright eyes quivering slightly as she hears him continue. If nothing else, staying here is quite agreeable, but if something arises, such as Lily seeking me for a duel, or Vis requesting breakfast, I may have to step out at most. I would simply be confined a few extra days. Lowering her gaze, the female medic falls silent. She had forgotten that he is an animal endowed with human intelligence. Quinn is not merely a simpleton. He is a simpleton with wit and a wealth of knowledge. Can he still be deemed a simpleton? This philosophical quandary captivates Hessel's thoughts. I can sense you are contemplating something unfavorable about me. No, you are mistaken. Absolutely not. My instincts are infallible. Your demeanor clearly indicates you are scheming something against me. Hessel glances at him once more, subtly adjusting the distance between them. The scent of a berserker is somewhat more pronounced. This is not an abstract description, but a literal one. Those who possess this classification exude a unique pheromone. In the wild, any territory they traverse becomes theirs, a consequence of this pheromone, akin to lions and tigers marking their domain. However, this is a civilized society, and such pheromones manifest as peculiar body odors. For others, it is inconsequential, as only animals with keen olfactory senses can detect the pheromones. Yet, Hessel's senses are more acute compared to other extraordinary vocations. Generally, this is tolerable, as the room is well ventilated, but the confinement room designated for the personal guard has only a small window. Recalling the scent of the commander, Hessel pinches her nose and inquires, "How often do you bathe?" "Once a day." "I don't believe you." The female military doctor rose from the ground. With her night vision capabilities, Quinn discerned that she was clad not in a simple shirt, but in a tailored, nun-like robe of a muted hue, rather loose-fitting. Her exquisite figure swayed with each step, resembling 2 swaying leather water pouches. Soft and easily influenced by the pull of gravity, a resounding clap echoed as she conjured a miracle, restoring Quinn to a state akin to having just bathed. A gentle breeze stirred in the room, wafting excess pheromones out through the small window. How refreshing. Do you find my scent unpleasant?" An expression of, "Is that even a question?" appeared on her face, and Hessel understood why the commander had confined Quinn with her. Unable to manage Quinn, she was left to handle the situation herself. Yet the dilemma was that she felt utterly incapable of doing so. She could manage the commander simply because she had watched him grow up and knew how to deal with him. But Quinn was a different story. She genuinely feared that the other might attack her. She was merely responsible for logistics, and a scuffle with an order knight was all within her capabilities. How could she possibly contend with this individual? Sniffing the air, Hessel sensed something amiss. She had just expelled the scent, so how could it still linger? Turning around, she saw Quinn clutching her head, wearing a face reminiscent of constipation. Upon noticing Hessel's gaze, the man's face broke into a triumphant grin. "As long as I wield the power of miracles, this scent can be abundant. Let us see if you dare to call me smelly again. Are you out of your mind? What is the difference between this and defecating before me?" Chapter 26. The collapse of faith. The power of miracles, at least for the current Quinn, was perceived as such. It would only be upon reaching the legendary tier that a core known as the Token of Legend would form within one's body, serving as a reservoir for legendary power. Legendary power, epic power, mythic power. These 3 forms of energy all fell under the umbrella of miracle power. However, the miracle power wielded by elite-level extraordinary beings was too feeble, merely classified alongside other forms of power as miracle power. "Come over here." This was Hessel's command. "Are you angry? I can't stay here for even a minute. Get out." This was Quinn's retort. Hessel's silver teeth trembled with rage, her breath quickened, and the veins on her forehead were subtly visible. She had never encountered someone so insufferably teasing. "I must report this to the commander." "Report what? That I disturbed your isolation?" "What isolation?" "I was praying to the goddess." With emotion stirred, Hessel nearly shouted through gritted teeth. "You, an impious one, will never comprehend. Quinn believes in the divine but does not respect it. The commander shares this sentiment. Hessel began to suspect whether it was a flaw inherent in the beast warrior profession that led both to display such disdain for the divine. Let me ask you, did your status as a prosperous citizen stem from faith? Prosperous citizen was Hessel's professional title and the first form of a devotee of the goddess of abundance. Achieving the status of prosperous citizen was exceedingly challenging. Unlike professions such as beast warrior or order knight, its prerequisites did not rely on physical prowess, but rather on an understanding of the planning and development of human settlements, architecture, agriculture, culture, medicine, art. One could say that, aside from military affairs, proficiency in all these areas was essential. Hence, every prosperous citizen was exceedingly precious, and upon attaining the legendary tier, one would ascend to the status of dancer of abundance or ritualist of abundance for males. Historical records from the Golden Empire documented an incident over 200 years ago when the South suffered a catastrophic famine, leaving corpses strewn across the land. A ritualist of abundance possessing 6 forms of legendary power miraculously produced enough food to sustain 900,000 starving souls for a month overnight. It was from that moment onwards that the Golden Empire consciously began to cultivate this profession, albeit with minimal results. To be a prosperous citizen, one must not only be well-versed in existing knowledge but also innovate upon it, essentially akin to a graduate thesis in a previous life. Accompanied by an exceedingly stringent vetting process, reviewed by the goddess herself, those who did not meet the standards were outright denied graduation. The entire Golden Empire had not seen a dancer of abundance or abundance ritualist in nearly a century, and the number of prosperous citizens rarely exceeded 30. This knowledge was shared by Hessel and Weiss, who then relayed it to Quinn. After hearing it, Quinn dismissed it with disdain. Why should I care? The beast warrior profession is equally rare. There are merely 2 nationwide, although the southern tribes boast thousands, at the very least. Upon hearing Quinn's inquiry, Hessel puffed out her chest, a confident smile gracing her lips. The goddess of abundance does not judge her believers by brute strength like yours, but by intellect. I once discovered a miraculous remedy for healing wounds, which garnered the goddess's favor. And you? You are merely a beast with raw strength. With a clap of her hands, Quinn nodded. Isn't that precisely the point? In an instant, the man rose from the bed, even though he was already familiar with his robust physique. The moment Quinn spread his arms, he still exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure upon Hessel. Before her stood a figure of muscle, as solid as a sculpted statue, each part exuding incredible potential energy. His fists clenched and raised high. Quinn's face, filled with a wild aura, broke into an unrestrained grin as he proclaimed, "The deity you speak of remains indifferent to your feudal faith. Only when you perform deeds worthy of reward shall you receive a bounty. So I fail to comprehend what it is you pray for?" His eyes brimmed with scorn as he looked down at Hessel, tauntingly. "Do you truly believe your faith is 100 times more steadfast than others, reaching a level capable of moving the divine? Both the commander and I understand that faith holds no significance for the divine. The value of my profession lies in the fact that the divine grants me immense power. And in return, I offer splendid hunts. What can you offer the divine? Is it a faith devoid of substance, or mere self-soothing prayers?" From the soldier's fear of the divine on the battlefield to the murmurs of the dying afflicted by plague, all testified to the majesty and authority of the divine. Yet Quinn paid no heed to any of this. He understood only that power came at a price, unless one was like himself, who had a unique advantage. Each word struck Hessel's mind like a hammer. Quinn's assertions effectively negated the mainstream values of this divine era, yet they were undeniably rational. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes trembling. "Lies do not harm. The truth is the real blade. It is the truth that shatters defenses." The devout believers from the adjacent ecclesiastical court outnumbered those in the Golden Empire by a considerable margin. Yet their national strength paled in comparison, and the grave transgression she had committed a few days prior, one that violated the faith of the goddess of abundance, was an act committed by a heretic in opposition to the divine. Had it been anyone else, they would at least have been stripped of all their powers and afflicted with illness, ultimately suffering a torturous demise. Such was the goddess's stringent demand regarding faith. Yet these days, Hessel had not faced punishment. On the contrary, she had gained an increase in her miracle power by uploading methods to counter the plague. The reason she had spent 3 days and nights in confinement was to repent for the irreverent thoughts that had arisen in her heart towards the goddess. However, After merely a few words from Quinn, the odd discomfort in her chest intensified. Having been taught since childhood to become a devotee of the goddess of abundance, Hessel's very existence was for the purpose of becoming a prosperous citizen. Now, her faith had developed an irreparable rift, akin to a delicate porcelain piece cracking. Her breathing grew labored, and her chest felt heavy. She pressed her delicate hand tightly against her heart, as if to alleviate the peculiar palpitation. Ha! Ha! With weakened legs, Hessel collapsed to the ground, helplessly gazing at the man before her, her eyes filled with confusion and pleading. Her frail form resembled that of a withered old crone, devoid of any strength. Quinn slowly crouched down, grasping the woman's silver hair and lifting her from the ground. Under normal circumstances, such an action would have earned him a resounding slap from Hessel, accompanied by a comprehensive package of martial arts techniques. Yet now, the woman offered no resistance, her eyes hollow and pleading as she looked at Quinn. For the first time, those glistening eyes exhibited a vulnerability that had never been seen by outsiders. The often succinct and efficient logistics chief revealed a side of weakness unknown to others. Quinn grinned, his sharp words piercing her ears. Truly useless, Hessel. Reporting outside? That's merely a matter of uttering a single sentence. Not to mention that Quinn valued his life and would never engage in futile acts, even if he did. He wouldn't bring it up with the commander. Seeking trouble, it was only because Weiss incessantly spoke of Hessel that he came to check on her, hoping to bring her out, but the outcome was evident. This person was nearly incapacitated. Chapter 27. Hope so. What do you suggest I do? In her dim silver eyes glimmered a glint of compassion. That was the emotion known as hope. At this moment, a drowning person clutched desperately at the last straw of salvation. Just as earlier, when she had inquired about the plague, Hessel no longer cared whether Quinn had any solutions. She merely sought a psychological anchor. Even if Quinn instructed her to wield a spear at the front lines, she would comply without hesitation, as long as there was a way. As long as there existed a means to uphold her faith. No matter how perilous or impossible, Hessel would execute it without a moment's thought. Letting out a sigh, reminiscent of a teacher guiding a student, Quinn gently placed the woman down on the ground and patted her head. It's quite simple, isn't it? Why not simply ask the goddess directly? Inquire of her whether she desires your faith, and whether your actions are just in moments of desperation. One can resort to all manner of deeds, everything, save for solving mathematical problems. This situation bears a striking resemblance to the aforementioned example. At this moment, Hester resembled a small boat wrecked by a storm after setting sail, yearning for a harbor that could provide solace. Yet, Quinn told her that only by reaching the ocean's end could she discover the answers. That not mere folly. Had she been able to question the goddess, she would have done so long ago. Only mythic heroes possess the means to commune with the divine, and she aspires to become a legend. Hester couldn't even dare to dream. How could it be possible? Her voice was tinged with a hint of sobbing. How could I possibly achieve that? The flicker of hope ignited by Quinn's suggestion extinguished, and her tear-filled eyes seemed on the verge of shattering. Can't I simply help you? Do you truly believe in me? The silvery moonlight poured through the half-closed window, cascading over the man's long hair. His eyes, already blurred by tears, obscured his features, revealing only the imposing silhouette extending a right hand toward her, to which she instinctively placed her own. It felt solid and warm. Raising her head, their gazes locked. One was as tranquil as a still pond, while the other delved into the depths of the starry sea. The man's unwavering gaze seemed capable of piercing her very soul, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Time appeared to freeze in that instant, the world around them descending into a profound silence. Their gazes intertwining in the still air. Speak, one to you? Huh? Realizing that the large hand was steadily transmitting warmth to her chilled body, Hester lifted their entwined right hands, adopting a serious expression, her voice regaining its usual icy demeanor. If you cannot aid me in becoming a legend, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will find you. The man merely chuckled coldly, confidently replying, that option does not exist. If I say it can be done, then it shall be so. Observing Hester's expression gradually returning to normal, Quinn stepped back and sat upon the bed. What he referred to as help entailed recounting the civilizations of his past life to her. Yet, similarly, the following day, as a frenzied beast warrior, Quinn's biological clock functioned impeccably, enabling him to rise at 7 in the morning, provided no one disturbed him. Indeed, that was the condition. Upon opening his eyes, a white figure emerged in his line of sight. The plain nun's robe had been replaced by her immaculate white coat. The woman stood quietly in place, a gentle breeze caressing her hair, strands dancing freely beside her cheeks, with her eyes slightly squinted. Her long and thick eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, casting a subtle shadow beneath her eyelids. As if recalling something, Hester retrieved a pouch of gold coins from her clothing and tossed it onto the bed. I understand that what you have given me cannot be compensated for with money. Yet this is all I can offer at present, something that may pique your interest. Chapter 28. The Mission in the Commander's Conference Room. Creak. The doors swung open. The armored figure remained half squatting, half seated, rendering the room somewhat confined for this esteemed individual. Upon seeing the newcomer, the commander's eyes brightened. Hester, you have returned? Yes. The female medic's aloof demeanor had become instinctual as she swiftly approached the commander. Placing her pre-written list before him, I require a substantial amount of steel and charcoal, arranged post-haste. If this research direction proves correct, we could significantly enhance the armor's defensive capabilities, benefiting you, the entire fortress, and even the Golden Empire at large. The Order Knights rely on their armor for half of their defensive might. This heavy metal shell, combined with extraordinary strength, seldom yields to attacks. If we can upgrade the armor's defense, it would represent a notable achievement in advancing the fortress's civilization, securing a ticket to the evolved, abundant dancer. Noticing the commander's lack of response, merely staring at her in a daze, Hester waved her hand before his eyes. Commander, did you hear me? To her surprise, the commander abruptly enveloped her in an embrace. Woo-woo, Hester. I was so worried about you. Woo-woo. You were locked away for several days. No one prepared meals for me. Woo-woo. The latter statement was perhaps the true sentiment. However, seeing the commander cry like a child of 2 meters 5, Hester refrained from voicing that thought. I gained considerable insights this time. But I need you to release Quinn. I require his cooperation for my research. That, I fear, is not feasible. Wiping away her tears, the commander declined Hester's request, outlining the current situation. I have matters to discuss with him and cannot allow him to assist you. As she spoke, the commander led Hester to the tactical map. The orcs appear to be quite serious this time, not only spreading plague throughout the fortresses but also continuously dispatching elite extraordinary beings equipped with cloaking devices to dismantle the fortress miracles. Currently, our communication miracles have been largely destroyed, the reconnaissance miracles annihilated, and even our supply routes have been detected and rendered unusable. Those elite infiltrators fall into 3 categories: Ravenfolk, Serpentfolk, and Tigerfolk. The Ravenfolk handle reconnaissance and vigilance. The Serpentfolk provide harassment and support, while the Tigerfolk serve as the primary combat force, a standard multi-tribe cooperative squad. Given that our fortress is situated on the border, we remain temporarily unaffected. However, in other fortresses, for every 10 Order Knights sacrificed, only 1 orc squad can be replaced. After slaying pig-headed orcs for so long, have they forgotten the terror of the Tigerfolk? Those Tigerfolk, once they reach the extraordinary level, possess strength comparable to the highest elites, and when combined with the Serpentfolk's toxins, they become exceedingly troublesome. The Order Knights are not among the top tier of elites, yet they rank among the upper echelon. The orcs, sons of war, are not far behind in power compared to the Order Knights. However, the advanced orcs, such as Tigerfolk, Minotaurs, and Bearfolk, are scarce in number, possessing inherently formidable physiques favored by the divine, allowing them to bear greater miracles. None can rival the Order Knights of the Tigerfolk. They are merely treated like swine for slaughter. Should the orcs deploy these creatures, it would signify a true escalation of conflict. The total population of the Tigerfolk is less than 20,000, and each adult Tigerfolk has a high probability of becoming an elite, with the number of legendary heroes being the highest among the orc races. The quantity of legendary heroes and their race rivals that of our entire Golden Empire. Commander-level figures have already mobilized, but they can only slightly curb the orcs' destructive momentum. The Ravenfolk's white-feathered crows are specifically bred for reconnaissance, capable of spotting legendary heroes from 5 kilometers away. Several slain orc squads still intend to hunt legendary creatures to advance to heroes. Fortunately, the progression of the Order Knights to Discipline Knights and Executioners involves formidable adversaries, and the crystal defenses still provide combat miracle enhancements, effortlessly dispatching these would-be heroes. The Discipline Knights are an advanced version of the Order Knights, significantly reinforcing their defenses while wielding greatswords imbued with miracle powers. The difference between them is akin to that between a small car and a heavy truck. The Executioners are like armored vehicles, lacking any weaknesses except for mobility. Those unfortunate souls believe they can ascend to legendary status through such means. Who do they think they are? Inform Lily, Melis, and Quinn that their mission is to eliminate an orc squad by any means necessary. Inside the Thornspear Fortress, so, who among our trio will be the captain? Me. I want to be the captain, Lily exclaimed, raising her hand high, bouncing with enthusiasm, asserting that the captaincy was hers by right. Clad in armor that clanked with every movement, she spun her pink hammer, clearly suggesting that refusal would result in a hefty blow. Then Quinn grasped her head and lifted her off the ground. What I meant by who is the captain is that I want to be the captain. And you should listen to me, understand? I don't want to. Her limbs flailed in the air like a captured chick. I want to be the captain. Let us vote. That's the fairest way. Tossing Lily onto the ground, Quinn crossed his arms and stated his opinion. I have no objections. Melis, as usual, hid beneath her thick cloak, remaining taciturn. Yet only those who truly knew her could fathom the madness concealed beneath that cloak. Then I have no objections either. Seeing Melis agree, Lily relinquished her hammer. The three stood in a triangular formation, gazing seriously at one another. Subsequently, Quinn spoke first. I agree to be the captain. Melis, do you consent to my captaincy? I have no objections. The female swordsman seemed to have only that response. Then it's decided. I shall be the captain of our team. Quinn's declaration irked Lily, who bit her teeth in frustration, her armored fist thudding against his waist. This is unfair. I haven't even had my say yet. Calmly listening to the words of her companion, Quinn nodded as if Lily's opinion were indeed quite reasonable, and graciously responded, then please, go ahead. That I disagree with Quinn being the captain, exclaimed Lily. Both Melis and I agree that I should be the captain, 2-1. Your dissent is invalid. Upon hearing this, Lily grew agitated, tossing aside her hammer and clinging to Quinn's leg in a display of defiance. Wah! Let's start over, Melis interjected. I need to first ask her if she agrees to my being the captain. After a moment of contemplation, Quinn conceded to Lily's suggestion. Then go ahead and ask. Melis, do you wish for me to be the captain? Speak up, Melis. The outcome was already evident. As Quinn spoke, he lifted Lily's petite form and placed her atop the back of a towering warhorse. Despite her slight frame of under 50 kilograms, once clad in armor and weaponry, she would weigh no less than 500 kilograms. Thus, she found herself unable to ride ordinary horses, as only large hybrid warhorses could bear her weight. These warhorses, a remarkable blend of beast and steed, possessed extraordinary endurance and carrying capacity. Quinn fared a little better, weighing less than 300 kilograms and armored. Of course, he could don armor of Lily's weight if he wished, but it would severely hinder his speed of movement. Melis's weight was within the normal range for a human, and enhanced by miraculous artifacts, she weighed approximately 42 gene, akin to a 20-liter jug of spring water. Consequently, she chose to ride alongside Quinn on the same warhorse. However, her posture was somewhat unconventional. Hey, could you refrain from stepping on my head? I'm trying to balance. Then can you step on my shoulder instead? No, your head shakes too much. It provides better training. Chapter 29. The orc squad's sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating a cluster of fragrant wildflowers in full bloom, swaying gracefully in the breeze, cradling this precious light. A blue butterfly alighted upon a flower bud, extending its slender proboscis to sip nectar. Light, flowers, and butterflies coalesced into a scene reminiscent of a masterfully crafted ukiyo-e, nestled in a corner of the forest. Suddenly, a large, furry hand darted out, deftly grasping the butterfly's wing, tearing apart this picturesque tableau. Another hand gently plucked a small flower, bringing it to the nose for a delicate sniff. The floral fragrance was vibrant and exuberant, imparting a surge of vitality, much like the owner of those large hands. With dark yellow fur and prominent canine teeth, this upright tiger moved with an elegance that belied its 300-kilogram bulk. Akin to a noble captain aboard a vessel Ragnar. Are you imitating humans again? Scoffed his two companions, a half-human, Half-snake woman was busy tending to her hair, which had become matted with blood from the recent fierce battle. The man with the crow's head occasionally gazed skyward, maintaining a connection with his child. He was the busiest among them, as the burden of reconnaissance rested squarely upon his shoulders, needing to remain vigilant for enemy reinforcements during combat. If we do not learn, we shall never achieve victory. The Tiger Man offered a rather vacuous yet sensible remark, which immediately provoked the Crow Man's skepticism. What use is learning these things? I don't know. My father said so. He placed the flower in his mouth and chewed a few times. The sudden bitterness seized his tongue, causing his expression to tighten, and he promptly spat it out. The resting Crow Man and the lounging Snake Woman burst into laughter. That's a bitter herb, a medicinal plant. Ha ha ha. Only a desperate wild butterfly would dare consume it. Unperturbed by his companion's mockery, the Tiger Man simply shook his head and lay back on the ground, propping his arms behind his head as he gazed at the dappled shadows cast by the trees. Go be honest. He relished this lifestyle, fighting, resting, and conversing. Compared to the stifling atmosphere within his tribe, perhaps these two from different races were better suited to be his companions. You two, once I become a legend, you shall serve as my vassals. Who knows who will become a legend first? Indeed. I have prepared poison capable of slaying legendary heroes. Given the chance, I could take down a fortress commander. As he spoke, both the female snake and the male crow felt a sudden weight on their shoulders. The male tiger, known as Ragnar, embraced both of them. Arin, Helga, I adore you both. The snake woman felt no discomfort. Instead, she coiled her tail around Ragnar's waist and inhaled deeply. Ragnar, Arin, if you had scales, I would consider becoming your wife for a year. The Crow Man chuckled resignedly, shrugging his shoulders. Helga, Ragnar, I feel the same. But my fondness for scales is confined to the culinary realm. The trio was not a makeshift team but had been selected years prior to partake in this war. After centuries of stalemate at the Crystal Defense Line, the orcs had long since realized that relentless frontal assaults were futile. They had attempted every conceivable tactic, spreading plagues, sabotaging logistics, invoking natural disasters, and yet the results had mostly been less than ideal. However, the orcs were willing to try. Including these squads, they were merely an experiment. 10 teams, 30 elite orc warriors, and hundreds of lower-tier orc warriors were all deployed within the Crystal Defense Line, dispersed to undermine the miraculous facilities along the front, seeking to diminish the heavy losses inflicted by the grand miracles on the battlefield. For those in high positions among the orcs, elite warriors had ceased to be a rarity, as long as they controlled consumption within certain limits and did not harm the tribe's foundation. It sufficed. Thus, these outcasts from their kin found a place. Although the trio could ambush an entire squad of Order Knights, they were acutely aware that this was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. There were no regulations prohibiting legendary heroes from targeting elite warriors. Should they be discovered by the legendary heroes of the Crystal Defense Line, it would be a slaughter of amusement. The odds of elite warriors against legends were less than 5%. Conversely, if the Tiger Man could successfully strike down a hero, he would ascend to legend through the power of miracles. At that point, unless a legion commander intervened, or more than 6 legendary heroes encircled him from various directions, he was confident in leading his 2 companions to safety. This squad would no longer be mere cannon fodder but a pivotal force within their tribe. That's fantastic. Upon hearing this, the male tiger became exhilarated. He spread his arms wide to paint a vivid picture of the future for his companions. I will select a prime hunting ground for my father and brother. Otherwise, they will go hungry as soon as I step out, especially since neither of them passed the divine trials. Their meat ratios are just barely adequate. If you two have no place to stay, you are welcome to hunt in my territory as long as it remains unoccupied. And the fishing grounds in the north, I have long desired to acquire that land. I must find the time to purchase it. And Ragnar reveled in envisioning the future. This was one of the few joys he had as a child. Now, he had become stronger, and he intended to grow even mightier. He aimed to realize all those once unattainable dreams of his youth. Just as he was immersed in painting a future alongside his companions, a faint call echoed from the sky. Both the Snake Woman and the Crow Man looked up simultaneously. It was the unique sound wave of a white-feathered crow, devoid of any miraculous power. Only those with heightened sensory perception could hear it. The Crow Man patted the Tiger Man's shoulder. It seems my child has found new prey. All right, Ragnar, our break is over. Upon hearing this, the tiger's countenance darkened. The muscles hidden beneath his fur bulged with tension, and his eyes were bloodshot. 10 minutes to resolve this battle. Then we shall continue searching for the miraculous facilities within the ley lines. Our mission is to sabotage these ley lines, cut, pollute, or destroy them by any means necessary. We must obliterate them all. Once the task is complete, even if we do not engage in battle, this achievement alone would be sufficient to elevate us to legend. Chapter 30. The meeting at the headquarters of the Crystal Defense Line. The atmosphere within the vast conference hall was heavy and solemn, a weighty air pervading every inch of space. The armored giant seated at the head of the table remained silent with closed eyes, while 4 men sat on either side. The leading general, clad in resplendent armor of purple and gold, exuded a chilling aura, each facet shimmering with a cold radiance that radiated an oppressive weight. This was the manifestation of miraculous power, requiring at least 30 instances of miraculous force to achieve such an effect. The armor of the other 4 men was equally impressive, interwoven with shades of red, blue, white, and black, standing in stark contrast to the mundane armor of the Order Knights. The entire conference hall was so quiet that one could hear the sound of breathing, with only the occasional rustle of maps breaking the silence. Eventually, it was the commanding general at the head of the table who broke the stillness, inquiring, "Gentlemen, it has been 3 days. How many orc squads have we eliminated?" 3 squads. That means, on average, 1 squad per day. Indeed. This pace is far too slow. Is there a method to expedite the resolution of this issue? A proposal arose. I suggest we take matters into our own hands and eradicate those orc squads within a single day. The responding general rose from his seat, towering like a small iron tower, his overwhelming presence akin to a colossal wave crashing forth, unstoppable. The 5 men present were all legendary heroes of the Golden Empire, wielding the power of 6 or even 7 miraculous forces. At any given moment, any one of them could effortlessly crush a female pig-headed hero. Simultaneously, they serve as the 5 personal guards of the Legion commander, each commanding a battalion of 1,000 heavily armed infantry. Each guard possesses a legendary ability that enhances the group's combat prowess, enabling them to face an army of 10,000 head-on. An epic hero of a Legion commander would not squander time on trivial matters. The majority of conflicts below the legendary tier and battles involving fewer than 10,000 combatants are managed by these 5 colorful guardians. Among their past orders was the imposition of house arrest on the commander of the Thorn Spear Fortress, a decree that originated from their hands. This is the singular weakness of these 5 guardians. As a price for their strength, their individual combat power is equivalent to that of 5 legendary heroes, and they fall short in that regard. If they were to leave the fortress, unforeseen incidents would arise with great ease. I propose commanding the 5 legendary commanders of the White Rhinoceros Fortress to take action. The upgraded version of the Order Knight is the Lawn Knight. Their speed remains unenhanced. Before attaining the 6th tier of legendary power, their speed is barely less than twice that of the Order Knights. Only after reaching the 6th tier, utilizing the principle of forcefully launching bricks, can a qualitative transformation occur. I propose commanding the commander of the Thorn Spear Fortress, the Berserker, to take action. Suddenly, the door to the conference room swung open. A messenger burst in, documents in hand, and before the generals could utter a word, he promptly declared, "Urgent report. The commander of the Thorn Spear Fortress has dispatched 3 elite warriors to encircle an orc squad." Upon hearing this news, the 5 colorful guardians wore identical expressions. This fellow has once again taken matters into his own hands. Each elite is a treasure of the Empire. How dare he deploy them without permission? It takes considerable time to cultivate 3 elites. House arrest. We must extend the house arrest by 2 more months. No, I propose replacing the commander of the Thorn Spear Fortress. They were well aware of how troublesome that commander could be. Yet they found themselves powerless to act. After all, that individual shares the same mentor as the Legion commander. Retrieve the information on those 3 elites, a blonde royal? He actually sent out a member of the royal family. A purple-haired swordswoman? I remember her. She severed 5 orc elites with 3 strikes. How could such a formidable elite be dispatched, resulting in a loss of imperial wealth? Who is this black-haired child? A newly promoted elite? Are we sending him to his doom? House arrest. It must be enforced. As for Quinn, clang clang. I can weave straw hats. Quinn is so impressive. Only Lily provides such enthusiastic support. The grievance of not becoming the captain lasted less than 5 minutes, replaced by the unrestrained joy of a wild horse. Lily, of the same age as Quinn, possesses a different psychological maturity. The only way she interacts with the outside world is through combat. She remains a child at heart. This point has been previously mentioned. At this moment, Lily is attempting to fit a straw hat woven by Quinn onto her head, struggling to place it atop her shining silver helmet. Maris, does my straw hat look good? Don't distract me. Balancing precariously on one foot atop Quinn's head, beads of sweat form on Maris's forehead, her body swaying as if she might topple over. Seeing that her new attire has not garnered any compliments, Lily leans against the saddle, tugging at Quinn's mane with both hands. Quinn, I want to fight. When can we battle the orcs? I don't know. I'm looking too, and you mustn't strike the mounts. They are the finest war horses. The mounts of the Order Knights are not particularly fierce. Especially for someone like Lily, who specializes in strength, she can easily tug this nearly 1-ton warhorse with one hand. Disobedience would earn a punch, and a warhorse, stallion, or blood-sweating steed could withstand that. Not fighting. Quinn, where are we headed? Lily's drawn-out response accompanies her as she clutches her large horse, shaking her head, without needing to look. Quinn can imagine that Lily's small face is contorted into a frown. We just need to wait. Wait. The Orc elites primarily target the miracles of the Empire, with the Empire's elites as secondary targets. Seeing 3 Imperial elites traveling together, they will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. There is no need for us to actively engage. Simply riding and strolling will naturally attract orcs to us. Oh, they're arriving rather quickly. We only just set out. Thanks to the hearing of the Berserker, Quinn's perception range is not low. However, it cannot match the reconnaissance specialized races among the orcs. Therefore, when he sensed the orc elites approaching, it indicated that the 3 of them had already been surrounded by the enemy. Time to gain experience. Chapter 31. Encounter 3 humans. We, 8 of us, will divide them. I want the legs. The thighs. Plop. I want to eat the brains. The ground heaved, and the grass and trees swayed as a chaotic group surged forth from all directions. The pig-headed orcs were covered in black fur. A piece of rotten meat clenched in their jaws, their pig ears twitching from time to time. The dog-headed orcs had only 1 ear and half a tail, their fur a shade of brown. The rat-men were short and stout, their skin dark, with tiny eyes like beans. The leopard men donned black leather armor, muscles rippling, their gazes sharp. The cat people wore white fur, their claws exceedingly sharp. The birdmen spread their wings, pure white feathers gleaming, their beaks sharp. The fox people had pointed snouts and long whiskers, their figures slender and delicate. The snake people possessed elongated bodies, with a human upper half and a lower half covered in greenish scales. Flicking their tongues from time to time, as mentioned earlier, the squad of high-ranking beastmen serves as the main force, supported by numerous low-ranking beastman elites. These orc elites may lack in direct combat ability but excel in stealth and concealment. Akin to how cotton workers are swift on their feet, the lower-ranking orcs that could not keep pace with their companions perished in the bellies of the high-ranking beastmen. Such 8 elites could not contend with the 10-person formation of the Order Knights. Their role was more to cause distractions. However, when faced with a mere trio of elite warriors, they felt no fear. They could not gauge the strength of the human elites by appearance alone. Yet they could discern superiority through numbers. For instance, in this case, 8 against 3 meant they believed themselves to have a crushing advantage. Little did they expect that the opposing party was equally unafraid. And that woman drew her long sword, declaring loudly, 4 for each of you. As soon as the words left her lips, Maris found herself forced down on Quinn's horse. I want them all, a heart ignited with fervor. The latent power within her flesh and bones surged forth, primal savagery manifesting on her face, contorted and fierce. You, with one hand gripping her sword and the other pointed at the leader of the snake people. Quinn's expression turned menacing. Die. What? Hearing the man's words, the snake person only saw a flash of swordlight before her eyes. The man followed closely behind the glimmering blade, his massive form exhibiting agility that belied its size. Like a tiger bursting forth, raising a gust of bloody wind as he lunged at the snake person with outstretched claws. Not good. This is a foe of equal rank in a mere moment. The snake person realized the disparity in strength between them. At the same time, she spat out a glob of dark green liquid, aiming for Quinn's path. Unfazed, Quinn relied on the protection of his armor. Crashing through the liquid, in that instant, his senses peaked. All the gathered strength within him surged to the sword's edge, a white light shimmering as he ruthlessly swung down at the snake's body, which was as thick as a man's waist. Sizzle! A surge of power propelled the blade deep into flesh, the scales cracking beneath the sword's edge, halting only upon reaching the bone. Without pursuing the attack, Quinn noticed that the damage inflicted was not as significant as he had imagined. He swiftly withdrew his long sword, creating distance between himself and the enemy. The blade cut through the air, splattering blood and obscuring the snake person's view, preventing her from seeing Quinn's grim expression in his initial plan. This strike should have cleaved the opponent in two, yet it merely severed scales and muscle, failing even to break the bone. Quite sturdy, this one. The hardness of a high-ranking snake person's scales rivals that of steel, and the muscle mass in its tail exceeds the total muscle mass of a human. An ordinary Order Knight would struggle to penetrate their defenses. The mere fact that Quinn could cut in is already commendable. The advantages of the snake people were evident, as were their weaknesses. However, their upper bodies, unprotected by scales, became a fatal vulnerability. It was precisely this lack of understanding that led Quinn to miss the opportunity for a killing strike. While he was astonished, the snake person opposite him was equally taken aback. It is well known that in confrontations between elites, even tiger men struggled against her tail. Once ensnared, they would become prey. Strangled to death. This human actually possesses the capability to pierce through her muscular scales. This cannot be taken lightly. With that thought, the snake person immediately commanded, "Altogether, kill that man, and your tribes will receive my protection." The eyes of numerous low-ranking orc elites brightened, akin to sharks scenting blood, as they surrounded Quinn, and no longer driven by mere hunger. A sense of responsibility for the survival of their clans surged within them. These low-ranking orcs, all of whom were discarded pawns, had been chosen as advanced scouts. If they could secure the protection of a high-ranking orc elite, they would no longer be mere pawns, but heroes. Heroes who sacrifice for the continuation of their tribe. Unbeknownst to them, they tightened their grips on their weapons, baring their sharp teeth and claws, their eyes gleaming with wild ferocity. Any elite faced with such a scene would find it difficult to maintain composure. Even Maris and Lily would feel a sense of dread in that moment. But Quinn did not die in times like these. He remained all the more composed. The instinct honed through countless battlefields steadied the chaotic musings of his mind. His thoughts now solely focused on the vulnerabilities of every adversary on the battlefield. With ears attuned to every direction and eyes scanning the horizon, even a fleeting glance could reveal the enemy's weaknesses with utmost clarity. The shortcomings of the ratfolk lay in their diminutive limbs. The leopards were hindered by their slender physiques, and the foxfolk suffered from their soft pelts. All of this emerged in his mind as naturally as the act of eating or drinking, akin to the rhythms of daily life, requiring no excessive contemplation to discern his next actions. For the sake of my kin, for the tribe, for my children, no one shall take them from me. He is my prey. The three swiftest orcs were already within striking distance, brandishing their weapons and launching an aggressive assault. Yet, Quinn's speed surpassed theirs. With a swift draw, the blade of the wombing style flickered like fire, far exceeding the limits of human perception as it surged toward the enemy. This was the art of the Azura, learned amidst the seas of blood in that instant, as the sword was unleashed. It cast an oppressive shadow over the world, rendering all light extinguished. Every heart was captivated by that singular strike, their vision devoid of color, save for crimson and pale white. The red fragments of dismembered limbs intertwined with the white gleam of the blade, dancing in a gruesome ballet. With a series of precise cuts, several smoothly severed pieces of flesh fell, and through their bewildered gazes, it was evident that the orcs' minds had yet to register the horrific truth of their dismemberment. The explosive kill shooting system is at your service. 73 until the next skill draw. Chapter 32. Long Distance Vision, Rainbow Blade. Accompanying the fierce shout was the swordsmanship of the Sword Maiden. While it could not compare to Quinn's precise execution, her speed was unmatched. Her strikes lacked any embellishment. Each aimed directly at the throats and hearts of these lesser orcs, effortlessly dispatching two foes as though chopping vegetables. Meanwhile, Lily, who had just regained her senses, charged toward the snake woman with a fervent cry. "Order barrier! In the name of the law, I shall deliver judgment upon you." Yaha! The iron hammer, as tall as she was, gleamed with a restrained brilliance, its heavy weight poised to descend. Boom! The snake woman, in a state of shock, recoiled swiftly, her body contorting in an unnatural manner. Eye in front of her, the hammer struck the ground, creating a crater a meter wide, while its wielder wielded the several hundred-kilogram weapon with the ease of a child playing with a toy. What manner of monster is this? A creature capable of breaching defenses with an imperial longsword was already terrifying enough. Yet here stood a diminutive figure wielding such a heavy weapon. That massive hammer could undoubtedly shatter her defenses. No escape. Lily spun the hammer once more, exerting all her strength to hurl it. Whoosh! The hammer soared through the air like a windmill in motion, aimed directly at the snake woman's body. Death was the only thought in the snake woman's mind. Instinctively, she curled her body, flattening herself against the ground, feeling the force of the hammer skim past her head. Only then did she glance back, her heart racing. Yet, to her astonishment, the small figure had already leapt halfway, letting out a bizarre cry in midair. Yaha! Die, beast man! The small figure landed on the snake woman's waist, disregarding the snake's tail that coiled around her, raising a gauntlet hand to viciously plunge into the wound inflicted by Quinn, ruthlessly digging into flesh and sinew. Ah! A piercing shriek erupted from the snake woman's mouth, the pain coursing through her mind inciting uncontrollable convulsions, her massive tail thrashing against the earth. She had assumed that the small knight, now weaponless, posed little threat, yet she overlooked the fact that the girl wielding such a weapon was not to be underestimated. Coupled with her diminutive stature and armored form, she clung to the wound like a relentless parasite, exacerbating the damage, while the snake woman found herself utterly powerless to dislodge her. Upon receiving the command, the small knight immediately relinquished her imminent prey, leaping away from the snake woman and allowing her to escape. Her silver armor had been stained crimson, drenched from head to toe in the snake's blood. Only after the serpent had retreated did the small knight curiously inquire of Quinn, "Why did you let her go?" The Order Knights possess a strong immunity to toxins. As long as the poison is not directly injected in excess, Lily would remain lively and well. She understood that Quinn was aware of this. So his directive to stop must have held his own purpose. Quinn's plan was straightforward. The commander had tasked them with hunting a band of high-ranking beastmen, and this snake woman undoubtedly had her own troop. They merely needed to follow the trail of her blood to locate them. Melis wiped her longsword clean and pointed out the flaw in Quinn's strategy. Their group could also deduce this. If we approach them directly, we will surely fall into their encirclement. Quinn, however, remained unfazed, shrugging dismissively. If the child is afraid, she can flee first. I am grown. I am 18. I am no child. Indeed, you are an adult. He ruffled Lily's hair, coaxing the young girl onto the horse's back, then effortlessly lifted Melis under his arm, giving a gentle squeeze to the horse's belly while humming a little tune. Take it slow. We shall ensnare them all when she reunites with her squad. Quinn had no concerns about their ability to evade his pursuit, for he had just drawn a new skill. The explosive kill shooting system is at your service. 100 until the next skill draw. Skill is being drawn. Long distance vision, from a centaur archer. This skill equips one with the essential sight to aim at enemies. It enables the user to perceive objects within a several kilometer radius, including basic abilities such as X-ray vision, long-range sight, and the ability to dispel illusions. With sufficient wisdom, one might even glimpse into the future. Skill is being distributed. Please wait, just perfect. For the current elite squad, a reconnaissance range of several kilometers is ample, as few can cross such distances unless a legendary hero liberates their miraculous powers. What is just perfect? Melis, perched atop Quinn's head, was puzzled by his mutterings. Nothing. I simply think your figure is just right, a rather dull thought. Melis closed her eyes, choosing silence, though her expression subtly shifted, while quietude reigned here. The other side erupted in noise, with the petite Lily clutching her stomach and calling out to the captain. Quinn, I'm hungry. Bear with it. No, I want to eat. Didn't we eat before we set off? But I just defeated an orc. I'll surely be hungry after all that exertion. Lily tugged at the warhorse's mane, playfully hitting its head. The warhorse could only bray innocently, appearing as though it were a 900-kilogram child in distress. Even Quinn found it hard to watch and instructed Lily, "Come here." Hearing Quinn call her, Lily slapped the horse's back, coaxing the reluctant beast closer, only to see a fist the size of a sandbag loom larger in her vision. "If you're hungry, take a punch from me." Ah! Knocked off the horse by Quinn's blow, Lily sprang to her feet and dashed about energetically, showing no signs of hunger whatsoever. Children can be like that. At times, they lack awareness of their own needs, requiring an adult to remind them. The Order Knight could not outrun the frenzied beast warrior. Soon, Quinn seized her shoulder armor, lifting her up as she flailed like a fledgling chick. And with a swift slap, he struck her backside. "Still hungry? Ah, I'm going to tell the captain you're bullying me." "Go ahead and tell the captain." Clang. Another slap landed on Lily's backside. As for why it produced such a sound? Naturally, both were clad in armor. Clang, clang, clang. Ah, no more, no more. After being spanked, Lily immediately conceded, showing no defiance whatsoever. Once she settled down, Quinn tossed her back onto the horse and mounted up himself. Quinn surveyed the surroundings. Groups of beastmen whispered among themselves, using special means to relay information. They had already discovered the presence of Quinn and his companions and were laying a trap to ensnare them in the sky. A white raven darted past, landing on the shoulder of a ravenfolk, delivering information to the other side with its unique call. The miraculous powers beneath the ground were riddled with damage, with nearly half destroyed, while the remaining perimeter was swarming with elite beastmen searching for the leyline miracles. In the distance, elite knights found themselves at a loss, unable to locate the enemy despite being led by legendary heroes. Unaware that every move they made fell within the watchful gaze of the White Raven. Closing his eyes, Quinn disengaged the long-distance vision effect, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Prepare yourselves for battle. I will lead you to the beastmen, and we shall delight in some slaughter first. Hooray!" The small knight raised her arms in jubilation, squeezing the horse's belly, prompting yet another mournful bray from the beleaguered steed. He. Chapter 33. The confidence of beasts deep within the forest, uneven shrubs concealed the slithering figure of the snake woman, leaving a long trail upon the ground. In no time, the panicked snake woman, having fled for a mere 5 kilometers, stumbled upon a squad of beastmen, promising them great rewards to assist in intercepting 3 human transcendents. "Quick, over there, slay those 3 Order Knights. Once you have killed them, I will grant your tribe the right to survive. I swear it by the name of the war god." Behold these frail beings, lost in their own fervor, dashing exuberantly towards the direction from whence she came. Thinking that perhaps they could delay their fate for a moment, finally letting out a sigh of relief. That moment, the Serpent Man caught the sound of a bird's call nearby, a white-feathered crow perched on the treetop. Its agile eyes darting about. In less than 2 minutes, a crowman landed behind her, furrowing his brow in surprise at the gasping Serpent Man. "Have you encountered a legend?" In the crowman's recollection, only a knight of legendary caliber could inflict such damage upon a Serpent Man. Yet, the Serpent Man merely shook his head slightly, swallowing down the prepared food before slowly articulating, "Humans have dispatched high-tier elites. I stand no chance against them." They? Upon hearing this description, the crowman's frown deepened, regarding the injured Serpent Man, whose eyes still reflected considerable fear, the wounds on his body laid bare to the bone. Fortunately, with ample sustenance, the serpent race's remarkable self-healing ability could restore combat readiness in a short span. Accepting a bloodied thigh from the crowman, the Serpent Man opened his jaws to an angle of 180 degrees, gradually consuming it, his innards writhing to expedite digestion. The man's long sword merely pierced her. But the diminutive knight's hammer could indeed crush her with a single blow. Even striking against her scales would yield similar consequences. Since ancient times, blunt weapons have been the bane of armor. Especially when wielded with sheer brute force, the resulting impact is nothing short of terrifying. She could not engage this foe. After fully consuming the thigh, the Serpent Man, gradually regaining strength, recounted the intelligence he had gathered. "Indeed, there is not just one. All 3 possess the strength to defeat me in one-on-one combat. A burly man, a dwarf, and a woman. The burly man wields skills and combat experience that rival legends. It is he who inflicted my wounds. The dwarf possesses terrifying strength, comparable to that of a bear man, I estimate. The woman has not crossed blades with me, yet she can slay 2 lowly beast men in an instant. Her sword strikes are too swift for me to intercept. In which direction are they? A trio with strength equivalent to that of high-tier beastman elites poses a significant threat to the orcs' plan to obliterate the miraculous ley lines. The white-feathered crow can discern the difference between legendary heroes and elites, yet cannot identify armored elites. Their intellect does not reach such heights, as long as this team mingles with a typical squad of Order Knights. The orcs will hesitate to act. Should they engage Order Knights on sight, encountering these 3 would likely spell doom for their own squad. Conversely, if they flee upon sighting Order Knights, the sheer number of elite knights on the opposing side could easily drive the orc forces from the crystal defense line. Contemplating this, the crowman released the white-feathered crow, transmitting a special signal to summon allies. While addressing the serpent man, you should recuperate. I have sent out the signal point. 2 teams will converge to surround them, and I shall join the fray. If all else fails, I will notify that rat man. Very well. The serpent man continued to consume food, his gaping wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate, the torn flesh knitting together. She understood that she was merely the weakest among this cohort of high-tier beastmen, which is why she did not join the hunt for legends, but rather dealt with the isolated Order Knights. The 3 adversaries previously encountered each wielded powers near that of legends. If it were merely 2 squads, it might not suffice. Inform Ragnar's team. Including them would necessitate at least 3 squads to encircle the human elites. They must not incur needless sacrifices. The crowman paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a glint of cold light. You hold them in such high regard? I see. Perhaps this time is our opportunity. Ascending to legendary status is not solely reserved for hunting legends. It is a guaranteed path to achieve it. Their roles do not limit the means of acquiring power. Completing a battle sanctioned by the divine can also lead to legendary status, if she could seize the chance to benefit from this hunt against the high-tier elites. Perhaps the divine would take notice. Let Ragnar's team proceed first, then we. The serpent man's complexion remained somewhat pale, yet her eyes gleamed with ambition, the deep green slit pupils concealing a fervent desire. Tigerman Ragnar is the strongest elite among this batch of high-tier beastmen, capable of holding his own against legendary heroes. His forthright nature, however, has offended a certain royal, resulting in his assignment here as a means of wasteful utilization. Among the orc race, innate talent is paramount. Yet, should he provoke a legendary hero's ire, that invaluable talent could become a death warrant. Seeing that the serpent man had arrived at a decision, the crowman released the white-feathered crow, offering a slight smile to his companion. Understood. I shall notify them immediately. Crowman, on received news from his companion, greeted the white-feathered crow of his kin, and after feeding it several pieces of meat, he set it free. These clever little creatures are akin to the children collectively nurtured by the crowman race. Even though they may appear nearly identical to outsiders, the crowmen possessed the means to distinguish each white-feathered crow. Subsequently, on roused the napping tigerman. The simpleton's face first bore a look of confusion before turning ferocious as he bared his teeth at the crowman. Inquiring, "What's the matter? A team of human high-tier elites requires our intervention. The others lack the confidence to eliminate them, a pack of useless fools." Indeed, fools, the serpent man Helga concurred. Certain species possess inherently formidable talents, particularly during their elite phase, rendering them capable of mercilessly slaughtering humans. The serpentmen's gifts are their half-snake forms and venom. Snakes symbolize ancient greed, having betrayed their ancestral dragons for wealth. Thus, they were stripped of their dragon blood and teeth, devolving into feeble scaled worms, only to be taken in by the war god out of pity. The war god concentrated their remaining bloodline into their lower limbs, granting them formidable serpentine strength, while their frail upper bodies were molded based on the weakest of humans at the time. Externally, the serpentmen do not refer to their race as serpentmen but as the god's boots. Their venom is innate, and their half-snake forms are a gift from the war god, rendering the venom ineffective against Order Knights, while their lower halves can strike with enough force to repel these ironclad foes, simultaneously blocking feeble sword strikes. The Tigermen, however, are among the most quintessential of the orc races, proudly calling themselves the God's Hand alongside the Lionmen. Tigermen value individual strength, while Lionmen place great emphasis on unity. These two races represent the mightiest of the orc tribes, symbolizing the war god's right and left arms, unconditionally supporting all of the war god's decisions. The war god's command. They charge into the fray. The crowmen, as recently ascended high-tier orcs, find the war god's resources lacking. Thus they are denied a prestigious title, merely referring to themselves as the eyes of the sky, a title that pales in comparison to the eagleman's wings of the divine. After all, aside from their numbers, the crowmen are thoroughly outclassed by the eaglemen. Yet, even such high-tier crowmen can easily hold off 5 order knights in battle, their feathers, caked in grease and dirt, equivalent to leather armor. And when augmented with a touch of miraculous power, become a substantial nuisance for order knights, even if they lack the defensive capabilities of the serpentmen's scaled armor. Under these conditions, if they cannot triumph over order knights, they are indeed worthless. Let us resolve this quickly. Have they provided us with the location of those 3? Ragnar flexed his arms, his bones cracking audibly. On shook his head, explaining, no, they said they would relay the positions once the 3 teams converge. 2 squads that were about to rush over have also been halted, now awaiting us. Spitting dismissively, the serpent man mocked, a bunch of cowards. One wonders how they caught the war god's eye. On pondered for a moment before concluding. We must not be careless. Those order knights likely possess miraculous artifacts capable of inflicting harm upon us. Helga felt a twinge of fear but reconsidered, deeming it improbable. Such high-tier miraculous artifacts would be a waste to use against us. Wouldn't they? Directly lethal miraculous items are effective even at the legendary level. They likely aren't that powerful, but we must remain cautious, especially you, Ragnar. As team leader, you cannot fault, I am well aware. With a hint of ease in his gaze, as if on a leisurely outing, Ragnar appeared unfazed by the impending battle. To him, human elites were akin to infants. Even if one were to arm an infant with a hammer, they could not slay an adult. Chapter 34. Intermission. A resounding crack echoed as feet struck the ground, splattering a pool of thick blood. The gallbladder of a ratman, shattered bones of a catwoman, rotting skin of a foxman, broken teeth of a pigman, and the blood of a sheepman. Dozens of low-tier orc elites lay strewn across the ground, forming a pool of blood that mingled with the earth, rising to the surface to contribute to the lush growth of next year's thicket. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air, silencing even the most raucous summer cicadas. Birds and insects alike dared not make a sound, retreating quietly into their nests, sitting upon a stone, gasping for breath. The usually boisterous Lily was genuinely exhausted this time. All that could be heard was the heavy breathing emanating from beneath her armor. She laid the massive hammer down on the ground, her small hands clutching the hammer's handle as she dozed off, pecking at sleep like a chick pecking at grains, occasionally letting out a soft sigh. Does she snore while sleeping? Quinn found this quite fascinating. Feeling as if he had adopted a small pet, Melis rolled her eyes, asserting, I assure you, you too will snore when you fall asleep. To be honest, her hands trembled slightly. After all, the skin of an orc is indeed thick. Only Quinn, like an indefatigable machine, showed no signs of fatigue after slaying so many elite foes, instead appearing remarkably invigorated as he leaned in to observe Lily's snoozing visage closely. I can't say for certain, but this is the first time I've seen someone snore up close. This generally doesn't snore, and I haven't witnessed others in slumber either. With nearly 20 elite orc corpses around, Quinn once again gained a skill. Fairy blood-sucking, derived from the bowman who had transformed into a fairy. This skill allows him to restore stamina and miraculous power through the consumption of blood, also possessing healing properties. This is the power of the fairies. The progress bar had now slowed considerably, with an average elite orc granting him only about 4%. However, amidst the chaos, he had slain a high-ranking crowman, which yielded a significant 19%. Yet, it was also that very sword strike that left a long bloody mark on Quinn's shoulder. The enemy's claws piercing through his heavy armor. Currently, Quinn doubted he could even increase his progress bar by 1% while hunting ordinary orcs. He activated his farsight once more, scanning the surroundings. 3 squads of orcs, 3 tigermen, one of which was a white tiger. As for the serpent people, the females are far more attractive. The males are quite hideous. The 3 birdmen, however, all bore a striking resemblance. Their bodies covered in feathers. What are you mumbling about? Melis inquired, puzzled by Quinn's behavior. Quinn smiled, lifting the drowsy Lily onto the warhorse and tossing Melis up as well. Oh, it's nothing. Just focus on carrying Lily and head in this direction. Keep going straight. Ignore any other orcs we encounter along the way, and soon we will reach the nearest fortress. Tell them to come and tally the battle achievements. Melis furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. What are you planning? You're not in any condition, are you? Melis tightened her grip on her sword, suddenly aware of a tingling in her palms and the soreness in her arms and legs. Her miraculous power was nearly depleted. Lily's stamina was even less than hers, completely oblivious as she was hoisted onto the horse's back. It had been a while since she had exerted herself so much. On the battlefield, she typically engaged in mere skirmishes, rarely experiencing complete exhaustion. The pursuers behind them likely had not been entirely eliminated yet, right? Their target was the high-ranking orc elite, and they had only slain one thus far. Besides, didn't you say we were to seek the serpent people? Isn't this a case of plans failing to keep up with changes? Quinn grasped Melis's slender waist firmly. Melis brushed aside Quinn's large hand, not feeling that he had overstepped any boundaries. This is precisely the physique I aspire to. You wouldn't understand. The female swordsman had a comprehensive plan for her strength, encompassing her physique, swordsmanship, and her current combat style. All under her control. It was a thorny path, yet it revealed glimpses of a splendid end. Having said this, Melis grew weary of arguing with Quinn, spurring her horse onward in the direction he had indicated. Watching the two depart, Quinn settled at the base of a large tree, drawing forth his imperial longsword and driving it into the soft, blood-soaked earth. He too needed a moment to recuperate. Chapter 35. Combat power. Physical fatigue can be restored through skills. Yet mental exhaustion must be endured by one's own resolve. Each time Quinn employed his sword technique, he was wholly focused, deepening his understanding of Wang Yi style. From previously requiring all his strength to slay 4 elite warriors, he now needed only 3/10 of his power to dispatch 3. Perhaps this was partly due to the coarse and thick skin of the pig-headed orc, yet it also proved that Quinn's prowess was steadily rising. Rather than stagnating, he could feel every inch of his muscles and bones reaching an optimal state for utilizing Wang Yi style. His massive, cumbersome physique did not hinder his agility. This was the application of footwork within the skill, allowing his robust legs to unleash explosive power, leaping over 10 meters in an instant. Not only Wang Yi style, but beastly might continued to enhance his physique, with sufficient miraculous power obtained from using fairy blood-sucking. His body thirstily absorbed these energy sources, replenishing deep within his bones and blood, subtly elevating his stature further. Simultaneously, with ample miraculous power, Summer Water Splash found ample opportunity to be unleashed. Although it sounds rather implausible, this skill, when fully activated, could yield 10 times the damage of his 3/10 sword energy, accompanied by an intense sense of oppression, representing water attribute damage. Perhaps describing it as a high-pressure water gun would be more accurate. Leadership qualities, mounted combat, and farsight were 3 skills that could not currently provide him with combat power. This constituted the entirety of his skills. An exceptionally comprehensive skill set made him a Pentagon warrior. Excluding ranged attacks. Wait, the more Quinn pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Wasn't he supposed to be an archer? Even if they didn't grant him an AK-47, he should at least reward himself with the skill of hitting a bullseye from 100 paces. Right? Why did it sound as if he was entirely a close combat brute? Yet these were trivial matters. After he acquired a few more skills, this situation would likely change. The wind rustled through the dense forest, stirring up some fallen leaves and carrying with it the distinct scent of orcs. Their odor was overwhelmingly strong. With Quinn's keen sense of smell as a savage beast warrior, he detected foes still 50 meters away. Scanning with far sight, he indeed spotted several sneaky figures, along with a dark yellow-furred orc striding boldly, making no effort to conceal its presence, using its claws to part the underbrush as it emerged from the thicket. Quinn had seen this tiger man through far sight before, and at that time, he had thought it indistinguishable from the other elite orcs. But facing it directly now, you beast, you are not of the same caliber as them. The overwhelming pressure that surged forth, coupled with the tiger man's eyes, which held a restrained yet menacing glint, unmistakably conveyed its formidable strength. This was a comprehensive oppression from the senses, an instinctual fear experienced by lower life forms in the presence of their natural predators. As Quinn and the tiger man locked eyes, The latter's expression hardened before breaking into a grin. If they perish at your hands, they cannot be deemed worthless. It simply illustrates their misfortune. Ragnar also sensed Quinn's presence. The figure, equal in stature to his own, had traversed a profound sea of blood, emerging from a battlefield rife with the wails of countless souls. His heightened senses, far superior to those of his kin, allowed him to envision Quinn standing atop a mountain of corpses, surveying him from above, awaiting the next soul to fall beneath his blade. Meanwhile, the mid-tier knight, Polypo, who remained within the fortress, was acutely aware of one thing. The disparity among the elite was even greater than that between ordinary individuals and elites. Powerful elite warriors found it far easier to dispatch ordinary elites than butchers slaughtering chickens and ducks. Whether it was the Tiger Man Ragnar or Quinn, both understood they were not facing any foes they had previously encountered, but rather true adversaries capable of posing a genuine threat. It was akin to a human encountering a leopard. If not for the desire to remain unharmed, one could easily defeat the opponent after paying a certain price. However, when faced with a tiger, one must carefully consider the sharpness of their weapon. As the two faced each other, the surrounding orcs began to arrive in succession. Serpent people, tiger men, Croam in addition to the 9 high-ranking orcs. There were more than 30 low-ranking orcs, all of elite caliber, including those previously eliminated by the Order Knights and the 3 that Quinn and his companions had slain. The Orc Empire had dispatched over 100 elite orcs in this operation. Any human empire suffering such losses among their elite forces would be severely crippled. Yet the orcs remained unperturbed. For the higher-ups, elites were merely consumables. Even among the rat men, only one in tens of thousands could become elite. But they survive. The vast population base led to a terrifying number of elites within this race. The rat men alone reported over 50 clans, each possessing more than 5 elite members. The number lurking underground remained unknown. Ordinary rat men were merely food to other races. Only elites garnered any respect, albeit just a glance. The same could be said for other weaker races. Catfolk, foxfolk, dog-headed folk. No matter how numerous, they were but ants in the face of epic heroes. One miraculous strike could obliterate hundreds of thousands of troops without exaggeration. Without reaching the epic level, one could ultimately secure no standing within the orc ranks, merely serving as materials to produce elites and legends. Hey, Ragnar, why is there only one person? My child informed me that 2 individuals rode off early. Can he detect our presence? Luck, I suppose. Those 2 seem to lack the stamina for battle, just managing to evade us. Is that so? A bit unfortunate, considering we dispatched so many. Unfortunate? Why don't you go first? I'll go first. I'll go first, the white-furred tiger man, unable to withstand the provocation of his comrades, twisted his hands and flexed his muscles. Stepping forward, however, he was halted by Ragnar. Don't rush to your demise. With a shrug, Ragnar observed his companion but chose not to intervene. Every high-ranking beastman here had offended someone, each in their own unique manner. Chapter 36. A warning to the others. Quinn regarded the bold tiger man with an assessing gaze, chuckling. A white tiger beastman, quite a rarity indeed. Are you not afraid of being utterly exterminated by me? Human, you truly have no fear of death. Approaching Quinn, the white tiger beastman raised his fist. The beastmen, who disdainfully referred to themselves as anything but beastmen, considered the term a derogatory label bestowed by humans. They believed themselves the rightful rulers of this continent, while humans were merely those overlooked by the war god, fragile beings who, by sheer luck, gained favor with multiple deities and thus became the current rulers of the land. Despite the fact that a single beastman empire could withstand 3 human empires, the continent boasted hundreds of duchies and federations, with nearly 20 entities worthy of the title empire, even if these nations varied little in strength. Each possessed 2 to 3 mythical heroes, marking this as the most prosperous era in history. Including the smaller nations and those in hiding, the number of mythical heroes could approach 100. Yet, the Beastman Empire had only one, with no more than 10 mythical heroes, a mere reflection of what the war god could achieve. Thus, the White Tiger Beastman, seeing his approach met with no resistance, reached out to seize Quinn by the throat. Standing just below 2 meters, he was slightly at a disadvantage in elevation, yet his exposed muscles made him appear as a creature of pure muscle. His hands could effortlessly crush iron armor into deformity, but before he could exert his strength, his expression suddenly changed. His hand was immovable, The reason for his predicament lay in his wrist, ensnared by an extraordinarily powerful hand. The White Tiger Beastman had a limited vocabulary, so he could only describe Quinn's grip as formidable. His pupils contracted as his wrist was twisted painfully, the immense force threatening to snap it. The mighty grip was a divine boon granted to humans, a reward from the ancient Greek god of hunters for the world's foremost hunter. Its true power was unleashed in unarmed combat against beasts. Quinn maintained his nonchalant demeanor, as if he were merely holding a kitten rather than a fierce beastman, cheerfully advising, "Beg for mercy, or I shall sever your claws," in the gaze of the lower beastman and his comrades. The White Tiger Beastman's furry face flushed crimson. Rationality urged him to plead for mercy, for this human would undoubtedly crush his wrist. The Tigermen lacked the terrifying regenerative abilities of the Serpent Men. Without a Beastman priest, a severed limb equated to fatal blood loss. Yet, the pride of a high-ranking Beastman screamed that he could never submit to a human. It was merely an arm, you hairless monkey. What if I do this? Before the White Tiger Beastman could finish his tirade, Quinn released his wrist and instead seized him by the neck, lifting the large white cat by the scruff. In a commanding yet admonishing tone, he insisted, "Beg for mercy, or I shall break your neck." Impossible. Impossible. Just a mere human. Before he could finish his defiant shout, his stubborn cries were abruptly silenced. Drip, drip. Blood pooled on the ground as the White Tiger Beastman's head was severed from his body, upholding his pride until the end. Gulping down the blood from the severed head, Quinn licked his lips and tossed the head at the feet of the Beastman ranks. All the Beastmen could clearly see the expression of pain and struggle frozen on the severed head, causing them to involuntarily step back, except for Ragnar, who stood arms crossed. He had previously warned this compatriot, but the White Tiger Beastman had refused to listen. Not a single Beastman offered assistance, not solely due to the high-ranking elite's notorious temper, but more so out of fear. No one wished to be the next to suffer the same fate. The reckless fool had already proven the danger. Next, wait. Removing the helmet is such a hassle. He carefully set the helmet aside. This set of armor belonged to the captain during his elite days, adorned with several miraculous enhancements for combat, but the detachable helmet did not hinder the miracle's effectiveness. Much better now. Curly black hair spilled out, cascading over his shoulders, and the fearsome visage akin to a lion finally breathed in fresh air once more. Who shall come next, or shall you all come at once? I wouldn't mind, as he surveyed the surrounding beastmen. Those who met Quinn's gaze instinctively tensed, thoughts of retreat bubbling up in their minds. The previous scene of the Tigerman's brutal demise was far too terrifying, especially as they witnessed Quinn even drink the blood of his foes, creating an unsettling inversion of hunter and prey that sent shivers down the spines of the beastmen. Savage, brutal, primitive. These were the labels humans had affixed to beastmen, which they wore with pride. Yet now, who truly embodied the essence of a beastman? Could it be that this fellow possessed beastman blood? Might he be a half-beast hybrid? Judging by his appearance, it seemed the only plausible explanation. If you do not approach, then I shall come to you. Quinn raised his sword, stepping over the corpse of the White Tiger Beastman. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, and just a few strides brought him before the only tiger who had not retreated. You are not afraid of me? Not afraid. Ragnar shook his head, extending his hand toward Quinn. I am Ragnar, of the Hand of God. If the opportunity arises, I wish to invite you to hunt in my territory. Oh, are you seeking to befriend me? I am Quinn. If you consider me a friend, I could prepare breakfast for you. Provided that, before Quinn could finish, the Tigerman interjected, You must survive this battle. Boom. The fists of both combatants collided with a resounding force, sending shockwaves that caused the surrounding beastmen to flinch. This extraordinary power was reminiscent of legends from ancient times when gods had yet to bestow their blessings on a grand scale. And only a handful of individuals were graced with divine strength, without the notion of elite even existing. Whether human or beastman, an ordinary individual seeking to achieve a feat worthy of legend had to wager their life, fighting against insurmountable odds with only a slight chance of becoming a legendary hero. Yet some individuals were simply born with extraordinary gifts, naturally agile, strong, and intelligent beyond measure. They were not merely capable of winning arm wrestling contests against 10 opponents. They were the unparalleled warriors who could achieve 100 kills on the battlefield. With their inherently overwhelming power, they accomplished unprecedented feats, earning divine recognition and thereby attaining the legendary realm to the Beastmen. Quinn, who effortlessly dispatched the White Tiger Beastman, was such a being, and Ragnar, who could match Quinn's prowess, was likewise an anomaly. Even in ancient times, their ascension to legend would merely be a matter of time. Helga, give me your poison. I must find a way. If I do not assist Ragnar, he may very well lose. The Crowman observed keenly. This warrior still bore a long sword at his waist, yet to be drawn, while the scattered corpses around them were primarily felled by sharp weapons. It was clear that once he drew his sword, Ragnar would find himself at a disadvantage. But the Serpent Man merely turned his head slowly, fear still evident on his beautiful face. I have already tried, but was warned by the war god. At this revelation, all the Beastmen were left in stunned silence. What? The war god? This is bad. If it is the war god's trial, we cannot intervene. We should have acted sooner. Damn it. Ragnar, it is not that I do not wish to help you, but this is the war god's trial. If you kill him, you will be our first legendary hero. Indeed, as long as you can win, that is all that matters. Yet conversely, if Ragnar were to be slain, that warrior would become a legend and annihilate us all. Run? We cannot. We have already been chosen as Ragnar's companions, unable to escape. Just as Quinn had once ascended from mortal to elite on the battlefield, at this moment, the dense forest had transformed into a one-on-one deathmatch between him and Ragnar. This was not merely the power of any miraculous artifact, but rather a clash of combat levels surpassing the elite limit, fulfilling the necessary conditions to ascend to legend. Both parties had garnered sufficient recognition for legend, awaiting victory in battle, whereby the victor would claim all honors. One hero, having slain over 20 orcs, offers the head of the mightiest Tiger Man as a tribute, dedicating his battle to the divine. The other hero, having thwarted the massacre of hundreds of his kin, stands resolutely before his comrades, engaging in a desperate struggle against the executioner. Should the Tiger Man Ragnar emerge victorious, he would depart without concern for the mission's success or failure, for a legendary tiger hero has his clan to safeguard him from worry. However, all of this hinges upon their mutual demise. The surrounding orcs receive messages from the divine, and the two combatants in the arena are no exception. Quinn's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not anticipated that his journey from an ordinary individual to a legendary being could be accomplished in such a brief span of time. Quite commendable, albeit not overwhelmingly astonishing. Conversely, the Tiger Man Ragnar felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through him. You must be Quinn. Thank you. Truly, thank you. I initially believed I would need to slay another legend, but it turns out that defeating you suffices. As my first taste of legendary power, I shall remember you for all my days. How splendid! How splendid! With the demise of this individual, he could ascend to the legendary tier, stepping into the coveted rank and becoming the protector of his family and allies. Deep within his essence, in his blood and muscles, it felt as if a geyser of raw strength was erupting, intensifying his grip and might. With blood-red eyes, the Tiger Man Ragnar's claws extended ever more, lunging swiftly toward Quinn's heavily armored chest. The sound of claws scraping against steel was deafening, igniting sparks in their wake. Unable to withstand such overwhelming force, Quinn was hurled backward, crashing into a large tree and splintering it in two. Ragnar beheld Quinn sprawled on the ground, disheveled, and broke into a triumphant smile among his peers. None had compelled him to unleash his full power until now. You are the first adversary to elicit such strength from me. Take pride in that. Thus, I implore you to summon your utmost power, allowing me to revel in my ascent to legend. Rising from the ground, Quinn touched the weighty armor on his chest. The Tiger Man's target was the gash previously torn by the Raven's desperate struggle. Only through this opening could he pierce Quinn's formidable defenses. Yet, the outcome fell short of his expectations. Lacking the Raven's secret techniques, his assault struggled to breach Quinn's heavy armor. His sole vulnerability lay in the intentionally exposed head. The moment he revealed his intent to strike the head, Quinn's right hand would poised at his sword, capable of severing his arm before he could react. Thus, he was left with no choice but to unveil another hidden card. You may not yet comprehend. Though I am a child of the god of war, my strength derives from the god of hunting, which means my role is that of a frenzied beast warrior. With those words, the Tiger Man Ragnar stepped forward, his massive form swelling once more, enveloped in blood-red energy, waves of miraculous power erupting forth. This is the trapped beast. The more perilous the situation, the more one can pray to the god of hunting for strength, extracting the potential favored by the divine. Striking back against legends is indeed possible. Quinn rose from the ground, sensing the familiar aura emanating from his opponent, and grinned. Mystical patterns adorned his armor, exuding a primal and untamed essence. Rapidly spreading across his body, engulfed in similar blood energy. Though not yet in a dire situation, it was his first time harnessing this power. Trapped Beast activated. Chapter 38. Another trapped beast. Your aura. Indeed, we are of the same kind. But alas, you are destined to fail. This is an absolute certainty, akin to the inevitability of fruit bearing on trees or children maturing into adulthood. Ragnar the Tiger Man roared madly, his body brimming with exhilaration. His face contorted with adrenaline-fueled madness, unleashing a full power punch that transformed into a ferocious tiger, its blood-red waves depicting sharp fangs and claws, charging forth. Quinn stood firm, relying on his armor's defense to meet the opponent's attack head-on. Boom, boom! Their fists collided once more. The howling winds tore through the air, gnawing at the thick armor, leaving behind a series of scratches, yet failing to penetrate its protection. Thud! Ragnar swung another fist, only to have it caught in Quinn's grasp. The cold touch of steel intensified his already surging blood, and the miraculous power within him surged like an endless ocean. Ah! Ragnar roared, his body swelling once again, the disparity in their sizes becoming stark. The Tiger Man's imposing figure completely overshadowed Quinn. In a duel where one party's death was the premise, the victor would inevitably be the weaker of the two frenzied beast warriors. The mercy of the gods allows the weak to survive, while the strong ascend to the divine realm, eternally basking in the glory of hunting alongside the deities. It could be said that trapped beast is a skill of pure willpower. Thud! Ragnar's fist hammered against the armor, which had activated its miraculous power, capable of withstanding any physical attack below the legendary tier. Yet it caved in under the tremendous force, leaving an imprint of the fist. This strike was at least 10 tons in weight, equivalent to a fully loaded freight vehicle, non-modified, colliding head-on. Quinn staggered back 2 steps to regain his footing. He sensed that his opponent's strength was still escalating. The blood-red aura enveloping Ragnar became increasingly dense, almost materializing, and Quinn could distinctly see that the crimson energy was not solely derived from the trapped beast miracle. A significant portion came from his own blood. Ragnar's body was nearing its limit under the overwhelming miraculous power, entering a state of overload, with blood vessels on the surface of his skin bursting and oozing droplets of blood. The miraculous power of trapped beast reaches its zenith at the level of a mythic hero. This means that as long as his body can endure, and he remains in a perilous situation, he could continue to grow stronger, even reaching the level of a mythic hero. Yet, alas, should Ragnar continue to accept the power of the god of hunting, his body would explode in a violent eruption. But this is merely the extent of my capabilities. I can grow stronger still. With adrenaline surging through his veins, Ragnar felt no pain. His eyes were bloodshot, and his arms had ballooned to the thickness of a barrel. He raised his arms high above his head, preparing to strike down in the most straightforward and brutal manner. Quinn sidestepped just in time, narrowly evading the blow. If he could just hold on a little longer, Ragnar would inevitably succumb to the strain of his own power, his blood rushing to his brain, leading to a catastrophic rupture of blood vessels. But Quinn would not wait idly for that to happen. I concede that your strength is commendable, possessing the capacity to kill me, but if battle is merely a contest of speed and strength, we might as well decide our fates through an arm wrestling match. Kill, 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 kill. Ragnar had completely succumbed to the intoxication of power, unable to comprehend Quinn's words. Aware that he was wasting his breath, he ceased outputting the miraculous power and cancelled his trapped beast state. He had refrained from using this power prior to the battle because the influence of trapped beast would cloud his judgment, impairing his ability to assess the battlefield clearly. Yet now, the Tiger Man had utterly lost his sanity, devolving into a frenzied beast. Regardless of speed or strength, he was no match for Quinn. But that was of no consequence. As previously stated, beyond strength and speed, Quinn possessed skill. Previously, whenever his hand reached for his sword, Ragnar would instinctively evade, holding back his strength, wary of the impending sword techniques. But now, Quinn had grasped the sword, while the Tiger Man charged recklessly like a mad bull. A missed punch did not lead to a withdrawal for defense. Instead, he swung his other claw. The outcome of this battle was no longer in doubt. Drawing the sword, the blade stirred the blood-red energy, concealing the cold glint of steel, lacking any foreboding signs of cataclysm. Even Quinn's robust form had retracted its presence to nearly imperceptibility. Amid the heavy breaths and wild roars, he heard the heartbeat of the Tiger Man. Thump, thump. The powerful blood coursed through his limbs and core. Quinn felt time slow to an unprecedented crawl, so much so that he could see the muscle fibers of Ragnar's arms shifting. That mass of flesh was on the verge of collapsing under the weight of miraculous power, teetering on the brink of disintegration in the next moment. Yet he would slay it before that could happen. Swoosh! The blade cleaved through the air, producing a sonic boom, the dense, dark bloodlight spilling forth like ink splattered carelessly. Connecting the tip of Quinn's sword to Ragnar's arm, all the orcs could see was a flash of black light, as the inky swordlight severed the Tiger Man's right arm, sending it flying through the air. Roar! The fierce tiger's roar was deafening. Even after losing an arm, the Tiger Man's assault did not falter. He swung his left arm, launching his next punch immediately. A beast is a beast. No matter the circumstances, it could never rival humanity. Quinn suddenly turned his head, narrowly avoiding a short arrow that flew past him, but Ragnar's fist struck solidly against his chest armor. Boom! The caved-in armor pressed heavily against Quinn's chest, shattering all its intricate designs into ruin. At that moment, Quinn caught sight of an intruder in the fray. A diminutive rat man, with a stocky build and beady eyes, wielded a blowpipe, crouching to conceal himself within the dense foliage. The short arrow that had just been fired was launched by him, aiming directly for Quinn's head. However, these matters are not of paramount importance. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this rat man is a legendary hero. Miracles falter before greater miracles. The wonders invoked by the elite can be easily pierced by merely a hint of legendary power, as effortlessly as one might puncture a balloon with a toothpick. Of course, there are even more fragile beings than a balloon, such as the elite extraordinary individuals. Chapter 39. A struggle for survival. Cough, cough. Quinn spat out a trickle of blood. This was a condition that arose from internal injuries. In other words, the beastman Ragnar, in a state of desperation, had inflicted internal harm upon himself with a single punch. Yet, the more terrifying opponent lay in wait beside him. The rat man, poised and ready. The lightning-fast blowpipe had not aimed to directly kill Quinn earlier, but rather to thwart his assault on the beastman's head, which allowed him to evade it. Otherwise, even if Quinn could dodge a fatal strike, he would have been left with a gaping hole in his face. As he pondered how to confront the battle at hand, his body was compelled to leap backward. Ragnar's next attack was already upon him. The roar of the fierce tiger never ceased, and a fist capable of shattering armor descended once more. Draw the sword? No. Just as his hand brushed against the scabbard, a sense of impending danger surged anew. The legendary Ratman was acutely aware that his blowpipe was the apex of assassination techniques. His earlier action had been to save the Beastman. Now, with Quinn on guard, it would be exceedingly difficult to land a hit. Both of these elite beings were not mere extraordinary individuals, but powerful entities capable of slaughtering others of their kind. In a fair duel, he himself would not stand a chance against Ragnar in his desperate state, let alone against that human warrior. However, in a scenario of auxiliary ambush, the Ratman was confident he could easily dispatch his opponent. Quinn could feel Ragnar's heavy breaths drawing nearer. Kill, 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 kill. There was no respite for Quinn. Boom. A massive tree embraced by three figures was shattered by a single punch, and in a moment of peril, Quinn resolved not to hesitate any longer. Desperate Beast activated once more. A crimson aura erupted, sweeping across the battlefield with overwhelming pressure. Unlike before, this time, the enhancement from Desperate Beast was significantly more potent. His physique surged, towering over 2 meters 3, his arms bulging, and blood-red eyes locking onto the legendary Ratman wielding the blowpipe. Victory was within reach. He could tear the Ratman asunder, with this thought surging within him. The warrior no longer hesitated. His feet stomped the ground, creating a massive crater as dust flew, propelling him towards the legendary Ratman like an ancient iron cannonball. He disregarded how formidable his opponent was. Regardless of their rank or whether they were indeed legendary, he now understood one thing. In his state of desperate beast, he was superior to his foe, rodent. Prepare to meet your end. The Ratman's eyes widened in surprise, releasing 3 blow darts in an attempt to halt Quinn's advance. Yet Quinn pressed on, a more ferocious crimson aura erupting from his being. The 3 darts pierced through the warrior's arms and chest, exiting cleanly and drawing 3 trails of blood. However, this did not deter him. The warrior, already a mere shadow, accelerated once more under the enhancement of Desperate Beast, as if he were breaking the sound barrier, enveloped in an overwhelming force as he swung his fist down upon the Ratman. At the final moment, Quinn caught a glimpse of a smirk on his opponent's lips. Legendary liberation? Struggle for life? The plague-ridden clan had never birthed robust children, nor had they ever produced wise ones. The sole reason for our survival lay in this most worthless of lives. Smack! Quinn's fist struck the Ratman, reducing him to a pulp. Flesh, bone, blood, fur, and entrails were all mixed together, undeniably dead beyond any doubt. Yet Quinn's heart was filled with unease, for he had come to a disquieting realization. This numerical anomaly had finally encountered a being governed by mechanics, as expected. Before the blood and flesh on the ground had even cooled, the legendary Ratman, still clutching his blowpipe, stood not far off on a tree, aiming directly at Quinn. "Get away from me, boom!" As the two collided in a punch, Quinn managed to suppress his opponent at the very moment of impact. Just as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow with his other hand, alarms blared in his mind. Swoosh! 3 darts shot forth, striking him in the shoulder, cheek, and abdomen, respectively. These darts had aimed for his heart, brain, and kidneys, each a fatal blow for any human. Seeing Quinn falter, Ragnar opened his maw wide and lunged forward to bite. "You dare compete with me in ferocity?" Quinn's visage contorted in rage, his mind overwhelmed by the power of miracles, and without hesitation, he opened his own mouth wide, revealing his glistening white teeth as he charged. In the brief span of 3 breaths, his arms were pierced by 3 more darts. Roar! The sound that erupted from his throat was more terrifying than that of any beast, his eyes completely veiled in crimson. The world around him, the sky and the dense forest, seemed to transform into a sea of blood. Zzz. The sharp fangs of the beast pierced his cheek, yet the victor was none other than the human. With all his might, Quinn tore off half of Ragnar's face, exposing his ivory cheekbone to the air, provoking a cacophony of cries from the beastman. But it was not enough. Before all of the beastmen, he chewed and swallowed the flayed skin, exhaling 2 heavy breaths as he sank his teeth into Ragnar's throat, tearing with all his might, blood gushing forth. Vampiric siphon activated. Ragnar struggled for less than a second before losing all strength. He was entirely reliant on the power of miracles to endure, and when divinity deemed him defeated, that power vanished instantly, causing his brain to burst from the pressure. Even if Quinn did not kill him, he would soon become nothing more than a dying plant beast, unless he could ascend to legendary status or receive healing from a legendary hero. Gurgle, gurgle. As he consumed the blood, Quinn's injuries healed at an astonishing rate. Observing this, the Ratman seemed unperturbed, merely standing on the distant tree, regarding him with an eerie smile. Quinn soon comprehended why his opponent appeared utterly untroubled. Just as his wounds were nearly mended, his heart suddenly quivered. Upon regaining awareness, he realized that most of his limbs below the chest had turned a sickly hue, blood flow impeded, and even breathing had become labored, let alone the ability to act or fight. The blow darts, are poisoned. The feral warrior possessed some resistance to toxins, but that was merely for poisons below the legendary tier. The Ratman held a miracle-grade item in hand. Witnessing Quinn succumb to the poison, the Ratman finally relaxed, slowly advancing, his voice raspy and aged as he pronounced the death sentence upon the fallen human warrior. "I am 13 years old this year. To have slain a potential legendary elite at this age is a worthy legacy for my clan. Let me grant you a clear demise. At this moment, the miracle of achieving legend had long since been shattered. The miracle of the desperate beast was also of no avail. Would you care to hear about my legend?" Quinn slowed his breathing, attempting to reduce the flow of blood within him, keen to understand what the Ratman wished to convey. Our clan has endured great hardships. We finally birthed a king, yet the adults of the Hand of God clan demanded we surrender that child. With no other recourse, we could only offer the lives of 1,000 ordinary children as an equivalent exchange. Seeking forgiveness from our overlords, begging them to spare our clan's king, I was the one to propose this suggestion. I was the one to persuade the adults. It seems that even I, who am not even considered elite, gained legendary power through this humiliating treaty. As long as I am among my kin, I can evade death once. It is precisely because of this humiliating legend that my combat prowess pales in comparison to even slightly stronger elites. Yet I am the sole legendary hero, and my clan entrusted the sacred artifact to me. If I kill 999 foes in succession with this sacred artifact, I shall attain a second legendary status. The Ratman felt the dwindling number of darts in his pocket. There was no need to waste them on this doomed human. Now, he merely had to wait for Quinn to succumb to the poison flowing to his heart. As for those elite beastmen, he cared not. These elites could only command him once. This was the rule set down by the higher-ups for these powerful beast elites. Just as he was about to depart, the Ratman overheard Quinn muttering something under his breath. Leaning closer, he could only faintly discern a few words. Villains perish due to their verbosity. Before the Ratman could comprehend the meaning, a distant rumble echoed through the air. Boom! The sound of heavy armored machines flying low. The killing machines from the Golden Empire, the Executioner, Chapter 40. Humiliation, Legendary Liberation. Eternal and indomitable bastion. I once set sail amidst the waves of beasts and bore witness to the treacherous shadows of the sky. Never once feeling the urge to retreat. From all directions, countless stone pillars rose from the ground, obscuring the heavens, as if hewn by divine craftsmanship, completely enveloping the dense forest, sealing off all escape routes for the beastmen beneath smooth stone walls. Legendary liberation, absolute execution, traversing high mountains, crossing snowy plains, treading through the forest seas, and exploring the vast grasslands, all in the name of enforcing order to its fullest extent. An inexplicable aura of murderous intent enveloped the entire scene. With every movement scrutinized by unseen eyes, as a peculiar sensation akin to being pricked by needles coursed through one's body at the slightest shift. Legend liberation. Golden Army. Following the will of the Golden Emperor. This war shall be pursued to its very end. Boom, boom, boom. The three legendary knights commanders united to seal this place, vowing with absolute miraculous power to annihilate all the orcs. The legendary hero of the Ratmen sought to flee, only to find that the sky seemed to have opened up, pouring down a golden rain. Hundreds of soldiers summoned by the legendary miracle simultaneously hurled their long spears into the air. Densely packed, cascading down like torrential raindrops, the golden tips reflecting the blazing sun, completely covering the positions of all the orcs. 2 legends? No, 3. At least 4 legendary powers must converge to create such a scale of destruction. I refuse to accept this. We are merely 100 short. Just 100 more. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, dust swirling. The shockwaves akin to a carpet bombing by artillery. The energy released instantly pulverizing the surrounding trees with indiscriminate force. The Ratmen at the forefront were obliterated, leaving not even a trace of their existence. The sacred artifact that had been clutched tightly in the final moments turned to dust in the sand. In less than half a minute, all the orcs were utterly vanquished. The only living being remaining on the battlefield was Quinn, shielded by a stone dwelling. Thud, thud, thud. The towering commander of the knights approached Quinn slowly. His height exceeding 3 meters, clad in armor, resembling a colossal steel beast. First, he unfastened the shelter of the stone house, revealing the purplish form of Quinn. Then he extended his hand towards the poisoned and near-death elite. Legend liberation. The resolve of the battle-hardened. The Golden Legion, united in heart and mind, their words and actions as one. As the legendary liberation of this oversized knight commander unfolded, a slender thread connected Quinn to him. Soon, an unusual phenomenon appeared on the surface of Quinn's poisoned skin. Points of toxin materialized, transforming into a sinister serpent that slithered up the thread linking the two, biting into the oversized knight commander's neck. He merely let out a muffled grunt, remaining silent. This was not a miracle to dispel toxins, but rather a miracle of shared suffering, as long as the Knight Commander deemed him a comrade. All damage incurred, including toxins, curses, and all intangible afflictions, would be shared. How about this night? Another commander approached, noticing Quinn barely clinging to life, and inquired of the oversized Knight Commander. His stature was relatively normal, standing just over 1.80 meters. His armor gleaming as if crafted from pure gold. However, in reality, the materials and miracles used in this armor were worth dozens of times more than an equivalent weight of gold. The oversized Knight Commander cracked his neck, suppressing a slight discomfort, explaining, "The wounds are not severe. He is merely poison. I have liberated him with a legendary miracle. He will be fine until we reach the fortress for treatment. The Order Knight has an exceptionally high resistance to toxins. If the Ratmen had encountered him, they would have had no chance to retaliate." No, wait a moment. The oversized Knight Commander gazed at the sky, as if awaiting something, and only nodded in satisfaction when a legendary aura descended. The Golden Knight paused for a moment, then clapped his hands, realizing his intent. "You mean this fellow is already capable of ascending to the legendary realm? Just take a look." A blinding beam of golden light penetrated the atmosphere once more, cascading down upon Quinn's robust form. Half awake, half dreaming, Quinn seemed to sense something. His face, half eroded by toxins, contorted with an expression of fierce rage as he rose from the ground, pointing at the golden light representing legendary power, and shouted, "Are you mocking me? To kill 20 orcs in succession and then escape from a legendary hero? Such a pathetic legend will haunt me for a lifetime. I would rather forsake this opportunity than have the shame of fleeing etched into my soul for others to ridicule. Stop it, you worthless deity. Even if I do not want your power, I have my own means to ascend to legend. Halt. Cease this at once." Chapter 41. The proof of legend. What has happened to him? Why is he covered in blood? Hessel, quickly, find Hessel. Quinn, don't die. If you die, no one will make me little cakes. Wah. The final cries were unmistakably from Lily, clad in hundreds of pounds of diminutive armor and carrying a small hammer of equal weight. She leaped onto Quinn, nearly squeezing the air from his lungs. All the crow people were suppressed by miraculous power. Their white-feathered crows failed to report in time, and thus the three commanders descended upon the battlefield. Don T rushed to cry. He is fine. He merely encountered a slight mishap while accepting legendary power. A few days of recovery will suffice. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, the oversized Knight Commander was nearly terrified. It was his first encounter with someone bold enough to curse a deity. Though the deity did not descend with punishment afterward, he was drenched in cold sweat. The legendary power completed its infusion, forming the proof of legend within his body, yet due to his rebuke of the deity, the proof of legend within him became an empty shell, devoid of any miraculous manifestation. The proof of legend is the source of power for legendary heroes. All the strength to liberate legendary miracles derives from it. Epic heroes would evolve the proof of legend into the proof of epic, wherein the stored miraculous power undergoes a qualitative transformation, becoming epic power. The oversized Knight Commander currently possessed only 3 legendary powers, and it requires gathering at least 7 proof of legend to unveil the path to the epic. 7 legendary powers are not so easily amassed. The first legendary power is the simplest. When the divine power drifting between heaven and earth detects a being accomplishing something nearly impossible for their kind, it will communicate with the corresponding priest, thereby bestowing a miracle. From the second power onward, the standards for bestowing miracles shift to those above legendary heroes. Perhaps an ordinary person, through courage and wisdom, saves a village of hundreds, granting them a chance to become legendary. However, for legendary heroes, they must at least be the saviors of thousands to attract divine favor. Encountering a mishap while accepting legendary power is inconsequential. Commander of the Earth Dragon Legion, how can you utter such words? The speaker of this voice was undoubtedly the Knight Commander. The oversized Knight Commander was the leader of the Earth Dragon Fortress, and his distinguishing features were unmistakable. Upon seeing him, the herald immediately rushed to inform the commander of the Thorn Spear Knights. When the two met, the towering commander, standing over 2 meters and 50 centimeters, faced the oversized Knight Commander, though smaller in stature, held his ground without losing momentum. The ability of the oversized Knight Commander. Endowed with a legendary power, to speak so boldly to the 3 legendary powers of the oversized Knight Commander stemmed from their previous encounters, which had ended in a stalemate. The commander of the Earth Dragon Fortress was an honest man with little ambition. All legendary miracles existed for defense and the protection of subordinates. Thus, the commander of the Thorn Spear could not penetrate his defenses, and he, in turn, could not match the speed of the Thorn Spear commander. The oversized Knight Commander, feeling somewhat helpless, could only recount the events that had transpired, ultimately concluding, "I can't help it." He cursed the deity while accepting the legend. "It has nothing to do with me." The commander chuckled awkwardly 3 times, speaking in a tone that conveyed deep trust in his counterpart. "Of course, I know it's not your fault. Once he awakens, I will certainly give him a sound scolding. Having a legendary miracle is already splendid, yet he dares to be picky. I will definitely hang him up and give him a good thrashing." Rubbing his fists eagerly, the commander glared at Quinn, eager to land a couple of punches on his face. The oversized knight beside him quickly gestured to stop. "No, no, no. While he is at fault, he has rendered great assistance. We had no idea a legend was concealed within this orc horde, and not a single elite among them remains." The commander thought he was about to say not to strike, only for the oversized Knight Commander to reply, "Well, your temper isn't exactly pleasant either. You can find any excuse to beat him up in a few days." "What do you mean by that?" Witnessing the impending descent of the other's fist, the oversized Knight Commander took a step back, hastily concocting an excuse to make his escape. "No, no, I was just joking by now. I must go find the remaining orc elites." Thud, 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 thud. Compared to his earlier leisurely pace, the hurried strides of the commander of the Earth Dragon Fortress shook the ground, as if each step were taken atop the fortress itself. All who beheld him for the first time were left agape, astonished that such a figure, fit for a fairy tale, truly existed. Stop staring. He is no aberration. He is a silver-haired noble of pure human lineage. Yet due to the blessing of legendary miracles, a castle resides within him, causing his stature to grow ever taller. Speaking thus, a hand struck Quinn's forehead, and the captain, adorned with a mask, revealed an invisible smile. "You performed commendably this time. I shall refrain from punishing you. Hessel, Polypo, you two, carry him to the infirmary. This lad is conscious but unable to speak. Refrain from manhandling him, lest you bear the consequences. For now, his life is secure. However, issues regarding his dignity may arise. Even a commoner of mixed heritage carries an inherent pride, which is why he would not entertain the notion of rejecting legendary miracles. If Polypo dares to bully Quinn while he is incapacitated, rest assured, the captain will not intervene once Quinn regains consciousness. Fear not, Captain. I shall not lay a finger on him," Polypo declared, his resolve as steadfast as a soldier about to enter battle. Hessel shot an exasperated glance at the knight, swatting him away with a delicate hand, lifting Quinn's chest plate and dragging it along the ground. "I can manage this on my own. You should assist the captain with other tasks." Chapter 42. The Scent of the Sea. "Quinn, please don't die." His good friend Weiss was the last among Quinn's circle to learn of his injuries, clutching a blood-stained gauntlet and weeping uncontrollably. "He is not dead. Step outside and do not hinder my treatment." Yet before he could finish his lament, Hessel grasped him by the collar and hurled him out, placing the man on the ground. Hessel pondered how to mend his wounds. Her miraculous powers were temporarily rendered ineffective due to the chaotic legendary forces within Quinn's body, which would negate any external miracle, unless a higher-tier legendary power were to intervene. With Hessel's current elite miraculous abilities, she could do nothing. She could only beseech the goddess of abundance for aid. Seemed that the previous method for treating the plague had not exhausted the goddess's favor. She quickly listed similar historical symptoms. Oak Emerald, as an elf, he was born in a small southern nation and guarded the exit to the demon realm for 50 years, ultimately slaying a legendary demon hero at a great cost. The gods of the forest and swamp acknowledged his achievements, bestowing blessings upon him, which he declined. The reason was that he was primarily a support class, and his lifelong aspiration was to ensure that the citizens of his nation had enough to eat, thus relinquishing access to formidable combat prowess. After years of prayer, the goddess of abundance finally took notice and granted him the feast dance class. Legends evolved into a means of fostering agricultural growth. On the day he rejected legendary miracles, he too had once been torn apart by legendary forces. This was due to the absence of content within the legendary certificate. The uncontrolled legendary power sought a place to settle within his body. It was akin to soldiers entering a noble's territory without orders, leaving the noble to witness their rampant destruction. Quinn's frail body, unable to control the legendary forces, suffered significant internal damage. He would only need to wait until the legendary power was expended. However, this process could take anywhere from 3 days to 30. Alstra Colossus, as an ancient dragon, it inadvertently witnessed the splendor of human cities, instilling within it a faith in the divine. At the age of 1,300, it survived yet another potentially fatal battle, drawing the attention of the god of fire and forge. Nevertheless, it forsook the ability to melt mountains and resolutely chose the goddess of abundance instead. The ancient dragon's physique was the strongest of its time. Its skin was rock, its bones steel, and its blood mercury, rendering it impervious to any harm from legendary power. Yet, the chaotic forces within still caused discomfort. After relentless effort, the ancient dragon discovered a method to harmonize this power. Through a special breathing technique, it induced a unique rhythm in its flesh and skin, channeling the legendary power towards the legendary certificate for containment. It succeeded. Within the goddess's archives, there were only 2 records similar to Quinn's. Fortunately, one of them contained a solution. I shall assist you in removing your armor. While speaking, Hessel's hands were already in motion. A surge of miraculous power enveloped him, causing each piece of armor to fall away, revealing a body marred with blood. The tendrils of legendary power meandered beneath his skin, shattering bones, yet remained contained within. With only droplets of blood seeping from ruptured veins, I cannot convey the method to control legendary power directly through words. Removing the obstructive white coat, Hessel placed her hand upon the man's forehead. Waves of peculiar knowledge washed over Quinn's earlobe, akin to the soft hum of mosquitoes, infiltrating his mind. Only in this manner can we minimize the impact of legendary power. The pressure of the legendary power was truly terrifying. Yet Hessel remained unfazed. She would not allow unnecessary emotions to jeopardize her treatment. Can you feel the ancient dragon's presence? Follow its guidance and gather your strength. As she uttered these words, Hessel's body trembled slightly. The knowledge belonging to the legendary was a heavy burden for her, and even the act of transmitting it drained her to her limits. As night fell, cleansing spells filled the room, dispersing any lingering sense, whether of blood or the overwhelming odor of the berserker warriors. Despite having cast the cleansing spells over 10 times, Hessel still sensed a peculiar odor clinging to her, as if Quinn occupied her left nostril while the captain resided in her right. How revolting! It simply won't wash away. But there's an unusual sensation. What's wrong? You look quite distressed. A hand reached forward to massage her furrowed brow, only to deepen the frown on Hessel's face. Remove your hand. Ah, I'm merely concerned for you. Ha ha. Springing from the ground, after expending much effort to consolidate the legendary power within the legendary certificate and heal his injuries, Quinn now stood fully revived. Now that I'm healed, let me out. Are you truly so heartless? I'm hungry. I want food. I want food. With a loud wail, Quinn threw himself on the ground, rolling about. The doctor could only helplessly support his forehead. Casting a miraculous spell, to his surprise, the miraculous power that had previously worked flawlessly now proved ineffective, until Quinn's dark laughter echoed through the room. Kuhahaha. Miracles fail in the presence of higher-tier miracles. Laughs heartily, Lily told me so. Quickly whispers, as long as I control the legendary power within my body, I can negate your strength. Laughs maniacally. So, you will no longer be able to handle me. Hessel, surrender. Mourn for your failure in this treatment. Laughs uproariously. With a resigned sigh, Hessel settled into a chair. The doctor's movements were unhurried as he swept his silver hair behind his ear, his icy gaze betraying a hint of complex emotion. There is no food in my infirmary. However, if you insist on eating, there is only one option. Chapter 43. Self-created skills. Quinn emerged from the infirmary. A staunch advocate for gender equality, he spared no mercy in his efforts. Whether his opponent was male or female, expressing his respect without reservation. Yet just moments ago, he found himself utterly powerless against Hessel. She had only recently healed him, and while jesting was acceptable, it would be utterly terrifying to retaliate with a boisterous slap. After all, he was still but an 18-year-old boy. However, he had not anticipated that feast for the people was always prepared to nurture the young. The following day, in the captain's conference room, after the usual meeting concluded, Quinn was left alone. Even Polypo and the other guards were dismissed, leaving him to exchange glances with the captain. "What are you staring at?" Smack! A slap landed on Quinn's head, and the captain showed no mercy. "Even legendary beings dare not speak to me in such a manner. You must have quite the audacity." With just one slap, Quinn understood that the captain was still the towering knight who could easily subdue him. Thus, he brightly inquired, "Shall we have a spar? I thought you were simply audacious. It seems you are merely itching for a fight." The captain suddenly realized, hearing from Hessel that this lad could control legendary power. He sought to clarify his standing, but that could wait. "Do you know why I kept you here? Is it to commend me?" "Oh, come now, we are on such familiar terms. Just toss me a few thousand gold coins and some miraculous items, and I'll be satisfied. Ha. If I could just beat up Polypo a couple of times a day, that would be even better." The captain's chest heaved, visibly agitated even through the armor. Thus, that large hand grasped Quinn's head. "I've changed my mind. I think I'll just give you a beating first." 5 minutes later, with a bruised nose and swollen face, Quinn sat quietly, obediently listening to the captain's lecture. During our elite phase, miraculous powers were far too feeble, merely following instinct to invoke the blessings of the divine wink with a frown trapped beast. And, order barrier, are our instincts, but there are exceptions. The physique of the higher beastmen possesses remarkable strength, capable of harnessing miraculous powers that precisely reach a certain threshold, enabling them to perform techniques far surpassing their innate abilities. "Surely, you must have some understanding of this?" Quinn nodded. The Ravenfolk managed to leave a deep gash on his chest, their attack exceeding the potency of a typical strike by more than fivefold, catching him completely off guard. The Tigerfolk could also unleash punches accompanied by the roar of a tiger, which at the time he thought was merely the background music of that little cat. It now appears that it might also be their unique secret art. Upon ascending to the legendary tier, besides wielding their own miracles, they can assimilate the wisdom of their predecessors through study, allowing them to execute attacks equivalent to legendary miracles. I see. It's the distinction between self-created soul techniques and those derived from soul rings. The strength of that Tigerfolk would not be significantly inferior to his own, as long as the armor he wore compensated for any defensive shortcomings, especially after activating the miracles embedded within it. The Tigerfolk would only be able to inflict damage on Quinn by entering the caged beast state. Quinn's eyes gleamed with eagerness as he bowed his head and implored the captain. "I understand now, Captain. Please teach me the blue-silver entanglement." What blue?" "The one with the invincible golden body." "Do not interrupt while I speak." The captain felt his fists clench in frustration. This lad just cannot remain composed. Yet, upon reflection, such a restless character is indeed deserving of being one of his subordinates. Observing the large knight first slap himself, then rub his own head vigorously, he wondered what thoughts were swirling in the other's mind. "Listen well, lad. What I am about to teach you is the most widely used and practical technique from the Dragon Hunter. The Dragon Strike Gun. Dragon Hunter is the advanced profession of wild beast warrior. These legendary heroes, whose ultimate goal is to hunt dragons, have naturally focused on how to penetrate the thick scales of their kind, thus creating this technique that can be utilized with any weapon or limb. The principle is quite simple. Concentrate the legendary power that spins at high speed into a single point, breaking through the dragon scale's defenses that not akin to the spiral sphere. Quinn initially thought to voice this comparison, but upon practical application, he realized it truly is the spiral sphere. The otherworldly version of the spiral sphere can be affixed to weapons. Even ranged attacks such as bows and throwing spears are feasible, as the legendary power does not dissipate easily. With the enhancement of the Wangi flow, he quickly grasped this technique. Compared to unleashing sword energy, this pure technique is somewhat simpler, and with a bit of practice, he could manage a competent level of proficiency. Its power is not insignificant, barely sufficient to penetrate the Captain's defenses. However, there is one issue. Quinn's legendary power is far less abundant than the Captain's, allowing him to utilize it only 3 times a day, unlike the Captain, who can wield it freely over 10 times. It can only be used as a trump card. Not too shabby, lad. I remember it took me half a day to learn this when I was your age. Hearing the captain's praise, Quinn beamed with pride, his tail nearly soaring skyward. Do you take me for anyone less? I am the strongest. The captain's fists tightened again. He had initially considered giving Quinn a good thrashing, but decided against it, thinking of the tasks awaiting him. What tasks do I have? Do you require me to slay beastmen? Upon mentioning this, Quinn immediately became animated, completely forgetting that he had nearly met his demise yesterday but for someone else's timely rescue. No, Hessel said you must assist her in training, for remuneration. Chapter 44. Epic with the sky clear and the hues of the heavens bright, it was an excellent day for herding. This place was situated in the orc camp, directly opposite the crystal fortress, at the center. Within a massive tent woven from bear skins, a radiant pearl hung from the ceiling, shining brilliantly. Though referred to as a pearl, it is worth countless times more than an ordinary one. To acquire this treasure, one must hunt down a legendary water dragon over 800 years old in the sea and eviscerate it, yielding a chance for this prize to appear. This aberrant entity, positioned between the wyvern and ancient dragon, possesses combat prowess in the ocean equivalent to at least 5 legendary heroes. If it achieves legendary status, having garnered the attention of the divine, only epic heroes would stand a chance to hunt it. Such a treasure, within this tent, serves merely as a source of illumination. This is because the one seated in the chief position is the brother of Hethralu, the only pig-headed king in the orcs' millennia-long history to accomplish 7 miracles. The newly minted epic hero of the orc tribe, Arlanza the Bristle-Tooth. The 3 legendary beast hero Hethralu stands at 3 meters tall, approximately the size of an oversized knight commander, whereas Arlanza is of similar height to an ordinary adult male. This is one of the legends he has established, the ability to enlarge and shrink his physique at will, thus conserving energy. Otherwise, his 50-meter-tall form would require astronomical amounts of sustenance daily. Additionally, this bear skin tent, exceeding 100 square meters in space, and the eternally luminous belly stone of the water dragon, along with the enormous bone blade in his grasp, comparable in length to a streetlight. All belong to the legends he has forged. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Each bite resounded loudly, seemingly intended for the elite ravenfolk below to hear. The ravenfolk, prostrate on the ground, trembled in fear, despite their tribe being more formidable than their adversaries. He was a discarded pawn, utilized to forge ties with this epic hero. The entire orc race boasts fewer than 20 epic heroes. Each new epic hero that emerges carves a piece from the grand cake of the orc empire. The races possessing mythic heroes need not worry, but the other epic heroes must consider the proximity of the newly ascended legendary figures, especially when the resources of the orc empire have already been apportioned. The emergence of a new epic hero necessitates seizing food from others' mouths. Yet this pig-headed king made no choice to accept the cakes offered by those mythic heroes. Instead, he inquired of them, "If I were to conquer the crystal line of defense, my tribe shall migrate in its entirety. I seek the emperor's promise." The 6 mythic figures unanimously approved. Concurrently, they pledged to obstruct the Golden Emperor and the Grand Marshal, 2 human mythic heroes. Everything else would be left to Arlanza. The remaining dozen or so epic heroes, seeing that he had not encroached on their resources, began to produce their own and used trinkets to offer him, signaling their support for Arlanza. How absurd, if the crystal line of defense could be so easily breached. Would it have endured for so many years? He will prove himself. He will elevate the pig-headed race to the pinnacle of the orc realm. He will ignite his soul as kindling in the nation's wars. Propelling his corporeal form to the heights of myth, he shall become the 7th and singular mythic hero within the orc kingdom, truly ascending through the crucible of war. To this end, he has employed every resource at his disposal. The ravenfolk before him is one such asset, his mentor's gift of reunion. Lord Arlanza, we have only completed less than half of our progress this time. All because of a very well, crunch. He bit down on the branch of an ancient elven tree. The sound of his teeth crunching echoed. Arlanza appeared to hold no resentment towards the ravenfolk, remaining engrossed in devouring the elven delicacy until he finished the branch in his hand, only then shifting his gaze towards the raven. With broken legs and arms, the ravenfolk had fled with all their might, bringing back some useful intelligence. Do not fear. I say you have done well. Go escape from the hands of a legendary hero is no small feat. Why have you not ascended to legendary status? Arlanza's voice was soft, devoid of the typical pig-headed huffing, his tone utterly indifferent, as if it were merely a trivial matter, devoid of any hint of anger. It was Vinglino and Entai. They fought with all their strength to allow me to escape, the sole survivor, upon recalling how his two companions willingly stayed behind to act as bait when they heard a legendary hero approaching. Felt tears welling up. These companions were not merely a makeshift team. They had forged bonds over several years, akin to familial ties. Without achieving legendary status, higher beastmen have a lifespan of merely 30 years, making those few years a significant fraction of their lives. Tears streamed down onto the tent floor, affecting the surrounding pig-headed folk, who cast questioning glances at Arlanza. With a wave of his hand, the epic hero deemed such matters trivial. Thus, Hethrelu, seated at the side, was the first to act, aiding the raven folk to his feet. Then, wiping away his own tears, he took a hefty bite. Crunch. Delicious. The head is the most delectable part. The rest of the legendary pig-headed heroes, unable to contain their appetites under Arlanza's watchful gaze, waited until Hethrelu, savoring every morsel, passed the remaining ravenfolk carcass around. Each took turns tasting until every legendary pig-headed hero had relished this dish. The last trace of the ravenfolk's existence in this world was reduced to the tears shed moments ago. The once elite, now reduced to mere food, held no further purpose. Now, I shall commence with the serious matters. With this statement from Arlanza, all the legendary heroes straightened, their focus sharpened. Pausing their eating, I understand that this operation was never destined for success. My true objective was merely to test the veracity of that mythic miracle's effects. And the outcome has been remarkably successful. However, those ravaged ley line wonders could be considered an unexpected boon. I never anticipated encountering the moment when the Legion commander was in meditation, and to my astonishment, he did not immediately intervene to halt the proceedings. Yet, such an opportunity shall not present itself again, for that defensive line has now fully awakened, and we must forge a miracle for the Primal Tusk tribe at its most vulnerable point. The 7 legendary Boarmen heroes nodded in unison toward their tribe's sole epic champion. They heeded the words of Aransas, for even the youngest among the Boarmen understood that only he could lead their kin to prosperity. There was also another matter. Aransas suddenly recalled the burdens within his army. Those foreign entities would be compelled to initiate a frenzied dance to assault the stronghold, thereby channeling energy for the High Priest's miraculous feats. A tale that belongs solely to our Primal Tusk tribe. His eyes sparkled with fierce intelligence. He would not permit any interference. The 7 legendary orcs stepped beyond the tent, greeted by the brilliant sunlight casting its glow upon the vast expanse of the Boarmen army. A magnificent sight akin to a blooming ocean. Chapter 45. The blast furnace. The scene shifted to the spiked lance fortress. Hessel summoned Quinn this time, solely to have him put into practice the knowledge he had previously shared. It pertained to the art of smelting. He claimed that with a single iron furnace, one could extract vast quantities of iron ore, achieving efficiency exceeding that of ordinary workers by tenfold. It is worth noting that the current method for refining iron ore involves heating and hammering high-purity iron, an exceedingly laborious and time-consuming process. If Quinn's method were to prove effective, Hessel could produce armaments for hundreds of soldiers in a single day. Pulling open a drawer, Hessel retrieved the raw materials Quinn had mentioned last time, along with a small furnace. This is iron ore, this is limestone, and this is coke, along with a few other items. I have prepared them all. Do you see anything lacking? After Quinn meticulously examined the components, he neatly arranged them and packed them into the small furnace. This was merely the simplest of blast furnaces, often utilized even in the past life. The furnace was crafted by Hessel using extraordinary power, requiring flames of legendary intensity to melt. Should they successfully conduct an experiment within this small furnace and record the results, Hessel would only need to expend less than 10% of his legendary power to mass-produce molten iron from iron ore. Simultaneously, Quinn's knowledge also included subsequent plans for steel forging. If his descriptions held true, then Hessel could create steel comparable to extraordinary materials without relying on them. Go outside, to a spacious area, and ignite it. You should aim for temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees, enough to melt all metals used by mortals. 2,000 degrees, a new term. Yet Hessel felt no curiosity towards Quinn's words. She was solely focused on completing the process to enhance steel production. The principle of the blast furnace was straightforward. It utilized high temperatures to induce chemical reactions, expelling impurities from the iron to yield high-purity molten iron. The flames and the divine fire of the forging god could melt all steel. The ores from the mountain and earth gods are the finest materials in existence. The breath from the forest and life gods is the most harmonious companion for the two, under the witness of the goddess of abundance. Let this unparalleled creation of steel be completed in human history. Quinn listened to Hessel's prayer and felt a sense of dissonance. Was this truly the smelting process of a blast furnace? However, witnessing the miraculous glow emanating from Hessel's hands, he wisely refrained from interrupting. In an instant, the small furnace erupted with flames, unleashing an incredibly intense heat. Quinn, standing nearby, was taken aback, nearly singed by the sparks. Hessel, observing from a distance, furrowed her brow in contemplation. Extending her hand, she summoned another surge of miraculous power. The flames extinguished instantly, leaving only the furnace, now cooled naturally. With her miraculous power, she bypassed the manufacturing time of the items. The moment of truth had arrived. If it proved genuine, it would signify not merely a leap in weaponry for the troops. It would also validate Quinn's claims. He truly could assist her in achieving a mythic legacy. Conversely, if it were false, he would merely be deceiving her to lure her out of confinement, which, in a way, was quite clever. At least the commander would not suspect this. Although both were beast warriors, Quinn displayed a slightly more intricate thought process than the commander. Now, it was time to witness the miracle. The small furnace cracked in response, the outer refractory layer crumbling away, revealing the iron sphere within. Its surface was pockmarked and appeared rather unsightly, yet in Hessel's assessment, it was undoubtedly the purest iron sphere she had ever encountered. Furthermore, the miraculous power expended was less than 1%. The goddess of abundance's power. In a favorable light, records the splendor of the mortal realm and disseminates civilization. Conversely, it could be seen as archiving and restoring. It rewards those who upload archives based on quality and charges those who download based on quality of miraculous power. Naturally, both types must be her followers to connect to the goddess's localized network. In previous methods, even expending all her miraculous power would yield only 100 kilograms of iron ore. Now, she could convert at least 1,000 kilograms in a single day. Achieving a conversion rate of 70%, 10 pounds of hematite could yield 7 pounds of iron. With a series of explosive sounds, a surge of power erupted from Hessel's body. Her eyes were enveloped in golden light. Silver strands danced and grew in the air, and an inexplicable force lifted her, emanating an intangible aura of pressure. It was a presence akin to that of a creator of worlds, as if with a mere thought, all things would bend to her will. This sensation of power far exceeded what Quinn had witnessed among the legendary ratfolk. No way! Are you on the verge of ascending to legend? Upon hearing this, Hessel dissipated the energy surrounding her, swaying unsteadily as she landed. Quinn rushed forward to steady her. Just a little more. When she uploaded this technique to the goddess of abundance's archive, it teetered precisely on the line. Insufficient to surpass, yet more than enough to exceed. Crushing the elite, yet unable to contend with the legendary. Deep within Hessel's heart lay a profound perplexity. This was merely a method for refining iron ore. How could it yield such a formidable feedback of power? She could not foresee the future, yet the will of the divine seemed to predict, in the future, this would represent an extraordinarily significant milestone in human development. Why do you keep staring at me? Noticing Quinn's hand had yet to withdraw from her waist, Hessel quickly stood upright and pushed him away. No. I just feel that your long hair looks better than short hair. Then I shall keep it short. Suit yourself. Yet suddenly, her thigh tightened, and looking down, she saw Quinn's cheeky grin. Craft me 2 weapons, and I can share the subsequent details with you as well. Oh, get away. You're so disgusting. Hey, treating me this way will hurt my feelings. Chapter 46. New Toys. The process of rebar steel is, in simple terms, the transformation of discarded steel through high-temperature forging. This technique has long been established in the annals of this world's history. Unlike in the past life, those idle legendary blacksmiths wield flames that reach 3,000 degrees, and their own strength rivals that of cranes. Thus, Quinn's weapon forging method did not grant Hessel another surge of legendary power. Beyond high-temperature forging, the use of discarded steel also necessitated precise mineral ratios. Quinn was unaware of the patented formulas from various nations in his previous life, leaving Hessel to explore it herself. However, lacking a steel formula was not a pressing concern. Hessel utilized the steel formula from this world to craft him a crossbow, a longsword, and a bow. Originally, his plan was to directly create firearms, even handguns. After all, the power of the goddess of abundance proved exceedingly useful, eliminating the need for the arduous technological advancements so prevalent in other worlds. With a single miraculous strike, one could propel an object devoid of miraculous power to the desired point in time. Yet Hessel halted him, expressing a desire to familiarize herself with the power alone, fearing that rapid growth could burden her body. Quinn thought little of it, clutching his 3 new weapons eagerly as he sought out the commander. "Commander, assign me a task. I want to slay, to kill." Upon the sudden intrusion of Quinn into the meeting room, the elite knights turned in unison, casting stern glares in his direction. Yet that was the extent of their response. Regardless of their irritation at his antics, it could not alter the fact that this lad had a habit of challenging others to duels over the slightest disagreement. Had they not witnessed the dire state of their superior? Polypo, after being bested, yet, refusing his challenge could tarnish the family's reputation. Polypo suffered daily beatings due to this very reason. The education instilled in him was to uphold the family's honor, rendering Polypo incapable of declining the duel. Unless this middle-tier knight could vanquish all the elite knights present, whispers of discontent would surely circulate behind the scenes. Such was the nature of this era. The only one pleased by Quinn's arrival was the commander. "You've arrived just in time. The Boermen are preparing to lay siege again. Make it an enjoyable affair." After all, though Quinn often exasperated her, he was undeniably convenient when put to use. "All right," Quinn, in a state of elation, once again located Polypo. "Hey there, brother. Let us march into battle. Who are you calling brother?" Polypo shot a sidelong glance at Quinn, brandishing the long sword at his waist, and led over 30 elite knights in an orderly fashion towards the city wall. Ever since the disruption of the ley line magic, the transmission of intelligence had been the responsibility of the commander at Mount Thunder Fortress. Among the legendary feats attributed to this commander was a method of relaying information through the refraction of light in the sky, making large-scale movements considerably faster than before. However, the real-time battle conditions could not be described with the same precision. For instance, in this instance, the intelligence conveyed by the light indicated that nearly 200 elite, pig-headed orcs were mounting an assault, while the Thorn Spear Fortress was tasked with fending off 50 of them. Accompanying them were a scattering of ordinary orcs, though their numbers were not substantial. This inexplicable offensive left the commanders at a loss. Was this merely a blatant offering of heads? Yet, since the adversaries sought to present their heads as gifts, they would not be remiss in their response. The elite formations were quickly arranged, eager to discern what tricks the enemy might be playing. The yellow sands swept across the land, causing small pebbles to tremble slightly. 30 order knights poured out from the fortress, lining up in formation, their gaze fixed on the distant elite orcs, sensing something amiss. Rather than an offensive, it felt more like a herding. The orcs, aside from the pig-headed clan, were being driven forward by the elite orcs. All the orcs activated Frenzied Dance, with the cumulative effect of 50 orcs. Even Quinn had to momentarily retreat from the onslaught. "All units, heed my command. Activate Order Barrier." With a series of bright flashes, the power of all the knights was interconnected, similar to the cumulative mechanism of Frenzied Dance. The strength of Order Barrier also increased with more participants. Quinn was confident that he could withstand the assault of 50 elite orcs with just 30 knights. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed he might have overreacted. Only 20 of the elite orcs were advancing, while 15 pig-headed orcs perched upon their tusked pigs at a distance, resembling the role of a commanding squad, just as Polypo had once done. "Retreat! Cut them down! If you do not wish to become food for the pig-headed, then perish before the fortress, at the very least. This way you shall avoid the gruesome fate of being devoured alive." The pig-headed orcs, no, the entire orc race, believed that the fresher the food, the better. Only corpses required heating. Indeed, most orcs possessed the ability to consume carrion, and in times of scarcity or during special occasions, such as before battles or during war councils, they would feasting on charred rotting flesh to remind themselves of their resolve for battle. Thus, these orcs, fully aware of their doomed fate, displayed no fighting spirit. clumsily wielding their weapons as they charged recklessly towards the Order Knight formations. "I shall take the lead," bare-chested. Quinn leaped from the ranks. His armor was tattered and still under repair, yet he was eager to test his new toy. For instance, the deadly A New Year sword technique, 1/. While he proclaimed the New Year sword technique, he was actually employing the sword skill, 1/. This technique was the most powerful sword technique, and to call it a mere skill would be an insult to the term. After all, this move was simply a renamed version of skills like cleaving the mountain in two. Raising his weapon above his head and bringing it down was the essence of this technique. This move was equally fierce, from shoulder to abdomen. A wound that could not be stitched sliced the advancing foxman in two, physically, 2 pieces. Explosive kill shooter system at your service. 43 until next skill extraction. The White Tiger Orc granted him 12 progress. Another tiger provided 28, while this fox only contributed 3 to the progress bar. He needed to slay at least 30. Come forth, come forth, come forth. Let us engage in a glorious struggle for the gods. Ha ha ha! The 20 orc elites, now under the influence of frenzied dance, were no different from wooden stakes before Quinn. With a swift motion, he lifted his long knife, impaling a catwoman and casting her aside. A ripple of invisible waves emanating from his feet, causing all the surrounding orcs to feel the ground tremble. Then came the chilling flash of his blade. Quinn twirled the cross spear. Chapter 47. Mounts a spear is an essential skill for a sword saint. As the old saying goes, a sword saint who cannot wield a spear is not a good marksman. Compared to the complex martial arts associated with sword techniques, the use of a cross spear is simpler. One merely needs to wield it with brute force. No enemy could withstand the lethal power of such a terrifying weapon. In less than half a minute, 5 of the 20 orcs had fallen. Even the beasts, their minds clouded by frenzied dance, began to regain their senses. Who would be next? The orcs collectively took a step back. They had never encountered such a brutal foe. Quinn scanned the surroundings and noticed a large gray sheep. Slightly smaller than an Asian elephant, it was covered in thick, fluffy wool, and aside from its razor-sharp horns, which lent it the name Siege Blade Sheep, it resembled an oversized sheep, albeit with dirty fur. Its owner had likely perished, causing it to drift among the ranks of the elite orcs, perhaps unaware of its purpose. Its intellect did not support such understanding. "You, come here," pointed out from among the elite orcs. The large sheep appeared perplexed, unsure of what the enemy intended, and instinctively lowered its head to assume an attack stance. To its surprise, a comrade behind it kicked it forward, sending it charging straight into the enemy. By the time it realized, it found itself face to face with Quinn, who seized one of its great horns in his palm. Beastly might. The Siege Blade Sheep, no smaller than a warhorse, was effortlessly lifted overhead by Quinn, who executed a shoulder throw, sending the 2-ton beast flying. It lay on the ground for quite some time, unable to rise, its legs flailing in the air like a boat adrift. Clearly in a dazed state. Who would be next? The orcs exchanged glances, none daring to step forward to meet their demise. The god of war relished combat, not slaughter. A true warrior would bite off a piece of their enemy before perishing at their hands. But to die without leaving a mark, such worthless beings would undoubtedly fail to attract the attention of the god of war. No one moved. Quinn took the initiative. "If you do not approach me, then I shall come to you." The massacre commenced in less than 10 minutes. Quinn captured the last fleeing orc and, under the cold gaze of the pig-headed orcs, tore open its throat and savored the warm blood. He did not pursue the pig-headed orcs. Though their tusked pigs could not match his speed, their endurance was formidable. Over a kilometer apart, chasing them would be futile. Thus, as he snapped the neck of the last dog-headed orc, only the Siege Blade Sheep remained alive on the battlefield. It feigned death. Despite its lack of intelligence, the instinct for survival compelled it to close its eyes, its 4 legs trembling, paralyzed with fear. "You shall be my child. I will take good care of you for life." From the moment Quinn touched the Siege Blade Sheep, he understood. Mounting, he had found the most suitable steed. If Quinn's combat power was rated at 10, his mounted combat power without mounting was 5, and with it, it rose to 12. However, if he were to ride a sheep, he had a premonition that his combat power could soar to 18. This was still considering the sheep's insufficient strength. If it were to match Quinn's power, it could easily elevate his combat prowess to over 22. Though the sheep was being petted comfortably, it remained somewhat apprehensive of Quinn. It had witnessed him slaughter the orcs with the ease of chopping vegetables. Suddenly, it felt a weight on its back as the enemy mounted it. Instinctively, it began to resist, its pride refusing to be tamed. Then came Quinn's first offering of food. A red-fleshed dragon fruit was presented, and the sheep's eyes brightened considerably, resembling an innocent college student newly exposed to the world. I, Quinn, will be your father from now on. Do you remember? The sheep nodded frantically, fearing that a moment's delay would lead it back to its mother. It wore a gentle expression, akin to a little lamb. The large sheep was different from the little lamb. Should one claim that the little lamb was a succubus, it would have to accept the label. However, if one suggested that the large sheep was a succubus, it would not hesitate to kick them to death before they could act. Now, this large sheep seemed ready to lean against Quinn's belly and act cute, fearing that if Quinn labeled it a succubus, it would have to endure. Seeing the sheep calm down, Quinn decided to keep it. He gently rubbed the siege blade sheep's head and whispered in its ear, "Wait a moment. I will find you something to eat." Upon hearing the mention of food, the sheep's eyes lit up. Thus, it was clear that the siege blade sheep could indeed understand Quinn's words. It was merely that its vocal cords did not permit it to speak. Life under the watch of the pig-headed orcs was not easy. At the slightest disturbance, they would be dragged out to be killed and shared among the orcs. Furthermore, the pig-headed orcs provided them with little in terms of sustenance. A piece or two of rotten meat was considered a luxury, while more often than not, they were left with berries and grass. Such scraps were hardly food, merely remnants they had previously looked down upon. Bawling at the thought of food, tears streamed uncontrollably from the siege blade sheep's eyes. It is truly famished. Chapter 48. Bang, bang, bang. Lily, what are you doing? I'm banging. What does banging mean? Two heads collide. Their foreheads bruised, yet they do not retreat. The siege ram rises, its front legs suspended in the air. Pressing down with the weight of its body, Lily, panting, pushes back, striking her smooth forehead forcefully against the ram's head. Bang, bang, bang. This is what Lily refers to as banging, a game exclusive to her and the siege ram. The captain watches with great amusement, and after receiving the answer, Polypo laughs heartily. The captain is likely around 27 or 28 years old, displaying a childlike demeanor in many respects. Although Polypo is only 19, he manages half of the fortress's affairs while the other half is overseen by Heezer. If the captain does not intervene, he is akin to a mere mascot. Most captains in other fortresses are similar, often having dedicated butlers, cooks, maids, and other servants to attend to their daily needs, making it feel almost like a vacation. After all, there are only a handful of legendary heroes, and they do not worry about being replaced. Quinn, this fellow is quite amusing. Ha ha ha. Go, Lily. If you win, I will have Heezer make you a 3-tiered cake. Don't lose, dear. You are my personally chosen child. Previously, Polypo accompanied the captain to pass the time, but now that role has shifted to Quinn. Polypo does not feel disheartened by his diminished favor. Rather, he feels a flicker of excitement within. As long as the captain has matters to attend to, he will not strike him. Likewise, Quinn will not lay a hand on him. This is indeed a double blessing. Bang. Once more, Lily collides with the siege ram. The ground cracks under the force, spiderweb-like fissures spreading beneath her feet. Staggering back, Lily nearly topples over. Meanwhile, the siege ram raises its head proudly, its sharp horns gleaming in the sunlight. The victor is clear. The siege ram prevails. Now, under a miraculous cleansing from Heezer, its gray fur turns white, soft and fluffy, resembling clouds that have descended from the heavens, with a faint aroma of fresh grass. With its splendid appearance, this great child quickly integrated into the small group, primarily due to its access to meat, a rare treat from before. Indeed, the siege ram is an omnivore. The sheepfolk have invested generations of effort to cultivate the robust sheep of today. Even the wild-born knights struggle to defeat it in a 2-on-1 scenario. Had it not been for its low intelligence, it would not have been ensnared by the pig-headed man. The captain also exerted considerable effort in accepting this large sheep. Unlike the Order Knights, the Berserker warriors do not shun beasts. In fact, upon meeting certain conditions, the Huntress grants the title of Beast Slayer to these warriors. With the Huntress's blessing, they can share divine power with like-minded creatures. Thus, the captain holds a fondness for this large sheep. Were it not for his own lack of beast-taming skills, He would have loved to capture a wild beast to play with. Quinn, however, possesses a unique method of taming beasts. Oh, I won. The victory of the siege ram naturally signifies Quinn's triumph. Dejected, Lily approaches the captain, awkwardly rubbing her small hands together. Yet the captain, ever kind-hearted, generously pats her shoulder and ruffles her hair in approval. It's all right, it's merely a loss. I will still have Heezer make you a cake. Now, Polypo, it is your turn. Huh? Me? The knight glances at the siege ram, which is even stronger than Lily, then looks at his own small physique, barely able to withstand a punch from her, and finally gazes at the captain in silence. You want me to wrestle with this creature? Do you wish for my demise? Fully armored, Polypo knows that colliding with the siege ram will yield only two outcomes. Either he is gored by its razor-sharp horns or crushed by its sheer force exceeding 4 tons. The power exhibited by elite creatures is several times their body weight. The siege ram was originally bred by the orcs as a siege engine. Without miraculous power, it could even breach half-meter-thick iron gates. Its lethality comparable to that of a large truck. Polypo does not believe his defenses surpass those of a fortress wall. Even activating Order Barrier would not change that. However, the captain perceives none of Polypo's survival instincts. Believing instead that the knight is merely too embarrassed to contend with a beast, he slaps Polypo on the shoulder. If I tell you to go, you must go. Stop your incessant whining like a... Before he can finish, Quinn interrupts the captain's whimsy, standing up and giving the captain a nudge from behind, saying, Captain, this little fellow surely cannot defeat my treasure. How about this? You are not allowed to use legendary power. Let my treasure compete with you? Oh, initially displeased with Quinn's audacity, the captain's eyes light up at this suggestion. His breathing beneath the armor grows heavy with excitement. How audacious! Do you think the captain is just anyone? How can he compete with a beast? Then why don't you step up? Polypo once again assesses the disparity between himself and the siege ram, but the words lodged in his throat fail to escape. He can only glare menacingly at Quinn, instigating the captain to wrestle with a beast. Thud. The armored captain stands like a wall upon the earth, blocking the siege ram's path. Clapping his hands, he shouts excitedly, come on, come on. This time, it's my turn. Bah! The siege ram's small, dark eyes sharpen with seriousness. It senses that this human before it is stronger than Quinn. Go, captain. If you win, I will share a small cake with you. Lily, on tiptoe, strives to appear taller, enthusiastically waving her arms as she cheers from the sidelines. Ha ha ha, how could I possibly lose? The laughter reverberates, shaking the very ground. The captain steps forward, bending down, ready to absorb the impending attack. Come on! The siege ram, no longer hesitating, stomps its hooves against the stone, producing a resounding crack, boom. The two collide. The siege ram unleashes all of its miraculous power, even its fluffy tail trembling, yet it still cannot budge the mountain-like figure of the captain. This is not the physique one would expect from legendary power. Quinn observes intently from the sidelines. No wonder this person can strike me. Ha! With a low grunt, the captain hardly exerts himself. With merely one hand, he holds the ram's sharp horns aloft, appearing even more effortless than Quinn, who possesses the beastly bowl. Incredible, Captain, bravo, Captain. As the two cheer for the captain's victory, only Polypo remains, squatting in a corner, drawing circles in the dirt, muttering complaints. Uncouth, rude, beast. The dignity of royal blood. The pride of golden hair. Without a doubt, this fellow is bound to receive a beating, and judging by the captain's gaze, it will not be a light one. Chapter 49 Revenge. The siege ram is approximately 3 years old, its intelligence not surpassing that of a child of the same age, just enough to play with Lily. Conveniently, Lily can also engage with Quinn and the captain. Thus, today marks the happiest day for the 4 big children since arriving at the fortress. The only one unhappy might be Polypo, whose mouth is stuffed with wool. After a day of play, the captain summoned Heezer, who had been working all day, to perform a thorough cleansing spell. Dismissed. Time to head home for dinner. Quinn, you seem quite busy lately. Good brother Vis slurps the broth from his bowl, expressing a hint of dissatisfaction. Recently, he has been training under Heezer, leaving early and returning late, with even his dirty clothes handled by Heezer's miraculous power. Naturally, their connection has diminished. Quinn feels little, as he has indeed been quite occupied during the day. The orcs come to slay orcs. The happy ram needs to be taken out for a stroll, and Lily requires companionship after her training, not to mention being occasionally dragged off by Melis for sword training. Heezer has also sought him out for numerous matters. His day is fully packed. Why can't you take a break from training to play with me and the little one? It, glancing at the ram with its head poking through the window. Munching on berries, Vis gives it a playful swat. The ram, delighted, lets out a joyful bleat. The simple-minded child sees Vis's gentle strike as an invitation to play, extending its tongue and eagerly requesting a treat. Just then, the picky brother pours his broth into the ram's mouth. Smack, smack. The ram chews on the unfamiliar food mixed with berries, shaking its head in delight at the unexpected meal. Quinn gently pats the ram's head. His face beaming with joy is entirely normal for a simple-minded creature to cherish its caretaker. Once it recognizes a leader, it remains steadfastly loyal. Tell it to head east, and it will not veer west. Even in the heat of battle, it will not hesitate. After all, the siege ram was originally bred for such purposes. I feel it resembles more of a dog from the Ruin family than a sheep. Vis remarks, observing the robust, cheerful ram. Ruin is the hunter from the town and also serves as a guard for Vis's family. The last time Quinn and Weiss sneaked out at night, intending to visit a brothel, it was Quinn who was caught by his dog. Quinn agreed to this plan. After sending the large sheep off to bed, he gazed at his bored companion and a new idea sparked in his mind. Why not? I shall take you to find Hessel and inquire about your progress in training, and see if there is anything I can assist with. Would you care to join me in my training? Upon hearing this, Weiss's tone became animated. His eyebrows arched, and his eyes sparkled like charming crescents, the earlier hint of discontent fading away in an instant. Quinn smiled slightly. Let us proceed. In the office, the female medic had just finished her dinner and was engrossed in writing something at her desk. Until the arrival of the two. So, you have come for such trivial matters? Hessel's indifference was consistent towards anyone, except when she was alone with Melis. Yet, Quinn could discern that this was merely her facade. Akin to the specialized armor of a frenzied beast warrior, serving as a shield against adversaries, of course, not against Quinn himself, but against the troubles he brought. This cold, steely armor served its purpose, provided Quinn remained oblivious. With a tightening of his thigh, Hessel closed her eyes, knowing full well what was unfolding without needing to see. Hessel, could you do me a favor? Remove your filthy hands. No. No, if you do not agree. I shall not release you. Weiss stood aside, utterly dumbfounded. When did Miss Hessel become so accommodating? Even the Order Knights, upon slightly crossing the line, would find themselves toppled by her miraculous power. Never would she offer such gentle persuasion. Indeed, in Weiss's eyes, Hessel's words were already considered kind. Humph. Regardless of Quinn's head nudging against her leg, Hessel continued writing at her desk. The knowledge Quinn had shared with her yesterday proved invaluable, not only for the extraction of iron but applicable to other metals as well. With varying melting points, metals could be separated using miraculous power by melting them at different temperatures. Thus, Hessel's speed in forging weapons and equipment would accelerate. Simultaneously, the enclosed environment could catalyze higher temperatures, allowing her to conserve miraculous energy without the need to chant prayers to the gods of flame and forging. And then, Hessel shuddered, abruptly halting her writing. She looked down at Quinn, who coincidentally raised his gaze to meet hers. A flush of red swept across his face, only to vanish swiftly under the suppression of miraculous power. Quinn's keen nose detected a peculiar scent. Hadn't Hessel exuded a similar odor last time? When was the last time you bathed? The stench is overwhelming. How dare you call me foul? Release my hand. Her tone remained calm, betraying no hint of turmoil, including the icy gaze of Hessel, as frigid as glacial ice. She realized Quinn had come to stir trouble tonight. He anticipated that with Weiss beside him, she would not dare employ such bold tactics to dismiss him. This is your final warning. Release your grip, or suffer the consequences. I assure you, the same tactic will not work on a Saint Knight twice. Feel free to unleash any tricks you have. Quinn's voice was barely audible, just sufficient for Hessel to hear. A rare emotion surged within her, rising from her gut to her forehead. Hessel! Enough! The female medic pressed her hand against Quinn's head, straining with all her might to keep him still. After all, she was merely an auxiliary class. I had no intention of resorting to this, but you have compelled me to reconsider. A sense of foreboding surged within Quinn's heart. Before he could react, a burst of golden light erupted from Hessel's body. A fierce heat and tempest engulfing the small room. Legends descend. The genesis of human history is fire. Thus, the pivotal moment of human history must also be fire. In the name of the goddess of abundance, I summon forth the embodiment of flames to embrace the currents of steel. Manifestation of Legends. The Eternal Burning Forge of the Earth, Chapter 50. The reason for entering the legends: it is indeed a fortunate occurrence for someone to become a legend. However, the esteemed captain did not expect that the first person he would encounter after dinner would not be the legendary hero, but rather a frantic Quinn. After Quinn's explanation and meticulous analysis, the captain arrived at the final conclusion. Are you suggesting that without your assistance, Hessel would not attain legendary status, and now she seeks to repay your kindness with violence? Quinn nodded vigorously, affirming that the captain was indeed correct. Hessel was a capricious and treacherous individual. Simultaneously, he implored the captain for refuge from Hessel's impending wrath. Yet, the captain pondered for merely 3 seconds before rejecting him. Being one of only 2 legendary figures within the fortress, have you considered the possibility that I might be afraid of her as well? When has she ever struck me without retaliation? Quinn suddenly recalled that the captain had mentioned in passing that Hessel had grown up watching this legendary hero. Each time he lost his temper in her presence, he would receive a lesson from her miraculous powers. And the captain had never once retaliated. Before the captain could take action, a powerful force from behind Quinn yanked him backward. He stumbled, landing in the embrace of a soft hand. Yet the heat radiating from her neck rivaled that of an imminent volcanic eruption. H. Hessel, it has been quite some time since I last heard you address me as my lady. Dragging him along the floor, she cast a sweeping gaze around the room. All the soldiers watching the spectacle lowered their heads, none daring to speak. Captain, I shall requisition the confinement chamber for the evening. As you wish, just do not kill Quinn. This lad is rather to my liking. Hessel waved her hand, indicating that no further words were necessary. In the confinement chamber, Quinn, thrown to the ground, did not receive the anticipated torture, only the silence of Hessel sitting on the bed, observing him intently. Her stillness unnerved him. Hessel? You may do as you please. But under one condition. Do not strike my face. If you mar my handsome visage, you shall never gaze upon my magnificent beauty again. Suddenly, a lock of Quinn's hair ignited, a small spark flaring up in the dim room. That spark bore a temperature of at least 500 degrees. Hessel, with a subtle flick of her finger, clearly instigated the action. Legendary miracles need not always be invoked with incantations. One can extract a fraction of miraculous power using legendary strength to form a weakened version of the legendary release. Hessel had drawn forth a meager portion of strength from her forge, dispatching it silently, almost imperceptibly. Noticing Quinn's quietude, Hessel softly inquired, "Why do you press me?" I merely need a few more days to." Her words trailed off. The woman perched on the bed, her hands nervously clasped over her abdomen. At some point, Quinn had also taken a seat beside her, his deep voice resonating behind her. "And what of it? In a few days, you expect to attain legendary status through your medical skill, which you have no hope of ever breaking through." Her pupils dilated. The female medic clenched her teeth, gripping the fabric of her clothing tightly. Caught in her thoughts, she felt utterly exposed. She did not wish to rely entirely on Quinn to become a legend. She aspired to etch her name in history through her own research and intellect. Yet, reality proved harsh. Despite her years of medical study, she feared she would never attain legendary status. Upon seeing Quinn enter with Weiss, she instinctively swapped her medical manuscripts for the knowledge gleaned from Quinn. Subsequently, she unconsciously submitted that knowledge to the goddess, effortlessly breaking through the final barrier. It felt seamless, devoid of any hindrance. Her 2 decades of knowledge paled in comparison to a mere few words from Quinn. I simply... Hessel's words faltered, leaving her at a loss. "I told you I would help you become a legend. That was not a lie, was it?" The woman imperceptibly nodded, lost in thought as she gazed into the emptiness of the room. Behind her, Quinn continued to speak softly. The increasingly silent room rendered even their breaths deafening. Hessel felt the warmth on her shoulder akin to a large hand, persistently brushing against her arm. "Why? What do you mean? Why do you possess so much knowledge yet refuse to choose the goddess of abundance? Now that I have become a legend, if you so wish, I shall perform the ode to prosperity. And with just a single listen, with your knowledge, you could certainly become a citizen of abundance, just as the captain provided Quinn with the means to become an elite through legendary items. Upon Hessel attaining legendary status, the goddess of abundance would also grant her the role of a mentor for job advancement. By expending legendary power to perform the melody, all beings who heard it would be drawn into a dream. Evaluated by the deity herself based on their abilities. Quinn shook his head, sitting at the edge of the bed. Yet, with your intellect, upon becoming a citizen of abundance, it is not beyond possibility to acquire 7 legendary powers each day. Forging an epic physique, Quinn leaped from the edge of the bed to the floor, shedding his upper garments to reveal his muscular form. He takes great pride in his muscles, but regrettably, apart from a few male soldiers, no one else can truly appreciate them. Striking a pose, Quinn earnestly explains to Hesser, I have a profound understanding of the extraordinary strength and wisdom I possess. Yet, most of the time, my extraordinary wisdom tells me that I must unleash my extraordinary power against the enemy and smash his skull. Therefore, all I desire is strength, pure strength. Such diluted power cannot reside within me. Hesser's lips curl into a smirk, which she quickly suppresses. Her originally serious demeanor nearly falters at his words. It seems that only Quinn can provoke his emotions so frequently. Speaking of which, it appears that you, suddenly interrupted, Quinn flashes to the foot of the bed, right behind Hesser. You haven't cut your hair, in an instant. A blush creeps across Hesser's cheeks. This time, she is unaware of her rising temperature. Only feeling her heart race, her attention wholly diverted to the beast behind her. With legendary insight, she notices Quinn lifting a small strand of her hair and delicately inhaling its scent. It's not the scent from here. Hesser, sometimes you exude a rather potent irritant gas. Do you have any idea why? Really? Perhaps it's due to my unique constitution. Her anxiety is palpable as she nervously fidgets with the hem of her clothing. Lost in thought, but Quinn's next words make her heart race. This sometimes emits this scent too. Do you share some connection? Well, I'm not too sure about that. Why are you stuttering? Speak clearly. Oh, Chapter 51. Sincerity and mutation. She is somewhat taciturn. Unlike her usual icy demeanor, her silence now stems from a sense of security. It seems that as long as she can remain in the same room as this beast, her heart feels full. That comforting sensation is beyond words. You're acting in a way I'm not accustomed to. Unable to bear the atmosphere in the room any longer, Quinn stands up, wishing to escape. However, before he can move, he finds a small handful of his hair grasped tightly by Hesser. Don't go. A pitiful plea. Hesser resembles a small pet, beseeching its owner not to leave. I despise this version of you. You seem so weak. Quinn ruthlessly mocks. Upon hearing his words, Hesser shudders, helplessly biting her lower lip, an inexplicable discomfort stirring in her chest. Her fingers slowly release the grip on his hair as she watches him step away. Her gaze sharpens, fingers curling, as legendary power surges forth. Before Quinn can react, iron chains bind his limbs, rendering him immobile. The goddess of abundance is one of the oldest deities. Since the dawn of civilization, she has been a part of linguistic communication. Here, civilization refers to the ancient dragon civilization. Many tribes of these ancient nature spirits worship this deity, not only humans but also elves, orcs, dwarves, and even goblins and trolls. The power bestowed upon her followers allows them to wield the strength of other deities. As long as one maintains a good relationship with the goddess of abundance, her followers can harness the powers of this deity. However, this method consumes more miraculous energy. What Hesser is currently utilizing is the iron binding rope of the executioner. This is a legendary weapon that only legendary heroes can wield. Clang, clang. The chains clank loudly, and at this moment, Quinn resembles a little dog deprived of security, cornered by Hesser, baring his teeth to intimidate his foe. Yet, Hesser pays no heed to such trivialities. I just what? You chose me merely because you couldn't find someone to rely on during your moments of despair? The captain is far more dependable than I. You don't understand. The captain is not like you. But I know you are definitely up to no good right now. Ugh. Quinn's expression stiffens. His mouth is suddenly muffled. After much contemplation, Hesser sits in a chair and speaks in a cat-like tone. It is not the last straw grasped by a drowning person, but the first scythe wielded by a pioneer carving out a path through thorns. You have imparted knowledge to me, and thus I ascend to legend. The legendary miracles residing within me are fully branded with your mark. I can feel the legendary power coursing through my blood, filling the marrow in my spine. Her once weak voice rises in intensity, growing more fervent with each word. Until she catches a glimpse of Quinn's frightened eyes, she bursts into laughter. This is not feigned. She is certain. Why would you, who are unafraid even of legendary heroes, fear my sincerity? No more talking. Otherwise, I'll bite you to death. With a snap of her white teeth, she attempts to intimidate Hesser, but the woman merely turns Quinn's body around. Unleashing a surge of legendary power, the female medic suddenly gazes into the distance, the color draining from her face, her whole body trembling. What is happening? Quinn notices something is amiss with the female medic. It is not due to their budding relationship, but rather an event far more terrifying, one that poses a threat to life itself. I suddenly cannot sense the miraculous energy of the earth vein. Closing her eyes, Hesser's body begins to heat up, as if she were a furnace in operation. As the sole support profession of the fortress, she is responsible for maintaining the miraculous energy of the surrounding earth veins. After reaching legend, she can even sense from afar, connecting her powers with the earth's miracles, unleashing even greater strength. But now, she finds herself abruptly severed from this connection, unable to detect the presence of power. It feels as though she has been tainted. In merely 3 breaths, she withdraws from this state of intense heat, piecing together the preceding events. The orcs, it must be the batch from yesterday. Indeed, she can feel it. Their blood contains a miracle that only legendary beings can discern, one that targets the destruction of earth veins. A red glow dances around her, a dark crimson robe enveloping her from head to toe. We must find the captain. Something dire is about to happen at the Crystal Defense. Chapter 52. Repair and preparation. The layout of the Crystal Defense Fortress is not a straight line. Instead, it is arranged in a seemingly chaotic yet orderly manner, based on the divinations of the followers of the Star God, distributing 20 fortresses evenly across a vast expanse of plains. This defense line itself constitutes an epic miracle. And as time progresses, its strength will resonate deeply within the hearts of the people, thereby invoking even greater miracles. Each fortress is guarded by a legendary-level powerhouse and accompanied by a skilled auxiliary profession. Their duties are manifold. Some excel in healing, others in training soldiers, and still others in agriculture. Yet, among their functions, one crucial role is the maintenance of the earth vein miracles. Naturally, the followers of the Goddess of Abundance are no exception. Throughout her years at the Crystal Defense, Hesser has consistently maintained a connection with the earth vein miracles, essential for the safety of the entire defense line. Recently, those elite high-ranking orc warriors have ruthlessly damaged the earth veins, which do not fall within Hesser's jurisdiction, nor within that of any particular fortress. The 20 fortresses are akin to tree roots, with the earth vein miracles surrounding them resembling the trunks nearby. The scattered, damaged earth veins are akin to branches and leaves sprouting forth. However, if a problem arises near the roots, the commanders under the Legion leader will certainly demand accountability. From the previous incident involving the elite orc warriors, it is evident that even minor disruptions to the earth vein miracles can mobilize the entire Legion, even prompting the involvement of more than 5 knight commanders. With only 20 fortresses in the entire defense line, there are likewise only 20 knight commanders. Furthermore, now, the orcs have employed a method of contamination to sabotage the miracles of the Thorn Spear Fortress. This approach is exceedingly vile yet deceptively simple. After ascending to legendary status, her rate of information retrieval has diminished. The reason being, she has obtained greater permissions, leading to a more extensive pool of information. Grabbing Quinn's hand, she rushes above the fortress, flinging open the door to the captain's chamber, forcibly pulling out the captain who had just lain down. Captain, assemble all the Order Knights. We must convene on the fortress walls. After hurling this command, Hesser cast the captain aside, leading Quinn to the walls of the Thorn Spear Fortress. The choice not to gather in the meeting room stems from the weakening of the fortress miracles, which could render at least half of them ineffective. Should the orcs choose to attack at this moment, there would likely be insufficient time to mount a defense. Ordinary boar riders can cover 10 kilometers in half an hour. swiftly transporting orcs from their stronghold to beneath the fortress. In the absence of the fortress miracles, 5 minutes would suffice for them, under the leadership of their elite, to breach the city gates. If a legendary hero leads them, that time could be reduced to a mere tenth. Clutching Hesser's hand, Quinn gazes down at the rapidly illuminating lights below, shifting his focus to the orc side. Far sight reveals only blurred shadows racing through the night, slender, robust, and bursting with power. The range of far sight extends only about 5 kilometers. Beyond that, the images grow increasingly indistinct, thus he cannot discern what kind of orcs lie in the distance. However, one thing is abundantly clear. He is certainly not a pig-headed man. Hessel, do you possess the miraculous ability to see approximately 7 kilometers away? No, the limit of legendary powers is 3 kilometers. These divinely bestowed abilities are, for the most part, inferior to those of legendary miracles. If Hessel were to acquire a miracle related to long-distance vision, she would undoubtedly be able to survey the entirety of 10 kilometers. Now, which orc race possesses a slender physique while exhibiting remarkable speed? The dog-headed men, the leopards, the sheepmen, the rabbits. She stood at the center of the fortress wall, her eyes tightly shut, her expression one of reverence and focus. As a series of prayerful incantations flowed from her lips, a mysterious and gentle power seemed to emanate from the depths of her being. Suddenly, a gentle breeze materialized, initially caressing her hair and the edges of her garments. Before swiftly expanding, this breeze, akin to an agile spirit, gradually cleansed the bloodstains scattered across the battlefield from recent fierce conflicts. Even the once dull stains on the fortress wall began to fade under the tender touch of the breeze, revealing the original luster of the stones, as if this land were undergoing a sacred baptism. This is a miracle. Yet Quinn was unaware of its significance. She merely knew that the breeze was exceedingly pleasant, evoking a sensation that each breath drawn could bestow longevity. Subsequently, Hessel's demeanor turned serious and resolute as she slowly knelt, gently placing her delicate yet potent hand upon the cold fortress wall. In that instant, a peculiar sight unfolded. Ancient, rune-like dark patterns began to emanate from her palm, swiftly spreading outward like a sinuous serpent. These patterns flickered with a faint glow, as if resonating with some profound force deep within the earth. As the patterns extended, she began to channel her immense miraculous power into the ground. Her body trembled slightly, her black-red robe rustling in the night breeze, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Yet she persevered with a clenched jaw in her prime. Hessel would have required a full day to restore the damaged miraculous ley lines of the fortress, but now, at the legendary level, she needed merely a minute. The method by which the orcs destroyed the fortress miracle was not through annihilation but rather through pollution. Just as your Cullinan requires 95-octane gasoline to function, it does not need oversight. It will automatically absorb the miraculous energies of the earth to refuel itself. Hessel merely needed to check on it daily to ensure everything was in order, but the orcs secretly filled your fuel tank entirely with genetically modified soybean oil. The Cullinan was left utterly bewildered. How can I operate when you've filled me with genetically modified soybean oil? It would stall immediately. What Hessel needed to do was first pour out the soybean oil and then refill the Cullinan with 95 octane, restoring its functionality. Although it sounds straightforward, the sweat on Hessel's brow revealed the truth. She was nearly exhausting her legendary power to ensure the fortress regained its operational status within mere minutes. Tap, tap, tap. The synchronized footsteps arrived late. Led by Polybo, the Order Knights, along with the descending commander, were the first to notice Quinn supporting Hessel. One arm encircled her slender waist while the other rested on her shoulder. Even more alarming was the fact that Hessel's expression exhibited no sign of peculiarity. This was truly terrifying. The commander had previously been shocked by Hessel's playful demeanor, which had resulted in a jolt of lightning. Surely, Hessel had not yet processed the situation. After all, her pallor was visibly alarming. Once she recovers, the dire consequences of Quinn's actions would become apparent. Beneath the helmet, the commander was still stifling laughter when Quinn gradually released the military medic from her embrace. Handing her over to a nearby swordswoman, Hessel needed rest. Melis, please take her somewhere to sit. Now, I shall convey the current circumstances. Understood. The commander nodded solemnly. This prominent knight was still unaware of the unfolding events. Our fortress miracle has been compromised by the orcs. It was merely 2 days ago that those orcs, seeking their demise, sacrificed their lives to damage the miracle of Spiked Lance Fortress. What? The miracle of our fortress has been destroyed. Silence! Listen to me, Quinn admonished the startled commander, continuing, but fortunately, Hessel officially became a legendary hero tonight, and she has restored the miracle. There should be no issues now, right? Hessel nodded, having lost the strength to speak. You should have mentioned the restoration earlier. You scared me to death. Commander, just because it's my meeting, you can't be so relaxed. You're not this casual during morning meetings. Pay attention. This is extremely important. OH.AS, a long-awaited participant in a meeting. The commander distractedly entertained Lily below until Quinn uttered the next crucial statement. Furthermore, I have detected a large contingent of orc troops advancing towards our fortress. If I'm not mistaken, they will undoubtedly launch a fierce assault on the fortress at the earliest opportunity. The eyes of the prominent knights finally became serious. Clenching their fists and closing their eyes, they could indeed sense a faint tremor in the earth. Within such a sizable orc army, there must undoubtedly be legendary heroes, Quinn continued to announce. You do not need to venture outside the city to engage in battle. Your task is to remain atop the walls and, when the enemy assaults, lead our soldiers to catch them off guard. All the elite knights turned their gaze to Polybo. Quinn was merely the knight relaying information. Despite his formidable individual strength, he was not a commanding leader like Polybo. Over the years, the Order Knights had grown accustomed to obeying Polybo's commands. Receiving the affirmation from the crowd and observing Quinn, who was devoid of attention, Polybo took a deep breath, nearly grinning beneath his helmet. Yet, the middle-ranking knight suppressed his amusement, raising a hand to the assembly and issuing orders in a gravelly, resonant voice. We shall proceed as he suggests. The orcs have damaged our ley line miracle, and they will never anticipate our swift restoration, so we must employ deception. We shall feign vulnerability, relying on the fortress walls for defense, and then, utilizing our ley line miracle. We will launch a counteroffensive. Now, disperse and take your soldiers to the walls. Chapter 53. The Legend of the Commander. Can you keep up? Yes. A stone cast into the water creates ripples. As the chieftain of the Black Blood tribe, Blacktooth was currently filled with fervor. The Black Blood clan has no epic heroes, only 3 legendary heroes, which is rather ordinary among the hundreds of orc tribes. The leopard men possess neither the formidable strength of the tiger men nor the high reproductive rates of the rat men. And even the Black Panthers they raise lack any standout features. The Black Panther is nondescript, much like the leopard men. Their only commendable trait is their speed, identical to their masters. Indeed, speed. Speed is the sole advantage of the leopard men, perhaps coupled with their night vision. Together, these qualities render them the dreaded assassins of the night among all other races, excluding the high orcs. However, they include humans. With the miracle of this fortress now inactive, their vision in the darkness is akin to that of the blind, and their armor cannot withstand our claws. Once we capture the fortress, food, power, we shall lack for nothing. Pairs of green eyes shimmered in the darkness, brimming with excitement for the impending slaughter. Even the moon in the sky concealed its face, unwilling to witness the impending carnage. The earth lay shrouded in darkness, with only claws scuttling across the ground, stirring up dust to obscure their forms. When they were less than a kilometer from the fortress, Blacktooth raised his head, gazing at the figures standing upon the walls, unleashing the power of legend as he roared, "Oh, legendary hero of humanity, come forth and engage me in a battle to the death." The echo of his voice reverberated through the tranquil night, carried like a tiger's roar on the wind into the fortress. Ordinary soldiers, upon hearing this voice, felt their legs weaken, akin to timid lambs facing their nemesis. Yet soon, their fear was dispelled by a surge of courage rising from within. This was one of the miracles of the fortress, capable of negating most of the negative effects the orcs inflicted upon the soldiers. Buzzing, a pair of feline-like eyes opened within the fortress, locking onto Blacktooth's gaze. Immediately, a towering figure, brimming with unmatched strength, launched itself like a cannonball into the orc ranks. "As you wish, beast. The commander of the Spiked Lance Fortress Knight Order has arrived." Countless leopard men surged past the commander and Blacktooth, creating a space for the two, with no one daring to interrupt this confrontation. This was a battle of kings. The clash of legendary powers was not something ordinary elite warriors could withstand. A moment's carelessness could lead to instant demise. Blacktooth felt no surprise at this. He had anticipated the fortress's preparations. With the miracle of the fortress compromised, even the most inept commander would ensure proper defenses. Alas, such precautions were futile. Blacktooth stood tall, puffing out his chest. This legendary hero of the Leopard Men was as slender as an ordinary tribesman, but cloaked in rippling muscle, devoid of any fat. His jet-black fur shimmered like velvet in the night, rich oils smeared upon his face, forming an otherworldly pattern. A strikingly beautiful big cat. Standing before the towering commander, Blacktooth could only gather this impression. Even if he stood fully upright on tiptoes, he would not surpass the commander's chin in height. Upon realizing the disparity in their heights, Haya was unable to achieve his desired physical dominance, and instead burst into laughter. "I have heard tales of your legend, how you slew a hand of the gods on the battlefield, and how you are the sole warrior among the 20 knightly orders who does not adhere to the tenets of order. Your information is correct." With a flick of his wrist, the massive axe strapped to his back fell into his palm, as the captain sensed the presence of 2 other auras nearby, intending to conclude matters swiftly. The legend of miracles is not solely a conceptual power. It encompasses tangible armaments as well, such as the eternal bastion of that oversized knightly captain, a grand castle that can be summoned at will. The captain's legend, inextricably linked to the weapon he wielded, was embodied in the dim, blood-stained axe in his grasp. Only by invoking its name could its power be unleashed. Was he truly prepared to liberate his legend immediately? Leaving no escape route for himself? "We know nothing of the legend you possess. Is it wise to reveal it so recklessly?" The leopard man Haya attempted to exert pressure on the captain through words. But his body had already tensed completely. Was it a full release of legendary power? Or an exquisitely sharp and bloody slaughter? Or perhaps an amplification of his physique to attain supreme physical prowess? No living orc had witnessed this captain's legend, thus Haya remained on high alert, even if he was a legendary hero endowed with 2 legendary powers. Legendary release, shadowless night. I traverse through shadows. Unseen even by the moonlight, that field is devoid of illumination. Haya moved with the grace of a specter, slipping effortlessly into the ink-black darkness. In an instant, the dark split into 5 forms, indistinguishable between reality and illusion. Akin to phantoms in the night, each shadow moved with agility, silently darting forward. The wind howled in his ears, yet it could not disperse the bloody aura emanating from the captain's hands, which grew ever more intense. Legendary release, self-discipline, a flawed shelled, an unbroken will. Distorting reality, divine protection descends. The beast-like gaze extinguished, a glimmer of gold shone within. The armored form expanded to a height of 5 meters. 10 meters, the imposing figure resembled a deity, and the axe in hand seemed ravenous, awaiting to feast upon blood. It was then that Haya grasped the truth. The axe was the captain's legendary miracle. But it also served as a key to seal away power. Once the legend was unleashed, the axe would absorb all the strength belonging to the god of hunting and beasts from the captain, revealing the posture befitting the blood of the Golden Empire. Without an offensive legendary miracle, even breaching the captain's defenses would be a formidable challenge. Moreover, the captain himself would become a relentless machine wielding the power of beasts. As he swayed, a mechanical voice, neither male nor female, reverberated across the land. Estimated 3 minutes to conclude the battle. Execution commencing. Chapter 54. 1 against 3. The gap between the elite is greater than that between man and dog. The legend will only grow larger. Not every legendary hero can possess an offensive miracle. Such tales of the weak triumphing over the strong are seldom heard in history, with none being anything less than fiercely powerful individuals. Defeating a legend with elite strength is a miracle. Escaping from a legend's grasp with elite strength is also a miracle. In a chase through the mountains and forests, external factors could sway the outcome, granting the latter a slim chance of victory. But in a one-on-one battlefield, it is a relentless crushing of the former. As the words fell, the captain's massive and weighty form, encased in iron, began to exert its strength, enveloped in a shimmering silver light, reminiscent of ancient stellar power coursing through his being. Merely gazing upon him instilled a sense of impending doom akin to a mountain collapsing. His arms moved like towering pillars, gripping the one-handed axe high above, an unavoidable strike. An escape was impossible, resistance futile, such is the power of the golden-blooded, drawn from the might of the god of order. With a sudden twist of the Iron Giant's waist, it resembled a colossal war machine commencing full operation, the upper body taut like a drawn bow, building up enough force to shatter heaven and earth as it ruthlessly cleaved downward towards the five shadows. The resonant force screamed through the air, precisely locking onto the five shadows, granting them no semblance of reprieve, intending to slay them in one fell swoop. Brother, I come to assist you, amidst the clamor of the chaotic battlefield. Upon witnessing his kin about to be slain, a legendary hero radiating a chilling aura instantly widened his eyes in fury. With no time to ponder, he immediately unleashed his own legend. Legendary release. Shadow manipulation. For the most beautiful goddess of the night, I vow to dedicate my life to you. A shadow seemed to be propelled from the depths of darkness, its speed akin to an arrow loosed from a bowstring, accompanied by the whistling of the wind. Striking the Iron Giant with unfathomable precision, the shadow, as if imbued with life, swiftly spread, twisted, and interwove, transforming in an instant into a vast and resilient black net. Each thread of this net glimmered with an eerie sheen, as if forged from the endless power of darkness. Once the net formed, it slithered like a serpent, tightly ensnaring the Iron Giant's limbs, especially at the points of power, binding them securely. The captain felt an overwhelming and bizarre force constricting him, abruptly halting his previously unstoppable downward strike, rendering his immense form immobile due to this unforeseen restraint. Devoted to shadows, even when his entire strength was constrained, the Iron Giant remained unperturbed, merely closing his eyes as an incandescent radiance erupted from his being, illuminating the pitch-black night. Crack! The shadows nearly disintegrated under the brilliance of law, and the immense form was effortlessly pulled apart, akin to clearing cobwebs from a room. The cold mechanical voice continued to relay the facts. 2 individuals. 10 minutes. Should it be 3 individuals, perhaps the time will extend. Execution suspended, calculating probability of victory. Clang. With a thunderous crash, the giant axe, infused with colossal force, crashed to the ground, sending a swirling cloud of dust billowing outward like a surging wave of sand. The Iron Giant stood firm like a bastion of war at the forefront of the fortress. The moonlight cascaded down, refracting dazzling halos upon the silver light surrounding him, as if draping him in a veil of sanctity. Powerful, majestic. The two of them were undoubtedly no match. Brothers, let us join forces. The 3 of us should surely be able to contend against this legendary captain. In the darkness, the final Leopard Man legendary hero emerged. He was the most robust of them all. His muscular form, adorned with black spots, seemed to pulsate, and even the slightest lift of his hand caused the surrounding air to tremble violently, an overwhelming aura sweeping through like a tempest, forcing the 2 clan members to instinctively retreat. 3 individuals, 20 minutes. Calculation complete. Execution, resuming. The captain was quite satisfied with their choice. It was precisely because he feared that the opposing legendary hero would descend upon his subordinates that he chose to reveal his trump card and unleash his legend. Despite the 2 previous opponents being no match for him, any one of them alone could likely inflict grievous harm upon Quinn. The outcome of a one-on-one battle remained uncertain. Should they choose to abandon their dignity, disregarding even the challenge of a mere elite, and insist on slaughtering those ordinary elites, none could prevent it in no more than 10 minutes. The soldiers led by the elite would inevitably falter. As for the other legendary figure within the fortress, Hessel, she was still recuperating her legendary power and was temporarily unable to enter the fray. However, the leopard army should be able to sense, albeit faintly, the miraculous power of this fortress, as well as that ultimate weapon. The leopard men besieging the fortress differed from the boar-headed men. They did not need to batter down the gates. Instead, elite-level heroes would hurl iron hooks, catching them in the crevices of the walls, each climbing up the ropes. Yet, just as these elites cast their meticulously crafted weapons, they realized that their hooks seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, sparking brightly before returning fruitlessly. Polypos stood atop the walls, his expression calm and confident beneath his helmet. This was the collective application of the order barrier. By uniting the feeble miracle powers of the elite, it could yield unexpected results. It was rare for leopard men to besiege a fortress. In a situation where they arranged themselves in a meat grinder formation, they could not even touch the corners of the walls. Speed, on the battlefield, is not always a significant advantage, for one can never predict how many spearheads will be aimed at them. Just as Polypo remained immersed in his tactics, a hand suddenly clapped upon his shoulder. "Polypo, my good brother, how about I leap down and charge into battle?" Upon seeing that the enemy could not even scale the walls, Quinn felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, an amusing idea quickly sprang to mind. "Defending the walls was your suggestion. Do you not wish to adhere to it?" Without a second thought, Polypo rejected Quinn's proposal. Although the two harbored minor grievances, Quinn's formidable strength was indispensable during this perilous moment for the fortress. He could not allow him to throw his life away. "No, no, no, that is utterly uninteresting. I desire a more exhilarating approach. Do not descend from the walls. That is an order." Polypo's gaze sharpened, his hand gripping the sword at his waist, exuding a clear intent that could lead to conflict at any moment. Even if one is currently unable to contend with Quinn, it is imperative to prevent him from causing any disruption. Yet, the knight, clad in medium armor, once again underestimated the disparity between them. With a swift motion, Quinn slammed his opponent against the wall, pinning the Order Knight's armor with his elbow, and menacingly declared, "Polypo, do not assume that merely because I call you brother, I will treat you with any semblance of respect. We are equals. You are a personal guard, and so am I. My conversation with you is merely a diversion to alleviate the tedium before its arrival." Who? A colossal siege ram, resembling a sheep in size, leaped upwards from below, only to crash against the city wall due to a miscalculation in distance. Its massive form compelled the surrounding soldiers and knights to retreat, clearing a path. This beast, bred by orcs, possesses a terrifying capacity for destruction. Soon, the siege ram, appearing unscathed, rose from the ground, prancing towards Quinn and playfully extending its head. Bah! Mounting the ram, Quinn grasped its large horn with one hand while brandishing his crossed lance with the other. Clenching his legs tightly, boom! The leopardmen felt an immense force crash down from the city wall, creating a large crater upon impact. Was it a weapon? Or some form of defensive apparatus? Ha ha ha, my dear. Let us charge forth together. You need only advance. Chapter 55. 1,000 men against one. As the cross lance pierced the throat of a leopardman elite, he finally discerned that the gray figure before him was the siege ram bred from sheep. However, why was there a human seated atop it? Quinn had no time to entertain their speculations. His singular focus was on slaughter. Kill, kill, kill. Everything he saw, heard, or touched. Exterminate them all. The lance whirled in his hands like a windmill, and all nearby orcs fell before him, their heads severed before they had a chance to react. At this moment, Quinn no longer needed to consider the precision of his weapon. As long as he brought the lance down upon the orc's head, the leopardmen would obediently fall. Explosive kill shooter system at your service. 85 until next skill acquisition. Just 15 more. Charge. Forward. I command you to charge. Gathering his strength, the siege ram, heeding its master's call, disregarded the horde of orcs ahead, accelerating to full speed. Under the onslaught of the cross lance and the ram's horns, the elite leopardmen were no match, while the common ones perished upon mere contact. The confidence in the eyes of the leopardmen began to wane, replaced by fear as they trembled at the approach of the human riding the siege ram. The elites, though still retaining some rationality, hastily organized their ranks, attempting to bolster the resistance against the ram while swiftly regrouping their scattered elite companions. Warriors, the Black Blood Tribe's warriors, it is time for us to take the stage. Indeed, this human must be taught a profound lesson. Hold nothing back, frenzied dance, frenzied dance. In an instant, countless lights illuminated the night, only to extinguish upon nearing that figure. Quinn, astride the ram, experienced a significant surge in combat prowess. The rampaging siege ram, with its soft and thick fur, proved impervious to the claws of ordinary leopardmen. It needed only to charge to send these diminutive foes flying or pierce their chests. The sound of bones cracking and flesh being trampled echoed, instilling fear into the hearts of the orcs. With a resounding roar, Quinn urged the blood-soaked siege ram, which let out an exhilarating bellow. Bah! The thrill of slaughter is intoxicating. I desire more. Bah bah! Discarding the fragments of 2 corpses from its horns, the siege ram pivoted to face the elite leopardmen's formation. This squad was entirely composed of elite leopardmen, a hastily assembled unit of 20 fierce orcs. Perhaps sensing the unease emanating from the siege ram, Quinn leaned down and stroked its neck. "I told you, just charge forward. Do not think of anything else. I will take care of the rest." Trusting its master without reason, the siege ram widened its eyes, feigning a fierce expression as it galloped forward, its horns aimed at the elite leopardmen. The leading elite leopardman, undaunted, drew his curved blade to stand before him, chanting, "In the name of war, I, the Snowfield Hunter, challenge you to a one-on-one duel." Slish! The crossed lance sliced through his throat, silencing his words, with both hands raised high. Quinn bellowed in a sacrificial manner to the divine watching over the battlefield. "In the name of the gods, please observe, enjoy, and bear witness. I present to you this grand offering," though his voice was somewhat hoarse. It lacked that certain feeling, the sensation of being watched by the divine during his duel with the Tigermen. However, his discontent was swiftly dispelled. Piercing through another orc elite's chest, he lifted the corpse, tearing open its throat to drain its blood, as the delightful sound echoed in his ears. "Explosive kill shooter system at your service. 100 until next skill acquisition. Skill is currently being drawn. Robust EX, from a certain great hero archer. A robust physique is a fundamental requirement for an archer. Drawing a bow and knocking an arrow is a feat that demands considerable strength. Toxic resistance, enhanced defense. Skill is being distributed. What a marvelous boon." As the leopardman's corpse gradually withered, Quinn's powers surged once more. "Charge! Charge!" The crimson ram breached the leopardmen's encirclement, and Quinn, trailing blood, forged ahead, as if these foes were merely moving heads. Even their helmets seemed to have fallen off without him noticing. His disheveled hair dancing wildly in the night, like a specter. Ha ha ha! A mere swarm of mediocrity. They lack even the qualification to warrant my seriousness. With a thrust here and a smash there, the heads of the leopardmen exploded like watermelons, red and white splattering across their faces, inciting panic. Blades and arrows surged toward him like a tidal wave, yet he merely tightened his grip on the ram's back. The ram, sensing its master's intent, swung its head until the attackers were finally pierced through the chest by its massive horns. Only then did they realize that this mount possessed combat prowess on par with any among them. The combat strength of elite sheepmen is indeed weak, as they have allocated all resources to their closest kin, the siege ram. Outside of the high-ranking orcs, few races could defeat them one-on-one. Bah, just in time. The ram was nearing exhaustion and no longer conserving its strength. It charged headlong towards the city wall, with no orc capable of halting its advance. All the leopardmen could do was watch in despair as Quinn rode the siege ram, executing an unusual leap to scale the 10-meter-high city wall, landing triumphantly atop it, a resounding victory. Chapter 56. The overall situation and strategy. This medium-armored knight has learned his lesson. Quinn is not one to adhere to rules. Only a stronger force can keep him in check. However, Polypo did not expect Quinn to point behind him. "Did you not see them?" Polypo was perplexed, unsure of whom Quinn was referring to. As he followed Quinn's gesture, the medium-armored knight beheld the ordinary soldiers led by the elite knights, clad in iron armor and standing ready. The gazes of all the soldiers were not fixed on the orc horde, but rather upon Quinn, the blood-soaked warrior, who instilled no sense of danger. On the contrary, their courage surged in his presence. Polypo was somewhat confused, not understanding Quinn's purpose in showing him these ordinary soldiers, when he heard Quinn inquire again. "How many orcs do you think there are?" 5,000? The leopardmen are not numerous. They would not deploy many troops. The medium-armored knight's words were abruptly interrupted by Quinn. "Polypo, you still do not grasp our situation." Casting a glance at the surrounding soldiers, Quinn bellowed, "Do not look at us. Hold your positions." Yes, he had already proven his status with his strength. Subsequently, Quinn lifted Polypo, bringing the knight to Hessel's side. Without needing further words, the female medic enveloped the area in a soundproof barrier. The medium-armored knight, observing Quinn with unprecedented seriousness, pointed to his own eyes. "I can see that their numbers this time will not be fewer than 30,000, while our fortress stands miraculously intact. There is no concern, but the other fortresses may not fare as well. Do not forget, The intelligence we received indicated that this batch of orcs, utilizing blood to breach the fortress miracle, is merely a portion. They have also targeted several other fortresses. They do not have Hessel and cannot leverage the miracle of the fortress in this battle. They can only rely on brute force and sacrifices. The attackers have suffered heavy casualties. Under the power of the miracle, such losses will only escalate. Naturally, the orc side will suffer even greater losses. However, those fortresses with their miracles compromised and unrepaired may face not only a reduction in the casualty ratio but also a risk of capitulation. This implies that, in addition to this 30,000-strong Leopardman army, we may encounter even larger orc forces potentially emerging from behind the fortresses. The spiked gun fortress has only fortified its front with walls. In the hundreds of years since its establishment, it has never withstood an attack from any side other than the front. But this time, it is different. The orcs are serious. The danger to the spiked gun fortress may arise from any direction. To this end, our troops must consistently maintain a state of high morale, instilling in them the unwavering belief that victory is within their grasp, and that these leopards are no more formidable than the worthless hogmen. I understand that our combat strength derives from order, mechanical thrusts, and systematic defenses. However, have you ever contemplated that humans are not made of steel? Their physical and mental endurance has its limits. Thus, it is imperative that I stir their emotions. Trusting in the power of will to hold the line until reinforcements from other fortifications arrive, even in the bleakest of scenarios, allowing our solitary fortress to withstand the onslaught of 100,000 orcs. Relying solely on brute force to maintain order will result in the severing of their frayed nerves. Quinn's words cut through the veil, revealing the entirety of the battlefield to Polypo. Yet, the clearer the situation became, the colder Polypo's hands and feet felt. Quinn continued to articulate his strategy. Moreover, I must not only keep the army's spirits high but also assist the commander in subduing those 3 legendary heroes as swiftly as possible. I am acutely aware of my capabilities. Slaying 30,000 orcs would keep me occupied until dawn, but if it is the commander, merely his presence can intimidate them. My earlier charge was partly to elevate morale, but more importantly, to ascertain whether I would attract their attention upon approaching the commander's battlefield. I possess the power to pierce their defenses, and I must aid the commander. Do you understand? The bluntness of his words left Polypo in silence. The middle-tier knight and Melis did not expect this beast-like muscular man to wish to engage in the conflict against the legendary heroes. I see now I will fully support your actions. Quinn nodded. That is the merit of the fort's few loyal guards, even if they do not see eye to eye in ordinary times. They possess clear judgment when it matters. Subsequently, amidst Polypo's astonished gaze, Quinn grasped Hazel's hand. How is your recovery? I possess only 20% of the legendary power, but it is sufficient to liberate the legend. Quinn nodded and remarked, You may have to endure a slight inconvenience shortly. If it aids the commander, I am indifferent. The female medic merely smiled gently as she dispelled the soundproof barrier. It must be for the commander, right? Indeed. It is undoubtedly for the commander. Hazel, having watched the commander grow, regards him almost as a sibling. In the absence of the commander's mother, Hazel's role has become maternal. It is only natural for a mother to care for her child. Melis observed the intimate interaction between Quinn and Hazel, feeling that her dear friend was indeed starved for attention. It seemed they had nearly clarified everything. Quinn turned to the final point. Polypo, can you hit that miraculous heavy crossbow? No problem, that is a miraculous creation. It requires no aiming, just point it at the enemy, and it will lock on automatically. The middle-tier knight thumped his chest, affirming his confidence. The power of this crossbow is immense. Without defensive legendary powers or the accumulation of 6 paths of legendary strength, it cannot be withstood. Go wield this crossbow could slay a legendary hero. Perhaps I too could ascend to a legend through this. Something feels amiss. An elite leopard warrior gazed at the intact city walls, obstructing his advance. Just earlier, their grappling claws had failed to latch on. It was the Order Knights' doing, yet their weapons could not penetrate the walls. This was the miracle of the fortress at play. Was it not said that the fortress's miracle had been destroyed? Why then could our weapons not anchor into the walls? As his inquiry arose, several surrounding elite leopards fell silent. Soon, an analytical thinker among them voiced his assessment. Perhaps it is merely a temporarily reinforced wall? If the fortress's miracle still existed, they would surely emerge to engage in a costly exchange with us. Today, however, they remain reclusive atop the walls, evidently having lost the power of the miracle. Moreover, that individual who exited the fort earlier did not exhibit the combat style of an Order Knight. He resembled a frenzied beast warrior. Indeed, the Order Knights dare not leave the fortress. Does that not signify that they have lost the protection of the fortress's miracle? The priest, as expected, thought comprehensively. Indeed, once this fortress falls, the priest shall undoubtedly become a legend. The priest is truly remarkable. The leopard who had proposed the idea basked in the praise from his comrades, proudly swishing his tail. Truly, the Black Blood clan can only reach its zenith under my leadership. Chapter 57. The assault commences. The military medic can now barely move unaided, no longer requiring the swordswoman's assistance. Having barely become a legend, filled to the brim with legendary power, only to be completely drained. It is an experience most unpleasant. Were it not for Hazel's formidable willpower, she would have succumbed to unconsciousness. Melis, the orcs appear poised to assault once more. Are you not leaving? No, I am merely curious. Is your taste truly so distinct? Do you favor such individuals? You previously advised me to steer clear of him, do you not recall? Oh, how did you discern that? Is it so evident? A barely perceptible flush crept up Hazel's cheeks, prompting her to rub her face with her palms, revealing a shyness Melis had never witnessed before. The swordswoman nodded, affirming her words. It is exceedingly obvious. Among us, aside from the fool, no one could fail to notice. US clearly refers to the loyal guards centered around the commander. Then, does that mean? Hazel gasped softly, her embarrassment and fluster evident. Indeed, I alone have perceived it. Are you suggesting that the commander, Lily, and Polypo are all fools? The answer is glaringly apparent. Consider how you shall convey this to the commander. Her violet hair, reminiscent of a flag caught in a night breeze, danced wildly behind her as Melis drew her glimmering sword, advancing into the darkness towards the orcs. The leopards have altered their siege tactics. Dozens of shadows fixed in midair like a staircase. This is a method of assault reserved for their elite. Ordinary elite orcs can leap onto the walls but are obstructed by the Order Knights, unable to cross. However, if an additional relay point is added in the air, they can soar over this human barrier, using their numerical superiority to overwhelm these human elites. Even though a few were slain by that frenzied beast warrior earlier, the Black Blood clan's full force is now deployed, bringing forth all their warriors, a full 200, 4 times the number of the fortress's elite. They are well prepared for this assault. They either engage fully or not at all. This is a characteristic of the leopards, akin to their hunting, giving their all without leaving a path for retreat. Charge with me. A swarm of black shadows erupted from the leopard army, racing ahead of their kin. Among them, 1/3 of the orcs remained concealed within the shadows, nearly invisible to the naked eye. The Black Blood clan, aside from worshipping the god of war, also venerates the goddess of night. She is a noble deity, cloaked in the night and traversing the starry paths. Her ancient origins tracing back to the dawn of creation. Her followers are incredibly numerous, with elite roles exceeding a dozen, yet the Black Blood clan's miracle power, known as Shadow Apprentice, is too feeble, rendering their individual combat strength inferior to that of ordinary elite orcs during this period. However, in groups, they pose a threat to the Order Knights, comparable to a collective, frenzied dance of their kin. Those tangible shadows secured in the air represent the culmination of their abilities. The leopard elites, like phantoms in the night, moved with agility and precision. They deftly landed upon those mysterious shadows, melding with the darkness beneath their feet, gaining renewed strength in an instant. This time, they transformed into black arrows, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, resolutely charging towards the walls. The stones of the walls loomed larger in their sights, their primary targets being the Order Knights, who would soon become their trophies. Whoosh! The first elite leopard warrior to land on the walls was greeted by a flash of a razor-sharp sword. Slice! The enemy's throat was cut, Melis's expression remaining impassive. Compared to Quinn, she still fell short in many ways. She was not a berserker, but a swordswoman. To eliminate an enemy without incurring casualties is already a formidable display of strength in the eyes of the Order Knights. Of course, that individual was an exception. Bring your heads closer. I'll slay you all at once. Come, come, do not seek others. Allow me to accompany you through this splendid night. Is that not your utmost desire? Such frenzied lines and voice could only belong to one individual. Amidst the encirclement of over a dozen leopard elites, Quinn was the one laughing the most maniacally, wielding a gun in one hand and a sword in the other, dancing between them in a chaotic display. Even the united leopard elites could only barely restrain him. Do not concern yourselves with the Order Knights. Eliminate this frenzied beast warrior first. Take him down. Form up. Frenzied dance. Shadow binding arrow. 4 orcs surged towards Quinn from various directions, their surging blood energy indicating they had unleashed frenzied dance to its utmost limit. 8 orcs stood at a distance, hands joined together, collectively manipulating the shadows beneath them into a thick rope to bind the frenzied beast warrior's legs. They were quite clever, understanding that this being could rival the might of higher-order beasts. Even a coordinated assault by 8 individuals might not suffice to restrain him. Thus, they opted to bind one of Quinn's legs. The leopard warriors had unwavering faith in their comrades, their synergy honed to perfection. The 4 beastmen instinctively knew their roles, however. Miracles falter before greater miracles. Quinn whispered this phrase, I in the terrified gazes of the leopards, the miraculous force coiling around his leg, akin to a colossal black serpent, was shattered in an instant. Not enough. Buzz! The blade glimmered with a cold radiance under the moonlight. 4 headless corpses thudded to the ground. Despite their seamless collaboration, they ultimately failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Quinn. Meanwhile, the discerning elite among the leopards began to grasp the gravity of the situation, their pupils constricting as a chill surged up from their heels to their minds. The miraculous power that obliterated 8 elite warriors was now distancing itself from him. This individual was Quinn grasped the throat of one leopard, preventing him from relaying any information that might disturb the distant battlefield. The remaining leopards exchanged glances, uncertain of what their comrade wished to convey. Yet they understood that confronting this warrior was not an option. Now, was escape even a possibility? Quinn refrained from striking, but the encroaching Order Knights had already revealed their gleaming blades. Simultaneously, the leopards discovered that the movement speed of these Order Knights was nearly on par with their own. Having lost their sole advantage in speed during the battle, they realized they could not even leave a mark upon the knight's armor, let alone breach their defenses. Gradually, an uncontrollable thought emerged within the minds of the elite leopards. Could it be that the fortress's miracle had not been dispelled? Chapter 58. The power of the tiger. The disparity between extraordinary siege warfare and that of mere mortals is vast. Without ladders, the elite warriors could leap upon the city walls, and even the common leopards could scale up to 10 meters high within 5 seconds with the aid of their claws. The Order Knights, meanwhile, activated the order barrier upon the walls, employing their familiar meat grinder mode to indiscriminately slay any intruders. Occasionally, 1 or 2 elites might breach the formation of the Order Knights, only to be swiftly dealt with by a swordswoman. Should the enemy attempt to forcefully breach this formation, Lily, stationed at the center, would engage in a rather blunt conversation with her iron hammer against their skulls. For the time being, the elite leopards' offensive was held at bay, and the battlefront began to stagnate. The elites continually leaped onto the walls, clashing with the Order Knights, even when they understood that the fortress's miracle had been restored. They had no intention of retreating, their casualties mounting. The Black Blood tribe had unleashed everything, staking all they had on this battle. The Order Knights, too, showed no signs of retreat, with Lily leading them as they felled elite leopards one by one. Although the combined kill rate of dozens of knights could not match Quinn's singular speed, they managed to maintain 0 casualties, exchanging the lives of their foes at the least possible cost. They did not seek to vanquish foes that outnumbered them several times over. They merely hoped to hold out until they could assist their commander in achieving victory. He had already withstood the first wave of the most ferocious assault. Quinn suppressed the fervor rising within him, casting his gaze to the distance. It was now our turn. Baby, how's the recovery? The big sheep obediently leaned against Quinn's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its cheek against its master's head. Approximately 10 minutes had passed since the initial charge, and its stamina had nearly returned, enabling it to carry Quinn once more. If all was well, then let us set forth. Climbing atop the sheep, Quinn merely raised his cross spear, causing the surrounding elite leopards to tremble and take a step back. This warrior bore the aura of an ancient hero from tales of yore, already invincible beneath the weight of legends before his true prowess was unveiled. Only a battle capable of altering the course of history lay between him and ascension into the realm of legendary heroes. From then on, he would spread his wings like an eagle and plunge into the depths of the sea like a dragon. With a deft maneuver, he directed the big sheep to leap from the city walls, crashing down upon the face of a common beastman, his gaze fixated solely upon the battlefield of the 4 legendary heroes. Quinn paid no heed to the enemies surrounding him, but the leopards found themselves compelled to focus all their attention upon him. It was akin to a school of sardines encountering a predator in the ocean. Panicking and scattering in disarray, "Damn it! That warrior is descending again. Stop him. We can't stop him. That's the siege ram sheep. Damn it. Don't come this way. Help. Oh great God of war, please bless your child." The prayer was impaled upon a spear, lifted high into the air, becoming the ultimate banner to intimidate the leopard kin. Those undeterred by death were invited to test their mettle. With a squeeze of its legs, the siege ram sheep surged forward once more, slicing through the air like a pair of scissors, tearing open the thick, black fabric. Their target was unmistakably the battlefield of the 4 legendary heroes, yet none would dare perceive it as such. After all, elites engaging in the battle of legendary heroes would only be inadvertently obliterated by the dispersed power of legends. Yet Quinn seized upon this very notion, raising his cross spear, the legendary power at its tip beginning to rotate. Shredding that banner, legendary power. Even the slightest hint of legendary might could inflict harm upon legendary heroes. The 4 legendary heroes detected Quinn almost instantaneously, their hearts quaking in response. The commander was the first to regain his composure, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face beneath the helm. Quinn should not have come here. Even he could only restrain 3 of the opponents. If 2 were to hold him back, the other could unleash their legendary miracle, likely resulting in his subordinate's demise within half a minute. However, the commander promptly dispelled his irritation. This subordinate, if one were to consider it, was perhaps the most reliable among them. His willingness to come to his aid undoubtedly indicated a well-considered plan to assist. With his peripheral vision catching a glimmer atop the walls, the commander steadied his mind, casting aside distractions to swing his axe with full force at the 3 legendary heroes. "Brother, step aside. Let me handle this." "Ha!" The arms of the youngest leopard hero swelled with muscle. Despite being the smallest in age, he possessed the most robust physique. This was due to his prior victory in a frontal battle against a tiger elite. It was a fight that had wagered the lives and fortunes of half his tribe. The opponent was a proud high-order beast, while he was merely an ordinary leopard. The gap between them was akin to that between humans and wild dogs. Yet, through his indomitable will and naturally superior physique, he had pounded the tiger to death with his bare fists. Reputation, achievements, and determination. Having satisfied these 3 criteria, he had caught the eye of the god of war, who bestowed upon him miraculous power akin to that of a tiger's legendary hero. Pure, immense physical strength. Crack. His arms clamped down upon the blood-soaked giant axe, and even as the flesh of his arms was shredded by the legendary power coursing through it, the leopard hero did not retreat. Instead, the widening wounds only ignited his ferocity. "Bastard, hairless mongrel, is this all the strength you possess?" His legendary power matched that of the commander in a short span. Seeing this, the commander inhaled deeply. The enemy's combat prowess surged, empowered by legend. Analysis. Divine grace activated. The blood-soaked battle axe suddenly illuminated with crimson patterns resembling a spider's web, pulsating with a violent force. This power surged down the arm gripping the axe, rapidly transmitting through the cold armor, causing it to flicker with a strange blood-red glow. Cornered beast. Fierce tiger. A lifelike blood-red tiger head gradually formed upon the shoulder, and the aura emanating from the commander was such that even legendary heroes could not bear to gaze upon it. Yet the leopard hero, wielding the axe, erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! We are equally well versed in the powers of the god of hunting and beasts. We fully comprehend the strength you gained upon ascending to legend. Thus, I have been dispatched to confront you. Get down." A constant type legendary, power of the tiger, that requires no incantation, perpetually enhancing oneself. Its effect grants him double the strength of a tiger legendary hero, and when facing a legendary hero bearing the trait, tiger, he could further double his current power. In such a state, each of his punches equated to an attack of comparable strength to a slightly weaker legendary miracle. Can you grow stronger still, O human legendary hero? Do not expect your comrades to come to your rescue. You shall perish before they arrive. Boom! The surging blood energy emanating from the leopard hero fractured the ground beneath him, sending debris scattering in all directions within a 10-meter radius as the two clashed. However, the commander's eyes betrayed no emotion. A mechanical voice escaped his lips. Calculations initiated. Judgment. Within 1 minute, you shall fall one by one. Chapter 59. Murder that individual? Not a legend. As Quinn drew ever closer, the two freed leopard heroes exchanged glances. The elder spoke in a deep voice. A mere elite dares to meddle in our battle. He must possess some form of leverage. Brother, do not hold back. Use your legend to eliminate him in one fell swoop. There is no need to worry about the third brother. He has been dispatched solely for the purpose of this commander. Understood. The Black Panther orc, concealed in the shadows, leapt into the air, its agile form unfolding against the sky. Transforming into a pure black canvas, seemingly adorned with shimmering galaxies, as if a vast universe were hidden within. This was indeed his legend, Shadow Manipulation Nightwalker, the advanced form of Shadow Apprentice, known as Night Crown Sacrificed. He crafted the night into a ceremonial crown, wearing it atop his head, offering his unwavering faith to the goddess day and night. His legend was a unified, Shadow Manipulation Nightwalker. This legendary prowess combined offensive, defensive, and supportive elements, exhibiting exceptional overall performance. However, conversely, it was a legend devoid of any distinct strengths. Against elites, it could dominate, as even higher-tier orcs could not withstand but a few strikes. Yet, when faced with legends, it appeared lacking. The commander, liberating his legend, tore apart the constraints of this miracle in mere breaths. The Black Panther orc relied on this skill, evading the commander's speed, preventing this ruthless human from delivering a fatal blow to the three brothers. Warrior, I acknowledge your courage, but without becoming a legend, you will ultimately remain mere fodder. So here, perish. The canvas, spanning at least 100 square meters, enveloped all possible escape routes, unless Quinn could burrow underground at this moment. He would undoubtedly be ensnared within, crushed to death. At this moment, the warrior's heartbeat gradually slowed as he gazed up at the looming curtain, confidence evident in his demeanor. 1,000-mile eye. This skill possessed a fundamental ability to dispel illusions, effortlessly revealing the panther hero hidden behind the fabric. The weapon he had been charging for so long was raised, and the legendary power at the tip of the cross spear emitted a resonating roar. Dragon Strike Spear. The panther hero smirked disdainfully. Indeed, it was legendary power, capable of inflicting harm upon him. But what use was it? Such feeble legendary power could hardly compare to even the weakest of legends, let alone hope to shatter his miraculous legend. Your arrogance shall be the reason for your downfall. Quinn felt darkness enveloping him, his cross spear piercing into a mire, the legendary power it carried vanishing into nothingness. The black curtain suddenly constricted, tightening around Quinn's neck, revealing the true form of the Black Panther orc. Did he aspire to slay legendary heroes and ascend? Merely following his master's orders, how could he provoke such a formidable being? Ignoring that great sheep, the panther orc's legendary miracle began to draw blood from Quinn's neck, piercing deep as if a reverse-mounted spiked collar were suffocating him. The warrior's complexion darkened, yet he could only struggle with all his might. Trapped beast, mighty, beastly might. 3 skills enhancing physical prowess were unleashed. Those 2 powerful hands grasped the Black Panther orc's arm. Yet, no damage was inflicted, and even the force exerted was merely tolerable. Such a fierce struggle. In my elite days, I would have been no match for even 10 of you. Yet now, I am a legendary hero. Upon witnessing this, the Black Panther orc finally felt reassured. Confirming that the opponent was merely momentarily stirred, lacking any countermeasures. Although he had already exerted nearly 50% of his strength, he had yet to snap the opponent's neck. Thus, he was compelled to amplify the output of his miraculous power. Constrict, tighten. The ease of slaughtering a mortal intoxicated him. Yet there was no time for cat-and-mouse games. The Panther elite intended to crush this elite in his final moments when an unexpected change occurred. A faint chant echoed in his ears. Sacred, pure, blazing. Merely the notes drifting to his ears allowed him to feel the essence of these 3 words. By the time he realized something was amiss, A flaming maw, filled with hope and future, had already engulfed him. Legendary liberation, eternal burning earth furnace, crackle, flames seared his fur, flesh, bones, and entrails, from body to soul. An all-consuming heat enveloped him, as if he were pressed against the sun. No! The Black Panther orc felt as though he were being thrust into the sun. Shadow manipulation, Nightwalker, was not enough. O night goddess, I shall offer my light. I beseech you to bestow the starlight upon me. Starlight shimmered, the resplendent galaxy cascading like a waterfall, dousing the unquenchable flames. Yet, in the Panther Elite's eyes, there was nothing but emptiness. The noble deity of the night, who dared not face the sun yet yearned for its light. Delighted in bestowing illumination upon devout followers, such followers would be granted the opportunity to admire the starry night alongside their goddess. Of course, only their eyes would be involved. This was the ability of Night Crown Sacrifice. It shared a kinship with the commander's fierce tiger, derived from the hunting and beast gods. Despite escaping the clutches of death, the Panther Elite's skin and flesh had already carbonized, vast swathes of nerves exposed to the air. And even the slightest breeze felt like knives slicing through his flesh. Coughing, helpless, he could only raise his cross spear, unleashing his second strike of the day. Dragon strike spear, brother! The distant shout became the last sound the Panther Elite heard in his final moments. The legendary power had already pierced through his chest. Explosive firearm system at your service. 100 skill extraction until next use. Skill extraction in progress. Against magic. From a certain unorthodox archer. Capable of enhancing resistance against special energy, diminishing its damage upon the wielder. Skill distribution in progress. Chapter 61 minute. Quinn felt the birth of a new skill within his body as he clenched his fists. His vision blurred from excessive blood loss, yet he shook his head, forcing himself to remain steady. A legendary hero still eyed him with intent. He smiled at the legendary figure, eyeing the pitch-black night. Quinn, like a flickering candle in the wind, stood unwavering. If it were just him against that previous legendary beast, perhaps he might win. Perhaps his opponent would triumph. The odds were evenly split, and it would take at least 10 minutes to determine life or death. Therefore, he must feign a weakness, providing the other with an opportunity to lower their guard, thus allowing for Hessel's legendary liberation. The medic could no longer hold onto the great sheep's fur, rolling out from its fluffy belly. Landing on the ground and witnessing Quinn, even weaker than herself, offering a bitter smile of helplessness. She had always held a strong opposition to this plan, yet for the sake of the fortress's safety. They had no choice but to take the risk. It was far too dangerous. A moment's carelessness could see Quinn instantly slain by the opponent's attack. The one to be most grateful was that elite orc. Despite exerting considerable effort, he had still underestimated this fellow's defensive capabilities, failing to use his full legendary miracle from the outset. Otherwise, Quinn would have undoubtedly had his neck snapped. Yet, it was also understandable. No legendary hero would unleash their full strength against an elite they could easily crush. It could be said that this was a gamble fraught with peril, yet ultimately yielding a favorable outcome. Meanwhile, the two of them seamlessly engaged in a victorious wager. Hessel, utilizing merely 20% of his legendary power, minimally liberated his legendary miracle, with Quinn delivering the finishing blow to secure the kill. Their task was now complete. Even the nearly deranged distant orc legendary hero chose to disregard them. The eldest orc legendary hero clenched his fists tightly, kneeling and shattering the ground, unleashing an incredible force. "You villain! How dare you kill my brother? I shall flay your skin and shatter your bones, crafting a war drum. You will suffer relentless beatings day and night. Legendary liberation. Unceasing warfare, I come. I see, I conquer. The iron hooves of the war god shall crush all races. Charge with me." A common legendary ability. This was the power bestowed upon the followers of the war god after witnessing their determination and perseverance. It was an aura-type skill. This was a team skill, of little use in one-on-one combat. The Panther hero was clever, never utilizing this power, keeping it in reserve, making it difficult for the opponent to discern his legendary caution. Yet now, the death of his brother filled him with unparalleled rage, and he no longer cared for the armored giant, fixating solely on eliminating that man. Die. This was what Quinn mouthed out. Of course, he merely formed the words. No sound escaped his lips. Such an absurd gesture could hardly impede his opponent's assault. Yet, the confidence etched on Quinn's face was far from feigned, for the crossbow, 100 meters away, had already been readied. Whoosh! A fierce white light, akin to a shooting star in the dark night, was hurled forth with an irresistible decree, roaring through the void. In an instant, the white light traced a trajectory of several hundred meters. Striking the Panther Elite's body directly, snap, blood splattered onto Quinn's face, and he licked it. The taste was quite delightful. Having continuously consumed the blood coursing down his own throat to recover, Quinn had felt as though he were drinking poison to quench his thirst. Now, he could finally drink the fresh blood of an orc. The first orc to fall was barely medium rare, hardly yielding much blood, and his body, filled with too much legendary power, would surely burn Quinn's mouth if he dared to bite into it. The hero, now reduced to mere fragments with only 2 legs remaining, has been struck by the crossbow of the enemy. The emotionless mechanical voice penetrates the ears of the Leopard Man hero, delivering a stark confirmation. 1 minute remains. With merely 20 seconds left, the enhancement of Beast Binding and Fierce Tiger has intensified. The weight of his arms grows heavier. Damn it. How incredibly formidable is this foe's body? How can he still bolster the strength of Beast Binding? I can hardly endure this any longer. I must cancel weapon, axe, and shift to Dragon Strike Lance. With a lightness in his hands, the Leopard Man hero feels as if he has cast off the weight of a mountain. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his leg muscles and blood vessels rupture under the strain, and blood has already begun to flow ceaselessly from his mouth and nose. I shall not yield. Once, in the arena of the Tigermen, I triumphed over the strong with my weakness. Now, I can create miracles once more. It is but a trivial manifestation of legendary power, and yet, against a fellow human hero of my caliber. O Lord of War, I beseech you, I implore you, I kneel before you. I shall slay this wretched foe before me. Ah, you struck from the shadows. Quinn released his grip. The crossbow bolt pierced his spine. Today's final shot of Dragon Strike Lance is awarded to this fool, who is on the verge of being beaten senseless by the captain. Before he could react, the authentic Dragon Strike Lance fell upon the foolish Leopard Man. The genuine article wielded by the captain boasts a power that far exceeds that of Quinn. The orc's head twisted grotesquely, shattering his skull, churning his brain, dismembering his body, and tearing apart his fur until he was reduced to a puddle of mush. A creature that could compete with the ironclad giant was slain in a single blow. Quinn scratched his head and inquired, "Captain, are you performing a play? You fought this simpleton for so long." The captain, evidently not grasping his humor, explained in a serious, mechanical tone, "I do not comprehend the meaning of play." My assault mirrored his. Thus, he responded with his own strikes. I could not penetrate his defenses, yet his fortitude is exceedingly weak against me. Thank you. Your support was most effective. Faced with such a solemn captain, Quinn, feeling rather unamused, brushed off his attire and gazed skyward, seemingly awaiting something. However, the sky remained dim, and no change occurred. Hey, Hessel, I've slain an orc. Why is there no legendary power yet? There's not even a whisper of movement. This is not right. Last time I killed an elite, I received a response. This time, with 3 orc legends falling, I could be considered the MVP of this encounter. Why is there no sign? Gratitude to JVKBG for the explosive updates. I shall grant you an additional chapter tomorrow. If possible, thanks to the Horror of Dreams for the Urging Talisman. If I can maintain my inspiration, thanks to the White-Winged Lover of Ginger for the Urging Talisman. If my training goes smoothly, thanks to the Chinibu Youth for the Urging Talisman. If I grasp the practical examination skills, then let us add them all. Ha ha ha. If the above conditions are met, let us add them all. Ha ha ha. Feeling a bit guilty. Chapter 61. Battle Analysis. Loyal Soldier, Quinn, once rejected the divine gift of the war god, resulting in his body being infused with legendary power. Currently at the legendary realm, and concurrently locked by the divine might of 2 deities. The slaying of a legend is deemed insufficient. Analysis. Loyal Soldier, Hessel, a devotee of the goddess of abundance, it is determined that ordinary achievements cannot yield legends. Analysis. Knight Commander. This is a royal blood secret. I implore Loyal Soldier Quinn to keep it confidential. It is assessed that Loyal Soldier Quinn's decisions outweigh those of Loyal Soldier Polipo. Please analyze the battlefield according to the current situation. I shall execute this. Quinn suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to weep. The current captain is truly dependable. Let us not dwell on trivialities, Captain. Utilize your legendary power to scatter the enemy forces with a mighty swing of his fist. Quinn understood one profound truth. In such a high martial world, achieving a higher realm is tantamount to declaring victory in battle. The light in the captain's eyes flickered with intensity. Assessment, a crude decision. Yet, it is feasible. Release, beast binding, command, execute. With a thunderous roar, akin to a small aircraft skimming the ground, the captain descended into the ranks of the Leopardman army. Unmatched, unstoppable, with every gesture, he wielded the force of a tempest. Summoning a howling gale, those massive, ferocious orcs fell like fragile stalks of wheat before this overwhelming force, collapsing in droves, utterly unable to resist. Their bodies were struck by an invisible miraculous power, their bones shattered. Organs ruptured, and blood erupted like a fountain, pooling into a horrifying mire upon the earth. When the captain's foot landed heavily upon this scarred terrain, the very ground trembled, unable to withstand such terrifying power. The surrounding orcs were flung into the air by this tremendous shockwave, their bodies tracing arcs in the sky, emitting terrified screams before crashing down, some even reduced to mere fragments, bones and flesh intertwined in a gruesome spectacle. The power of the legendary hero unleashed a merciless slaughter upon this battlefield. Soon, the orc army felt the overwhelming terror brought forth by this fully unleashed legendary hero. Those once brave and unyielding leopardmen were now enveloped in sheer dread. Their eyes filled with despair and helplessness, their earlier ferocity extinguished, they cried out, praying with voices trembling in fear, as if beseeching their deities for salvation. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their steps erratic as they fled in all directions. Like a colony of ants bereft of their nest, completely lost and disordered, scattering chaotically across the battlefield, colliding and trampling one another, creating utter pandemonium. Within a mere 10 minutes, the once formidable orc army, which had surged forth like a dark tide, was utterly routed by the overwhelming might of this legendary hero. The battlefield was strewn with the cold corpses of thousands of orcs, their bodies lying haphazardly, some missing limbs, others decapitated, blood soaking the surrounding earth into a muddy quagmire, exuding a nauseating stench. Among the defeated orc ranks, a significant portion did not perish directly at the hands of the captain, but rather succumbed to the ruthless trampling of their panicked kin during their frantic escape. Their bodies were mercilessly crushed by countless orc feet, bones shattered, entrails forced from their bodies, ultimately reduced to an indistinct, bloody slurry. Legend has been released. The brutal and savage aura resurfaces once more, less than half an hour after the battle's conclusion. The orc night raid incident was reported by the Knight Commander of the Nightlight Fortress, relaying the message through his own legendary power. Quinn's conjectures were proven correct. The orcs simultaneously launched an assault on 4 fortresses, aiming to disrupt the miraculous earth veins. The item in question is known as Bloodstained Criminal. It is a miraculous creation of an epic hero, designed to temporarily undermine the fortress's miracle through unconventional means. Among the 4 fortresses that faced direct assault, the Spike Fortress sustained the least damage. Bolstered by the fortress's miracle, it suffered virtually no casualties and preserved its fighting strength. However, the other 3 fortresses fared far worse. The Knight Commander of the Steelfire Fortress was besieged by 4 goblin heroes and perished on the spot, leading to the fortress's downfall and the emergence of 3 goblin legendary heroes, resulting in the annihilation of 30,000 civilians and 5,000 soldiers. The Knight Commander of the Earth Dragon Fortress was attacked by 2 lizardmen heroes, at the cost of 1 arm. He severely injured the enemy, barely holding the line, with 1/4 of his 5,000 soldiers lost. The Knight Commander of the Order Fortress is still engaged in battle against 5 lizardmen heroes. Yet the outcome is nearing its conclusion. He single-handedly slayed 5 legendary heroes, acquiring his 5th legendary miracle. Half of the Order Fortress Knights perished, willingly sacrificing their lives for the prolonged liberation of their commander's legend. Currently, the Knight Commander of the Order Fortress is in the midst of eradicating an army of 50,000 fearless lizardmen. The situation is not ideal, yet it has not reached its worst. Those 7 goblins intend to advance, with an Order Fortress situated in between. The disparity between the 5 lizardmen legends has already proven to be alarmingly vast. After a brief meeting, the captain appointed Quinn as the new elite knight commander. Concurrently serving as an overseer, it is worth mentioning that Polypo's shot did not elevate him to legendary status, as the power of that shot derived from the fortress. The divinity attributed this force to the fortress's miracle, meaning Polypo merely endured the beating. Now, the captain must tend to the incapacitated knight Polypo. After so many years in leadership, the only one capable of offering care among his subordinates is Hessel. Unfortunately, Hessel is currently severely drained of legendary power and desperately needs rest. Melis is only adept at combat and relies on Hessel for most daily needs. Lily is even more incapacitated, should she tend to Polypo. His injuries would only worsen. As for Quinn, he is determined to bully the mid-tier knights. The captain is understandably wary of the other elite knights, as they have all, to varying extents, suffered Polypo's ire. While it may not lead to dire consequences, human hearts are inscrutable, and one can never predict what small mischief they might engage in. As for the ordinary soldiers, even a knee-jerk reflex from the unconscious Polypo could send them flying. The meeting was disbanded, and under the watchful gaze of all, Hessel once again adopted her aloof, ice-cold demeanor. She issued a command to Quinn. "Quinn, carry me to the confinement room. I wish to discuss the fortress matters with you this evening." The captain, observing the frosty visage before him, could not help but smile slightly. This was indeed the true visage of Hessel. Quinn was bound to face some repercussions. Only Melis appeared somewhat strained, feeling that she ought not to remind Hessel of anything. She was exceedingly eager to witness the military physician reveal her relationship with Quinn in front of everyone. Quinn swiftly lifted Hessel, finding a suitable position, and with one hand gripping her soft form, he strode purposefully toward the exit. Chapter 62. Conversations in the secret chamber within the confinement room. The daylight was shrouded behind a heavy veil of night, reluctant to reveal itself. The surroundings were engulfed in endless darkness, as if the night itself were a tyrannical monarch, firmly maintaining control over its domain, unwilling to relinquish its power easily. The female military physician, Hessel, sat quietly on a simple bed, clad in a pure white robe. It enveloped her figure like a sacred shroud, concealing her elegant curves. Her expression was as tranquil as water, her eyes reflecting a serene detachment, as though the tumult of the outside world could not disturb the peace within her heart. Polypo, despite having served as a tactical officer for 3 years, was still too young, lacking excellence in handling many affairs. "I hope you can perform better," Hessel said, slightly raising her head to focus her gaze on Quinn. Her voice gentle yet assertive. "I understand," Quinn replied, his deep, thoughtful eyes shimmering with a glimmer of worldly insight. Polypo had perhaps mastered some basic military command techniques and methods of subordination over the years. Yet, to Quinn, his application always seemed somewhat awkward and immature, akin to a naive child striving to imitate an adult, yet failing to grasp the essence of it all, fortunately, with the captain and a few loyal aides supporting him from behind. Polypo's style of operation had not yet led him to be ensnared by those with malicious intent. After all, the role of a tactical officer was fraught with trouble. Theoretically, Quinn and Polypo were of equal standing. If he truly wished to usurp power, he could, with his strength and strategy, isolate Polypo after merely 5 fierce battles, leaving him without even a single subordinate to command. However, they all served under the captain's banner. Thus, Quinn had never entertained such thoughts. On the contrary, he extended goodwill towards Polypo daily, attempting to ease the tension between them. Unfortunately, the hot-headed knight seemed oblivious to Quinn's gestures of goodwill. Hessel sighed softly, gently shaking her head as she reflected on the situation. The captain was 4 years her junior, and Polypo was 12 years younger. Both had grown up under her watchful eye, and she knew their personalities, strengths, and weaknesses intimately. With this in mind, she reached out, pulling Quinn gently closer, tenderly ruffling his hair while letting out a soft sigh. "I have more faith in your character. As long as you reveal your true self, they will not refuse your commands." Flustered by the attention, Quinn's expression shifted to one of shock, his eyes wide as if he had heard something utterly absurd. "Wait, you don't think that my serious side is my true self, do you?" Taken aback by Quinn's reaction, Hessel was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a response, until Quinn, like a mischievous child, leapt up from the bedside, hands flailing in the air as he eagerly explained, My usual demeanor is the most genuine. It's all of you who compel me to be serious." In Quinn's mind, he was not a brooding protagonist with a perpetually tense expression. He firmly believed that life should be lived joyfully, and feigning exhaustion was utterly pointless. The military physician merely smiled serenely at his words, embracing him once more. Tilting her head slightly, she softly inquired, "Have you noticed anything unusual about the recent actions of the orcs? Are you referring to the pig-headed ones?" Before Hessel could finish her thought, Quinn seemed to peer into her mind, accurately predicting her line of inquiry. Indeed, the pig-headed orcs, who had been stationed at the forefront of the fortress, had vanished during this assault, replaced by orcs from the other three clans launching an attack. This peculiar development undoubtedly cast a mysterious veil over the ongoing war. Hessel furrowed her brow, delving deeper into contemplation. The legendary hero of the pig-headed orcs, Hetchalu, is a formidable figure possessing 3 legendary powers. In his tales, he commands an elite cavalry, and it's said that in the direst situations when the fortress's miracles fail, he can lead this cavalry to successfully storm the walls. This was no mere fabrication but a terrifying reality witnessed in other nations. Quinn, following her train of thought, adopted a grave expression. They could not easily relinquish such a coveted prize. Thus, there must be a grander scheme at play. Merely capturing a fortress had already birthed 3 new legendary heroes among the dog-headed orcs. How could the pig-headed orcs simply cede such a lucrative opportunity for glory to other alien beasts? Yet, even as Quinn racked his brain, he could not fathom what colossal plot the pig-headed orcs were orchestrating behind the scenes, nor could he comprehend why they would willingly surrender such a tantalizing prize. Chapter 63. The cavalry. The news of the Crystal Defense Corps captain being besieged had arrived early. The pig-headed orcs had utilized 3 epic miracles to severely wound the captain, while 5 high-ranking legendary commanders exhausted all their strength. Relying on a temporarily restored miracle of the Earth's veins, managing to share their power among themselves to inflict mutual wounds upon the epic hero of the pig-headed orcs. However, now a sudden army of 200,000 pig-headed orcs had encircled the fortress where the captain resided, rendering it impenetrable. No troops could hope to pass through. They had not considered breaching other fortresses because the pig-headed orcs understood that capturing this crystalline stronghold would signify the collapse of the entire crystal defense line. It represented the complete shattering of the Golden Empire's towering wall that stood between barbarism and civilization. All the pig-headed orcs could feel, as if guided by an unseen force, divine light casting its glow upon their race, foretelling that within half a month, when the miracle of the Earth's veins could no longer sustain them, would be the day they breached the Crystal Fortress. At that moment, the legendary heroes of the pig-headed orcs would experience an explosive surge in numbers. Other fortress troops had considered seizing the opportunity to break through the ocean-like formation of pig-headed orcs, believing that their epic heroes were gravely wounded. Yet, alas, without the miracles of the fortress, the soldiers of the Golden Empire struggled even to walk long distances, let alone engage in their most accustomed form of combat. Each soldier was left breathless, nearly reduced to being canned goods by the pig-headed orcs. After 2 fortresses attempted to take action yet achieved no corresponding results, the others could only stand by and observe. They were unable to unite, for the land was already teeming with pig-headed scouts. Any movement from a fortress would swiftly attract the attention of legendary pig-headed orcs accompanied by cavalry. The Golden Empire was not adept at field battles. The Orc Empire thrived in such environments. The outcome was, of course, predictable. Now, all captains tacitly adhered to an unspoken rule, awaiting the Golden Empire's rescue. Whether it was the Golden Emperor or the Grand Marshal, neither would idly watch their sole line of defense crumble. Even if they could not arrive in person, they would find a way to ensure that epic heroes were dispatched for rescue. When the heavens fall, there would be tall figures to support them. Such was the meaning of the phrase. Thus, Quinn had spent the past 3 days rather well. Each day he tended to the sheep, trained the Order Knights, and exchanged cultural insights with Hessel, occasionally practicing with his good brothers. Life was quite pleasant. However, he and Hessel had yet to take that final step, primarily due to his bashfulness. It felt wrong to consummate their relationship so soon after establishing it, which filled him with a sense of guilt. Such was the youthful reserve of a budding chef. Quinn mused that if he were more experienced, he would have acted without hesitation. "Quinn, you see, we are all mounted now," the obedient Order Knight reminded him, bowing slightly. From his gaze, it was evident that he harbored a certain fear of this new commander. While Polipo was straightforward and simply followed orders without consequence, Quinn relished in elaborate tactics. He not only expected compliance, but also demanded accountability if things went awry. The Order Knights had contemplated rebellion. Yet Quinn had issued a daring challenge. A duel, then? Just me against all of you? Bring as many as you like. If I win, you will obey. The outcome was that after the 20th Elite Knight had been bested, no one dared to defy their new commander any longer. Their sole demand was that if Quinn struck a teammate, he was not to lay a finger on them. Rising from the ground, he grasped the large horns of his siege ram, vaulting onto its back as he raised his arm triumphantly. Are the war horses ready? Let us ride out of the fortress for a stroll. Yes, the Order Knights dared not voice a single dissenting word. For any decision made by Quinn, even if it reached the captain, would only elicit a mild reprimand. However, Quinn's fists, when directed at them, were undeniably painful and formidable. Especially regarding his amicable relationship with the military physician, he does not fear being beaten to death, not even by the terrifying method of using fists while simultaneously disinfecting with iodine. Fear not. The Leopard Man troops have already been routed by the commander. We are merely circling the fortress and will not stray beyond the miraculous range. Upon hearing these words, the Order Knights breathed a sigh of relief. For they dreaded hearing Quinn suggest departing to support the commander. If it is merely a matter of running a few laps around the fortress, that is quite acceptable. Consider it a leisurely outing. Although the new commander is somewhat unreliable, he has equipped the war horses with excellent stirrups and saddles, proving unexpectedly convenient and useful. The Golden Empire's cavalry may be few, but they are not devoid of steeds. Such necessities, when there is a demand, pose no challenge in the face of the extraordinary production capabilities of the superhumans. Yet, possessing steeds becomes a significant issue when horsemanship does not keep pace. The Orcs' cavalry skills derive from the deep bond they share with their mounts. These steeds, treated as family, instinctively comprehend their master's intentions with a mere gesture. If we consider the average combat capability of the Golden Empire's cavalry, where the horse and rider combined yield a mere 1.5 from an average of 11, the Wildboar Knights, comprising long-fanged boars and pig-headed men, averaging 0.8, can achieve a formidable 2. However, once saddled, the compatibility between knight and steed escalates dramatically, allowing even moderately skilled human cavalry to contend with the pig-headed warriors. Of course, this comparison of imagined combat prowess remains far from reality. The elite Wildboar Knights alone pose a significant challenge. Their steeds possess bloodlines of magical creatures, yet a mere bump from an elite long-haired boar could send a poor horse flying. One need only reference Lily and the Horse King to understand. The crisp sound of hooves kicked up dust as the orderly ranks, led by the great sheep, began to accelerate around the fortress. How wonderful! I too wish to ride a great horse. Lily stood atop the city wall, gazing dreamily below, murmuring to herself. But soon, she was met with the commander's emphatic retort. Last time I wasn't watching, you nearly killed that horse. It was its own fault for being useless. Claiming to be the strongest steed, I barely used any force. Covering her head and crouching down in a feeble defense, Lily would not admit that it was her own strength that was excessive. Next time, I shall have Quinn keep an eye on you. Should you act out of line, I shall have him give you a good thrashing. Quinn made me a little cake yesterday. He is far too fond of me to hit me. Then I shall handle it personally. The commander's large hand grasped Lily's head, lifting her effortlessly. A woo! Below, Quinn glanced at the two squabbling knights atop the wall, unsure of their antics. Everyone, form ranks, with me as the tip of the spear. Raise your lances and charge. The rumbling of breaths, the clashing of metal, and the pounding of hooves resonated as the magically blooded steeds, bearing the weight of 200-kilogram knights, despite their small number of 50, created a momentum akin to a 1,000-strong army. The armored cavalry was beginning to take shape. Chapter 64. The leader dusk. Dinner is served. Clad only in shorts and an apron, Quinn stood at the entrance, counting the Order Knights as they entered. These individuals, enjoying a status akin to nobility, lined up orderly to enter the mess hall. 5 to a table, with 4 dishes and a soup. Quinn's culinary skills need no elaboration, especially with the capable Hessel at hand. Once he prepared a dish and had Hessel record the recipe, he could prepare 50 portions within a minute, given the ingredients were at the ready. The desire for sustenance is often humanity's foremost impulse after ensuring survival. Potato stew with beef, stir-fried asparagus, egg custard, corn cakes, and crucian carp soup. His spontaneous culinary creations tantalized the Order Knight's palates, distorting their taste buds into a quin-shaped form. Compared to the monotonous fare of meat, fries, lettuce, and fruit, these colorful and flavorful dishes were undoubtedly the most exquisite they had ever tasted. Surely, even the royal palace could not serve better, especially now, as Quinn transformed from the stern figure of the day into a jovial young man. Devoid of the airs of a commander, ready to address both training queries and personal matters with ease. Many Order Knights even invited him to explore the city within the fortress, to experience the nocturnal revelries of the nobility. However, due to Hessel's attentive presence, he politely declined. This particular group of Order Knights, resigned to their aspirations of legendary elevation, aimed merely to bide their time, earn some coin, and retire in tranquility. Nevertheless, this was their life philosophy. They still committed wholeheartedly to their duties. In just 3 short days, the new commander had fully embraced his role, seamlessly integrating with the Order Knights both in literal and figurative senses. After a lively dinner, entertainment commenced. Everyone, quiet down. Standing high, Quinn interrupted the raucous chatter below, untying his apron to reveal the remaining family crest. I shall commence my performance. Ultimate water gun. Summer splash A. With a puff, he unleashed a cascade of cool water that rivaled the output of a household hose, showering the air and lowering the room's temperature by a few degrees. Yet, the atmosphere only grew more fervent. Oh, incredible. Is this the power of the divine? Do it again. The entire room erupted in cheers for Quinn's display. Save for a few women who prudently stepped aside to avoid his splashes. Allow me, witness the perseverance of an Order Knight. Someone astonishingly managed to consume a bottle of Bordeaux while inverted. What tremendous fortitude. Now it is my turn. Did he always have this condition? I don't know. It seems he sustained a head injury from a rock a few years back, and he hasn't been quite the same since. Due to his noble lineage, he became the king of children, with Quinn merely being his closest attendant. In many childhood contests, Quinn could not match him, only recently becoming the victor. Fear not. I shall examine his condition. Why does it feel like Quinn must have some ailment when it's coming from Miss Hessel? Because I am a doctor. Hessel adjusted her white coat, though her legendary powers leaned towards deep crimson. As a physician, she preferred the pristine white of her coat. Gradually, the room's revelry began to wane. While Quinn's antics appeared somewhat uncouth, frolicking with the Order Knights, overall, he had committed no egregious error in a mere 3 days. He had united these elites. Hessel could not conceive of anyone else achieving such a feat. Quinn possessed a unique charisma that drew them in, compelling them to willingly obey his commands. This elite combat power undoubtedly surpassed the sheer martial pressure imposed by Polybo. The knights were no longer mere tools but true warriors with their own wills. Polybo's command could ensure a minimum level of combat efficacy, yet Quinn's leadership could elevate their potential. The knights, arm in arm, gradually exited the mess hall, straightening their posture upon seeing Hessel at the door, greeting the military physician and logistical officer respectfully. Quinn was the last to emerge, holding a food container, and cheerfully greeted the military doctor. Hey, Hessel, could you cast a cleansing spell for me? Smack. His palm struck his chest, and with a surge of legendary power, all remnants of food and moisture vanished. Vis felt a bit dazed. Did Miss Hessel just take the opportunity to touch Quinn's chest? Those 5 fingers almost twisted into a flower. Surely, he must have misinterpreted. Perhaps the cleansing spell required special gestures. I have a few matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, Vis said, carrying the still warm package as Quinn navigated through the fortress, greeted by numerous soldiers along the way. Gradually, he had attained a status within the fortress comparable to that of the 4 elite guards. Especially with his towering height of 2 meters, he was highly recognizable. Aside from the commander, he was the tallest individual within the fortress. Soon, Quinn arrived at his destination, the dormitory adjacent to the commander's home. To the medium-sized knight Polybode, this moment, the commander should be dining with Lily. The bountiful portions provided by Hessel were more than sufficient for both of these voracious eaters. Thus, Polybo was temporarily left unattended. Hence, Quinn brought his homemade dinner to check on this good colleague. After centuries of genetic optimization, the appearance of the Golden Empire's nobility was consistent. silver-haired handsome men and silver-haired beautiful women. As evidenced by the cluster of order knights earlier, now he would finally behold Polybo's visage. With a decisive push, Quinn opened the door, grinning as he entered with the food container. "Good brother Polybo. Ive brought dinner to check on you. How is your injury? Should I call Hessel to attend to you?" Seemingly reluctant to reveal his injured form to his usual rival, Polybo shrank into the covers. Until Quinn playfully elbowed him as he usually did. Yikes! The figure beneath the blankets leaped from the bed as if startled by a wild beast. Chapter 65. Impossible to be a woman. The dim light enveloped the room like a delicate veil, softly shrouding the entirety. A small beast curled into a ball trembled in the corner of the room, appearing pitiable, helpless, and easily bullied. Upon witnessing the scene, Quinn revealed a mischievous grin and immediately seized the entire figure, blanket and all. The sensation was amiss. Gently placing the blanket back upon the bed, Quinn forcefully yanked it away, revealing a woman's head. Her silvery tresses cascaded around the pillow in disarray, her crimson lips pressed together, glistening with unshed tears, her brows and eyes exuding a pitiful sorrow. It seemed she bore the most unjust treatment in the world. Yet she had to endure, silently accusing Quinn with her seemingly articulate gaze. However, the man's expression instantly turned frigid, and he seized her by the chin. "Who the hell are you? Where have you hidden my good brother Polybo? Speak!" Wailing, "You're gripping my mouth, I can't say anything." With a swift mental shift, the clever Quinn donned an expression of sudden realization. "Oh, I see. You must be Polybo's girlfriend. That's why you're in his bed." Although he released his grip, the woman felt as if an invisible force had tightened around her throat at his words. "Your actions render me mute. Your speech leaves me speechless." Yet, upon reflection, it seemed this was precisely the kind of thing Quinn would say. In her perception, Quinn was immensely powerful yet not particularly astute, often resorting to violence without a second thought. It was hardly surprising he would formulate such a notion. Convincing herself to believe Quinn's absurdity became unexpectedly simple. A somewhat forced smile crept across her face as she awkwardly chuckled, affirming the man's claim. "Ha, ha, indeed. I am Polybo's girlfriend. Lord Polybo instructed me to warm the bed." The last two words were uttered through gritted teeth, her eyes betraying a venomous glare directed at Quinn, as if she wished to sink her teeth into him. Ignoring her seething gaze, Quinn pointed at the food box on the table and commanded, "This is the food I brought for Polybo. If you dare to steal even a bite, I'll break your legs." Slap, slap. His rough palm struck her face mercilessly, forcing her to adjust her position in an attempt to evade such humiliation. "Why, yes, I will certainly deliver it to Lord Polybo." She struggled to catch her breath, veins bulging on her forehead, her entire body trembling. This scoundrel truly deserves a fate worse than death. Subsequently, Quinn surveyed her from head to toe with a disdainful expression, spitting out, "And remember, if you're going to warm the bed for him, do it properly and don't wander around, understood? Otherwise, I'll make Polybo break up with you. He is my best friend." It was becoming unbearable. The urge to explode was overwhelming. Fortunately, Quinn did not linger, seemingly sensing that a lone man and woman in a room might lead to undesirable implications. He quickly turned and left, leaving the woman in the room, faint echoes of his voice drifting in from outside. Is Polybo really so tasteless? How could he take such an ugly creature as his girlfriend? I'll kill him. I must kill him. I absolutely must kill him. But at that moment, the woman found herself powerless, only able to retrieve a pink diary from beneath her pillow, gritting her teeth as she began recording the day's events. She would forever remember this moment. As Quinn exited the room, he pinched his cheeks, controlling his facial expression to prevent laughter from escaping. Once he felt Polybo would not hear, he finally burst into uncontrollable laughter. She was simply too amusing. He had merely concocted a tale on a whim, and she had actually believed it. No, Quinn felt an overwhelming desire to share this delightful revelation with someone immediately. Hessel was off the list. They had a good relationship, but Hessel would find such news tedious. Melis was also unsuitable. These two were alike in their lack of humor. What about his good buddy Weiss? The captain, or Lily? Never mind. Let us exclude Lily and Weiss as well. Children should not be privy to adult conversations. He only needed to find the captain to share this amusing tidbit. Just then, a passing order knight noticed Quinn trembling on the roadside and approached with concern. "My Lord Quinn, do you need me to contact Lord Hezzel?" "No, no. I merely recalled something quite amusing." "Wait, are you implying I'm unwell?" "Ah, ha ha, how could that be? Lord Quinn is in perfect health." "Humph." With a glare that could intimidate, Quinn scared off the order knight, straightening his expression and attire as he made his way to the captain's conference room. With a resounding slap, he flung open the door to the captain's meeting room just as he had with Hezzelist. "Captain, guess what I just discovered?" The captain, seated before a sand table and wearing a grave expression, relaxed upon seeing Quinn enter. He waved his hand, obscuring the traces on the sand table, and inquired with curiosity, "What has brought such joy to your face? Belibo is a woman. I couldn't tell her original voice with that helmet on." "Uve only just realized this? That's why I told you not to bully her. She used to think her voice lacked authority, so Hezzel crafted a voice-changing helmet for her, which he has worn ever since." "I thought it was something significant," the captain scoffed, finding Quinn's revelation mundane. However, what Quinn had to share was far from simple. "I am Belibo's girlfriend." "Then you must warm the bed well." The man animatedly recounted the events that had transpired, causing the captain to burst into uncontrollable laughter. His hands, resembling fans, struck the table with such force that it quivered, and he leaned closer to Quinn, asking in a hushed voice, "Did Belibo truly say that?" Quinn nodded, his gaze sincere to the utmost degree. "Absolutely true." "Ha ha ha ha. When you go to care for her next, make sure you do not reveal that you know she is a woman. I want to see what happens when she dons armor in a few days." The captain stifled his laughter, nodding gravely, as he too was curious to witness how Belibo would present herself. "Ha ha ha ha. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh. Quinn, I'm going to die laughing. You truly are a genius, ah ha ha ha." Quinn and the captain shared a hearty laugh together. Yet, amidst the deep, gravelly male tenor of the captain, Quinn began to sense something unsettling. An uncontrollable thought crept into his mind. "The helmet? It can change voices. Stop." He shook his head, trying to dismiss the terrifying notion. It seemed utterly impossible. If the captain were a woman, would she not be a 2.5-meter tall gorilla? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 66. The meeting crisis. The captain is a commendable leader. This is not mere self-praise. It is a widely acknowledged fact. In battle, he leads from the front, never skimping on military funds, possessing no bad habits, and exuding a friendly demeanor. His greatest pastime is bullying Belibo, Lily, and Quinn. Even now, the captain has not passed the burdens of leadership onto others, choosing instead to shoulder the weight alone. A half hour ago, the Nightlight Fortress received word in the capital of the Golden Empire. There were no signs of any epic warriors making their way to the Crystal Front. With less than 5 years remaining until the next succession of the Golden Emperor, none wished to leave this vortex at such a critical juncture. They held each other's secrets tightly, playing a game of chess with both visible and hidden pieces. However, if epic warriors were carelessly moved from the military, it could incite unrest in other regions. The moment the presence of the Legion commander dissipated, opposing epic-level warriors would descend. Even a mere few hours would suffice for them to obliterate their targets. Moreover, in less than half a month, the Crystal Fortress, the very heart of the entire defensive line, would lose its miraculous protection, rendering it incapable of withstanding the onslaught of numerous legendary pigmen. 5 commanders were gravely injured and unable to fight. The pigman Hetralu had become the strongest legendary hero within the current Crystal Front. Despite only possessing 4 legendary powers, the first pigman hero to charge in from the border, Hetralu, had acquired his 4th legendary ability. No one knew what that ability was, but everyone understood that no commander could defeat him in a one-on-one confrontation. Even the Order Fortress Knight commander, who had already attained the 5th legendary power, would struggle. At the legendary level, the disparities among races diminished significantly. Aside from those rare magical creatures born with legendary capabilities, even high-ranking beastmen like the Tiger Men would not dare claim they could defeat pigmen of the same rank. A simple comparison of the difficulty of attaining legend could confirm the strength of both sides. Hetralu was not fighting alone. Within his legend, there existed a group or a skill capable of enhancing his subordinates. This was distinct from the standard miracles of the god of war. That particular legend enabled elite pigman cavalry to withstand the powers of legendary heroes and inflict damage upon them. At least 5 Knight Commanders would be required to defeat Hetralu, who currently held 4 legendary powers. Yet, the Pigment side boasted 6 legends. Nearly every one of them could contend against more than 2 Knight Commanders. No, not merely 6. The Lizardmen and Dog-Headed Men had yet to reveal all their legendary heroes and could strike from the shadows at any moment, coupled with the fact that the movements of each fortress were being monitored. Any side that dared to act would face annihilation. Under such preconditions, how could victory be achieved? The Knight Commander of the Nightlight Fortress could not conceive it, nor could the commanders of other fortresses, let alone the commander of the Thorn Spear Fortress. How could they possibly prevail? Perhaps they should take Bilibbo and the others and flee first. As the Orc army approaches, the entire fortress is destined for a bloodbath. The following day, the Sunny Commander gazes in astonishment at Bilibbo, who was present at the meeting. The original plan was for her to rest for another 10 days or so. However, for reasons unknown, early in the morning, Lily was sent to summon Heezer to assist with her recovery, prompting her arrival in the conference room before the morning assembly commenced. The commander said nothing, merely inquired about matters with the Order Knights as usual before disbanding the meeting. Bilibbo, unable to contain herself, implored the commander, "Commander, please reinstate me as the commander. That man has no understanding of what it means to lead. Oi, Bilibbo, have you not been taught a lesson in 3 days? Are you itching for another?" It had been previously stated that Quinn was an advocate of gender equality. Regardless of gender, he would not hesitate to discipline either. Thus, he effortlessly lifted Bilibbo by the back of her armor. Akin to grasping a hen, Lily was the chick, while Bilibbo was the hen, and their textures were distinctly different. Despite being restrained, Bilibbo remained defiant, continuing to plead with the commander. The position of commander is beyond his capacity. "It is my duty and responsibility. I refuse. Ask the commander and see whose decisions are flawed." Observing the two squabbling and shifting the focus onto himself, the commander scratched his head, caught in a dilemma. If he chose Quinn, it would be an affront to Bilibbo's diligent contributions over the years. Yet if he opted for Bilibbo, he would feel uncomfortable about outright lying. After all, Quinn had been recognized by his own legend. While Bilibbo had yet to receive acknowledgement from the most rational commander in her legendary liberated state, in such a state, the commander was frighteningly calm, and his decisions were undoubtedly sound. Thus, the current state of the Knights was hardly composed. "Quinn, do not take on the role of commander. Shortly, we shall compete in a relay race with the Lambs. You and the Lamb will form one team, while Lily and I will form another. Let us see who can outrun the fortress." "Huh? What do you want from me?" The drowsy knight raised his head, only to bump into Bilibbo's abdomen. A sharp sound rang out. The bones, still not fully healed, showed signs of fracturing once more. Nevertheless, Bilibbo maintained a cold smirk, lifting her trembling arm above her head to strike a victorious pose at Quinn. Quinn, not one to indulge her, retaliated with a punch to her stomach, satisfied with the sound of a fracture, and then tossed her back to Heezer. "We can play the relay race anytime. But what if the Order Knights do not heed your commands?" "Humph, you've only commanded them for 3 days. I have led them for 3 years. Whose orders do you think they will follow? Do you really need to remind me?" Smack! A delicate yet forceful hand struck Bilibbo's helm, with an expression of indifference. Heezer pressed her heated fingers against the knight's chin, uttering a gentle yet terrifying admonishment. "Do not move while I treat you, or I shall make you my experimental subject." After being warned by the military medic, Bilibbo resembled a child caught by their mother. Though her posture was ungraceful, the stubborn fire in her eyes burned fiercely. It was only when Heezer set her fractured bone and applied a swift recovery spell that she was released. Immediately after, she seized Quinn by the ear and began to spin him around. "You may have beaten her to a pulp, but should you dare to fracture Bilibbo's bones again, I shall twist your ear off. Understand?" Why yes, understood. After her ascension to legend, Heezer's temper seemed to have worsened. Fortunately, she only displayed her bad temper towards Quinn and not towards herself. The commander and Lily both breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they were not the targets. Only Quinn understood that Heezer's tight grip was a form of retribution for his earlier heavy-handedness. Of course, Quinn's grip was not on the ear. He had specifically targeted the meteor areas. Thanks to Chiron from the Holy Yuan Palace, who had sent the urging talisman, Chapter 67. The power struggle. The Order Knights, who had just been dismissed, were summoned again at the sound of a command. 50 knights stood in formation, dutifully accepting the scrutiny of their new and old leaders. Polybo observed this batch, who appeared no different from 3 days prior, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. No matter how formidable Quinn's combat abilities were, his importance within the fortress paled in comparison to her own. Unless one reached the legendary status, a mere elite could not sway the tide of battle. It was individuals like her, possessing wisdom, who were the most vital in the theater of war. First squad, second squad, commenced live drills. The elite squad was divided into 5 teams, each consisting of 10 members. Now, Polybo intended to exercise her command authority. Just as the Order Knights were about to spring into action, they found themselves under the scrutiny of a pair of eyes that seemed to mock yet threaten. Those eyes held little emotion, only a palpable intimidation that conveyed the message. Move, and you shall face the consequences. Alarmed, several seasoned veterans quickly realized. The new and old leaders were vying for control. Oh, in just 3 days, have you forgotten my existence? Barrow stepped forward. Polybo, observing the unmoving elite below, drew her longsword and pointed it at the most senior Order Knight. Yet even with the sword poised at his throat, the knight named Barrow made no move. Quinn might host a banquet after dinner, but that did not mean he would hesitate to exert force. According to the Empire's laws, Polybo could never behead herself. At most, she would receive a few punches. But Quinn was different. He knew the human body's vital points and weaknesses. Being suspended and whipped for half an hour would not kill her, but it would indeed hurt. And the humiliation would be real. Just the other morning, a troublemaker had been whipped for an hour, crying out in pain, but when Heezer cast a healing spell, the previous agony felt like a mere illusion. Yet it remained etched in memory. After such a beating, who would dare to resist? More brutal than Polybo, yet more amiable. The contradictory aspects coalesced within a single individual. When he was brutal, none dared to approach. When he was affable, he could unite the hearts of all. That it was as if this man, a demon capable of manipulating the souls of the Order Knights, found the greatest pleasure in playing with them. Even when the sword's sheath struck Barrow's helm, his resolve did not waver. Rather than endure a beating from the human Polybo, it was far wiser to avoid provoking the demon-like Quinn. Thud, as expected. Polybo did not sever his head but instead angrily kicked him in the stomach. Still not fully recovered, Barrow merely fell to the ground without any resistance. Polybo understood. The other party dared not offend her. But even more so, they could not provoke Quinn. That guy had employed a special method to ensure his intimidation surpassed hers. Commander, please announce the orders to them. I have resumed my position, and if you... Quinn seized her head with one hand, and Polybo's words were caught in her throat. The commander cast her aside. The meaning was clear. If Polybo could not resolve such a situation on her own and needed the commander to issue orders, there was no need for her to become the commander. If she had to rely on the commander every time, the position of commander would be rendered utterly meaningless. The commander leaned in and quietly asked Quinn, "Hey, you, how did you manage to achieve this in just a few days? These Order Knights are as docile as lambs before wolves. I am harsher than Polybo. I see." The commander clapped his hands, his expression transforming into one of realization. Polybo, of course, overheard Quinn's words but disagreed. "Hey, what are you all standing around for? Did you not hear Commander Polybo ordering you to commence live drills? Move it." Silence enveloped the scene, yet the clattering of armor began to resonate. None dared to step forward to break the stalemate between the two. "Polybo, good buddy, I just remembered, today's quota hasn't been fulfilled yet. Has it? Does what just happened in the conference room not count?" The stubborn glint in Polybo's eyes finally began to waver. She clutched her still healing injury, closed her eyes, steeled her heart, and stood before Quinn, shouting, "Let us duel." "Eh? What?" With a swift motion, Quinn lifted her entirely, as if handling a rag doll, placing her beside the commander. "Today, I shall let you off. The power of command lies with me. Once you are healed, we shall engage in a contest, and you may attempt to wrest this honor from my grasp using your abilities." Having spoken, the man turned and departed, his grand insignia fluttering in the sunlight and dust. Raising his right fist above his head, all eyes were drawn to that powerful arm, their focus converging upon it. "All troops, halt your actions. To the training grounds. We shall practice horsemanship in the conference room." "Wah, Lily, Quinn is bullying me." I am the commander. I am the commander. The large knight and the small knight squatted beside the flailing Polybo, mimicking her actions as they scratched their heads and exchanged glances. Polybo can throw a tantrum too. Lily had thought only the commander and she herself would sulk, feeling it was more severe than having her cake pilfered by the commander. It was the first time the commander witnessed this. It appeared Polybo had indeed been heavily bullied by Quinn. Yet, for her, this was also a form of training. When she had first arrived at the border fortress, Polybo was merely a 16-year-old girl. Without the unique vocation of Hessel, without Lily's formidable talent, and without Maris's extraordinary swordsmanship, all she possessed was a fervent spirit and the unwavering confidence to grow stronger. It was only through her trials that she realized the vast chasm separating the elite. Back then, the commander, who was also an elite like her, donned his armor and effortlessly outmatched her, much like Quinn does now. Soon after, the commander transcended to legendary status during battle, wielding power that rivaled 3 legendary forces, ultimately becoming the leader of the fortress's Knight Brigade. Meanwhile, Polybo had to tread a different path, honing her skills in combat strategy, even if her combat prowess could not match the other 3 elite guards. She yearned to excel in other aspects, yet now, a mere ugly man has usurped her position. How could this not sadden Polybo? Do not weep, Polybo. I have some cotton candy that Quinn made for me yesterday. Look, it's in a small box. It won't get squished. Is it delicious? It is. After consuming an entire box of cotton candy while feeling aggrieved, Polybo glanced at the small knight, who looked at her with an expression of concern, and suddenly recalled what she had just said. Who made this? Quinn. He'll also make me lollipops and many other treats. Woo-woo. Polybo, why are you crying again? I won't give you cotton candy anymore. Chapter 68. The reason for training in horsemanship, Commander. What should I do? Polybo was not without her own insights. The reactions of the elite knights made it clear that Quinn's control over them far surpassed her own, even when he simply stood across from them. They were compelled to heed his expression. The commander stroked Polybo's head, offering comfort. That fellow is quite cunning. It is entirely normal for you to be outmatched by him. After all, you possess many qualities that rival his. Really? Polybo lifted her head, a hint of anticipation in her tone. At that moment, having removed her helmet, her tear-streaked face looked pitiful, silver strands clinging to her temples as she sobbed softly. Even Lily felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing her. You've eaten too much. How infuriating, Polybo. Of course it's true. For example, silence enveloped the air, and the atmosphere grew tense. Seeing the commander at a loss for words, Polybo assumed it was because he found her virtues too numerous to mention, prompting her to encourage him. Commander, in what ways am I superior to Quinn? What can I do that he cannot? Bearing children? Whoa-wah-wah! Polybo cried even louder. Calm down, Polybo. Think about it. How do we engage in battle? Isn't it about exploiting our strengths against the opponent's weaknesses? Just consider. I can't think of anything. Former commander of the Order Knights, Polybo felt as though her life had reached an impasse. The commander and Lily were utterly unreliable. She resolved to seek out Hessel. Not long ago, Hessel had spoken ill of Quinn, and recently her attitude toward him had soured significantly, almost leading to physical confrontations, which Quinn had to endure. Surely, she must have a way to deal with Quinn. Raise your weapons, do not move, secure your arms properly. This should be simple for you. Under the blazing sun, Quinn adjusted the stances of 50 Order Knights one by one. With stirrups and saddles, horsemanship for these elites was merely a matter of acclimatization to their steeds. Each of them was like a miniature superhero, capable of lifting immense weights, even if they fell from their mounts. The most they would suffer would be a bruise, recovering before sunset. Thus, although the Order Knights found Quinn's methods somewhat perplexing, they dared not complain. They initially thought it was just a new leader's fervor. But Quinn's demeanor indicated he was genuinely intent on ensuring they mastered horsemanship. The Golden Empire had few cavalrymen. 90% were foot soldiers mounted for quick mid-range support, rarely used for long-distance engagements. It was not that the Golden Empire could not afford cavalry, but rather their cavalry was of poor quality, lacking exceptional steeds. The Crystal Defense Line faced an enemy that was the only cavalry power in the world. In a cavalry clash, a single elite-born knight could overpower them. The best strategy was to keep them at bay with pikes and walls. However, if they engaged the boar knights on horseback, 50 Order Knights would be sent fleeing by just 30 Boar Knights. Many understood this reality. Many also knew that Quinn was aware of it. Yet no one dared to inquire. Quinn certainly had his plans. Riding atop a sheep, stroking its head, the commander closed his eyes, savoring the moisture in the air. He too was training, though no one knew it. Summer's refreshing splash, with legendary power already at his disposal. He could slightly unleash the skill's potential. Besides serving as a makeshift fountain, it also significantly enhanced his attack power. Physical strength and miraculous power constituted Quinn's current two forms of attack damage. The skills representing physical strength included Beastly Bull, Caged Beast, and Robust, while those representing miraculous power included Dragon Strike and Summer's Refreshing Splash. Physical strength served as a buff, whereas miraculous power functioned as an output skill. The two could stack, much like how the commander had once used his fists to execute Dragon Strike, directly slaying legendary heroes. However, Quinn was not capable of this yet. He could not fully harness the legendary power within him. Using his fists recklessly might lead to self-injury. Thus, he had to rely on weapons to manifest it. Nonetheless, the damage difference was negligible. He contemplated merging his thrice-daily Dragon Strike and Summer's Refreshing Splash, utilizing legendary power to unleash Dragon Strike, while integrating Water Attribute Chakra into the Spiral Sphere. He was distracted. He needed to merge the power of Summer's Refreshing Splash into Dragon Strike to unleash a more formidable force capable of penetrating the defenses of legendary heroes. Based on his last ambush against the Leopard Man legend, his Dragon Strike would likely be countered barehanded. Despite the commander's flattering words that Dragon Strike wielded power comparable to a minor legendary miracle, in reality Quinn, having just grasped this power, could only produce damage comparable to a legendary hero's basic attack. If the opponent were aware and ready to defend or unleash their legendary miracle, it would be rendered ineffective. Just like the first Leopard Man Quinn faced, whose legendary miracle effortlessly nullified Quinn's skill, inflicting no damage whatsoever. This left Quinn, accustomed to the elite's dynamics, feeling exceedingly out of place. When he acquired Nameless Flow, he could counter elite foes, yet now, even with several skills augmenting himself, he could only match a foe's basic attack. It was deeply frustrating. Therefore, he could not place all his hopes on this archer system, for he was unaware of what skills might arrive next. Moreover, time was of the essence. Quinn gazed up at the sky. The sun hung in the horizon, illuminating the land, yet failing to warm the chill within his heart. The news of the Nightlight Fortress Knights commander could only be relayed through Hessel, arriving each night with the moon's ascent, and when conveyed to the commander, the military doctor would casually mention it to her bedmate. Thus, Quinn understood the current situation, yet felt utterly powerless. He knew a cavalry confrontation was inevitable, as none of the remaining 19 knight commanders wished to sit idly by. He could only, in this final stretch of time, exhaust all his knowledge to refine these elite knights in horsemanship. Subsequently, he would charge forth as the vanguard against the elite Boar Knights. Another source of distress was the score released today. 6. 9. I counted them one by one. 47 5-star ratings. Even accounting for the few negative reviews hidden by the officials, there were only 3 or 4. How could such an absurd score be possible? It was excruciating. Chapter 69. Distracted. The current time was dusk. Quinn had left Hessel's office some time ago. Hessel, please, tell me Quinn's weaknesses, or help me subdue him. Give him a good slap. The former knight commander was wholly focused on uncovering Quinn's vulnerabilities. Her attention fixed on Hessel's face, that icy visage, perpetually wearing an expression as if others owed her money, almost seemed to smile at that moment. Suppressing her laughter with legendary power, Hessel lifted Polibo. Although both were elite guards, their relationship was not particularly close, primarily because Hessel had always worn an unapproachable expression since Polibo was a child, making the young Polibo hesitant to engage. Over time, their relationship settled somewhere between close friends and mere acquaintances. Perhaps it would be more accurate to describe it as that of a stern teacher and a struggling, introverted student. Please. When Polibo made her pleading face, even Hessel couldn't help but turn her head away. Her long, flowing hair, reminiscent of a waterfall, appeared slightly disheveled at that moment, with strands dampened by sweat clinging to her almost translucent cheeks. Her once bright and lively eyes were now filled with grievances and reluctance, tears swirling in her eyes, on the verge of spilling over. and her long, curled eyelashes glistened with moisture, each one distinct. The cherry-hued lips quivered, having lost their former luster, resembling a rose battered by frost. Only Quinn would dare to be so ruthless towards such a beauty, that insensitive beast. Yet, this version of Quinn could indeed be beneficial for her. Hessel? Hessel? Have you lost your focus? She was not lying, in fact. The dangers facing the entire Crystal Defense line paled in comparison to the importance of her current thoughts. Those were matters for the Empire to ponder. Having ascended to legendary status, she naturally possessed means to lead a small contingent to safety beyond the borders. At the very least, her kin would not stand idly by while she perished on the battlefield. From the records of the Goddess of Abundance, she had witnessed the demise of numerous civilizations, and the closer one drew to a change of dynasties, the more tumultuous the times became. Some sacrifices were inevitable. Just as the flourishing of civilization was a certainty, ultimately, the role of the Dancer of Abundance was not one of bloodshed, but rather that of a guiding pioneer and beacon of civilization. Historically, among the devotees of the Goddess of Abundance, those who became epic heroes were all sanctified beings. The 7 legendary achievements merely attested to one's prowess. To attain the status of an epic hero, one must comprehend the weight of the term abundance. Among the many nations in the South, there existed a realm founded by an epic hero of the Dancer of Abundance vocation. Although it lacked a mythic hero to govern, it maintained amicable relations with several vast empires. This was not due to the rarity of his profession, but rather because, long ago, he had resolved a famine in an empire at the cost of his own life. The king of the rescued empire knelt before this saint in the presence of all his officials, sincerely expressing gratitude for saving his people. That king was a mythic hero, having once slain a fallen priest. Even in myth, he was renowned. Hessel, you've drifted off again. Do not fret, child. The divine shall provide you with answers. Alas, how irritating. Why is it that both of them are so unreliable? Polypo felt distressed but could only suppress her frustration. For if she were to vent her feelings, the blows she had thus far avoided might very well be redirected towards Hessel. Just after departing from Hessel's office, Polypo encountered Quinn, at that moment. He was holding a boxed meal, evidently identical in style to yesterday's. Is he here to deliver me lunch? How does he know I'm with Hessel? Is he following me? 3 questions sprang to her mind as Polypo cautiously distanced herself from Quinn. No good deed goes unpunished. Yet Quinn merely cast her a glance, circumvented her, and pushed open the door to Hessel's office. Shortly thereafter, Polypo overheard their conversation. Hessel, I've brought your dinner. Himph, how fortuitous of you to arrive. Is there no banquet today? How disgusting. But since you went out of your way to bring it, I suppose I shall give it a try. Hessel, do not take it too far. I specifically brought you dinner. Ah, Polypo hid outside the room, stifling her laughter. That detestable fellow finally got his comeuppance. Well done, Hessel. But why does Quinn's groaning sound somewhat different from what she had imagined? Could it be that Hessel was too heavy-handed? Ha! That annoying brat has finally met his match. Chapter 70. Starlight Conference in the dead of night. A shooting star streaked across the sky. Hessel, deep in slumber, suddenly opened her eyes wide, raising her hand in a sweeping motion. The power of legend surged forth, transforming into a pale white luminescence that shot towards the heavens, capturing a message which she inscribed onto paper, becoming intel from the Nightlight Fortress. The miracle has been restored. The meeting shall commence. This was a record existing solely within clandestine intelligence. Each fortress's council chamber bore the imprint of the Nightlight Fortress Knight Commander's legend, capable of uniting 20 fortresses through starlight and moonlight, forming a realm independent of this world, simultaneously projecting the images and sounds of the council chambers of the 20 fortresses. Conveying information was merely one of the effects of this legendary miracle. This was one of the 4 legendary miracles possessed by the 134-year-old Knight Commander of the Nightlight Fortress, who was also the longest-serving fortress commander. Even the current Legion commanders were his juniors. With such legendary miracles, the Nightlight Fortress naturally stood as the safest rear guard. Once the commander entered the council chamber, they would step into the liberated legend, connecting the 20 council chambers situated 10 miles apart at the closest, and nearly 100 miles at the furthest. With a rustle, clad in a dark red robe and carrying the soundly sleeping Quinn, Hessel soared swiftly through the sky, plucking individuals from a street one by one. Commander, Lily, Polypo, Melis. She then tossed all 5, including Quinn, into the commander's council chamber. Aside from Polipo, who flailed helplessly in midair, frightened by the dizzying heights, the other 4 landed smoothly. Silence enveloped the room. Even Quinn, the most loquacious among them, had sealed his lips, for upon entering the chamber, their perspectives had already shifted. In the profound darkness, only the stars flickered. The boundaries seemed woven from ethereal azure nebulae, with intricate patterns flowing across the ground. Moving as if alive, the commander took a seat at the nearest position, with 5 personal guards standing behind, awaiting the arrival of the remaining fortress commanders. This was the chair of the Thorn Spear Fortress Council Chamber. Yet, as the projection unfolded, it appeared to be constructed from countless grains of silver starlight, cascading from the distant sky to converge here. One by one, other fortress commanders arrived with their personal guards. Several heavily armored knights taking their seats. They varied in height, yet their armor bore the same design, soon filling the room's chairs, leaving only one seat vacant, the position of the Steel Fire Fortress Knight Commander, who was currently in audience with the God of Order. Gazes were drawn towards the commander's side, particularly upon Quinn and Hessel. They could sense that the woman was also a legendary hero, and that the man bore the power of legend as well. 3 legends. No wonder the Thorn Spear Fortress Commander, possessing only 1 legend, could defeat 3 legendary orc heroes with almost 0 casualties during the orc siege. Recently, 2 elite warriors had ascended to legend, perfectly assisting in repelling the 3 legendary orcs. The Thorn Spear Commander was indeed fortunate. In contrast, the other 2 besieged fortress commanders suffered heavier losses. One lost an arm, while the other half of his troops. They were not weak, but their intelligence had previously leaked, exposing them to the orcs and making them targets. Otherwise, both would likely have escaped unscathed, as all were gathered. The Nightlight Commander raised a hand in signal and began to speak slowly. My informants within the Empire conveyed to me through miraculous means. Order Watcher, Cecilia, refused to provide support on the grounds of past confrontations with the Dark Elves and Demons of the Azure Ancient Forest. Citing lingering wounds, Golden Dragon King, Drago, declined support under the pretense of guarding the dragon's tomb. God of Battle, Rigula, refused due to his duties, finding it inconvenient to move. Giant King, Claire, turned down assistance, claiming inability to contend with foreign epic heroes. The 3 kings, Ralph, Raymond, and Redal, stated they had yet to master the power of legend and thus could not provide support. His voice bore a weight of disillusionment towards the nation he had served for over a century. No, he still held respect. Having gazed upon the glory of the Golden Emperor and the Grand Marshal, he possessed an almost obsessive faith in those 2 pinnacle figures of the pyramid, dedicating his life to the Empire. Yet towards those 5 epic heroes, he could not muster a shred of goodwill. As Prince and Princess, they were embroiled in internal strife while external enemies invaded, nearly betraying the faith coursing through their bloodlines. The descendants of the God of Order should not behave so. The Crystal Defense, standing for centuries, would meet its demise the moment the central Crystal Fortress fell. What thoughts do you all harbor? As his words fell, 18 commanders and their personal guards murmured among themselves, assessing the situation. Only one commander, with fierce eyes, steadfastly gazed at the Nightlight Commander. Upon noticing this gaze, the Nightlight Commander nodded slightly, signaling to remain silent and patiently await the choices of the commanders and their advisors. A few remained seated in silence, merely bowing their heads, using their armor to conceal their indecisive glances. With the crystal defense breached, death was assured. Yet this was contingent upon their steadfastness at the fortress. If one were to abandon all within the fortress and flee alone, even if captured, they would merely face a few years of confinement. With their legendary identities, they would soon be re-employed by others. Gradually, most commanders in the room lifted their heads, casting resolute gazes towards the Nightlight Commander. Only 3 commanders kept their heads bowed: the Thorn Spear Fortress, the Order Fortress, and the Iron Soldier Fortress. Though they had not voiced their opinions, their stance was clear. The Order Commander, possessing 5 legendary powers, was nearly the strongest among these commanders. At this moment, his head hung low, unwilling to meet the eyes of any colleague. He had reasons more significant than faith, compelling him to abstain from this highly perilous battle. At T40, he was a noble who had previously fallen in political strife. Having struggled on the borders for over 2 decades, The only thing sustaining his will was his father and younger brother back home. Should he perish, his family, supported solely by himself in the far Western Empire, would be instantly devoured by the wolves. The Iron Soldier commander faced a similar plight, yet his situation was even more tragic. The commander hails from a lineage of sinners, having slain his royal blood wife who was illicitly consorting with a stableman. Leaving him with no choice but to seek penance at the borders, he has 2 children and a sister at home. Should he perish here, those 3 loved ones would likely meet their demise at the hands of his wife's father upon receiving news of his death. The weight of guilt for their inability to contribute weighs heavily upon them. However, the situation for the commander is markedly different. He has even severed miraculous ties with Commander Nightlight. Therefore, I shall strive to produce 2 more updates shortly. Furthermore, there is delightful news. Thanks to the efforts of my comrades last night, the book's rating has reached 7.0. A cause for celebration indeed. Much love to you all, from a 200-pound couch potato. Sending heart emojis. Chapter 71. Choice impossible. I will not allow you to partake in their plans. None of them. Hessel stood with arms crossed, his silver hair billowing wildly in the air, charged with legendary power. You have no idea what the situation is with the orcs. To recklessly charge in would be tantamount to courting death. And you, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. The pig-headed men have been preparing for this war for countless years. Each of their legendary heroes wields aggressive legendary miracles. Even a mere brush against them would mean certain death. Absolutely no exceptions. Do not entertain notions of defeating them with your meager legendary powers, which do not even compare to the lowest-tier legendary heroes. Under Hessel's threatening aura of searing flames, Quinn could only display a submissive gaze. In his mortal days, he could best the elite-level Hessel, but as an elite himself, facing a legendary Hessel, victory would be elusive even without the use of legendary miracles. Before the wrathful Hessel, the commander appeared as meek as a kitten. The towering figure of 2.5 meters bending down, wearing a conciliatory smile. But, my senior has truly taken good care of me. Were it not for him, I would have, before he could finish, Hessel interrupted with his voice. The military doctor, embodying the role of the eldest sister, held back tears in her usually icy gaze, forcing her lips into a tight line to conceal her discomfort. There is no room for choice. If even they cannot resolve this crisis, what use would your presence be? My senior saved me. I must repay him. If the crystal line falters, he too shall perish. The senior the commander referred to is the commander of the crystal line, a legendary hero renowned for slaying dragons. Should the crystal fortress fall, he would surely meet his end, especially in his current weakened state. There would be no escape for him, and he would become prey hunted by numerous legendary heroes among the pig-headed men. Should they succeed in slaying him, it would undoubtedly bolster their own legendary powers. But there is no but, unless you can acquire a second legendary power. At this pronouncement, Quinn felt the hairs on his body stand on end, as if sharing a chamber with a ferocious beast, the wild and bloodthirsty aura sweeping through the room. The commander's eyes ignited with 2 crimson lights, the surface of his armor shimmering with a scarlet aura, legendary power erupting forth explosively. His fierce gaze bore into Hessel, as if ready to consume him whole with a mere utterance. Despite the diminishment of Hessel's imposing presence, he remained undaunted. His tone softened by 3 degrees. In truth, I had no intention of going either. Because you are all my dearest family, you, young man, can only be considered half for now. Your future conduct remains to be seen. Quinn shrugged, offering a smile without uttering a word. I shall take responsibility for you all. I cannot allow you to come to harm, but my senior is equally important. Hessel, do you understand? He has saved our lives more than once. Recalling the kind, gray-bearded elder, the commander grew solemn. Quinn, Melissa, Lily, Polypo, Hessel, you all may refrain from going, but I cannot that he saved me. This statement had been reiterated thrice, each time more forceful than the last. The commander's values were simple: to repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Quinn provided the information that saved the commander, and in turn, the commander offered him a chance to ascend to elite status, arranging for Lily to protect him and taking him on as a personal guard. Therefore, having been saved by an epic-level hero, he could not treat him in the same manner. His insignificant life was the only bargaining chip he possessed. The commander's desire to flee the battlefield was not born of fear for his own life, but rather the imperative to safeguard these 5 individuals. He could not allow his family to come to harm. Yet the previous meeting had enlightened this beast. He was not the only one with a family. All 18 commanders at the fortress had families of their own. Yet none of them complained. Only the 2 commanders whose families risked dire straits had no choice but to abstain from participating in this operation. Thus, I cannot flee. Should true danger arise, I will take that step. The towering figure in armor stood upright, bending down to maintain eye contact with the woman who barely reached his chest, cautiously stroking Hessel's head, resting his helmet against her. The military doctor said nothing, tacitly accepting the commander's choice. However, she seized Quinn and Melissa by their collars. Her gaze resolute, her voice tinged with tears as she articulated her condition. These 2 absolutely cannot accompany you. That is my bottom line. Polypo and Lily need not be concerned, for they were exceptionally obedient. But Quinn and Melissa required a stern warning. One was a sword-wielding combat enthusiast, while the other was a simple yet ferocious butcher. Both possessed strength exceeding that of ordinary elites. A moment's negligence could see them caught in the gaze of a legendary hero. I know you train the cavalry to join the commander on the battlefield, but you are forbidden from going. Let Polypo lead the team to clear the edge of the orc forces. Are you truly unconcerned about the potential annihilation of our fortress's elite forces? Quinn's disdain for Polypo was unmistakable, yet the stout knight could only grit his teeth, glaring at the man in imitation of the commander. The edges would not harbor elite level-born knights. They would concentrate all their power around the crystal fortress. The commander nodded gravely, turning to Quinn with a warning. You are not to set foot on the battlefield. Remain here and practice diligently. Yes. Still in an agitated state, Hessel failed to notice these subtle exchanges, focusing solely on repairing the commander's damaged armor while reconnecting the group to the Starlight Conference. Many damages would not impede the armor's functionality, yet Hessel did not wish his carelessness to lead to disastrous consequences. Starlight Conference. Once connected to the local network, the commander raised his head, his expression solemn and serious, gazing upward at Commander Nightlight. The final glance brought a slight warmth to the heart of the old commander. Among the 17 commanders of the Crystal Line, aside from 1 heroic soul slain in battle and 2 bound by circumstances, none chose to retreat. This war was not merely an opportunity for the pig-headed men. It was equally an opportunity for the Crystal Line. To withstand the army that could breach their defenses for the first time in 5 centuries would bestow a resplendent legendary aura upon all the commanders. Chapter 72. Order Chapter Pattern. Following this, the discussion would be limited to the commanders alone. The personal guards had to exit first, awaiting the commander's departure from the Starlight Conference. After approximately half an hour, the starlight gradually dissipated, and the commander awoke from the reverie. Quinn, you stay. The rest may leave. Perhaps recalling something, the other personal guards departed, and from Polypo's sulking expression, it seemed something unfavorable had transpired. Yet Hessel cast Quinn an encouraging glance. Soon after, a beam of starlight poured into the room from an unknown angle, vibrant and gentle, as if time itself were being tinted, tranquil yet profound. This was the legendary power of Commander Nightlight. Still lingering, suggesting an unfinished mission, step forward. The commander gently pushed Quinn's shoulder, and the man, taken aback, stepped into the ethereal starlight. Sacred, imposing, majestic, words of praise could scarcely encapsulate the pure white silhouette, 3 eyes reflecting the 9-pointed star. Hovering at the zenith of the heavens, 3 pairs of plump wings casting down radiance, tenderly caressing the man. The holy contract has been established. As Quinn emerged from his moment of unconsciousness, his mind was filled with that pure white silhouette. God of order. The triangle is a stable shape. The 9-pointed star represents the ultimate power of the divine, as well as the sun and daylight. Possessing a fragment of authority over the skies, the 3 pairs of wings symbolize the crown and scepter, the body and will, rules and justice. A deluge of knowledge flooded Quinn's mind, and he finally understood what the commander had bestowed upon him just moments ago. For this was a mythic-level miraculous artifact. Although its divine power was exceedingly weak due to its uniqueness, nearly undetectable, it was indeed divine power, belonging to the pinnacle of worldly strength. Yet all powers in this realm must adhere to one rule. Miracles become ineffective in the presence of higher-level miracles. Thus, seeing that you bore no such mark, Commander Nightlight had the Holy Law Commander create one on site, using his own legend to deliver it to me. With this, you are considered 3/4 of a family member. And you have the right to learn my true name, but I shan't disclose it to you. Let us celebrate together once this mission concludes. Haha, I have longed for this moment, yet our numbers have been too few. With you included, we shall have 6 people to feast together. Quinn nodded, processing the knowledge swirling in his mind. The operation was scheduled for 3 nights hence, and he was tasked with leading 200 Order Knights, the entirety of the Order Knights from 4 fortresses, into a charge against the Orc army. I expect you to disrupt their ranks and scatter their elite forces. The rationale should be clear to you. We will hold back the legendary hero of the pig-headed folk and ensure they do not interfere with your efforts. Can you accomplish this? The man nodded. The frenzied dance, bestowed by the god of war, when augmented by sheer numbers, could nearly be considered a surge of legendary power when applied to a legendary hero. Mounted on his prize steed, Quinn could scatter 4 or 5 elite orcs who had activated the frenzied dance. Yet upon encountering 50 such boar knights, he could only choose to avoid their charge. 1 boar knight counted as 2 elites, as they rode upon a pig. Especially given the impact of cavalry on the plains, they were akin to a scythe, leaving no blade of grass untouched in their wake. The commander did not express anger this time, nor did he lose control of his emotions. All his complex feelings were swallowed down, silently lodged in his throat, in truth, once the decision was made. Foreseeing the impending consequences became far more bearable. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, I have no intention of revealing my trump card. Do you understand? Nodding. Quinn felt as if he were a mere nodding machine that evening. In truth, none could be certain if they could halt the advance, but this was the only plan they could devise. The legendary combat power at our disposal is still significantly lacking. Otherwise, you would not be entrusted with such a task. A mere rank below legendary status. However, should you succeed, it may well lead to your ascension. The commander was aware that Quinn possessed legendary power, thus designating him a legendary hero. The difficulty of obtaining a legendary miracle was equivalent to that of a legendary hero ascending to a higher legendary status. Hence, the commander's decision to involve Quinn in this mission to save the crystal line was made with this consideration in mind. As for our ultimate goal, it had yet to be disclosed in the meeting. Forbidden from leaking even a whisper, known only to the commander executing the mission. According to Commander Nightlight, should this mission succeed, it would undoubtedly turn the tide and reverse our fortunes. The commander was as excited as a child. Throwing a punch into the air with vigor, Quinn merely observed in silence, mimicking the gesture. The commander noticed his own fist was raised higher than Quinn's, and just as he intended to bend down as before. He saw Quinn standing atop the conference table, causing their fists to collide. Gazing at Quinn with a grin, the commander chuckled, his massive hands lifting Quinn as if cradling a child. You, my friend, are truly to my taste. Wait, why do you carry the scent of Hessel so strongly? What on earth have you 2 been up to? Did she beat you that badly? Quinn nodded emphatically once more. Hessel adored slapping her palms with her backside. This chapter is an additional update for the Middle School Class 2, Chapter 73. Preparation. 3 days hence, at Spiked Lance Fortress. Lily, I told you to keep an eye on the sheep and the person. Where are they? The small knight stood in the courtyard, hands fidgeting together in distress. The person? Her voice dwindled. When to find the sheep? There are only 3 living things in this courtyard. How could you lose a sheep? And the person is missing too? The little knight's brows knitted tightly, explaining in a whisper only he could hear. The commander said I should play hide and seek with the big sheep. But I can't find it anywhere. Hessel slapped her forehead. She should have realized earlier that the commander's excuse for sending her away was a ruse. All this talk about making saddles and stirrups was mere pretense. It was simply to allow Quinn to lead the charge. Brilliant. This weather, having reached 10 kilometers outside the fortress, Quinn gazed upward at the sky. As night fell, the heavens seemed shrouded by a vast gray curtain, thunderous clouds rolling in layers like surging black waves, swiftly enveloping the entire sky. The air grew increasingly heavy and humid, the oppressive atmosphere weighing upon his chest, making it hard to breathe, while the thunder crashed like a cacophony. Behind him, 50 Order Knights were fully armored, even their steeds donned in protective gear. Not just 50 knights, but gradually, hundreds more joined their ranks. Hey, You're Quinn, right? Before I saw it with my own eyes. I could never have believed someone could tame a siege ram sheep. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Rasuwa, from Earth Dragon Fortress. A heavily armored Order Knight nudged his steed alongside the ram. Initiating conversation with Quinn. Wow, brother, your little buddy is quite impressive. Just look at how robust it is. The Knight's mount had a glossy coat, sturdy limbs, and a thick mane, exhaling steam with each breath. Though not at the elite level, even ordinary soldiers would struggle to tame such a beast. Is that so? Thank you for the compliment. Hearing Quinn praise his steed brought a broad smile to Rasua's face as he gently stroked the horse's back. His eyes filled with affection. However, didn't we agree on 50? Why have you sent 400? The knight looked at Quinn quizzically, surprised that the one he was to follow into battle was unaware of such an obvious fact. Cannon fodder, they are our cannon fodder. We are the commander's cannon fodder. The commander is the Legion commander's cannon fodder, and the Legion commander is the Crystal Line's cannon fodder. It is all for the sake of this line of defense. I have no objections, but this little one is only 6 years old. It would be a pity for it to perish on the battlefield. Rasuwa spoke as though it were a matter of course. Aside from Quinn, no one believed they would survive. To charge into battle against the orc horde with cavalry? What kind of absurdity is that? Not only Rasuwa, but even many commanders harbored doubts about this aspect of the plan. Yet there was no alternative. They needed to select someone who could charge ahead of the orc cavalry, or else this plan would come to naught. Quinn was the only option besides the commanders. Earth Dragon Commander, Spiked Lance Commander, Order Commander, Steel Shell Commander. 4 commanders who had witnessed his strength vouched for him, granting him the position of vanguard of this suicide squad. No worries, just stick close behind me. Activate Order Barrier and charge forward. Don't concern yourself with anything else. I truly hope it is as simple as you say. I wish it were so. Rasuwa shrugged. He was indifferent to life and death, solely focused on unleashing all his strength for the commanders. Other fortresses had sent quite a few people. It felt like my fortress had the fewest. A.S. Quinn continued to survey the gathering forces around him. He couldn't help but express his astonishment. Rasuwa kindly explained. Your fortress doesn't raise horses. There aren't enough mounts with monster bloodlines. Ordinary steeds might tremble at the sight of elite tusked pigs, while only mounts with monster bloodlines can contend with the elite boar knights. This is the entirety of our fortress's reserves. It's a clash, not a confrontation. The inherent disadvantage in horsemanship cannot be compensated for, even with the saddles and stirrups sent from Spiked Lance Fortress. The knight leading the order from the Order Fortress was a taciturn man wielding 2 great swords, seemingly opting for a strength-based approach. But he likely couldn't match even a fraction of Quinn's one-handed might. The knight from Steel Shell Fortress was a young lad, younger than Quinn by a year, sporting a shy smile. Once all had gathered, Quinn counted the numbers. Including himself, there were exactly 800.200 elites and 800 well-trained ordinary soldiers. Yet the orc army they were to face numbered 200,000, over 190,000 ordinary boar folk and long-tusked boars, with more than 600 elite warriors among them. Such a disparity felt overwhelming. How splendid! What do you think of him? Acceptable. In the distance, 2 commanders were discussing Quinn. In the starlight meeting, the commanders could only sense the legendary power emanating from him. But now, witnessing him in reality, they discovered his legendary power was quite feeble. It was evident that there were extenuating circumstances. After Earth Dragon Commander had explained, they understood that this man had once rejected a divine blessing. While he could still be considered elite, his personal aura was already on par with the legendary. Treating him as legendary was not an overestimation. Spiked Lance Commander, what of your other legendary? She is the bountiful dancer. Lacking in combat prowess, the commander recalled how Hessel, utilizing less than half of her legendary power, had nearly obliterated an orc hero, his tone wavering with uncertainty. Logically speaking. Yet Hessel's uniqueness lay in her formidable legendary miracle. That iron furnace was pure high temperature and confinement. Even the commander himself was unsure of escaping before being turned to ash. Nevertheless, the commander was reluctant to send Hessel into battle. No, aside from her legendary miracle, she possesses no combat ability whatsoever. She would merely hinder us. The several commanders seemed to accept this rationale, acknowledging that support roles were indeed ill-suited for the battlefield. Subsequently, they turned their gazes to the horizon. At that moment, the high-hanging moon was shrouded as if someone had drawn a veil over it. There are still many family members showing me advertisements. Due to the lack of time during previous training, I will find an opportunity later to list you all. I am grateful for your willingness to spend time with me. 10 times plus one more. Let us see how long I can manage 3 updates a day. By the way, what do you think of the new cover? Chapter 74. Coping is truly wonderful. A chilling breeze sweeps across the fields as the pig-headed hero Hechelu grasps a handful of soil from the ground, allowing it to slip through his fingers. The soft, fertile earth can yield sweet, crimson fruits to nourish the hungry tribe, sustaining countless generations. This is Hechelu's aspiration, as well as the desire of all legendary heroes among the pig-headed folk. He foresaw that the Crystal Fortress must inevitably take action and understood that, with both sides' epic heroes gravely injured and unable to act, the outcome of his legendary heroes would be the pivotal factor in determining the battle's fate. He sealed the ley lines, blocked the birds and beasts, and restricted the water sources. Indeed, a place that has withstood our tribe for centuries is not easily conquered. Excluding the Crystal Fortress, there are 20 fortresses, each guarded by 50 elite warriors, a total of 1,000. Furthermore, they are not a disorganized mob. They are order knights whose strength increases with numbers. Even if some have been replaced by orcs, they still represent a formidable force, rivaling the legendary. Should they unite, Hechelu fears he may not stand a chance. This is the advantage of the human side. The advantage for the pig-headed folk lies in their powerful legendary heroes, who have allied with other tribes. Even in the face of difficulties attacking the frontline fortresses, they still boast nearly 20 legendary heroes. Thus, he needs to utilize 20 legendary heroes, including himself, to scatter these foes converging from all directions. After casting one last glance at the slumbering pig-headed epic hero Alansa, Hechelu exited the tent, gripping his weapon tightly against his chest. Brother, please bless me. As the commander, I am still far from mature. Yet I shall deliver achievements that will satisfy you. Around him, the prepared legendary heroes of the pig-headed folk cast confident glances at Hechelu. Each legendary hero spoke in turn, sharing their plans, alleviating the pressure on this pig-headed champion. I have gathered the remnants of the Black Blood tribe and formally launched an assault on the Spiked Lance Fortress. The legends of the Tooth Blade tribe are willing to charge at the fortress once more. Without the legendary defenders, even with miraculous support, the fortifications are greatly diminished from their former glory. The Steel Claw tribe has agreed to march again, this time intent on breaching their fortress head-on. Grasping 2 double blades, Hechelu rested them upon his shoulder, a smile illuminating his face. It is precisely such a vigorous race that compels me to willingly devote my life to its defense and growth. The fierce aura emanating from the beast's skull, the pig-headed second hero Hechelu strode through his fellow legendary heroes to where hundreds of elite, pig-headed warriors lay prostrate on the ground. My friends, I understand why the enemy has chosen to attack under the cover of night. Our kin possess little to no night vision before becoming warriors. However, our brave warriors shall not fear the darkness. The eyes of the god of war will pierce through the void, watching over each valiant combatant. The first prophecy has been fulfilled. Our tribe has never been more formidable, even a millennium ago. Under the rule of the Son of War, an epic hero had yet to be born upon this continent. The dominant force of the continent 1,000 years ago was the orcs. Any of the 9 mythic beings could suppress multiple alien mythic heroes. Back then, the pig-headed folk lived far worse than they do now. They were akin to the lowly rat-men and dog-headed folk, mere sustenance for the higher orcs to consume and amuse themselves with. With over 200,000 battle-ready soldiers, 7 legendary heroes, and 1 epic hero, the second prophecy has also come to pass. The soil beneath our feet is undeniably real. Divine Blood Blacknet is a mythic behemoth. Having survived for an unknown number of years, even the most prosperous elven dynasty in history could not successfully subdue it, only managing to inflict heavy wounds and barely drive it back. Thus, this mythic creature harbors a profound disdain for the miraculous powers of the elven race. Conveniently, the pig-headed epic hero Alansa acquired a treasure during an adventure that could disrupt this mythic beast's perception, emanating an aura it detested. This allowed the 200,000-strong pig-headed army to quietly traverse its territory. Upon finishing the second prophecy, the elite warriors below simultaneously lifted their gazes. Their fervent stares were all directed toward this legendary hero. The third prophecy foretells that tonight, an unparalleled and mighty legendary hero shall be born among us. Warriors, let us await in anticipation to discover who that legend shall be, in the name of war. In the name of war, in the name of war. A thunderous roar pierced the clouds, surging like a relentless tide, as if to pierce the heavens and ascend to the skies. Recognizing the opportune moment, Hechelu retrieved a gemstone from behind him. Tossing it upward, the gem swelled against the wind, radiating like a great sun, forming a luminous sphere hundreds of meters above the ground, casting a soft glow that illuminated every blade of grass and tree within a 10-kilometer radius. Subsequently, this mountain-like orc hero stood tall, raising his twin blades above his head, and bellowed, "Come forth, the Tooth Blade tribe, legendary hero Hechelu. I stand here." The wind howled lowly, and the clouds retreated. His voice resonated 10 miles away, reaching the ears of the various captains. None were swayed by his words. Captain Yegwang stepped forward, releasing the aura of his legendary hero. With a wave of his hand, starlight reversed, moonlight flowed backward, and thunder and rain accompanied him as he stirred his white beard beneath his helmet. Engage! Chapter 75. Cavalry Charge. The plains were filled with an uncountable cacophony of roars and gasps as pig-headed warriors bared their tusks, brandishing bone blades, and howled to the heavens, initiating a bloody ritual to warmly welcome the forthcoming hero. Looking out, the unorganized wild boar cavalry gathered their kin as they surged behind the elite, resembling a raging tsunami charging toward the lone human army. They sought to achieve the first military merit. Noticing that the enemy was still at a distance, Quinn paid no heed. Instead, he prodded the nearest order knight with his cross spear. This knight from the spiked lance fortress seemed somewhat timid, fear creeping into his heart at the sight of the pig-headed onslaught. Afraid? Just follow behind me. You lot, the same goes for you, stay behind me. This was directed at the knights from the other fortresses. Their captains had moved up. We cannot lag behind either. Maintain your formation as tightly as possible. This is my final reminder. If you die, don't blame me. How ruthless, however. If one could avoid death, that would be the best outcome. Seeing the leading captain approach Quinn, the other order knights also gravitated toward his group. The other two squads followed suit, recognizing Quinn as the leader. Thus, as order knights, they merely needed to obey commands. All right then, all units, heed my command. Activate order barrier. Radiant white light flowed between the armor, intertwining and reflecting off one another, flourishing together in triumph or suffering together in loss. Until all the elite knights donned this layer of light. Only Quinn remained at the front of the formation, raising his long spear. "You are not an order knight?" the late realizing Lasua exclaimed. He was unaware of how Quinn would withstand the pressure from the first knight. "Don't overthink it," second command. "Charge with me." The great ram, upon receiving the command, began its sprint. Thundering hoofbeats echoed. Rumble, rumble. Like a tide, the cavalry's spearhead formation gradually accelerated, galloping forward. Third command. Raise your long spears. In the next moment, the speed of the 800 cavalry reached its peak, with only 200 meters separating them from the wild boar knights, a mere few breaths for the cavalry. A shimmering light formed a faint protective barrier around the order knights, slicing through the wind pressure, stirring up white waves, as the torrent of steel surged, emphasizing the figure at the forefront. "Then, I shall go first." Patting the great ram's head, the siege ram knew precisely what to do. Frenzied dance surged its speed once more, exuding an aura of ferocity. In an instant, the leaping siege ram crashed into the ranks of the elite wild boar knights, crushing the nearest foe into a pulp. Hurrah! The warriors swung their long spears with all their might, disrupting the enemy's formation. Thud, thud, thud. Instantly, 3 pig-headed elite heads were smashed, yet in the next moment, axes and blades descended upon Quinn. Clang, clang, clang. Useless, 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 useless. No matter how many ants attack, they cannot harm a lion. The tide of blood surged. Caged beast. The cross spear cut through the air with such speed that it created sonic booms, reducing the orc heads to a rain of blood that showered the sky. In less than 5 seconds, the elite wild boar knights were annihilated. Only the elite long-tusked boars remained, trampled to death by the order knights arriving in the rear. Some attempted to resist, But their attacks could not inflict harm on the 200 elite warriors who had activated Order Barrier. Easy now, take it slow. The exuberant dance of the great sheep was abruptly halted by its master's reminder, causing it to belatedly slow its hooves and gradually merge with the trailing ranks. 7 elite warriors. You dispatched 7 elites with just 2 strikes? There was no need for further observation. The astonishment etched on Resso's face was beyond measure. And had it not been for the support of his helmet, his jaw might have unceremoniously dropped. Merely a trifle. Quinn, holding aloft the lifeless body of a pig-headed elite, commenced drinking its blood from the very gash he had created. The power surged from his throat, coursing through his limbs and bones, before he cast the corpse aside and commanded the knights behind him, "Do not fall behind. The critical part lies ahead." Indeed, Quinn had led the group into the pig-headed warriors' encampment. Under the radiance of the celestial light above, the ordinary pig-headed warriors possessed visibility akin to daylight, yet this merely prevented them from raising the alarm. It posed no threat whatsoever to a cavalryman like Quinn. The galloping warhorses ruthlessly descended upon these common soldiers. Flesh tore, blood and bones scattered. Even a mere proximity to the cavalry's triangular formation would draw one into the tempest. Colliding against the barrier of order, ultimately trampled under the hooves of hundreds of warhorses. Cries of anguish, wails of despair, and shouts of defiance. Regardless of whether they were ordinary or elite, wherever the bloodied siege ran past. It was a veritable hell on earth. Without exception, the initial 7 elites fell, followed by another 13 who met the same fate. Subsequently, 30 elite boar knights engaged in direct confrontation. That demon severed 6 elites with a single stroke, while none from their side could even inflict the slightest hindrance. Were it not for their sight, perhaps it would not seem so terrifying. Mysteriously, some pig-headed warriors harbored such thoughts. Only 7 legendary pig-headed warriors stood with their arms crossed, facing 15 knight commanders. "Do you wish to rescue them?" The knight-like commander spoke in a tone devoid of elation or urgency, as if stating an undeniable fact. The expressions of the legendary pig-headed warriors remained unchanged. This was an indispensable sacrifice before the dawn's arrival. Surely, he is the ultimate foe foretold in our prophecies. Yet, it remains uncertain who shall slay him. I suspect it will be Yumur. His dual blades wield immense power. No, it should be Talanda. He will wait until that human has exhausted his strength before striking. Such a foolish approach. The children of the war god ought to confront their foes with honor. Rather than resorting to cunning schemes, do they think of them as mere humans? That may be true. Yet this human seems to possess a trace of legendary power within. I can sense it. It must be some miraculous artifact, perhaps, indeed, to let the legendary slaughter the mortals. The audacity of humanity knows no bounds. The 7 heroes exchanged words, showing no concern for the deaths of their kin. This was the light before dawn, and no matter how much sorrow they felt within, they could not reveal it at this moment. What these legendary heroes must do is to eliminate the human legend before them. Gratitude to user 417777386 for the like. Thanks to Xiaoxing for the flowers. Thanks to Antique is Clothing for the bubble tea. Thanks to Magic Doll OI for the update talisman. Thanks to YW Darkness for the like and the update talisman. Thanks to Lon, the master who loves dry pot lamb, for the like. Chapter 76, The Clash of Legends. Thunder rumbled amidst the dark clouds, brewing the majesty of the divine. Lightning has, since ancient times, represented the embodiment of divinity in the eyes of all living beings. Yet among the pig-headed warriors stood a hero, cloaked in a long robe, his body adorned with tattoos of beast's blood, capable of communicating with the heavens through flesh and spirit to summon divine punishment. High Priest, a unique title among the orcs, once the nearly omnipotent role that supported their dominion. Though it originates from the war god, few orcs ever attain this position. The 7 pig-headed heroes shielded her. Awaiting the opponent's move in terms of sheer offensive power, this, High Priest, ranked as the strongest among the orcs. Her only flaw was the lengthy preparation time required for her attacks. However, orcs were never short on time. As long as they remained here, awaiting the day the crystal fortress fell, miracles would unfold, and their combat capabilities would undergo a qualitative leap. Ironically, it was the 15 knight commanders who felt the urgency. Thus, the orc heroes beheld the light. Legendary liberation, in the dazzling darkness, beams of light ascended from the earth, surging forth from their very beings. In an instant, The world was illuminated, lights intertwining in a vast and magnificent display, causing even the great sun in the sky to pale in comparison. Beyond the clouded horizons, a sound echoed, reminiscent of ancient deities recounting the miraculous past of human heroes. A towering suit of armor stood upon the ground, its form shimmering with an ethereal glow, golden eyes gleaming, standing resolute, exuding an air of valor, wielding a single-handed axe exceeding 3 meters in length, its blade gleaming coldly like an immortal monument, standing at the forefront. Behind it, 2 colossal iron serpents seemed to emerge from molten rock, exhaling a fearsome breath, their exhalations capable of turning steel to liquid in an instant. Their scaly bodies were formidable, each scale appearing as if forged from purest gold. Reflecting hues of gold and silver, in the heavens, an elder trod upon starlight, gracefully floating as if traversing a resplendent galaxy, the legendary power surrounding him visible to the naked eye, swirling like a vortex. Every pattern etched with the weight of history and mystery, they bore witness to countless battles and legends of yore. The Golden Army continuously emerged from the shadows, 500 soldiers, tall and stern-faced, each resembling the other, perfectly synchronized. They bore sturdy shields and brandished long spears, poised for their leader's command. The humans intended to launch a fierce assault, yet the pig-headed heroes would not merely stand by. Brothers and sisters, fight alongside me. Legendary liberation. Thunderous roars erupted. The foremost Longfong boar swelled in size against the wind. Its mammoth form alone was enough to instill awe, yet at this moment, as the ancient power of legend surged forth from its very bloodline, its stature instantaneously transcended limits, soaring past the towering barrier of 20 meters. With each step, it resembled a meteor crashing to the earth, causing the ground beneath to cave in, forming colossal craters. The heavy legendary power enveloped it like divine armor forged from celestial iron. A unique type of legend exclusive to the orc race. When intimately bonded with the creatures they tame, the descent of legend would perceive them as one, though an individual may be weaker than a legend of the same tier. Together they could achieve far greater strength. The dark clouds rolled back, and the howling winds and rains ensued. The High Priest's legend disrupted the heavens, summoning a rain of blood. This blood rain, akin to the tears of demons, poured down in torrents, carrying the aroma of iron and frenzy as the rain fell. Striking the coarse yet resilient skin of the orcs, it seemed to awaken the ancient and primal totem of their savage nature deep within their souls. The orcs' eyes instantly filled with the glow of blood. The miraculous power surged through their veins, elevating their combat prowess immensely. Hetchalu, the mightiest legendary warrior among the orcs, let out a skyward howl, stretching his robust arms as if to embrace the world's madness. Swallowing the blood rain that fell within a 10-meter radius as if it were a river. The rainwater filled his belly, imparting a tremendous vigor, causing his muscles to bulge like a furious dragon. Taut and rapidly expanding, behind him, 50 elite, pig-headed warriors donned a layer of legendary power, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on Hetchalu's formidable and resolute figure, devoid of fear or retreat, filled only with boundless respect and a vow of unwavering loyalty. There was no probing. They charged in with all their might. The clash of flesh and steel, the collision of savagery and civilization, the struggle between beasts and humans. The legendary heroes of both sides entangled in a fierce melee, while the mortals could only witness streaks of light infused with legendary power colliding, unable to discern the superiority or inferiority of the heroes involved. Quinn was able to perceive through thousand-mile eye, as it appeared that the commander had collided with the towering Longfong boar. With the aid of the unknown enhancement skills, legendary liberation, trapped beast, and fierce tiger, from the other 2 commanders, he was barely able to withstand the onslaught, and it seemed he was at a disadvantage. This was the combat prowess of the legendary pig-headed warriors. The knight commanders realized that only a 2-to-1 ratio could ensure victory against these foes. The strongest pig-headed hero, Hetchalu, stood his ground, not yielding even against 5 adversaries. The sheep, also part of the orc faction, felt the effects of the blood rain, its mind somewhat befuddled. Even when the opponent activated Frenzied Dance, if it merely got a bit closer, it too could benefit from the enhancement. Darling, do not charge recklessly. Heed my command. The initial charge nearly pierced through the orc lines. Much of this success was due to Thousand Mile Eye. The ability to glean information from every corner of the battlefield allowed him to carve a path through the orc stronghold, ensuring all orc soldiers in that path remained unformed. Wherever they passed, only severed limbs and dismembered bodies were left behind, while the 800 remaining had suffered minimal losses, still numbering 720. Follow my command. Change direction. The cavalry unit did not perform a direct 180-degree turn, but rather adjusted their course gradually in line with Quinn's figure, carefully guiding the warhorses. The unusual sound of hooves caught Quinn's attention, prompting him to turn and gaze toward the source of the sound. 50 elite wild-boar knights, cloaked in legendary power, at the cost of their collective injuries, tore apart the legendary miracle, golden military might, of the Steel Shell Commander. They did not halt their advance but rather accelerated once more. 50 elite warriors imbued with legendary power raised their weapons, their gazes fixed unwaveringly upon the cavalry unit. They charged forth, intent on shattering the ranks in the first wave. Fear manifests itself in the most unexpected ways. Quinn tapped his own forehead, his hands trembling with excitement. He was utterly exhilarated. Chapter 77, Caged Beast. Let me witness your limits. The acrid scent of beast blood lingered, a fragrance only Quinn could relish, as the distant cavalry approached at breakneck speed. He commanded, "Charge forth, do not concern yourselves with me." Meanwhile, he spun around, the head of a great ram, and charged towards the formation of the Boar Knights, striking with its horns. The legend of Hetrelu is renowned, for he had wielded its power in foreign lands on numerous occasions. The first three tales were already well known to the masses. His exploits in hunting the frost giants enabled him to remove his own pairs of tusks, transforming them into a double-edged blade. The very essence of the Boar Knight's bone blade was a testament to his legendary prowess. His feats of ravaging cities allowed him to empower his cavalry, bestowing upon them the legendary might of both offense and defense, crushing ordinary elite forces. His triumph over the abyssal demons granted him the ability to wield his twin blades, unleashing strikes potent enough to shatter city walls. A sheer manifestation of aggressive legendary miracles. It is said that upon breaching the crystalline defenses, he acquired a fourth tail, the nature of which remains unknown to all. This cadre of elite Boar Knights represents his second legendary tail, signifying that each of their strikes is imbued with legendary power, rendering the Order Knights, Order Barrier, utterly ineffective. Miracles falter in the presence of higher miracles. With over 700 cavalrymen, a clash with them would likely lead to immediate disarray and collapse. Much like their actions against the Orc Horde, not every elite knight possesses combat prowess on par with Quinn. In fact, even their strongest member pales in comparison to Polypa. Seems Polypo is indeed quite formidable. Ha ha ha! Under the deluge of blood rain, the siege ram transformed into a fleeting crimson silhouette. Its hooves pounded upon the damp earth, splattering the rain-soaked soil, while remnants of limbs hung from its massive horns. Reminiscent of a demon lord emerging from the abyss, 50 Boar Knights, clad in bone armor and wielding bone blades, gazed upon the lone Quinn with expressions of amusement. Did he truly believe they were akin to those ordinary elites? Only he bore the legendary might. With their mounts included, they numbered a full 100. What he faced was not merely 50 warriors, but a legendary miracle of a heroic legend. Let me slay him. Poochie. Slay him, Poochie. Together, Poochie. The might of 50 elite Boar Knights was sufficient to rend apart an army of 10,000. This is not mere boastfulness. It is the reality of their achieved capabilities. The crimson wave of energy parted the raindrops, and they all activated frenzied dance, their formation tearing through the summer night's atmosphere, charging recklessly through the rain, mercilessly trampling even the ordinary tribespeople who dared to stand in their way. Finally, they were a mere 50 meters away from the warrior. For your arrogance, prepare to pay the price. In the blink of an eye, they clashed, clang. Iron met bone, igniting a dazzling shower of sparks. These were not the searing embers of high-temperature metal, but rather the legendary power converging at the tips of their weapons. Yet soon, the visage of the pig-headed warrior contorted in sheer terror as Quinn effortlessly parried with one hand while drawing forth a long blade with the other. Behold my waning willow? The blade sliced forth like the tip of a quill, its essence akin to spilled ink. The inky gleam of his strike bore no legendary power. It was the pinnacle of his spirit, a testament to his mastery, like a knife through hot butter. That dark line effortlessly shattered the grotesque head of the pig-headed elite, and then he leapt high upon the ram's back, whirling and whirling below. At least 3 bone blades slashed through the space he previously occupied, nearly shearing off tufts of wool from the great ram's back. Feeling the surge of legendary power coursing through him, the siege ram instinctively retracted its head, its limbs giving way as it collapsed to the ground in tremors. Fortunately, the target of the pig-headed warriors was not the ram, but the descending Quinn. Crack! In less than a second after his feet touched the ground, a tusk thrust towards the warrior's armor. The massive tusked pig's eyes blazed with fury, desperate to rend Quinn asunder. This was the very being who had slain its master. In that moment, Quinn's world fell into an eerie silence, not due to a fleeting vision, but because he heightened his senses to their utmost limit. Skills activated, a myriad of forces bolstered his physique, his blood boiling like magma, surging to his brain, severing any superfluous thoughts, leaving only a cold, calculated assessment of the battlefield. Even clad in armor, he could not shield himself from the foe's onslaught. The legendary power within those bone blades could effortlessly cleave through his armor. Thus, in a situation where enemies surrounded him on all sides, he resolved to employ Caged Beast. O Divine One, I have never unleashed this skill to its fullest. Grant me the opportunity to witness the limits of your bestowed power. The gale-like winds sliced through the pig-headed warrior's cheek, leaving a slender gash, while Quinn's figure vanished from their sight. The leading pig-headed warrior's bristles stood on end as if an impending calamity loomed behind him. Instinctively swinging his bone blade backward, it fell into empty space. His arm fell into empty space, brutally twisted and torn apart, flung into the air. Crack! That enormous head burst open like a watermelon beneath a gauntlet. The legendary power? Was it ineffective? Ineffective. Realizing this, the other pig-headed warriors felt a profound crack form in their faith. Yet swiftly, they comprehended that it wasn't the legendary power that faltered, but rather their opponent was simply too formidable. This was not a miracle's force, but raw physical prowess. Their adversary's miraculous strength fortified his physical intensity, relying on such brute force to shatter the defenses of legendary power. After all, no matter how potent Hetralu's legendary power, it was dispersed among 50 elite-born knights, and he himself needed to engage in battle, so the legendary power allocated to each individual was rather limited, resulting in their defenses being woefully inadequate. Quinn tore off his helmet. He had long deemed it unnecessary, as it proved cumbersome during bloodletting. His visage, akin to a lion's, appeared before them, a visage of fury and mirth, as he trod upon the corpses of his comrades. Hoisting his trophy high, using a head in place of a chalice and blood in place of fine wine. But it was still insufficient. His physique had yet to reach its limits. He craved even greater, more potent strength to crush his enemies. Chapter 78: The demise of the first legend that knight can indeed do it. Naturally, these two hulking figures are perfectly suited to confront the legendary tusked pig. However, even with their compatibility, they found themselves straining to withstand the onslaught. Their arms bore the weight of the tusks, their feet sinking into the earth, yet they were still being pushed back, to speak frankly. This colossal tusked pig could easily breach the fortress walls fortified by miraculous power. Meanwhile, the pig-headed warrior atop its head sat unfazed, observing the full-force assault of the two commanders, even possessing the capacity to unleash a wave of legendary power to bolster his comrades. In such tumultuous chaos, they had already endured 6 such battles during the orcs' internal strife. 7 against 1, 7 against 13, 7 against 20, 7 against 4, 7 against 9, 7 against 2. All defeats. With each failure, they had to relinquish a portion of their resources to appease the higher orc tribes, thereby sparing themselves from the retribution of being devoured by the surrounding clans. The Orc Kingdom forbids internal strife unless one pays a protection fee or triumphs over the legendary hero teams dispatched by the higher orcs. The pig-headed clan had failed 6 times, surrendering untold resources. They did not lack the desire to win. They fought with all their might each time, yet ultimately, they remained mere playthings of the higher orcs, with no casualties being the only blessing amidst their misfortune. If you possess only such capabilities, then I shall not indulge you any further. Upon uttering these words, the pig-headed hero retrieved a shard of iron from his pocket and struck it upon the head of the tusked pig beneath him. The tusked pig understood and let out a long howl, shoving aside the spiked spear commander while simultaneously forcing back the serpentine commander of chaos. From that iron shard emanated an ancient, mysterious aura. One could almost discern the foul stench emanating from the abyss. Legendary armament activated. Legendary armament is a miraculous creation exclusive to legendary heroes. It possesses the ability to replicate legendary miracles, formed from the lingering will of legendary heroes after their demise, and can only be extracted from the remains of fallen legends. To utilize it requires not only a significant expenditure of legendary power, but also imposes a heavy burden on the body. Within the entire crystalline defense, there exists not a single piece of such weaponry, primarily because, throughout these years, there has been no loss of a legendary hero, underscoring the rarity of such artifacts. Yet orcs are different. They incite legendary heroes to clash, to challenge the strong, all for the sake of these freely wieldable legendary miracles. The arduousness of acquiring such items and the energy required to wield them pale in comparison to their power. Like steeds to cavalry, like sharp blades to swordsmen, the synergy of compatible elements yields an exponential increase in combat prowess. In the blink of an eye, the tusked pig adorned itself in a gleaming, cold metallic armor, each plate resembling meticulously carved obsidian, tightly interlocked, forming a grim and unassailable fortress. It pawed at the ground, the soil it disturbed rising like enchanted black smoke, dissipating into the air. The boar-headed hero wore a beaming smile as he gently caressed the obsidian beneath him. Elucidating his capabilities to the two commanders, a shared glance between them revealed the weight of unease in their eyes. The presence of such unreasonable phenomena in a battle of their caliber was indeed a challenge. The commander transformed into a massive serpent wielded two legendary powers, yet one was reconnaissance-oriented and now rendered futile. The other commander possessed merely a single legendary ability. Even when fully buffed previously, they could not withstand the opposing force, let alone now when the enemy's momentum surged to twice its former strength. If they did not take an unconventional approach, they might find themselves in dire straits. Activate Cornered Beast Overload. 110, 120, 130, 140, 150 to... What is this? Very well, I comprehend now. I cannot lag behind. The serpentine commander, with his elongated form coiling upward, unleashed numerous chains from beneath his scales, resembling a multitude of silver meteors that streaked forth in a blinding rush, ensnaring the formidable and robust body of the long-tusked boar with unyielding tenacity. These chains, known as iron bindings, were once used by Hessel to restrain Quinn, a unique ability of the executioner, infused with the power of order. They possessed binding strength far beyond their own, however, the price was steep. The chains were intimately connected to their wielder, meaning any damage inflicted upon them would also befall the executioner, himself, the armor, capable of driving mortals to madness, braced against the onslaught of the spiked lance commander's arms, the specially crafted armor displaying countless fissures that whispered unsettling murmurs from the epicenter of their clash. Ripples radiated outward, causing the very earth to crack under the weight of their legendary powers, resulting in fissures nearly 50 meters wide. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves from the collision of legendary forces continued to expand, prompting even Hetrelu, stationed 100 meters away, to turn and gaze in astonishment at the spiked lance commander, who could contend with one clad in legendary armament. That it seemed that even among humans, there existed warriors capable of rivaling the weakest of the Bristlefong clan's legendary beings. With a casual dismissal of the assault from one commander, Hetrelu raised his hand and unleashed the third miracle of legendary power, sending an unprepared commander flying several dozen meters away. This was merely the slightest release of his legend, requiring no incantation. Yet such power rendered the five commanders utterly defenseless against him, forced to endure his relentless assault, except for the eldest. The Nightlight commander, suspended in the air, his gaze met that of the Orcish hero, the High Priest. Although he had anticipated such circumstances, it was evident that he must first eliminate this foe before he could assist his comrades. Eliminate me? The bald High Priest laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. Not only was this old man impervious to threats, but even Hetrelu would find it impossible to slay him at this moment. After all, the high priest, had long been prepared, and to withstand such an assault for this duration was no small feat for a human. Though the nature of Hetralu's legend remained unknown, he was certain that upon slaying him, the corpse would divulge the answer. The high priest gestured, summoning a golden lightning bolt from the swirling black clouds, ready to hurl it at the Nightlight Commander. However, he soon noticed the figure he had been facing gradually dimming, until it transformed into a twinkling star that faded into the ether. Then, a voice rich with the weight of ages resonated from behind. Die, Buzz! The sword of starlight cleaved through the boar-headed hero's form, causing the lightning in his grasp to dissipate into the heavens. Chapter 79. Fleeting moments. It was no illusion, no mere mirage. The Orcish hero's crimson blood splattered the air. His body severed, his essence extinguished. Daru bone, damn it. The humans must have employed some miraculous artifact. Everyone, hold nothing back. Exterminate them swiftly to seize their legends. Hetralu, true to his title of leader, forcibly suppressed his inner fury, wielding dual blades as he gazed upward at the ancient human legend, vowing to bring him down. Unlike the Nightlight Commander, the 5 commanders who stood against Hetralu had already exerted themselves to their utmost capability. Their spirits soaring upon witnessing the fall of one of their own. Nightlight Commander, well done. Hold him back. Do not let him pass. This beast is about to go berserk, yet emotions alone could not conjure strength. Hetralu merely exerted a fraction of his power, and the 5 commanders were overwhelmed by a torrent of legendary energy descending upon them from above, akin to a collapsing mountain, a dragon rising from the earth, an unstoppable gale that swept them away. The 5 commanders could not withstand even a moment of this onslaught. Such was the might of the boar-headed hero, the strongest legendary hero, the only epic boar to ever exist. I will slay you. With blades raised high, the long-tusked boar surged upward, his bristles bristling with intensity, muscles taut as he leaped into the in that fleeting moment. It seemed as if he trod upon an invisible staircase, each step shattering the void with thunderous roars, hurtling towards the Nightlight Commander. This was one of the effects of his second legend, 100-Mile Charge. The Nightlight Commander remained unhurried, channeling the legendary power within him to launch a starry projectile at Hetralu. A single point of starlight, yet brimming with searing energy, boom. Before even reaching the boar-headed hero, it exploded, erupting into a dazzling display of fireworks that illuminated the frigid armor of the Nightlight Commander. Do you know why I chose to launch my attack at night? My legend, drawing upon starlight, allows me to wield several times the power in the dark. Even against you, I am confident of my victory. Humans of superior steeds against orcs of moderate steeds. Humans of moderate steeds against orcs of superior steeds. Humans of inferior steeds against orcs of inferior steeds. This was one of the Nightlight Commander's strategies. This was not merely a game of equestrian prowess, but rather a chaotic melee where positions could be adjusted at will to select opponents. Therefore, he had to initially feign parity with the enemy, waiting for the opportune moment to annihilate his foes, just as the distraction arose from the full-fledged explosion of the spiked lance commander. Though this individual was the sole commander who did not revere the god of order, he often inadvertently created advantageous situations for his side. This applied to both the elite cavalry commander and himself. The Nightlight Commander maintained his composure, raising his hand to fully unleash his legendary miracle. The isolated star river. What are the stars? What are the celestial bodies? The divine states that the stars are indeed the celestial bodies, and what I gaze upon is the great 9-pointed sun. Starlight pierced the clouds, as waves of legendary power swirled beneath him. Looking up, it seemed as though he could encompass the entire sky. This was my 4th legend. Intriguing, I assent it. The Elder, cradling the starlight, summoned a cascade of shimmering galaxies from within, amplifying the legendary power swirling beneath him. Like a vast barrier resembling castle, room, or prison. Within this domain, the Nightlight Commander could absorb the starry energies from the cosmos, ensuring a continuous replenishment of legendary might, while simultaneously disrupting the enemy's perception and utilizing the power of starlight to vanquish foes. The commanders who were ensnared within this projection found themselves within the legendary miracle of the Nightlight Commander. It could be asserted that this miraculous barrier rivaled the effects of several other legendary heroes' miracles, truly deserving of divine favor. Hetralu uttered no words, merely charging forward with determination. The commanders left behind exchanged glances, opting not to pursue Hetrelu, but instead to concentrate their firepower against the black-armored long-tusked boar. Their swift objective was to eliminate one of the enemy's inferior steeds, thereby restraining their superior steeds. This would enable their own inferior steeds to be liberated, joining forces with their moderate steeds to confront the Orcish moderate steeds. The Knightlight Commander's plan was remarkably straightforward, easily conceived by any educated noble. Yet the most unpredictable element within this plan was the comparison of combat prowess between the Knightlight Commander and Hetrelu. Let us test your strength and see if you can breach my legendary miracle. Only those with the utmost devotion to the God of Order could be graced with such divine favor. Provoking Hetrelu was a calculated part of the strategy. He could not allow Hetrelu to slaughter his inferior steeds. If they could maintain this momentum, once their moderate steeds concluded the battle, they could surround this hero with more than 10 commanders. There would be no need to await the completion of all plans to resolve the crisis at the Crystal Defense Line. How foolish of these mere humans to slay one of my kin and yet act so arrogantly, oblivious to their imminent demise. Truly oblivious to their impending doom. Hetrelu's voice thundered across the battlefield, reminiscent of an ancient beast's roar, sending shockwaves that ruptured the air, unleashing his legendary power in its most primal form. Within 100 meters, the gentle rain was torn asunder by this bellowing. Creating a desolate expanse, the boar-headed hero Hetrelu, enveloped in a crimson mist, unleashed his fourth legendary miracle. Shining barbarism of the Empire. To breach the Crystal Defense Line was a feat worthy of being etched into history. One that could elevate the Bristlefang clan to greatness. O war god, bestow your grace upon me. As the long-tusked boar galloped forth, he transformed into a streak of meteoric light, illuminated in brilliant starlight. Winds and thunder converged, clouds and rain roiling. As the blood wave collided with the starlight, it shattered the barrier with devastating force. The fractured legendary miracle erupted into the most splendid fireworks, paving a celestial pathway for the long-tusked boar. Charging directly toward the Knightlight Commander, the Knightlight Commander stood in shock, unable to fathom how his divinely bestowed legend was so effortlessly crushed by the opposing legend. With arms flailing, he summoned a tidal wave of legendary energy. Yet it was already too late. It was as if a comet were to strike the moon, or a rainbow were to pierce the sun. Lu wielded twin blades, cleaving through the waves of the starry sea. Approaching the commander of the Knightlight, the blades descended, truly formidable. Had your legendary miracle been of another type, I fear I would have needed more time. However, fortuitously, my fourth legendary miracle possesses an absolute counter to those of the barrier, defense, and geological varieties. While marveling at the strength of my opponent, Lu raised his twin blades and roared, "The strongest human legend is dead." Grateful acknowledgements flowed forth. Thanks to Gue Gu Wuya for the explosive updates. Thanks to Ijoyi for the likes. Thanks to the Everwild and adorable cats Bobo Milk Tea, along with 2 urging symbols for updates. Thanks to Ku Ba for the Bobo Milk Tea. Thanks to user 417777386 for the Bobo Milk Tea. Thanks to Ling Mo for the 2 urging symbols. Thanks to the coconut-flavored Dubai 2 for the likes and flowers. Chapter 80, Legend. The strongest human legend is dead. The strongest human legend is dead. The strongest human legend is dead. The resounding cries reverberated across the battlefield, transmitting this grand feat to every orc's ear. Oh, oh, oh. Kill. Do not fear him. He is but one man. The elite wild boar knights, encircling Quinn, felt a surge of spirit. Their legendary hero had vanquished the strongest human legend, and the scales of victory had been tipped. Yet, this victory did not belong to them. Ha, ha. The breath came in gasps, relentless as a bellows. In their crimson eyes, the sky and earth melded into one. An endless tide of blood surging forth, the goddess's power continuing to swell, crack. It was easier than shattering an egg. Blood and brains splattered from the elite orc, staining the faces of his comrades. Panic and fear had long filled their hearts. All the wild boar knights yearned to retreat, but they could not flee. Even after suffering more than half their numbers, and despite inflicting not a single wound upon this beast, they could not run. Their initial resolve to annihilate this squad had morphed into a plea to merely hold the beast at bay. Hoping that their comrades could endure until the legendary hero arrived, no, There was no need to wait for the legendary hero. They only needed to hold out until their companions arrived. Over 80% of their forces had been injured. No severe injuries remained, for the gravely wounded would be dragged down by the tide of orcs. Failing to maintain the momentum of the first wave, many elite orcs had already gathered, and counting the long-toothed boars. There were at least 200 elite warriors, coalescing into a spearhead. These 200 were not advancing towards the cavalry. Rather, they charged towards Quinn, ensnared amidst the wild boar knights' frenzied dance. Over 200 elite orcs performed the frenzied dance, a spectacle formidable enough to rival a legendary hero. In the distance, the orc legendary hero Shirky, engaged in battle, had brought down a flying dragon on the plains with the combined might of the 200 elites frenzied danced. Such legendary beings were born as strong warriors, yet in this hunt, they were felled by their prey. Who could withstand such power? Of course, there were those who could. All units, heed my command. In the absence of that knight, I am your highest commander. Now, advance 200 meters to the right. Lyso raised his spear high, bellowing, behind him. Despite their bodies feeling utterly fatigued and their steeds foaming at the mouth, the knights resolutely executed their orders. Guiding their steeds to the designated spot, this order knight issued a second command: dismount. The clash of metal rang out. Whether order knights or ordinary soldiers, all sensed something amiss, tightening their grips on their spears. For they now stood precisely between 50 elite wild boar knights and 200 elite orcs. They retreated behind their steeds. Pushing his beloved mount forward, Lyso tenderly stroked its mane, uttering what may be his final command of the day: use the steeds as shields to withstand the orc cavalry. The clash of meat shields and steel spears erupted. Long spears extended through the gaps between the steeds, pointing straight towards the orc cavalry elite, 500 meters away. Order barrier. Without further ado, a thin veil of white light swirled around them. The battle had dragged on too long. Their miraculous powers had already been depleted by more than half. Lyso pushed aside his visor with his gauntlet, greedily breathing in the cool summer air before the enemy arrived. Fine raindrops filled his lungs, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. The corps commander was the cannon fodder of the crystal line. The commander was the cannon fodder of the corps commander. And he was the cannon fodder of the commander. Now, although Quinn's combat power might not match that of any commander, in Lyso's heart, his status was no different from that of a commander. Thus, he became Quinn's cannon fodder. Before he and his comrades fell, they absolutely could not allow this cohort of over 200 elites to cross this point. The roar of 200 elites reverberated through the earth. Their faces twisted into grotesque masks, hooves trampled through the damp mud, charging forth in a chaotic, disorderly frenzy. Stab. The spear pierced through an orc's body, creating a gaping wound. Yet it was futile. The pierced orc, under the dual effects of the blood rain and the frenzied dance, had forgotten pain and death. The massive bone club in its hand swung downwards towards this elite knight. Order barrier. The frenzied dance of 200 orc elites clashed against the order barrier of 100 order knights. Clang. Bolstered by armor and miraculous power, they barely withstood the orc's onslaught. Yet the orc's fiery gaze and muscular arm lifted once more. Clang. The white barrier wavered perilously. Not only Lyso, but other order knights experienced the same dire situation. Their miraculous powers had finally run dry. As for the ordinary soldiers, faced with waves of elites, they had no chance to retaliate, only to be toppled by the orc elites' weapons, their armor stripped away. Devoured at leisure, slaughter and consumption, the two fiercest desires of the orcs. Only with their own lives could they slightly delay the inevitable. As time slowly passed, comrades around them fell one after another, leaving fewer than 100 elites still struggling to hold on. Gritting his teeth, Lyso, dragging his severed left hand, summoned all his strength to thrust his spear, piercing the throat of the second elite orc. He was not a powerful warrior, but for him, to exchange one for two was not a loss. Huh? A foul wind swept past his head, landing amidst the orc elite ranks. A cacophony of wails erupted. Upon closer inspection, it was a blood-red armored beast, unmatched in speed and ferocity. Wielding a spear and a long knife, it gave off an odd impression, akin to a wild dog battling an enemy while clutching a sword. Yet, as he wiped the blood from his visor, he saw clearly. The beast dancing in the rain was none other than Quinn. In a flash of realization, Lyso turned to see the bodies of the 50 elite wild boar knights, all sprawled in pools of blood, merging with the rain-soaked earth. They were saved. His aching palm could no longer grip the spear. Tears and snot flowed freely as he collapsed onto the corpse of his beloved steed. Those hundreds of elites, before the beast, resembled ants easily crushed beneath foot, effortlessly slaughtered until they emerged from their madness, and no matter how frenzied they became, they could not withstand the sight of their comrades being severed like wheat. As the dismembered remains of their kin flew through the air, the orc elites' gazes finally cleared. Yet of the 200 orc elites, fewer than 50 remained alive. The Order Knights had slain over 30. With the rest torn apart by that beast, buzz. Golden light pierced the stormy clouds, descending as a miracle. Legend descends. The status of humanity's dominion has never wavered, be it sky or earth, castle or wilderness. Barbarism shall ultimately be unable to triumph over civilization. Legend manifestation. I stand here, never to falter. Chapter 81. Monty Pearl. This cannot be right. How could it be me? Lyso was bewildered at that moment. The miraculous power capable of elevating the elite to legend had infused into himself, rather than that frenzied beast? No, the beast's eyes were clear. It was evidently not in a frenzied state, but fully aware of its actions. The expression on its face confirmed this. Was this battle not enough for the divine? Yet, perhaps it was. Even I feel somewhat inadequate. Remaining ensnared in the state of a cornered beast, Quinn casually seized a corpse from the ground. Fairy blood-sucking. Just moments ago, amidst the encirclement of elite wild boar knights, he had acquired a brand new skill. Monty Pearl. It belonged to the archer wielding the wheel. This treasure, embedded in his forehead, could repel negative mental states and diseases, instill fear in beasts, and render him indifferent to hunger and fatigue. A simple introduction, yet one that perfectly aligned with Quinn's current condition. ISC name flow and cornered beast are two opposing skills. To utilize ISC name flow, one must engage the mind. To employ cornered beast, one must abandon it. The side effect of cornered beast is that it induces a state of frenzy, akin to frenzied dance, yet with greater amplification. Thus, Quinn occasionally activates a mild form of cornered beast to enhance his skill's potency. However, ISC name flow was an exception. It is purely a technique. Even if the skill is ingrained in one's very bones, one must calmly analyze the battlefield and find the most suitable angle for striking. Yet the new skill had directly eliminated the negative effects of cornered beast, allowing Quinn to wield both skills simultaneously. As the newly ascended legend gradually accepted his identity, Quinn clapped him on the shoulder and, with a cheerful grin, inquired, "How do you feel?" Not bad." The new legendary hero remained somewhat dazed, slowly grasping the events that had transpired. He promptly resolved to rush to the battlefield where the commanders were engaged. Infused with legendary power, his injuries and stamina had returned to peak condition, enabling him to partake in the battle of legendary heroes. Hold on a moment. Your legend is defensive in nature. It is unlikely to significantly alter the situation. Each of those individuals possesses offensive legendary miracles, and as a newly minted legend, you cannot withstand them. Instead, why not utilize your legendary power to disrupt their formation on the battlefield, paving the way for your comrades? Quinn's farsight discerned that, in the distance, several battalions of Order Knights were advancing. However, they were not mounted but rather marching on foot. Nonetheless, their pace was swift, steadily annihilating every elite orc they encountered. The elite orcs, of which Quinn had already slain more than half, had become disorganized, scattered in the corners of the battlefield, and stood no chance against these elite knights, who fought in groups of 50. Even though the elite ranks were diminished, the ordinary pig-headed orcs continued to pour forth in relentless numbers. 200,000 troops from a distance appeared as a dark mass, blending the sky and ground into an endless expanse. Although the Nightlight commander had perished, his arrangements surely held profound significance. No, Lacer shook his head. Even if it costs me my life, I must save the commander. You would be more efficient than I in clearing a path for them. His reasoning was straightforward, rooted in the concept of cannon fodder. The Order Knights, who usually jested and laughed, were primarily single-minded on the battlefield. Especially those who had just acquired explosive strength, They were akin to stubborn mules intent on rescuing important individuals. If you wish to court death, I shall not hinder you. Remaining knights, heed my command. In the direction of the Crystal Bastion, move right. All members, converge with the main force at maximum speed. 500 meters to Quinn's right, a unit was advancing. He would send these elite Order Knights forth to receive them. Come here, baby. Upon hearing his master's call, the large sheep, feigning death nearby, jolted to its feet and scampered towards Quinn, its forehead bumping against his face in an affectionate display. That was terrifying. Let's move once you've rested enough. Bah, with a fierce bleat, the siege sheep trotted to the forefront of the formation. The leading knight, with one hand on his chest, bowed to Quinn and asked, "Are you Lord Quinn?" "Yes." The knight's voice bore the weight of age, at least in his 40s. Upon receiving Quinn's acknowledgement, he directed his subordinates to encircle the 80-odd injured with dwindling miraculous power. "Thank you," Quinn casually expressed his gratitude, though his thoughts wandered to the legendary battlefield. As anticipated, the newly ascended legend Lacer had barely lasted a minute against the pig-headed orc hero before exhausting most of his legendary power to unleash a miracle. Yet it was not without merit. He had at least shielded a commander from serious injury. Quinn absently stroked the long spear in his hand, contemplating deeply. The large sheep beneath him sensed an unusual tension. Its master seemed poised to undertake something significant. Sure enough, Quinn opened his eyes, patted the sheep's head, and urged in a calm voice, "Let us go, baby." Quinn, envious of the newly ascended legendary hero for obtaining a legendary miracle, yearned for one himself. The ordinary battlefield no longer sufficed for this warrior. His ambition was set on the arena where over 20 legendary heroes clashed. Chapter 82. Entering the battlefield, the miracles woven by legendary heroes brimmed with immense power, suppressing ordinary beasts and imperial soldiers who approached, rendering them nearly powerless. Unlike the miracles triggered by Quinn and the Tigermen, the miracles of the commanders and orc heroes revolved around the theme of war. These miracles would only dissipate when all members of either side fell. The miraculous power would accumulate with each fallen warrior until a victor emerged who would receive this power, further augmenting their legendary strength. As Quinn drew near, he comprehended this information and realized that his large sheep had been designated as a mount, thereby permitted entry without being suppressed by the legendary aura. Bang! The resounding clash of fists against flesh reverberated amidst an invisible shockwave. Oppressive and heavy, the mere aftershock of the collision between the commanders and the pig-headed orc hero rendered the sheep unsteady on its feet. It was not that it could not withstand the force. Rather, its legs had turned to jelly. When its master commanded it to charge forward, it did so without hesitation, unwittingly plunging into the fray between legendary heroes. "Quinn, what brings you here?" The commander, having been flung beside Quinn, finally noticed his subordinates. "I've come to assist you. Based on my analysis, your combat prowess is far inferior to mine and will only hinder our efforts." The cold, mechanical voice articulated the commander's assessment. "Yet you are on the verge of defeat." He gestured toward the battlefield. The Thorn Spear commander had been knocked away, which was fortunate. The most unfortunate were the commanders besieging Hetralu, who were treated like punching bags, relying solely on their robust survival capabilities to endure against this first legendary pig-headed orc. Apart from 2 or 3 dents in his armor, the commander bore no other visible injuries, yet he was the most battered Quinn had encountered. Quinn, perplexed, inquired, "Didn't you say you had a trump card? Why not use it?" "The ultimate power requires my emotions to transcend the constraints of legendary liberation, which I cannot currently achieve." "Then how can you reach that state?" "By approaching death." "Then go ahead, I will not recklessly place myself in danger." The commander's explanation was succinct. The ultimate trump card could only be utilized when emotional impulses shattered the rational constraints of legendary liberation. And to attain such a state of transcendence, one must face the terror of life and death. However, the rational commander would never willingly attempt such a perilous feat. This indicated that he had not yet been pushed to his limits. It was not that he had yet to unleash his full power. Rather, having done so, he found himself at a disadvantage but had not yet reached the brink of death. Yet, judging by the circumstances, that moment was approaching swiftly. A shadow loomed closer, wielding a massive axe nearly equal in height to her stature. "What are you babbling about? I recognize you, human." You are the warrior who slaughtered my child beneath the Thorn Spear Bastion. The Thorn Spear commander faced off against an orc hero named Shirky. Indeed, it was a one-on-one duel. This female pig-headed orc legendary hero ranked as a mid-tier among the 7 legends, her second legendary ability being a locking technique that could not be evaded and possessed formidable destructive power. Most commanders found it exceedingly difficult to withstand. Yet, the Thorn Spear commander was an exception. Discipline of self could negate the effects of negative forces, allowing her to deflect the opponent's skill lock. However, as Shirky unleashed her second legendary ability, the commander found herself at a distinct disadvantage. Mud-shedding armor enabled Shirky to continuously generate mud armor, washing away any physical attacks or legendary power that struck her. Until Shirky's legendary power was exhausted, she could effectively ignore all physical level assaults. You possess legendary power, do you not? An artifact? Or perhaps a weapon? Whatever it is, your head will be mine. With a swing of her axe, the air split as she descended with force. Quinn, sensing the impending danger, prepared to evade but saw a massive figure blocking his path. Bang! The commander withstood the blow with her body to shield Quinn. Leave this place. You do not belong here. Now you wish to flee. It is too late. Shirky had already closed the distance between them, her legendary power coursing from her arm into her axe. Intricate patterns blooming across its surface until the entire weapon was shrouded in a dark, murky green, revealing the faint silhouette of a 2-headed serpent behind it. This axe, too, was a legendary weapon, once a miracle belonging to a Serpent Man legendary hero. The 7 orc legends possessed legendary weapons that resonated deeply with their essence. Prepare to die. Crack. The commander used her own axe to parry the oncoming strike, even as cracks began to form along the handle. She gritted her teeth, refusing to allow their clash to connect with Quinn. Whoosh! The aftermath of their battle sent the large sheep tumbling away, landing some distance off. The pig-headed orc hero, observing the commander's bones creaking under pressure, sneered, "Is that person important to you, family?" The weight of those 2 words struck a chord deep within Shirky. So he too has family. A furious Shirky's eyes widened, saliva flying from her mouth. Her tusks began to glow ominously as she forsook defense, swinging her lethal axe toward the Thorn Spear commander, bellowing in a manic frenzy, "Then I shall make him experience the pain of losing his family." Swish! The deadly axe cut through the air, each strike devoid of technique, relying purely on brute force and speed to assault the commander. Witnessing the commander falter under the onslaught, Quinn shouted from behind, "Hang in there, my esteemed leader. Hold on for just a few more moments. I shall vanquish the mightiest of the pig-headed warriors and ascend to the legendary rank before returning to aid you. Quickly, retreat." As a sudden blow from an axe cleaved through his waist armor, the leader let out a low growl and staggered back 3 steps. "Human, dying beneath my axe is no different than perishing at the hands of Hetralu. You might as well fall to my blade. First, defeat my commander." Quinn urged the great sheep to this moment. It had completely shut its eyes, overwhelmed by the multitude of formidable presences surrounding it, blindly obeying Quinn's commands. The little sheep's heart was heavy, yet it found no words to express its plight. Chapter 83. The Killing Strike. They traversed through the battlefields of several legendary warriors, and under Quinn's exceptional horsemanship, the great sheep arrived unscathed in the territory of the formidable pig-headed hero, Hetralu. A single slash rang out, echoing with 6 thunderous booms as 5 commanders, along with the newly ascended legend, Resso, were sent hurtling backward. "How could you be here?" Resso exclaimed, his words mirroring those of the leader. But soon, a bitter smile crept across his face. The legendary power within him had been entirely depleted. Even moving a finger felt like an insurmountable task. The other 5 commanders were in similar straits. There exists a disparity even among legends. The legendary power one acquires varies based on the deeds accomplished, irrespective of innate talent or race, but rather according to the magnitude of their achievements. Moreover, each additional legendary miracle solidifies one's internal strength, augmenting their legendary power by approximately 0.8 to 1.2 times, effectively doubling it. Under normal circumstances, a hero with 7 strands of legendary power possesses a miracle strength equivalent to 64 times that of a single strand. A greater legendary power signifies an even mightier release of legendary miracles. Among those present, The highest any of the commanders had was 3 strands of legendary power, creating an insurmountable chasm between them and Hetralu, who possessed 4. Aside from the already slain Nightlight commander, it seemed unlikely that anyone could confront Hetralu head-on. Squatting down, Quinn rubbed Resso's iron head and explained, "It appears you are all at your limits. If I do not intervene, you will surely fall to him." At that moment, the remaining commanders also noticed Quinn's figure, exclaiming in unison, You are the personal guard of the Thorn Spear commander. Why are you here? Soldier, have you completed your mission? Your arrival only adds to the casualties. Preserve your life to prepare for the plan." Quinn fished out earwax dislodged by their loud voices. "You are all so bothersome. I am here because I am confident, albeit with only a 30% chance. Impossible. We, the many legends present, have no chance whatsoever. Your elite strength cannot possibly." Just as 5 commanders were about to continue, they noticed Quinn's finger pointing at Hetralu, who stood in the rain. The hero, intent on avenging his comrades, ceased his actions. The drizzling rain fell upon him, cascading down his mane, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty ferocity. Fixated on Quinn, his expression fluctuating, revealing a tumultuous inner turmoil. The commanders fell silent, gazing at Quinn. A warrior, one hand wielding a sword and the other a gun, shouted into the rain, "Do you know why he hasn't moved?" "Because we both sense it." Before the warrior could finish, Hetralu articulated, "You possess the capability to kill me." The great sheep, paralyzed by fear, found itself rendered useless for what was likely to come next. Trapped beast, trapped beast, trapped beast. The divine blessing continued to surge. The blood coursing through Hetralu's veins transformed into miracles, relentlessly impacting his physical form, granting him even greater strength. Hetralu remained silent, gripping his dual blades, observing Quinn as he gradually grew stronger. The whispers of the divine brushed past his ears. "Kill him, and you shall gain your 5th strand of legend. Furthermore, the entire pig-headed race will thrive." This was a prophecy born from his blood. Yet among countless possibilities, it was the one most likely to be fulfilled. There were but 2 outcomes: to ascend to the treetops or to fall to one's demise. At this moment, the urge to slay this elite had reached its zenith, but Hetralu could not discern whether his next action would lead him upward or downward. "If you do not come, I shall advance." Seeing his adversary remain unmoving, Quinn stepped forth, covering a distance of 20 meters in a flash, his blade gleaming like lightning. Clang, a tad slow. Hetralu, accustomed to battling legendary heroes, found Quinn's attack speed to be merely average among those he had encountered. It was not yet time to take him seriously. Was it the legendary item he bore? Contemplating the potential weapons capable of ending his life, Hetralu flicked his wrist, effortlessly deflecting Quinn's assault. Whoosh! The blinding tip of the spear, like a bolt of electricity, struck his other short blade in the blink of an eye. So swift. This pig-headed warrior was the most formidable foe Quinn had ever faced. In terms of speed and defense, even the leader paled in comparison. He had to give it his all. Each attack and every evasion must be executed without the slightest error. Yet before he could fully extend his arm, an instinctual dread surged through him, a chilling sensation of impending doom. Withdraw, too late. The hand wielding the blade was cut open, blood gushed forth, carving a crimson line upon the ground. Hetralu gazed at his casual strike, ultimately deciding against gambling. "You are weak. I do not know how you intend to kill me, but for you, the probability of success is merely 30%. Is it worth the wager? You are a frenzied beast warrior, the child of the deity I once revered. I swear to the god of war, if you choose to leave now, the Boar-Tooth tribe shall not raise a blade against you, and I shall not obstruct you from taking those incapacitated legendary heroes with you." The first legendary hero of the pig-headed race pointed one blade towards the heavens and the other towards the ground, solemnly pledging to Quinn, "This is the final step. This battle will serve as the foundation for the Boar-Tooth tribe to thrive in this human domain." Advancing leads to a vast plain, with no natural barriers save for castle fortresses, while retreating allows for repositioning to cede this territory to the higher orc races in exchange for more resources for survival. One must not destroy the future of the pig-headed tribe for personal desires. The light rain persisted, and dark clouds churned overhead. "I refuse." Hetralu pressed on. "Why? Is it for glory or wealth? faith or emotion? Why do you insist on standing before the pig-headed tribe and refuse to yield? Thunder rumbled. Lightning illuminated the warrior's face, casting his lion-like visage in a terrifying light. With a light chuckle and a tone that implied ignorance, he naturally replied, "Power, of course, power. It is quite evident, isn't it? Just like legendary power and legendary miracles. This world's rules for becoming stronger are thus: by killing you, I shall grow stronger, and should you slay me, it is simply a matter of my inadequacy." The restless dark clouds churned, expressing their sentiments like waves crashing against one another, revealing flashes of lightning that seemed to yearn for release. Rumble, the second thunderclap echoed. And Quinn's tone shifted as he bellowed, "Warrior, your hesitation has already tilted the scales of victory." The spear was raised high, as if it were the only anchor touching the heavens and the earth. In the depths of fate, it felt as though wind and thunder had awakened. "Listen, the drums of triumph are sounding above my head. Let me demonstrate to you what the divine cherishes. Bear witness. This shall be the mightiest strike I can perform in my lifetime." The third flash of lightning illuminated the heavens and the earth, and the warrior had already leaped into the air. That spear harnessed the thunder and legendary power, reaching its zenith in a mere instant. His face bore the countenance of a deity. His wild hair danced in the wind as he wielded his meager legendary power to command the roar of the heavens. His eyes radiating divine majesty, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell, each word ringing loud and clear. "Kneel before the thunder. Wang Yi can manipulate thunder without touching the ground. The High Priest's attack power is the strongest among the legendary beasts." Chapter 84. Manifestation of Legend. Shining in the Empire's barbarism. Hunt evil, eliminate malice. Roar of the trapped king in the abyss. But it was too late. The legendary power erupted from his body, potent enough to shatter city walls and ravage the earth. Before the might of the heavens, it was but an ephemeral illusion. In the blink of an eye, rumble, the third thunderclap finally resounded in his ears. Mingled with the profound, oceanic legendary power, extending from the spear, shattering the legendary power upon Hetralu's dual blades and striking the first legendary hero of the pig-headed tribe. Pain, regret, resentment, helplessness. An endless tide of negative emotions surged within him. Yet he could only grit his teeth and endure. This time, it is your turn to suffer. The great serpent commander was bleeding profusely, his body nearly unrecognizable, sustained solely by sheer willpower. Upon seeing the urgency in his opponent's eyes, he disregarded his injuries and once more ensnared him with iron chains. Analysis. "You are anxious. I care not for your anxiety. Get out of my way." Shirky attempted to bypass the armored giant before him, only to find that the adversary had ceased wielding weapons in defense, using his robust and formidable frame as a shield. At the cost of his injuries, he held the opponent back. There remains yet another flicker of strength. The most wretched of the steel shell leaders, with his legs utterly severed and blood pouring incessantly from his mouth and nose, summoned the last vestiges of his legendary power to command his golden army, to encircle the Longfong Boar Brigade. Gathering the final strength of 100 souls, they endeavored to drag this colossal beast. The various leaders, resolute, were prepared to exchange their very lives to slow the advance of the Orcish heroes, buying precious moments for the elite before the thunderous light to vanquish the mightiest of the boar-headed legends. Legendary power. Spin for me. Boom, boom, boom. Truly deserving of the title of the strongest boar-headed hero. Even as his skin and fur were charred, Hetralu was able to unleash the last of his legendary power, dispersing the final crackle of lightning. Yet, he himself was nearly extinguished. His muscles twitched uncontrollably, and even the legendary power within him was nearly depleted. There still remained a final chance. "O Divine One, you said that if I killed him, would it not spare us from the annihilation of our kind?" In Hetralu's eyes, there was only endless regret. Why did you not promise me?" Quinn's gaze remained as frivolous as ever, imbued with the arrogance of a victor, stirring a tumultuous feeling within Hetralu's heart. A glimmer of hope surged from the depths of the legendary hero's eyes, akin to a dying man grasping at the life-giving tube. Even though he had come to terms with his inevitable demise, he still fantasized that clutching the tube might allow him to survive. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. We are the only race in these millennia capable of breaching the defenses. The god of war could never abandon me. Humans are all deceivers. The final beat of his heart was devoted to the arm gripping the twin blades. The speed of the dual blades surpassed any foe Quinn had previously encountered, their movements eluding the eye, akin to two majestic eagles diving in for the kill. Clang. You may not comprehend the reason I said it was impossible. Swoosh, Quinn withdrew his long knife from the opponent's body, still glistening with viscous black blood. You cannot kill me. The mountainous form collapsed with a thunderous crash, splattering mud and water upon Quinn's pant cuffs. It seemed that even the corpses of such powerful beings bore no distinction from those of ordinary orcs, save for their imposing stature. With a long blade, he sliced open Hechelu's chest, extracting his heart and squeezing it tightly. Blood flowed down his throat into his stomach as Quinn felt the awakening power within him, gazing skyward. The darkened dome above seemed on the verge of collapsing, with swirling clouds thickening and growing heavier. Wind and rain raged, thunder and lightning clashed. Hechelu, brother, second brother, eldest brother, master. 5 heart-wrenching cries resonated from all directions, as 5 legendary orc heroes simultaneously abandoned the humans they could have easily dispatched, charging towards Quinn, who had slain Hechelu, 2 heroes of the second legend, 3 of the third. They unleashed their remaining legendary power in the most extravagant of fashions, pouring it all out in this very moment. Dragon's Blood Falls, Beast Fang Double Strike, Dance of the Great Hunt, Shatter, Flying Fangs, Sharp Strangulation. As the winds of legendary power tore through the air with a deafening roar, countless streaks of light zipped through the night, wielding weapons in hand or fangs bared, as the 5 heroes fiercely advanced. Buzz! A golden light descended from the apex of the firmament, brighter than the sun, illuminating the battlefield belonging to the legendary heroes. As time itself seemed to come to a standstill, it parted the storm clouds, penetrating the darkness. That radiance was so bright and warm that it revealed even the minutest particles of dust in the air. All miraculous legends were negated by this force, unable to advance further. Within the realm of the 5 legends, as the golden light swirled, the divine proclamation arrived. Legend descends. Countless have triumphed over legends with their elite forms throughout history. Only one has defeated 4 legendary heroes with their elite form. The storm sings for you. The thunder drums for you. Rejoice, your legend has begun. Legend manifested. The god of the horned beast descends. And the only path left is to kneel. Chapter 85. The second legend, the voice of thunder reverberated across the heavens. The warrior stood upon the desolate earth, enveloped in silvery lightning. A terrifying pressure emanating from him. With a flick of his wrist, a lance of lightning, as thick as his arm, materialized before him, gripped tightly. The tip was aimed at the nearest shirky, like a hunter regarding its prey. Quinn inquired in a tone of arrogant command over life and death. Did you just say you wanted me to experience the loss of family? Danger. One shot could spell death. Her instinct screamed that she could not withstand a single shot from Quinn. Trembling, the female boar-headed hero summoned the scant remnants of her legendary power and turned to flee. Too late. Speed, strength, senses, all enhanced by more than tenfold. In his ordinary state, Quinn was now comparable to his former self when he had activated the beast's struggle. Thus, such an abundance of legendary power was exhilarating to wield. How delightful it was! Ha 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 ha! Aiming at Shirky, he hurled the lightning lance with all his might. Whoosh! The sound of thunder piercing the air was akin to the scythe of death. The terrifying energy contained within rivaling the peak of the boar-headed heroes. Merely having entered the legendary realm, the legendary power coursing through Quinn far surpassed that of the second legendary Shirky. In the blink of an eye, the lightning lance struck true. Like the most primal of hunts, the lance penetrated the prey's body, pinning her to the ground, rendering her limbs flailing helplessly. The lightning stimulated her cellular structure, inducing paralysis, thus sealing her fate. Then, with a tremor of his fingers, the power within the lance erupted, enveloping Shirky in a sphere of lightning. Zzz. Ah, compared to Hechelu's wails, the cries of this female boar-headed hero were far more melodious. The reason was simple. This fat pig feared pain more, and thus her screams were all the more pitiful. How delightful, you all! The several legendary heroes chose not to converge and assault Quinn, but instead seized a pair of twin blades and a gem from Hechelu's corpse. Quinn understood then. They were after the legendary armaments. Point one was Hechelu's twin blades from his lifetime, and the other was likely the standard, legendary armament of the 7 boar-headed legends. Many of the leaders were too battered to continue fighting, each bearing significant injuries, some even enduring permanent sequelae. The boar-headed side fared no better. Having arrived with 7, only 4 remained. Quinn was confident in dispatching these 4 weakened foes, but he had other plans. He called to the sky, "Nightlight leader, lend me a hand, let us subdue her together. I wish to prepare her for my little companion." The air rippled as if a stone had been tossed into a still pond, and the figure of the elder emerged from that ripple, standing silently behind Quinn, without a hint of noise. "How did you discover me?" As the oldest and most experienced among them, he was held in high esteem. Yet not a single soul displayed any emotional ripple at his impending demise, clearly having conspired in advance. The Nightlight leaders standing in the hearts of the leaders far surpassed that of Hechelu in the minds of the boar-headed heroes. Even the Legion leaders were his juniors and would care for newcomers. How could anyone remain indifferent to his death, maintaining their composure while selecting appropriate opponents? Moreover, the miraculous orc heroes in the sky had never produced consecutive roars of thunder prior to Quinn raising his lance. Quinn sensed the legendary power within the storm clouds remained untamed, yet held a stable state, only stirred by external forces. Most crucially, the starlit orbs hovering near Hechelu mirrored the silent presence of the Nightlight leader. Elusive and difficult to detect, they likely employed techniques similar to light obscuration, visible only from Quinn's vantage point, while Hechelu, engrossed in Quinn, failed to notice. The moment Quinn's words fell, these starlights transformed into ropes, binding Hechelu tightly, preventing him from acting until he had amassed the lightning. Only after employing the 4th legendary power could he break free from the Nightlight leader's constraints and liberate the other legends. "I am somewhat skeptical. Were you intending to slay me along with that fat pig?" "Heh." The Nightlight leader chuckled lightly, neither affirming nor denying. Upon hearing this, Quinn spat in disdain. This fellow had turned this line of defense into an obsession, willing to do anything to preserve it. Even when several leaders nearly perished, he remained hidden, plotting deeper schemes. Had it not been for his emergence, he would likely have continued lurking until the final card was played. Quinn's ability to vanquish Hechelu was a confluence of opportune circumstances. A single misstep could have led to his own demise. Firstly, his physical attributes were insufficient, necessitating the enhancement through the beast struggle. Robust, synergized with beast struggle, one augmenting physical resilience, while the other derived divine favor through that resilience. This combination elevated his physical prowess by more than 6-fold, yet he could only attain the right to face Hechelu in combat while bracing against a body that could explode at any moment. Otherwise, do not mention that he might strike his opponent with lightning. Even if he leaps halfway, he would be cleaved in 2 by the adversary. Furthermore, the abilities of the boar-headed high priest are indeed quite effective. The esteemed captain once informed him that the creation of unique skills necessitates diligent practice, and when honed to perfection, their power rivals that of ordinary miracles. It is only natural that the lightning unleashed by the high priest, endowed with 4 legendary powers, could effortlessly pierce through Hechelu's legendary liberation, especially since Captain Yegwang is covertly assisting, impeding Hechelu's process of legendary release. Most orcs lack resistance to energy attacks, a fact that is particularly evident among the boar-headed clan. Their defensive capabilities primarily stem from their flesh, and the legendary miracles they possess are mainly for withstanding physical assaults. Thus, lightning, which can paralyze muscles, proves especially effective against them. This is a matter of both geographical advantage and human cooperation. However, the most crucial element is that this fellow, despite professing faith in the god of war, harbors thoughts solely of his tribe's prosperity and stability. What else could he be but a heretic? How could a deity possibly favor a heretic? Much like how Quinn disdains individuals like Captain Yegwang, he perceives that the two are not on the same path. If they linger together for too long, one day, they will inevitably turn against each other, delivering a fatal blow. Fortunately, this matter is likely to conclude here. Those boar-headed beings have already exhausted much of their legendary power, and Quinn is confident in eradicating them. The reason he summoned this captain is for another purpose. "Darling, come here, slay a legend." Otherwise, your tiny frame won't be able to bear your father. The timid little sheep scurried over and stood obediently beside Quinn. It sensed that its master's aura seemed different. But what did master want it to do? Slay a legend. Are you insulting me, human? Even if I were to perish at your hands, I would never become a mere elite. Quinn merely stepped down upon the boar-headed Shirky's brain, eliciting a wail from her, thus interrupting her futile resistance. Darling, did you see? Your father has carefully selected this soul beast for you. Slay her and obtain your first circle. What circle? The little sheep was somewhat perplexed by this statement until it beheld a legendary powerhouse incapacitated on the ground. The instincts from its bloodline stirred. With a sharp squeak, its horns pierced through the boar-headed one's body. Non-lethally, bang! The sheep's hooves stomped upon the boar-headed figure's flesh, again. Non-lethally, crack! A bite from its large white teeth severed the boar-headed sinews, still, non-lethally. Even Quinn found it somewhat unbearable to watch. Baby, grant her a swift end. Huh? The little sheep looked innocent. It's not that I'm not trying. Isn't it quite normal for the orc's legendary physique to be difficult to breach? Ultimately, the orc hero Shirky succumbed to excessive blood loss. A golden thread descended from the heavens, striking the little sheep's head. Legend descends, ravage, torment, dominate. This is my glory, and the path I tread. Legend manifestation. Wingless horn dragon. Smack! Quinn gave a resounding slap to the sheep's head, which had just ascended to legend, and it looked up at its master with an innocent expression. Your legend lacks sincerity. Just those 2 lines, hurry up and refuse it. But I don't know how to refuse. Smack! Another slap followed. Strangely enough, after entering the legendary realm, the little sheep suddenly felt that Quinn's strikes had significantly lessened in force. It couldn't be that the master eased his strength. It must be that I can endure more. Didn't fairy tales say that pets would begin to speak after becoming legends? Call me father. The little sheep bleated anxiously to It also did not understand why it still couldn't speak. Chapter 86. The Origin of the Little Sheep's Legend. Captain Yegwang. Do you have a method to capture them alive? I wish to create a few more legends for the fortress. Quinn's proposal was outright rejected by Captain Yegwang, as a loyal follower of the God of Order. He strictly prohibits such base actions. Such behavior only brings shame to the deity. He could not fathom what the god revered by the other party intended by bestowing that sheep with legendary power. But how can we know without trying? Right, darling? Quinn rode on the sheep's back. The siege knife sheep had grown significantly larger. Its height when standing exceeded 4 meters, and its weight likely surpassed 15 tons. Its horns were rough and sharp, adorned with spiraling, barbaric patterns. However, Quinn found it curious that while he received the blessing of the god of war, this fellow was blessed by the god of hunting. Had the deities mixed up their gifts? Bah? The little sheep did not comprehend. Yet, it was obedient, nudging its master's face with its head to show submission. Its soft, rosy fleece was incredibly pleasant to rub against, akin to silky velvet, soft and warm. Regardless, both of us have ascended to legend. Let us first deal with those fleeing scoundrels. Well, it seems we are no longer needed. Before Quinn could finish his thoughts, he observed 4 orc legendary heroes standing at a distance, channeling their dwindling power into the previously mentioned sphere. Yet he remained unfazed. The steadfast Captain Yegwang had already arrived atop their heads, unleashing his legend. Isolated Star River Domain. With the full exertion of his legendary release, the exhausted orc heroes had no opportunity to struggle as they were bound and drawn into the legend. At this point, the battlefield could be considered thoroughly concluded. The orc side's legendary heroes were all annihilated. 3 dead and 4 captured. On the distant battlefield of mortals, the tens of thousands of disorganized boar-headed soldiers were being systematically slaughtered by the orderly knights. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Everything was progressing towards a favorable outcome. Darling, let us seek out the captain. I too have ascended to legend and must have a genuine battle with this fellow. Quinn mounted the sheep and rode to the side of the colossal knight lying motionless on the ground. At this moment, the captain had yet to release his legendary miracle, remaining in the form of a 10-meter-tall giant, his hand firmly gripping the axe, resting on the ground. The captain's miracle was formidable. A single legendary power equated to that of Threed. Even after being battered by Shirky, he was slowly regaining strength, mending his wounds. Without needing to stoop, Quinn playfully flicked the captain's helmet with his finger and laughed heartily. "Captain, see? I wasn't lying to you. I truly defeated Hechelu." Unexpectedly, the captain did not dispel the legendary miracle. Instead, he exerted all his strength to push Quinn away. "Run." The hoarse voice emitted a dangerous signal. The captain trembled violently, his wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate, far exceeding what Quinn had observed from a distance. What does this mean? The man was still in confusion. Hadn't he already won? There were no enemies left. Why was the captain urging him to flee? But soon, a savage aura emanated from the axe, staining the armored giant's body a deep crimson. The power of countless years coalesced into red silks, tightly wrapping around the giant's wounds. Before he knelt on one knee, reverently gazing at the sky and reciting, "I in reverence of savagery and blood, in honor of hunting and beasts." The human legendary hero Quinn is now to visit the endless hunting grounds, to meet the divine blood. Executed by the Order's son, temporary priest, Clayt Engine, with the assistance of the temporary priest, the mixed-blood ancient dragon, wingless horn dragon. This moment, the divine decree is fulfilled. Before Quinn could react, he was flung off the sheep's back. It was then that the man realized something. He hesitantly inquired of the captain, "Does going to the endless hunting grounds mean I am to be a guest?" "Indeed." The captain's authoritative command echoed thunderously. That voice, imbued with a bestial essence, continued to resonate. Only souls may traverse to the divine realm, to partake in the eternal hunting feast with the goddess. Quinn stepped back. The captain's condition was evidently amiss. Even his electronic tone had turned raspy. What was that goddess up to? But not only that, behind Quinn, the sounds of legendary release echoed. Wingless horn dragon, in accordance with the will of the divine, in pursuit of ancient glory, body, bones, wild growth. Wait, who the hell is reciting lines for you during your legendary release? Quinn had no time to ponder these questions, only able to leap forward to evade the encirclement of two beasts. The siege knife sheep stood upright, its eyes a fiery red, clearly influenced by the god of hunting and beasts. Its massive form was cloaked in a dense and coarse wool that should have been as white as snow but was now stained with blood. Its horns bore the quality of ancient titans, glimmering with a chilling light at their tips. The giant stood beside the horned dragon, raising the enormous axe high. The divine decree added, "Within 3 minutes. If you do not utilize legendary release to flee, you shall be deemed qualified for the test. Class, Feral Warrior. Advances to Dragon Hunter. Thanks to Lingyu Qingfeng for the flower. Thanks to Gudong for the flower. Thanks to Akadandon for the 2 urging updates. Thanks to CV066 for the bubble milk tea." Chapter 87. With strength to move mountains, I overwhelmed the world. I truly had no intention of employing this against you two. Quinn leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the captain's vertical slash. Before it had even landed, the ram armed with a siege blade charged forward, aiming directly for Quinn's chest. With a swift movement, he placed one hand on the massive sheep's head and, using his other foot to anchor himself to the ground, unleashed the legendary power from his arm, leveraging the creature's momentum to throw it over his shoulder in a deft maneuver. Thud! Under the force of gravity, the impact on the ground was more than 3 times the ram's weight, causing a tremor that reverberated through the earth. Yet, almost immediately, it stood back up as if nothing had happened. Shaking its head and resuming its charge, the attack pattern of the siege ram was remarkably straightforward. Charge, charge, and once more, charge. This singular strategy was more than sufficient. Were Quinn to not utilize leverage, he would have no confidence in withstanding the assault of his own formidable beast, likely to be pierced through the chest or suffer the breakage of several ribs upon collision. The reason for this predicament lay in his inability to invoke Caged Beast. Indeed, this wretched goddess not only prohibited him from employing legendary liberation, but also severed the power of Caged Beast. Fortunately, I possess an advantage. Bracing himself, he executed a side roll to evade the captain's diagonal slash, ensnaring the opponent's arm with his legs and springing upwards. His long spear had already broken, and the long knife remained embedded in the carcass of Hechelu, which was rendered useless anyway. This meant he could only contend with these 2 adversaries using his bare hands. Compared to the ironclad giant, Quinn's stature could only be described as diminutive, akin to a 1-year-old child, barely reaching knee height. Yet, Quinn's strength was formidable, continually leveraging against the captain's body until he reached the apex of his head. He spun his body and delivered a kick, launching himself into the air. Clang! Quinn felt as though his right foot had struck a stone. No, even if it were stone, it would have shattered under his kick. Yet the captain's helmeted head was harder than granite, barely causing it to budge. Quinn could not activate Caged Beast, but the captain could. Not only did he possess Caged Beast, but also Fierce Tiger. And that power was further augmented by the goddess's blessings. The ironclad giant, akin to grasping a mere kitten, swiftly extended his right hand, seizing Quinn's body and violently slamming him into the ground. Bang! The air was expelled from his lungs, and his mind swirled in a haze. Yet the man did not cease his movements, instinctively springing back to his feet crashing heavily onto the ground. Boom! The spot where he landed erupted into a 2-meter-wide crater, while Quinn himself had already soared to the apex. I truly do not wish to unleash this upon you at this moment. Only the captain, in a state of clarity, deserves to witness my freshest techniques. Upon vanquishing Hetralu, the system had delivered a message. Explosive shooting system at your service. 100 to next skill extraction. Skill is currently being extracted. Strength that uproots mountains and commands awe. This was the ultimate manifestation of the combined might of a certain modified archer, a tale sung after the death of a pinnacle warrior in human history from another realm, representing the culmination of his physical prowess and martial arts. Transformed into an explosive strike that amalgamates energy and corporeal form. The legendary power surged. It was exhilarating. It felt as though a generator had been installed within his body, with blood and breath flowing in unison to channel strength. In an instant, Quinn comprehended the usage of Dragon Strike Spear. The method of utilizing this power was exceedingly simple. It could not be deemed ineffective, for it was fundamentally designed for novices, facilitating ease of practice. However, what Quinn sought to employ now was the ultimate martial skill mastered by a tyrannical sovereign, absolutely devoid of embellishments, totally free of excess. Mobilizing every muscle and even every bone in his body, he synchronized with the legendary power within him, resonating together, yet managing to unleash an even mightier force, layering and compounding until it reached its zenith. Strength that uproots mountains and commands awe, propelled Quinn. Now soaring to 100 meters high, plummeting with a force reminiscent of a mountain boom, the earth mourned, dust scattering. Nearly 50 meters of spiderweb cracks radiated from the center, as the ferocious legendary power continued to surge. Sweeping away the smoke, grasping a head in one hand, Quinn inhaled deeply, dispersing the fog, and raised 2 unconscious trophies high above, showcasing them to the heavens. Has the trial concluded? The trial has indeed reached its end. A gentle voice resonated behind Quinn. Like the most affectionate elder brother, he explained to Quinn with a smile. The divine cannot interfere with this world through means other than the descent of legendary power. Yet over the course of millennia, methods have been discovered. The caged beast of the beast god is one such method. However, there is no need for concern. Utilizing trial once consumes considerable energy, necessitating at least a full lunar cycle before it can be employed again. Furthermore, the divine playfulness is profound. The more captivating the tale, the more worthy it is to be recorded. Thus, the divine will not issue a fatal trial, but will instead leave a sliver of hope within, crafting an even more magnificent heroic saga. Among the records of the Divine Hand Clan, there are 3 such children who were favored by the divine yet abandoned their powers, thus being slain by trial and entering the divine realm prematurely. Akin to collecting beloved treasures, I wonder if you can comprehend this sentiment. Quinn released his grip, allowing the 2 unconscious bodies to thud onto the ground, and clapped his hands together. This brief interlude does not count as an addition. I shall continue writing tomorrow. The captain will make his appearance tomorrow. Chapter 88. The King of Giants am I? I am the pioneer, the explorer of the plains, the conqueror of the wilds, the dancer of the seas. Singing with the setting sun and rejoicing with the bright moon, and most importantly, I am Arlanza, the sole epic of the main tusk. The figure of that man descended behind Quinn, human in appearance yet bearing 2 wild boar tusks. His eyes as deep as the ocean, devoid of any discernible emotion, his aura towering and merging almost seamlessly with the moonlight. I do not harbor hatred for you having slain my brother. He merely tread the path of the god of war before me, and should fortune allow, we may yet meet again in the divine realm. However, your attempt to disrupt the main Tusk clan scheme of 20 years necessitates your service to my clan for 2 decades. My request is not unreasonable, is it? Quinn was taken aback. This is truly terrifying. He isn't even 20 years old yet. That's 2/3 of a mortgage from his previous life. Wait, what did he just say? Epic? Does it not seem so? Arlanza chuckled, extending his hand and flicking Quinn's forehead. Whoosh! A tempest roared in his ears, the scenery around him rapidly retreating, and finally, crash! He shattered through the crystal fortress's gate. Initially intending to wait for the Golden Empire to arrive for assistance during the Epic's descent, it seemed they would not be coming after all. The crystal defense, in comparison to the supreme position, truly lacked weight. Muttering to himself, Arlanza observed the nightlight captain hovering above the fortress. At this moment, the captain's eyes were devoid of the confidence he once possessed. Having believed that the 5 leaders united would unleash an epic force capable of severely wounding the fortress, it appeared now that the cunning and might of that pig-headed epic surpassed his expectations. The 5 leaders were even incapable of inflicting injury, lying in wait instead. In these coming days, they were likely anticipating the arrival of the Empire's epic reinforcements to launch a surprise attack. Should they succeed, it would be at least half a month before the Empire could dispatch another epic. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. When strategy is utterly crushed by overwhelming strength, it devolves into a farcical spectacle. He possessed no trump cards left. No, there is still one final step. Arlanza touched the tusks at the corner of his mouth, maintaining his smile, evidently having sensed something. I can feel the aura of the Legion commander. Having endured the curse of the goddess of night, he remains conscious, which is indeed quite formidable. At least I cannot achieve such a feat, yet what cost have you paid? The air trembled. A beam of light shot forth from the fortress, piercing the night and descending upon the battlefield. Cold, stern, cruel, and merciless. This is the enforcer of iron law and order. The crystal defense, the Legion commander, has descended. Within the fortress, an oversized knight without a helmet crouched beside the fallen Quinn, pressing his hand against his chest, invoking the legend. Soldier, you seem to be in quite a dire state. Who are you? Oh, I thought you had simply vanished. Quinn gazed at the Earth Dragon captain, who was now missing an arm, his expression shifting to one of realization. The captain's legend could absorb damage, which is why he had not joined the fray against the pig-headed hero. This implied that the Nightlight captain had never intended to triumph in a captain-level battle. All those skirmishes were merely to stall the pig-headed epic. Even the cavalry he commanded was merely a cover for this individual, assisting him in entering the fortress to absorb the damage sustained by the Legion commander through his legend. Yet how could legendary power influence epic power? The Earth Dragon captain beamed brightly, giving a thumbs up. I selectively absorb the damage inflicted upon my body, as long as the Legion commander regains consciousness for even a moment. He can self-heal thanks to the miracle of the fortress, though not underestimate him. His achievements are quite renowned. Although you may not know him personally, you have certainly heard of his tale. What tale? It is indeed quite famous. Quinn could not help but exclaim. This was the Golden Empire's best-selling fairy tale book, almost every household possessing a copy. Yet why do I feel as though the captain is on the verge of losing? On the epic battlefield, Arlanza unleashed a breath, a pitch-black beam of light striking the body of the Legion commander, sending him hurtling away. Even from 100 meters away, one could feel the searing heat of this force. Not even the renowned defensive prowess of the Earth Dragon commander could approach it. The epitome of the pig-headed hero remained nonchalant as ever. Do you know why I garnered the Council's approval? The hand of God, the wings of God, the blade of God, the boots of God, the fangs of God, evasion, blocking, defense. That armor was as defenseless as a sandbag. Each time the black beam struck his body, it left a gaping wound. The orc hero raised his sword high, showcasing it to the heavens. The clouds parted, revealing the full moon. Waves of epic power washed over the land, emanating an aura of chaotic dizziness. Even mere mortals gazing upon it seemed at risk of being assimilated by that chaos. I am acutely aware that within the miracle of the fortress, you can unleash over tenfold of your epic power. But do you know what deed I accomplished to ascend to the epic tier? Thud, thud. The commanders and the great sheep were tossed into the fortress. One need not think hard to know this was the doing of that legion commander. Stepping forward, his epic power began to gather in waves. Cold metal erupted from the ground, as if the entire earth had come alive. Twisting and trembling, baring its fangs in an attempt to bite into the enemy. Yet the chaotic aura melted the metal with its intense heat, transforming the land once tainted by the orc hero into a sea of magma. In this pitch-black inferno, Arlanza commanded the tide, a deluge of power crashing down upon the Legion Commander's iron domain. The victor was already determined. In no more than 3 minutes, Arlanza had overwhelmingly captured the Legion Commander. Then, with another wave of his hand, the magma roared and surged, shattering the miracle of the Crystal Fortress. With 7 strands of legendary power, I felled the epic hero of the elf race, enduring a month-long trial by fire to reach this epic realm. Do not presume that even 20-fold of your power could withstand me. Among the 20 epic heroes in the council, purely in terms of combat prowess, I rank 3rd, and that is the council's reason for supporting me. I am not merely relaying this to him, but also to you. Arlanza descended before Quinn, extending a hand in invitation. As the hero who hunts and seizes followers from the beast god, Trial, your identity is unique throughout the Orc Empire. Those old geezers adore such mascots, especially with your appearance. Do you truly lack Orcish blood? Never mind, bloodlines are inconsequential, but the aura of legends and divinity surrounding you is undoubtedly authentic. If you pledge your loyalty to me for 20 years, I shall forgive your transgressions against my Mane-Tooth clan. This is a boon from the strong, a choice that you, as a weaker being, cannot refuse. Yet I must still ask, could you please consider it? Had it not been for the tusks at the corner of his mouth, no one would have suspected such a gentle tone could emerge from an orc. Refusal. That word was not spoken by Quinn, but by the Legion commander. Quinn was already contemplating whether he could adapt to a life surrounded by a cadre of pig-headed warriors. After all, this fellow's combat strength was blindingly formidable, and he harbored no discrimination against orcs, akin to a laborer in Africa. Regardless, he had his advantages. As long as he remained cautious, he could ensure he would slay this pig-headed warrior within 5 years. Arlanza scrutinized the Legion commander, extending his hand, intending to deal with him directly. Royal blood? Judging by your physique, it seems you inherited shell rather than physique. For those who inherit physique are the giant kings. And you are merely a scrap, never destined to transcend into the epic realm. Discipline of self. Upon witnessing the release of the legendary power from the opponent, even Arlanza, with his exceptional composure, could not suppress a laugh. Have you failed to comprehend the chasm between epic and legendary? Rest assured, I shall not harm him, and he will be venerated by a cadre of old men, becoming the earthly representative of the Divine Lord, a status coveted by countless souls. An invisible wave surged towards the Legion commander, toppling his body but failing to shatter his will. Legend descends, legend materializes, discipline of self too, my friend. What good is it for you to become a secondary legendary power at this moment? He is an epic hero. I could easily dispatch him after a few years of play. Do not force this upon me. Quinn watched, drenched in sweat, unable to prevent the materialization of the opponent's legend. The Legion commander gritted his teeth, standing firm against the storm, his predatory gaze fixated on the epic hero. I will not allow my family to suffer. Arlanza remained unmoved, but in merely 3 seconds, his expression shifted. Behind the Legion commander, a rift tore open. Not an illusion, but a genuine rupture in space, from which a pair of gauntlets emerged. Crack, crack. The gauntlets continued to rend the fabric of space, widening the gap enough for an adult to pass through, before relinquishing the breach, and a figure stepped through. The newcomer possessed eyes as icy as crystal, cascading silver hair curling over her shoulders, her demeanor exuding an air of aloofness reminiscent of Hessel. No, even her appearance and stature mirrored that of Hessel. Quinn could discern that her dimensions were identical. Yet one glance revealed she was not Hessel. This woman, 8 strands of legendary power. Not 7, but 8. Standing before the rift, upon sensing Quinn's impudent gaze, she displayed a look of confusion but paid it little mind. Merely inclining slightly to welcome the next arrival from the breach, the woman stepped forth, but due to the angle, Quinn could not discern her face, only noting that she wore high-heeled shoes, approaching the newly ascended two-stranded legendary power of the Legion commander. Smiling softly, Quinn could not identify the newcomer, but Arlanza recognized her immediately. She was an epic hero like himself, Giant King Claire. Why have you suddenly appeared here? The woman turned gracefully, each movement embodying courtly elegance. Neither distant nor overly familiar, akin to a benefactor extending grace to a subordinate. If I do not come, my sister Clayton may perish at your hands. Should she die, my source of power will be lost. Chapter 89. Sisters, Giant King. I have heard that you were bestowed this epic title after vanquishing the epic giant titan's progeny, quite similar to my own fate. Those old relics should have perished long ago. This era belongs to us. Arlanza regarded the Crystal Line's Legion commander with disdain, yet his gaze held unwavering affirmation for this hero bearing the title of epic. The smile on the Giant King's face instantly vanished, replaced by a look of contempt as she quietly chastised inferior races. You truly repulse me, barely resembling human form with 2 teeth remaining. Her words were directed not at Arlanza but at the woman beside her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Hessel. The woman's visage was pale and pure, clad in silver armor, a silver cloak cascading from her shoulders like a tapestry woven from moonlight, rustling softly in the night breeze. Compared to Hessel's cold exterior and warm interior, she emanated a soul-chilling indifference that could freeze one solid. She bore no weapon, a hexagonal crystal of 8 colors floating beside her. Quinn quickly discerned her status as an 8-stranded legendary being because that crystal was her proof of legend. Can one even extract such a thing? If extracted, could she still be considered legendary? However, Quinn soon witnessed something even more astonishing. Her proof of legend began to spin, receiving a boost from its master. Infused with epic power, charging towards Arlanza. The speed was so swift that Quinn could scarcely comprehend it, merely sensing a gale at the city gate as the two vanished. He could only vaguely perceive 2 meteors colliding in the sky, erupting with terrifying aftershocks. Claire! Boom! The helmet shattered, revealing the full visage of the Legion commander. Even pressed to the ground, her disheveled hair could not conceal her innate nobility. Her delicate, jade-like cheeks flushed slightly, her brows arched like distant mountains, subtly rising, resembling 2 ink feathers striving to take flight, adding a touch of sharpness to her gallant features. Yet more so, it conveyed the sensation of a pampered, mischievous little bear longing to bite yet restrained by a firm hand. The woman exerted her epic power upon the Legion commander, her proud smile gracing her as she looked down at her sister sprawled on the ground. That is all. With that, she too vanished into the earth. A tremendous sound reverberated through the sky, akin to a cataclysmic storm shaking everything in its path. Legend released. Eternal and indomitable fortress. The walls rising from the earth enveloped the crystal fortress. Preserved only under the legendary might of the Earth Dragon commander. Splatter. A pig-headed creature over 10 meters in diameter plummeted before the walls of the crystal fortress, its incredulous eyes remaining open until the very last moment. A majestic and solemn female voice echoed from the heavens. The crisis of the crystal fortress has been averted, declaring the Emperor's decree. The 11th Prince, Felinos, due to the incursion of pig-headed creatures into the crystal line, causing reputational damage to the Golden Empire, shall, after 1 month, lead all commanders to transfer command to the 6th Legion of the Southern Azure Ancient Forest, demoted to Deputy Chief of Staff, assisting the 6th Legion commander. The position of the Crystal Line's Legion commander shall be provisionally assumed by the 19th Princess, Claire. After the sound had completely faded away, the oppressive force of epic power on the captain was finally lifted. I am furious. I am absolutely furious. That fellow is so arrogant. Oh dear, oh dear. Freed from the shackles of epic power, she completely lost her sanity. Rolling on the ground and gnashing her teeth, she cursed that epic hero. That wretched creature, born of a mother yet raised without one. I must trample her beneath my feet. Captain, it seems you share the same mother as her. So what? Never mind. Continue to curse, darling. Come here for a moment. The dazed sheep timidly approached Quinn. The memories of being controlled by the deity were still fresh, and it feared that Quinn would take revenge by hanging it up for a beating. Restrain her. Don't let her continue to embarrass herself. Bring the potion. Go away. Don't put your face close. Is it quite soft? grasping the sheep's cheek. The captain began to amuse herself. The poor sheep could only huddle in place, allowing her to toy with it. What on earth happened to you? I feel that she is willing to come to your rescue. She must be a decent person, right? The god of order is a magnificent existence. Its descendants, hundreds of years ago, founded the Golden Empire, establishing unassailable rules. That descendant was the eldest child. Soon after, that descendant bestowed their power upon their children. The strong acquired wisdom, the weak obtained will, the incomplete gained wings, and the blind received a single eye. At the same time, it was proclaimed that 100 years hence would mark their demise, and if on that day, the children could defeat one another, they could seize each other's power. The ultimate victor would become king. 100 years later, the second Golden Emperor was swiftly born, a mythic hero, without a doubt, even stronger than the previous Golden Emperor due to the trials they had endured. In just 3 days, he quelled the watchful eyes of the outside world. Hundreds of years later, he employed this very method to select his successor. The deadline was also 100 years. The Golden Emperor married his 13th wife, and together they bore a pair of twins. The elder sister was born robust and immensely strong, having killed a full-grown water buffalo at the age of 3. The younger sister, frail and sickly, possessed extraordinary senses, able to perceive the miraculous powers floating in the air even before attaining legendary status. The elder sister consistently protected her younger sibling, and their bond was strong, until the year they turned 7. Both fell ill with a severe fever. From that point on, the younger sister began uttering strange words. As if cursed by a sorcerer, finally, at the age of 10, she pierced her sister's body with legendary power, seizing a portion of her sister's inherited power more than 20 years prematurely. The elder sister instantly lost all the miraculous protections granted by the god of order. Due to her frail physique, she could not harness this power, yet she could manipulate it at will, bestowing it upon her own guards. Upon learning of this, the Golden Emperor compelled the younger sister to forge a contract. Until she reached legendary status, she must protect her elder sister, forbidding any form of imprisonment, harm, or death towards her. Should her sister die, all of the younger sister's powers would vanish, having lost the power of order. The elder sister, with the Golden Emperor's assistance, acquired her mother's role. Yet, the power of order could not be so easily relinquished. Even with the protection of the god of beasts and hunting, her legend could not suppress the seed growing within her. The child of order could only ascend through the path of order's power, and even if she could supplement her abilities with other divine powers, her essence would forever remain tied to that of order. Ultimately, the seed grew larger, intertwining with the power of beasts. Fearing that her sister, now an epic being, would reclaim her strength, the elder sister consistently refrained from pursuing a second legendary ascension. The younger sister understood this well and left a mark upon her. Should she gain another legendary power, the younger sister, even from 1,000 miles away in the capital, would sense it, comprehending that her sister was in insurmountable danger. After hearing the tale, Quinn smacked the sheep's head and couldn't help but exclaim, "So she is quite wicked. Extremely, extremely wicked." The captain corrected the errors in her subordinate's speech. "However, dear captain, you are far too gentle. Am I not fierce?" Glaring at Quinn with gritted teeth, the captain blinked her elegantly large eyes, her nostrils flaring slightly, as if flirting. Upon seeing this, Quinn's expression suddenly darkened. His eyes narrowing to a dim arc, clenching his fists before his chest, he declared, "Then, as recompense for your humiliation in saving me, I swear by my very existence that I shall help you slay that woman and deliver her head into your hands." "No, no, no." Grabbing Quinn's fist, she halted his oath. "You see, you are still too gentle, lacking that certain ferocity. When you remove your helmet, you change entirely. Wearing it makes you appear more fierce." "Really?" The captain leaned closer to Quinn, scrutinizing his eyes, seeking to discern any deceit through this method. She had performed such actions countless times before, with neither Quinn nor herself feeling any particular sensation. She would even directly bump her forehead against Quinn's head, laughing heartily at his pained expression as he fell to the ground. But with their faces so close upon the removal of the helmet, the distance between their lashes was negligible, and when their golden and brown eyes locked, an unusual flutter of the heart surged from her chest. Startled, the captain quickly retreated, nearly tumbling off the back of the sheep. Grateful to Moyumu for the urging symbol and to Ming Xin for the support. Chapter 90. Another pair of sisters. The dawn's light once again illuminated the entire front line, the long shadows shrinking until the sunset reached the highest conference room of the Crystal Fortress. In the spacious and bright conference room, seated in the position of the Legion commander was the mysterious and noble 19th princess. Concerning the actions of the Beastmen, intelligence indicated that they had launched this fierce offensive within the last 2 months. Initially, no one had anticipated the outbreak of this war. Everyone had taken it for granted that it was merely a trivial conflict initiated by the Beastman tribes to manage their surplus population. After all, such small-scale skirmishes had occurred frequently over the long years, without attracting much attention. However, no one had foreseen that these cunning beings would unexpectedly bypass the territory of the Black Blood Divine Web. Like phantoms, stealthily launching a sudden and ferocious attack on the Crystal Fortress. Prior to this, all documented reports echoed the previous decades, consisting merely of routine patrol records, supply inventories, and soldier training statuses. Everything appeared so calm and stable, with no signs heralding the impending storm. After reviewing all the intelligence, she set aside the documents in her hand. Observing this, her guard immediately summoned legendary power, sweeping away the cold conference table and replacing it with a pre-prepared single dining table. As she enjoyed her breakfast, the princess gently nudged her guard with her foot. Sister remains the same as always, foolish as ever. Do you wish to see her? I do. The guard, seemingly perpetually cold, maintained that expression even in private settings. Facing the closest of friends, the princess pierced a piece of fatty meat with her fork, watching the fat ooze out under high heat, splattering onto the plate. Finding it particularly amusing, however, her greater curiosity lay with another individual, that one called Quinn. Turns out he is human. I thought he was a beastman contracted by my sister's legendary power. You see, the god of hunting and beasts has a role that allows one to form contracts with animals. Does it not? The guard's expression remained unmoved. Silently, he used legendary power to catch the splattered droplets of oil. If he stays by your sister's side, then he must also be close to Hessel. Your sister, perhaps, has already shaken his hand? A look of confusion crossed the guard's eyes. Shaking hands? Isn't that quite normal? She sees other nobles with pets, and they train them to shake hands as well. His gaze towards you seems somewhat off. It surely relates to Hessel? When the princess kept pets, she also took care of them. Hessel had previously tended to the 18th princess's pet, which had momentarily mistaken him for Hessel. Never mind, go ahead and visit your sister. It isn't easy for her to be by my sister's side, and now she has ascended to legendary status. You must be gentle and not keep everything bottled up inside. Thank you, Your Highness. The guard nodded, and with another wave of his hand, the dining table vanished, leaving the princess alone in the quiet conference room. Humming an unknown tune, the princess waved her fingers, drawing a circle in the air. Sparks danced from her fingertips, encircling a space, projecting the scene of the royal capital, as the only royal blood capable of contending with the god of combat in the Golden Empire. She would not forfeit the opportunity to observe her opponents. Even if she had been away from the capital for a few days, she especially wished to see which of those fellows could deliver the most humorous and comical performance. But what is that massive pit in the distance? Standing atop the walls of the Thornspear Fortress, Quinn gazed at a colossal pit nearly a kilometer wide not far from the fortress. This pit resembled a grotesque wound torn into the earth. Unfathomably deep, emanating a nauseating stench of blood. The pit is heaped high with decaying flesh, a grotesque amalgamation of bloodied remains presenting an eerie dark red hue, glimmering under the sunlight with a chilling sheen. Puddles of thick, blackish-red blood seep through, reminiscent of the vile drool of demons, exuding a nauseating stench that lingers in the air, refusing to dissipate. Faintly discernible are the corpses of lizard men. Fear not, my attack shall not harm the ley lines. A bone-chilling cold emanates from behind Quinn. Turning around, he sees Heezer and a woman who bears an uncanny resemblance to her, awkwardly waving at him. This is my sister, Martina, Heezer introduces. So it is indeed the esteemed sister. Quinn promptly steps forward, extending his hand. The other party is momentarily taken aback, as if pondering something, before swiftly removing her gauntlet to clasp Quinn's hand with her delicate one. Your name is Quinn? Indeed, esteemed sister, I am Quinn. All right, I shall remember you. Even upon becoming a legend, one must not grow complacent, especially regarding your duties, understood. This marks Quinn's second encounter with the demure expression on the military doctor's face, the first being the night of his faith's doubt. I understand you have hobbies, but if your pastime merely involves raising slaves, I would prefer you nurture a slave akin to Melis. Her combat prowess is, at the very least, acceptable. There is no hint of disdain or condescension in her words, merely an articulation of fact, until Heezer quietly interjects, "Quinn is not a slave." Not a slave. Martina's mind races. Such a hulking figure cannot be a mere slave. Could he be a stableman? Grasping that fleeting insight, Martina's gaze shifts to one of apology. "I apologize, Sir Stableman. I misjudged your occupation. Surely this cannot be a mistake. This man, who resembles a barbarian and can tame the siege ram, must possess exceptional equestrian skills." Quinn exchanges knowing glances with Heezer, silently inquiring, "Is your sister perhaps a bit unhinged? You are the one who has lost your wits. My sister is absolutely sound of mind." Martina, perplexed, observes their silent communication and questions. "Have your eyes encountered sand?" "Not at all, esteemed sister. Will you stay for breakfast? Otherwise, I shall retire to rest. I am utterly exhausted after battling all night. My apologies. I failed to consider that." Nodding, the royal guard of the 19th princess seizes Heezer's shoulder and, with a swish, vanishes from sight, leaving Quinn alone atop the wall. Not entirely alone, as the obediently chastised Lily and Melis stand nearby. They seem to harbor a considerable psychological shadow regarding this military doctor's sister, deeper than that of Heezer. Has she always been this way? Indeed. Terrifying. Lily's little head nods furiously, her hands gesturing animatedly about Martina's past actions. Rising at 6 in the morning for training, being caught stealing food from the kitchen and facing 2 hours of wall sitting, and being forced into a cooking training camp for her atrocious culinary skills. In that regard, she is quite justified. Oh dear. With a thud, Lily collides with Quinn's armor, leaving herself dazed. Now it's my turn. My intention was to sacrifice 2 legs for the sake of the heroic tale of the pig-headed man, ultimately leading to a climactic scene where the lamb appears, delivering thunderous strikes alongside the protagonist, with both achieving legendary status. Yet, some readers found the pace too slow, so I hastened it a bit. However, post-acceleration, some readers deemed it too rushed. It is the first time I've encountered such a cacophony of opinions, having no prior experience. Therefore, from now on, aside from fixing bugs, I shall not alter the plot. Of course, should I unwittingly pin something that strains credibility, please do not hesitate to chastise me. This is meant to be exhilarating. It must not devolve into pretentiousness. Chapter 91. Letters home during this cavalry charge, all suffered injuries and exhaustion, with 5 elite warriors perishing, compared to the other 150 riders of lesser skill. Thanks to Quinn's prior training, their casualties were minimal. No battlefield is devoid of death. Even with a victory, spirits remained relatively high, though the friends of the 5 fallen Order Knights felt a shade of melancholy. Gradually uplifted by the encouragement of the surviving comrades, they agreed to host a banquet 10 days hence, once all matters were settled, inviting the esteemed commander. Since Martina's arrival, Heezer had resolutely declined Quinn's request for prolonged intimacy, citing a tool of Martina's legend that allows her to teleport and periodically check if Heezer is fulfilling her duties to assist the princess. Quinn slowly began to realize that this woman is remarkably principled. She harbors no notions of superiority or disdain towards anyone, even maintaining a frosty demeanor towards the commander, embodying a composed professionalism. Like a cold machine, she executes the princess's demands flawlessly, possessing an extensive array of knowledge in cooking, painting, architecture, horse taming, and military training. She is virtually a perfect homunculus of expertise. This is Quinn's ultimate conclusion. As for the 19th princess, Quinn had not encountered her in days and had not witnessed any interaction between her and the commander, their rift evidently profound. Subsequently, having attained legendary status, Quinn was promoted to deputy commander, remaining under the commander's wing, without being granted the autonomy to lead a separate legion. The rationale was that the time frame was too short. He was required to learn alongside the commander for 6 months, with a review thereafter. This was only possible due to the collective recommendation of several commanders, as the 19th princess would not ordinarily meddle in such matters. According to Heezer, Martina's primary daily task involved preparing meals for the 19th princess, while listening to her recount the political intrigues of the capital in the room of Thorn Spear Fortress. "Hurry, ink, please. I need to write to father." Vis excitedly bounced around the room, unable to contain his joy for several days, finally recalling the need to pen a letter home to share this wonderful news. "Do you have ink, Quinn? Let us seek out Miss Heezer." Apart from his childhood friend, Vis only knew this high-ranking officer at Thorn Spear Fortress, and for reasons unknown, they shared a decent rapport. "Heezer has not been faring well lately. Is it due to her sister? She is indeed a strict individual, yet also quite kind." Vis had met Martina, and they shared little in common, of course, primarily because he lacked the courage to engage her in conversation. That icy woman would not utter a word to strangers. Without further ado, Vis promptly dragged Quinn to Heezer's office. In the absence of patience, she often engaged in research, currently attempting to develop new products using a blast furnace. However, her furrowed brow suggested her efforts were not yielding success. "Another failure? I cannot fathom the next evolutionary step for this item. Is there an advanced, expedited smelting method? Your initial approach is flawed. The blast furnace's configuration is nearly perfected. Enhancements will not yield qualitative improvements. You must explore what this item can produce. Beyond iron, are there other byproducts? If you are unaware, I can provide guidance. I do not require your assistance, though if I am still struggling in half a month, I might just need it." Heezer was acutely aware of her own capabilities. She then inquired, "So, what brings you here?" "Oh, I wouldn't just come to bother you for nothing." The military doctor shot Quinn a glance. "If you had no purpose, your hands would already be beneath your garments." Though she herself bore no aversion to his presence. Feeling slightly guilty under her gaze, Quinn raised his hands to clarify his intent. "Vis wishes to write home, but he lacks ink, paper, and a courier. That's easily resolved. Once it's written, hand it to me, and I shall have someone deliver it to Crystal Fortress. Letters will be sent out collectively at the end of the month. All officers of elite rank and above enjoy this privilege." Vis stood awkwardly at the door, chuckling. It was evident that Heezer was hinting at him. "The paper, pen, and ink are right here. Go ahead and write." Rising, she vacated her seat for Vis, her delicate form completely obscured by Quinn. Without a second thought, Vis eagerly sat down, but as he lifted the pen, he found himself at a loss for words. Turning to ask Quinn for assistance, only to feel a hand resting on his arm. "Right, dear Father Elbite, it has been a long time. How have you been?" Vis dipped the quill into the ink. Awaiting Quinn's next words. "Whenever I think of you, I am reminded of the bread baked by Miss Michelle. It is my favorite breakfast." Vis's handwriting mirrored Quinn's perfectly, albeit at a considerably slower pace. He felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. The distance between them felt akin to the pristine peaks of snow-capped mountains and the lush greenery of deep valleys, visible yet unattainable. "The 2 months spent apart from you have left my spirits somewhat diminished. However, as the sole heir of the Chestnut clan, I shall effortlessly grasp glory, akin to a hunter parting the underbrush. Accompanying me is Quinn, the offspring of Uncle Dalsey, who has now risen to the status of a legendary hero and remains eager to serve our family, becoming my right-hand ally. Yours affectionately, Vis." As Vis concluded the letter, he carefully blew dry the ink, turned with a heart full of joy, and showed it to his good brother for any errors. "Excellent, excellent. The letter shall remain here for Hessel to send on my behalf." Chapter 92. The Coachman Lord Quinn, Captain. So formidable. Oh, oh, oh. Quinn achieved a tie for first place in the arm wrestling contest, able to engage in pure physical combat with the captain. At the grand bonfire celebration, under the watchful eyes of the Order Knights, several stone pedestals that bore witness to their contest shattered, ultimately acknowledging a draw. Immediately thereafter, Quinn announced the next event. "The forthcoming competition shall be a tug-of-war with my dear little lamb. I permit you all to team up." The siege ram, with a swaggering demeanor, paraded about the arena, proclaiming its immense power. Having ascended to legendary status, it was no longer the intellect of a mere 3-year-old. At the very least, it had the wits of a 6-year-old. Do not underestimate us. Even if we are legendary heroes, we number a considerable few, and I shall participate as well. The diminutive figure of Lily, standing at a height of 1.80 m, took center stage for the tug-of-war. Regrettably, even with over 40 elite knights joining forces, alongside a naturally robust knight like Lily, They could not withstand the brute strength of the legendary little lamb. Now deemed a hybrid of dragonkind, it was exceedingly challenging to find anyone, apart from Quinn, who could match its power in the realm of legends. With a habitual slap on the little lamb's head, Quinn erupted into laughter, celebrating its victory. Upon entering her chamber, Quinn's room bore little distinction from that of an ordinary soldier, save for the slightly larger proportions of the furniture and the woolen rug that blanketed the floor, offering delightful comfort to bare feet. Naturally, others occupied the room as well. Hessel, Maris, Lily, and Polypo, the captain's 4 loyal attendants. "Shall I assist you in sobering up?" Hessel raised a flushed finger, gently prodding his side. "No, no, no. It burns, truly burns." Quinn, still somewhat dazed, quickly regained his senses, surveying the circle of faces around him, realizing he could no longer feign drunkenness. With a click, his armor was released, the captain's helmet falling away to reveal her visage and the attire beneath. Clad in a simple training uniform, devoid of ostentation, it resembled a princess dress akin to that of her sister. Her strikingly handsome features radiated an innate charm, and the elusive smile gracing her lips added an air of inscrutable allure, starkly contrasting her usual boisterous demeanor. If Hessel's sisters could be likened to a snow lotus, one cold in appearance yet warm within, the other a frigid flower inside and out, then the captain was akin to a tulip, elegant, noble, yet unyielding in her pursuit of friendship, embodying a bright and sunny disposition. Not only was she beautiful, but her neck was also long and graceful, reminiscent of a swan's elegant arch, the lines of her form flawless, reflecting a pearlescent sheen under the light. It dawned on Quinn that the armor he donned was once the captain's. So, does this mean I am wearing women's attire on the battlefield? Then, the captain seized Quinn and drew him close, just as she often did, tucking him under her arm, their heads clashing with a metallic thud. "Tonight's second event is primarily to welcome Quinn as my personal attendant. Polypo, Lily, you two should remove your armor as well." With a clatter, Polypo's armor fell away, revealing a cute nightgown adorned with the image of a big white rabbit. Her little feet bounced about the room, landing on the woolen rug as she settled down. Polypo, however, clung tightly to her helmet, refusing to remove it regardless of the persuasion. The captain had yet to discuss with her the events Quinn had discovered that fateful night, but since Polypo was unwilling to part with it, she did not press the issue. Raising her other hand, the captain declared, "Quinn, from now on, you shall be my 5th personal attendant. Do you know why other captains have accompanying servants while I appear to have none? This is my cook." With cheeks stuffed full of snacks, Lily raised her hands in a gesture of triumph, affirming her role. "This is my servant." "Hemph." Polypo crossed her arms, her eyes gleaming with pride. "This is my slave, and the only one I possess. I was abducted at a young age, and it is an honor to have been purchased by Lord Clayton." The swordswoman Maris expressed no concern regarding her status as a slave, as the other 5 individuals in the room shared her indifference. "This is my steward. I needn't introduce him further." "Ah." Hessel watched as Quinn endured the captain's warm embrace, the heat in her hand intensifying. No need. Quinn, have you decided what role you wish to play among my family?" Upon hearing this, Quinn recalled Hessel's sister, Martina. Her judgment of him did not seem too unfavorable. "The coachman?" The captain pondered thoughtfully for a moment. "I must admit, the role of a coachman does seem quite fitting for you. Not only are your riding skills exceptional, but you also possess the only legendary steed in our ranks. Most importantly, that large sheep can easily accommodate 6 individuals without feeling cramped. Very well. In recognition of your superior riding abilities, I hereby appoint you as the exclusive coachman for the 18th princess." Ha ha ha. Chapter 93. The absence of the divine. The 6 individuals conversed late into the night. A.S. Lily climbed onto the captain's lap and yawned. The latter half of the day came to a close. Initially, the captain had intended for Quinn to stay over, but Polypo and Hessel vehemently opposed the idea, thwarting her plans. "Are you disappointed that you couldn't stay?" As soon as they exited the room, Hessel seized Quinn's ear. "Clearly, you are feeling jealous." How could that be?" "Tsk." With a spit of disdain, Maris hastened her pace, unwilling to let this pair of lovebirds disrupt her sword training. Once Maris had entirely departed, Hessel's soft voice emerged from Quinn's embrace. "Quinn, to the confinement room." "Understood." The Order Knights had already settled in for the night, and the patrol shifts within the fortress had diminished, with the ample weight of the ripe peach resting upon his shoulder. Each step was accompanied by a delightful sense of fleshiness. The military doctor relished this time spent in solitude with him, closing her eyes and humming a tune, tracing whimsical patterns on his chest with her heels. From her early education, she had been taught the supremacy of divine authority and royal power. The purpose of her existence was to devote everything to the divine, assisting the royal family in achieving this ultimate goal. Over the course of more than 30 years, her beliefs had become deeply ingrained. As a disciple of the divine, she was not permitted personal time. All her moments must be surrendered to earn the favor of the divine. Yet, after that day when a rift appeared in her spirit, she allocated a portion of her time to fill the void of faith left behind. Surely, the divine would not mind if she apportioned a little time to him. Right? After all, aside from presenting new knowledge, the divine had never looked after her, so a little extra time would not be amiss, a bit more, just a bit more. The divine does not watch over me anyway. They do not need my time, as long as I deliver new knowledge. Quinn, release me. Oh. The military doctor, feeling her body unusually light, found herself in a deserted street. The distant sound of patrolling soldiers echoed. They had just inspected this area. Barefoot, she quietly donned a black-red robe, her eyes shimmering like ripples in an autumn pond, exuding boundless grace and vitality. The bounteous dancer would offer her most passionate and exuberant dance to the divine in devotion. Yet tonight, the divine was absent. The gossamer skirt, delicately layered, enveloped her form like a velvet night, gently wrapping around her body. With each movement of her dance, the hem seemed to tremble with life, suddenly bursting forth as if every layer of fabric sang a fervent melody. The fiery tongues of flame licked the earth, rippling waves of warmth radiating from her being. The initial dance of the bounteous dancer was a courtship display, an expression of allure. This was the cornerstone of civilization. As her nostrils slightly perspired, the heat was soon consumed by the licking flames. The fiery dance swayed in the night, her slender waist twisting, unfurling petals rich with deadly temptation that ensnared the man's body. Yet, they could only perceive an empty street. Assuming they were experiencing an illusion, they scratched their heads and departed. High above, the dancer clutched her spoils, soaring towards the small dark room. The following day, Quinn wished to leap from his bed as he usually did, only to discover that his limbs felt languid and somewhat fatigued. He could not help but inquire, "Have you cheated? I thought you would be spent after an hour, yet it feels as though you grow stronger with each passing moment." "It is merely the application of legendary power," the military doctor replied, leaning against him like a soft water snake coiling upward. She radiated a vibrant glow. The strength of the goddess of abundance is indeed quite useful. Whether it be healing wounds or restoring stamina, it is a trivial matter. If you are injured, I shall treat you. After all, I am a doctor. Is that truly how a doctor operates? Indeed. Quinn decided not to dwell on such trivialities, as it was well within his capacity to endure. Ultimately, having transcended the final layer of their relationship, the two felt little change. During the day, they were usually preoccupied with their own affairs. Quinn was responsible for training the elite knights, while Hessel managed the logistics of the fortress. In just over half a month, the Thornspear Fortress would embark on a collective march towards the azure ancient forest in the south. It sufficed for the captains to bring their elite knights, as ordinary soldiers were unnecessary, though bringing one or two would not pose an issue. This was to prevent the enemy from deploying legendary heroes specifically countering each captain, as had been the case this time. This was an age-old tradition of the Golden Empire. Whenever a significant upheaval occurred on one side, the legendary heroes from both fronts would be alternated. The rare tranquility made Quinn somewhat uneasy. Currently, if he wished to hunt orcs, he would need to run at least 200 kilometers north, all the way to the Bearmen's encampment, facing no fewer than 10 formidable legendary heroes of the enemy, far surpassing the pig-headed ones, along with the epic heroes of the Bearmen. Thus, he could only vent his energies on these elite knights. "Stand up quickly. Whoever dares to fall shall face my fist. You, especially you." He pointed at Polybode, the former commander. She needed to set a positive example for them rather than a negative one. It must be said that training these soldiers held little interest. Yet, Polybo's stubborn little eyes were particularly amusing. Ever since Quinn ascended to legend, this order knight, who daily expressed her discontent, had been remarkably obedient in his presence, aside from whispering complaints behind his back. As for how Quinn knew she spoke ill of him, she had no friends aside from the captain and Lily. If he merely strolled around the captain's meeting room with the new snacks he had prepared that day, he could learn even the most trivial details, such as the age at which Polybo had wet her bed. Chapter 94. Days of marching July blazed with heat as summer had already passed its midpoint. The captains of the Crystal Defense Line, accompanied by their personal guards, embarked on a large-scale migration spanning 1,000 miles. Though it sounded distant, it would only take 20 days to traverse. All of this was due to one individual, the Earth Dragon Captain. His contributions in this battle were considerable, hence the higher-ups had bestowed upon him a unique, legendary equipment, the melodious Earth Heart Wheel. That it means exactly what it implies. 20-plus rumbling wheels allowed his castle to traverse the plains freely and receive supplies through the energy of the Earth's veins. That grand castle could comfortably house over 1,000 inhabitants. Aside from this batch from Thorn Spear Fortress, Martina provided a luxurious carriage, also legendary equipment, the dreamlike Imperial Chariot. It appeared to be a classic, understated ordinary carriage on the outside, yet within lay over 100 square meters of living space, spacious enough for 10 individuals without feeling cramped. However, apart from the personal guards, all other Order Knights were relegated to the Earth Dragon Captain's castle. More than its travel capabilities, the most significant aspect was that this carriage could transform into the captain's exclusive armor, boasting a level of defense that even Quinn could not breach unarmed, making it the prime choice for home travel and covert operations. The only drawback was that the carriage lacked the ability to absorb energy from the Earth's veins like the wheels above, relying solely on the captain's legendary power to propel it, or, baby, charge forward, bah, or it could be pulled by a little sheep. Quinn rode atop the little sheep, directing it to keep pace with the imposing castle ahead. He bore 2 blades on his back, hunting evil, exterminating malice, the legendary equipment left behind by Hetrel, which had been awarded to him. Initially, he could have received 2 such items, but the higher-ups evidently wished to allocate some credit to the captain, hence granting these 2 exclusive pieces of equipment to the 2 of them. The captain did not require dual blades, nor could Quinn don that armor. Thus, among the original Crystal Legion, there existed only 3 pieces of legendary equipment. Even the Legion commander lacked such items. Not that he held any disdain for legendary equipment, but he could not acquire epic equipment, leaving him without any decent gear, easily defeated by the pig-headed epic heroes. Despite being one of the numerous princes, it was challenging for them to enjoy the Emperor's favor beyond their childhood years. They were required to become one of the nation's leaders, without exception. This applied to the captain as well. Aside from their positions, they received no gifts from the Emperor. Hessel, come out to play, don't stay in there, the military doctor said with a helpless smile. Her expression one of exasperation, apologizing to the others as she slowly exited the carriage and sat on the other side of the sheep's head. Their relationship seemed to have improved recently. VS sat gloomily on a chair, feeling somewhat discontented. Although he was brought onto the carriage by Quinn, the individuals present did not seem particularly amiable. Melis had been encountered several times. Aside from her sword, she appeared indifferent to everything else, and should he inadvertently offend her, he might end up on the receiving end of a blow. The knight named Polybo was equally arrogant, often instructing him to perform meaningless tasks. The one he felt most at ease with was the little girl named Lily, who seemed younger than him but was actually his age, and she kindly shared snacks, though her strength was somewhat overwhelming. A careless punch could leave him flat on the ground for an extended period. Most fearsome, however, was the captain. Clad in armor, he resembled a colossal armored beast, with arms thicker than Quinn's and fists larger as well. Occupying the space of 2 individuals, he would even snatch snacks from children. Lost in thought, VS was suddenly seized by the captain, who lifted him by the scruff of his neck, leaning in with eyes as large as brass bells to sniff him. There was a scent of blood, but it had been cleaned up quite thoroughly. Panic washed over him almost instantaneously, his face visibly tensing. "Ha, don't be afraid. I know Hessel helped you clean up. She did the same for me before. If I hadn't sniffed closely, I wouldn't have noticed it myself. But you are rather weak, aren't you? Not a muscle to speak of. Your fists are all soft and feeble." The captain's presence felt much like Quinn's. The capital city of the Golden Empire, located beneath the earth, was once the lair of evil dragons. Thus, the first Golden Emperor forged this area into a dragon graveyard with his fists. Quite literally did he slaughter these malevolent dragons, transforming their carcasses into tombstones, nourishing the earth's veins, and utilizing that energy to establish the Golden Empire's first city. Because the resentful souls of these dragons were protected by the dragon god and the god of death, even the divine power of the god of order could not eradicate them entirely. Hence, the dragon graveyard required guardianship. Otherwise, the souls of the evil dragons would escape, causing significant trouble for the reigning Golden Emperor. It was akin to having an epic hero stationed there to ensure the continuous prosperity of the capital city. Few epics were willing to accept such a thankless task, save for the Golden Dragon King. A human who had once torn ancient dragons apart and bathed in their blood. It was precisely due to this legend that the Golden Dragon King could continuously absorb the souls of these evil dragons using his inherent dragon attributes, subsequently cleansing his form with the holy water of the sacred church, thereby achieving continuous growth while eradicating the dragon graveyard. At this moment, the Golden Dragon King sat cross-legged at the heart of the dragon graveyard, concentrating and attuning himself to the unquenched resentment of the souls from centuries past. A buzzing of golden light flickered as a diminutive figure descended from the heavens. Order Overseer Cecilia emerged with her guards, casting a swift glance at the terrifying souls of the evil dragons around her. With just a cold huff, her epic power radiated, threatening to disrupt the energy of the earth here. My sister, the selection for the throne will commence in 5 years. I do not wish for you to lose your eligibility today. The Golden Dragon King merely uttered one sentence, dispersing the epic power, before slowly asking, "What do you seek from me?" Claire had been absent from the capital for a month. Did you not have anything in mind? Cecilia, petite in stature, harbored a glint of conspiracy in her eyes. Yet the Golden Dragon King regarded her with disdain. Aside from the god of war, no one else piques my interest. That woman merely had the fortune to draw with the god of war. Should she face me, she would fall far short. If you wish to engage in the games of these foolish mortals, seek others. My time is precious. I am merely 3 dragon souls away from creating an insurmountable gap between us. Chapter 95, Days of Marching, Part 2, Hessel. Your legendary power has been stuck at the first level for nearly a month now. It has only been a month. Night fell once more. A time Quinn particularly cherished, as the gentle breeze caressed the open fields, the fragrant aroma of fresh grass filled the air, and in the embrace of a cherished companion, one could even mischievously swat at the most docile of sheep. Hessel cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering the sudden mention of this topic, undoubtedly hinting at something less than favorable. I merely noticed your recent lack of progress and wish to expedite your advancement. He continued, There's no need for you to fret. I have already achieved preliminary results in the utilization of the blast furnace. Hessel regarded the restless hand of her companion with an expression that suggested. As expected, a soft sigh escaped her lips, drawing the attention of those within the carriage. The superior physical prowess of elite individuals rendered them akin to diminutive superheroes. Upon hearing Hessel's unguarded sound, their gazes shifted from the card game on the table to the couple seated atop the sheep's head. Yet, it was soon followed by Quinn's earnest voice. I genuinely wish to assist you. Any product contributing to civilization, be it art, everyday items, or industrial technology, could surely earn you the favor of the goddess of abundance, bestowing upon you legendary power. Yes? Theoretically, this held true. Hessel adopted a cold tone, evidently sensing the scrutiny directed at her from behind. By coincidence, I possess an exceptionally captivating piece of art that I believe will undoubtedly grant you, Lady Hessel, the legendary power. The military medic, upon hearing Quinn's reference to Lady Hessel, immediately recognized the insidious intent behind his words. It was said that in a distant ancient Eastern kingdom, there existed a remarkably exquisite art form known as porcelain, which had not gained popularity due to the absence of a tradition venerating the goddess of abundance among its people. Porcelain came in many varieties, with one of the most renowned being roux ware, a highly esteemed artifact. To achieve the desired aesthetic in roux ware, the clay's composition is crucial, primarily utilizing soil and minerals that must be crushed, washed, and settled before being fashioned into clay suitable for use, akin to the process of crafting pottery. Once the raw form is shaped, it undergoes a bisque firing in a kiln, a process your blast furnace is capable of achieving. Typically at around 800 degrees, aimed at removing moisture and impurities while enhancing the strength and hardness of the clay. An impressive technique indeed. The individuals within the carriage exchanged glances as they listened to Quinn's voice from outside. How utterly arcane those insights seemed. Finding little amusement in the matter, they resumed their card game. Ha ha ha, I've won. Lily, come here. I want to draw a turtle on your face. Just one. Upon hearing that plaintive voice, it was clear it was Lily, for she alone would accept punishment with such compliance after a loss. Polybo, after winning a hand, opted out of further play. Melis had no interest. Thus, only 3 remained at the card table: Captain, Vis, and Lily. Vis lost, and a drawing was made on his face. Lily lost, and the same fate befell her. The captain lost as well, throwing a fit and demanding a redo, thanks to that wretched pink diary. One could easily discern from her clenched jaw beneath the helmet that she was pinning something rather irksome. Shortly thereafter, Hessel re-entered, her robe pristine and unchanged from when she had stepped out. Yet, the captain felt a twinge of curiosity. Hessel, is it hot outside? Not at all. If it's not hot, then why is your body temperature so elevated? And did you perhaps employ a cleansing spell? I can't detect your scent. Let us not waste our clever moments on trivial matters. Thwack! With a flick of her wrist, Lily tossed aside her card and stood atop her chair, declaring, I won this round. I lost again, Vis lamented, reclining to accept his fate. He figured he could simply request Hessel to cast a cleansing spell on him afterward, not particularly bothered by the prospect of being decorated. I can't believe I lost too. That doesn't count. This round doesn't count. It must be because you all... The captain attempted to protest once more, but upon meeting Hessel's gaze from behind, she begrudgingly conceded, I lost. Lily, overjoyed, danced about, presenting Vis with a pin. We won together. Let us draw little turtles on the captain's face. Is that all right? Vis's tone was not filled with fear, but rather a sense of vindication. Of course. You just said you must accept the consequences of the bet. The winners can bestow the right to draw the turtle, correct, Captain? Under Lily's earnest gaze, the captain reluctantly nodded in regret. Just as she was about to remove her helmet, she suddenly recalled that her face should not be seen by anyone who had yet to receive the mark. Thus pressing her palm against the arm of her armor, the upper part of her armor fell away, revealing her armed I apologize, but my face cannot be seen by anyone outside the ranks. Yet I shall allow you to draw upon here. A genuine smile adorned the captain's face. Heh, this is the privilege of the captain. They may only draw on their own arms, while I can mark their faces. Thus, the game of who loses and gets a turtle drawn on them was undoubtedly skewed in her favor. So hot. Hessel's fingers jabbed into the captain's flesh, employing legendary power to swiftly package her aside. Then, seizing Lily by the nape, she conjured a legendary chain that bound her to the captain. Lastly, with sheer force, she pinched Vis's cheek and hurled him out of the carriage. Run. If you fail to meet your training goals today, you shall not wash away your markings. The brother, on the verge of tears, could only muster all his strength to follow closely behind the great sheep. Upon encountering Quinn's gaze, his ink-stained cheeks flushed crimson to the roots of his ears. Inside the carriage, witnessing the military medic swiftly organize the disarray, the female swordswoman could not contain her laughter. Our legendary hero Hessel has had her fun, yet she denies others their joy? Melis, do you also wish to experience a taste of my legendary miracle? Melis, clutching her sword, merely raised an eyebrow, dismissive of engaging in a quarrel. However, this did not imply she was at a disadvantage. Legendary hero Hessel, I wonder if the knowledge you acquired has been reported to the goddess, or perhaps, no more talk. Chapter 96, Days of Marching, 3. As the entertainment within the carriage dwindled, it ultimately culminated in a duel between Polybo and Quinn. What emboldened her to challenge Quinn? The reason was Hessel had devised an impromptu war game, with each side commanding 5,000 troops. Led by the two within the carriage who were adept at battlefield strategy, Polybo and Quinn. The Azure Forest was not comparable to the crystal-lined IT was a solitary fortress, housing only 50,000 troops. This was a stark contrast to the hundreds of kilometers guarded by the Crystal Line. Those 50,000 soldiers were concentrated within a single stronghold, or rather, it was no longer merely a fortress but a grand city. With a resident population exceeding 300,000, serving as the sole supply point within a 50-kilometer radius. This fortress had become a way station for numerous adventurers venturing into the Azure Forest. Once the dwelling place of elves, the Azure Forest was home to the most formidable sovereigns of the continent thousands of years ago, akin to humanity's current standing. Yet, for reasons unknown, in a single night, 99% of the elven race was corrupted into dark elves, mingling with the demons that crawled forth from the abyss. This Azure Forest became a playground for both elves and demons. Concealing unknown ultimate powers within it was known that every 7 days, a monster siege would occur, featuring a complex array of creatures from goblins to trolls, and even the mindless dark elves and demons, monsters of varying kinds, many of which rivaled legendary heroes in strength, purely based on their physical prowess devoid of any legendary power. Their speed, strength, and defense all reached legendary levels, making them exceptionally formidable foes. Nonetheless, the Azure Forest remained a destination for countless adventurers. The elven heritage within could ensure a lifetime of security for anyone fortunate enough to acquire even a single artifact. Should one accomplish certain feats, the descent of legendary power was not unheard of. Thus, among the legendary heroes of Azure Fortress, beyond the forces belonging to the Golden Empire, there were 8 legendary heroes from local factions. Typically, they refrained from interfering with the military, maintaining a low profile. But during monster sieges, they would offer assistance to Azure Fortress. Naturally, it was impractical to summon legendary heroes at the onset of a siege, wasting their legendary power without cause. When ordinary beasts emerged, it would be the common soldiers who formed ranks to withstand the tide of beasts. Of course, the miracles of Azure Fortress were not to be underestimated. Although they could not rival the hundreds of miles of miraculous fortifications like those of the Crystal Line, they were several times stronger than a solitary fortress' miracle, with 3 ordinary fully armored soldiers capable of achieving near-elite lethality. With such combat prowess, the role of a commander was of utmost significance. Polybo wished to contest command with Quinn, but faced a string of 10 consecutive defeats in their wargames. It can't be. I was literate at 5, studied at 7, learned painting at 9, became an order knight at 14. Before Polybo could finish her lament of defeat, Quinn playfully flicked her iron helmet. Enough, enough. Why don't you share the tale of how you wet the bed at 7? How do you know that? Polybo instinctively turned to the few who were privy to this secret. Lily, unable to meet her gaze, inadvertently revealed her identity as the informant. I will fight you to the bitter end. Activating the order barrier, she curled up, cradling her head. In that moment, Lily had transformed herself into a turtle, indifferent to the torrential onslaught of fists raining down upon her. Polly was the weakest of them all. Even a sword strike would not harm her. Captain, I request to duel with Lily. Oh, really? Splendid. Let's engage in battle. A gentle breeze caressed the air, instilling a sense of serenity within. Yet, an unnameable feeling lingered. I've noticed that Hessel's demeanor towards you has shifted recently. What could be amiss? She's always behaved this way, hasn't she? Perhaps I've been a bit too playful and not dedicated enough to my work. Maybe it's only right for her to admonish me. Quinn countered with a flurry of justifications, leaving the captain somewhat bewildered. Yet, there was a hint of truth in Quinn's words. Charge forth, darling. Let us see what lies ahead in the woods onward. The captain, like a child, raised her arms, reveling in the sound of the wind rustling through her armor. She had never experienced such unrestrained freedom, even if for just a fleeting moment. Now, with the diminutive sheep's size, Quinn felt a tad large atop it, akin to an adult riding an elephant, yet it suited the captain perfectly. The little sheep appeared more as her steed. Once the legend was unleashed, the two complemented each other splendidly, almost overwhelming the untransformed self. Smack, bah! Uncertain as to why her master had struck her once more, the little sheep still responded obediently. It's nothing, darling. Just a little itch, bah. Then all is well. Turns out it was merely an itch. The little sheep, now jubilant, bounded eagerly into the thicket, startling a chorus of birds and sending various small creatures scurrying in fright. Captain, what lies beyond that way? It seems rather dim and unclear. Is that so? Well, to grant you a clearer view. Legend unleashed. Stop. Before Quinn could unleash the legend, the captain's hands had already ensnared her neck. If Hessel knew you were so reckless in releasing the legend for such trivial matters, she would surely scold you. I am not afraid. I am. Alright, that reason is quite sound.